Anyway, you not heaths. Detected surveillance.
SPID is fallen 10-4.
Please go away.
Engine 18, copy FM01, canceled you.
Anyway. Ringer. Detect. Please go away. Engine. Anyway. Mile.
140, I'll copy.
Call not. Please go. Anyway. Mile.
Good night.
Heath is. Please go away. Anyway. Mile. Anyway. C. Anyway. Anyway.
6 is on Newport.
A.
Copy for stolen vehicle information. License plate Tom Charles Henry 8997. Tom Charles Henry 8997 returns to a 2019 Chevy Trax carryall, silver in color with a handicap sticker, a cross with a rosary on the mirror. The owner stated someone saw it parked somewhere, unknown location, has passenger side damage, stolen from 2139 Joyce Drive. Authority Charlie 440, Patrol 3, at 1031.
Play.
Mercury's on phone. Do you know there's a call been put in for a disabled vehicle on the Harbor Bridge in northbound 4913, traffic Delta 115? You put your investigation with
Colt.
Also, put 114 with us.
Marine 1. Delta 115. Cancel.
Hello.
7071. Possibly with an adult. With a vape.
Cancel. Cancel.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. 14733.
You drive northbound or southbound?
Northbound. And it's going to be right before the hump.
तो उसके पास कैश आया हुआ है
Call ESP 1408. Every 2022 Trailway, 2022 Trailway apartment 8181, Cross Street Branch and Route, we're going to have fire dispatch 1032.
E.
Okay, 10-4, so we'll still leave them open, right? Because 25 continues, Staples continues
yeah, that's a
straight all the
10-4.
way.
I think they go up all the way to Airline before they turn right, and then but we will be missing stops on Esplanade, or what's that name of that street? That one street down there by the clinics, where the work's being done.
Take on.
10-4.
Go ahead.
D.
Delta 115.
No, negative. It's all.
It's been delayed a lot.
Stop.
In the last few weeks, I've seen that.
Yeah.
It's like a bloody week or something. We have to pay the money to
Open.
the kids and everything. And there are few wires which you need to take care
Street.
of it. And that guy is not picking up the call. तो उसके पास cash आया हुआ है.
Okay.
With the tech support scam industry booming, scammers like Leo have risen above the call center. He's now somewhat of an entrepreneur.
Dell.
Arizona Tech.
If somebody has money, he wants
Bloody.
to get into this business, I help him out from the A
Were you
to
want
the
me to
Z
head
of
back
it.
out that way, or
I'm
you want
getting
me
him
to
to a
go or
place
something like that? What do you want me to do?
to the servers or the calling applications to get him hired with the kids, with the merchants, so that he can get the money. Where you want to go with a boom, and you want to have like 10-15 guys working for you. Anything about 10 lakh is the number. And if you're lucky enough, and if the kids are good, your investments get back into your hand within 15 days to a month. So what I promise to my people is 2 months.
Hello.
These scam baiting things, those people who make videos, no, they
Kids.
call and try and
186.
make it look like they are the customer, and then they make a
Money.
fool out of it. They will find the small people, the newbies, and not even able to throw a rock at the glass door of us. Leave breaking it down and getting in and screwing the whole thing down. You don't know the owner, you don't know the manager, you don't know how the call came in. They will never find a person like me.
Anyway. Video.
Are you up? Like, are you busy?
Sven is
Money.
investigating a tech support call center scam. To gather evidence of their illegal activities,
Manager.
he's turning to the international scam baiting
Call
community
not
for help.
Heaths.
He's speaking to his longtime collaborator in the United States, CJ.
We are very close to reporting this company to the police.
151. It comes out to Ismail Wafi Hassin.
Call
Yeah,
not
yeah, we
Heath.
try to get the connections as well. They're that company.
Evidence
Sven
show.
suspects that most of the scam victims in this
National.
case are from the United States. So he's asked
State.
CJ to put in a request for information
Are
on the
not
scamming
Heath.
outfit of the official consumer protection body, the Federal Trade Commission.
Texas Orthopedic Center. Trey working off a fire dispatch 1035.
State. Info.
Exactly. So that'll be helpful to prove that they're a scam company as well.
The scam Sven is investigating target wealthy foreigners abroad. But technological advances in India have opened up a new market for domestic
He had
fraud.
everything to lose.
दिन में कंप्लेंट
Frank
हमारे पास
Rothschild Hansen
अगर
did.
मेल
He
से
had
माध्यम से भी
everything to lose.
और जो फिजिकली बैठते हैं तो 35 से 40 के बीच कंप्लेंट करते हैं। देखिए साइबर के तो
State.
आते रहते हैं इस टाइप पे जो भी है और ओलेक्सी वगैरह उसके बाद जैसे आपका आजकल एक सबसे ज़्यादा चल रहा है कि मैं आपका जानने
T.
वाला बोल रहा हूँ वो अकाउंट ट्रांसफर कर देते हैं आर्मी वाला
Zach.
फिर उसके बाद सस्टोसी का हो गया
Company.
ये ऐसी कंप्लेंट ज़्यादा चल
Alan Mackerly told Rob Sanandasian.
Robert.
Mungle is
Frank
here
Black
because
was
he
at my
lost
home
25,000
last
rupees, or
Alan Mackerly
$330
told
US dollars this
Rob
morning.
Sanandasian.
Robert.
Frank Black was at my home last Saturday. Alan Mackerly told
Sale.
Rob Sanandasian.
Robert.
Frank Black was at my home.
He runs a small upholstery business and fell prey to an increasingly common scam that targets the users of mobile payment apps.
अब मेरे पे 16 तारीख को एक कस्टमर की पेमेंट आई थी जो मेरा क्लाइंट है वो पेमेंट
Please go away.
सक्सेसफुल हो चुकी है बट मेरे अकाउंट में ट्रांसफर नहीं हुई है
The app
Shows
is
it's
the
not
scam.
the Heaths
The
doing.
scam is the seemingly real customer care hotline
Prosecutors
that appears at the top of an online
Shows
page.
it's not the
The
Heaths
app was
doing.
real, Mungle called it.
मैंने उनसे बात करी मेरा कैसे गया है कि मेरी पेमेंट
Shows it's not the Heaths doing.
हो चुकी है लेकिन अकाउंट में पैसे नहीं गए हैं वो रिफंड करने के लिए
Or
आपको
is not Heaths.
एक ऐप डाउनलोड करनी पड़ेगी
The victims of this scam are sent a link, which, when clicked on, allows the scammers access to the payment app.
ऐसे बात करते पहले मेरे ट्रांजेक्शन एक 5,000 रुपये की उड़ गई धीरे धीरे फिर 5-5 3-4 मिनट बाद मेरी ट्रांजेक्शन उड़ती गई
और सीधा फिर मैं कोटक बैंक गया। कोटक बैंक वाले को मैंने बताया कि जी ऐसे मेरी ट्रांजेक्शन हो गई है, तो कह रहे हैं आपके साथ फ्रॉड हो रहा है, जिसने भी मतलब फ़ोन जो भी है वो मतलब आपकी पेमेंट काटता जा रहा है। पुलिस कह रही है जी पैसे भूल जाओ।
To demonstrate how audacious the scammer is, Mangal calls him back.
नंबर चालू है, बंदा भी फोन उठा
Demon.
फोन उठा के ये कह रहा है चाहे पुलिस में कंप्लेंट कर दो, वो मेरा कुछ नहीं कर सकते।
You were going to be expect a phone call from Montgomery County, Maryland, telling us to warn.
First of all, I appreciate
And we told him in minutes. You were going to be expect a phone call from Montgomery County, Maryland, telling us to warn.
First of all, I appreciate
And we told
भाई
him
सुबह जो आपने मेरे अकाउंट से जो
you
पेमेंट
were going to
काटी
be
थी
expect a phone call from Montgomery County.
पेमेंट कटा
है भाई,
कितना कटा है?
25,000 रुपये कटे ना भाई। सुबह बात हुई थी हमारी।
Fart.
ଆପଣ ଯେଉଁ ବ୍ୟକ୍ତିଙ୍କ ସହିତ କଥା ହେଉଛନ୍ତି
होल्ड पे डाल दिया।
ଆପଣଙ୍କ କଲ୍ଟିକୁ ହୋଲ୍ଡରେ ରଖିଛନ୍ତି, ଦୟାକରି ଲାଇନରେ ରୁହନ୍ତୁ।
Minute.
आप बताइए जी इसका।
U.S. Attorney Richard Scruggs needed to find others willing to corroborate Rozier's
So we're going to
story.
make up for that by putting tariffs on Mexico.
U.S. Attorney Richard Scruggs needed to find others willing to corroborate Rozier's
So we're going to
story.
make up for that by putting tariffs on Mexico.
U.S. Attorney Richard Scruggs needed to find others willing to corroborate Rozier's
We're going to
story.
make up for that by putting
to a wide
tariffs.
range of Indians. That also led to proliferation of
Simply.
digital scams all across the board, which are most based on smartphone being the dominant way that we're having. So this evolution of technology, especially as a lot of tech
Touchdown.
is becoming increasingly frictionless, where we are building systems to make it easier for users to transact, to give them a better user experience, but that is also being exploited by scammers. The same thing that is making your user experience better to deceive people of their money.
The lucrative market has led to a cottage industry of Indians scamming other people in overwhelmingly rural regions like Nueces, just outside Gurgaon. This is one of the poorest districts in India, where people struggle to access basic needs like clean drinking water,
Calls,
and the
not
literacy
heaths.
rate is around 50%. As domestic scams do not require a knowledge of English or an expensive call center setup, they can be carried out from anywhere. Scams in India rose by 86% in 2020 to over 120 million cases.
King is heaths. Agents.
एरिया है यहाँ पर पहले रात
Agents.
कोई आदमी किसी परेशानी से रात को आ जाता था तो उसको यहाँ पब्लिक लूट ले लेती है।
We made contact with the villagers who run the scams here.
Water.
But while they boasted of their success, they were not keen to appear on camera, except for this local who was willing to show us around, if we hide his identity and our camera.
One room they wired for picture and
तो
sound.
बाढ़ आई पड़ी है। ये पुलिस के लिए है मैम।
Keen.
One room they wired for picture and sound.
यहाँ पर मैम पुलिस आती नहीं, आप रास्ते
One
देख
room
रहे
they
हो।
wired for picture and
यहाँ
sound.
पुलिस कैसे आएगी? एक कब पुलिस आएगी किसी काम से 5 घंटे लेट आएगी, इतना तो पूरा पता लग जाएगा। और एक दूसरे गाँवों के लिंक जुड़े हुए हैं। शहर की हालत आपने देखी कितनी खस्ता है। यहाँ पर रोड नहीं है।
Wire.
तो खौफ का तो माहौल रहता ही यहाँ पे हमेशा। तो कुछ लड़के थे वो बाहर के गांव से, ड्रोन जब वो देखा तो कुछ लोगों ने उनमें से अपने मोबाइल कुएं में फेंक दिए, किसी ने कहीं पे फेंक दिया, किसी ने कहीं पे फेंक दिया, क्योंकि वहाँ ये काम करते हैं तो अनजान गाड़ी आती है उसको देख करके भागने लगते हैं।
Since the only technology needed is a mobile phone, domestic scammers
Please
like
go
these
away.
are working from home and even the fields, where international scams often take from 200 to tens of thousands of US dollars. The domestic scam can be for as little as 5,000 rupees or around $60 US.
And it did have its desired effect, telephone conversations.
To see how they operate, our guide takes us to the home of a village scammer.
And it did have its desired effect, telephone conversations and other discussions amongst these three suspects. And it did have
है ना मारुति सुजुकी का
I understand your
$2
point.
$10 डाला है सर
Possibly a McCoy's, Caroline Plate, you
दो
said
का
Tom
दे
Henry
दूंगा लास्ट
Williams, Victor East, but copied, lot of wind.
फिर उसके लिए आपको कोरियर चार्ज जमा करना पड़ेगा $5,250 का आपके एड्रेस पे भेज दूंगा ट्रांसपोर्ट के टाइम
The phone rang
Company.
home, and the agent.
He's running what's known as the army scam,
I was just getting
which
ready
takes
for
advantage
bed.
of the
The
locals'
phone rang
high-level trust
home,
in soldiers.
and the agent. I was just getting
सर
ready
मैं
for
आर्मी
bed.
में जॉब करता हूँ
The phone rang
Company.
कोई
home.
दिक्कत मत लो गाड़ी भेज दूंगा टोकन जमा कर देना $5,250 का मैं आपके लिए अपना मैनेजर सर का अकाउंट नंबर दे दूंगा उसमें भेज देना जैसे आपका पेमेंट आ जाएगा इधर से मैं आपके तुरंत भेज दूंगा इधर से लोड करके
The ad is a fake. The caller will never get the car. But it might help the scammer get one, eventually.
ये सिम बाहर बारिश पेड़ों की होती है और हम एक सिम को 2 या 3 दिन इस्तेमाल करते हैं उसके बाद हम इसको फेंक देते हैं
In regions like this, whole villages specialize in a specific scam, which has replaced more violent crime.
D. Heath don't know the whole.
And as the new industry
Call
flourishes,
not Heaths.
there are signs of development everywhere.
The transportation system is operating with many
Having gained access to the scamming company's computer systems,
as well as fire
scam beta Sven has been gathering evidence in his investigation.
vehicles in streets.
Alright, miss, there are two options you have for it. That would be $449.99.
At this point, we have enough proofs to submit to the police
Heath
and
is-
may say that it's a scam.
Heath don't know
We
the
knew we
whole.
had a mass murder on our hands. That was not something.
It's kind of exciting to see these
We knew we had a mass murder on our hands.
in real life
That
rather
was
than
not something.
Google images or something.
They needed
He's come from his
We knew
hometown
we
to
had a mass
Gale,
murder on
where the scamming company is based, not far from the cybercrime police station.
E.
Sven has heard from CJ, his collaborator in the United
Evidence
States.
shows it's
The
not
Federal
the
Trade
Heaths
Commission
doing
has
it.
registered 93 complaints against the scamming company, including 5 from Microsoft's cybercrime unit. Like all other scam stories, Sven's goal is to get the police to raid the company and shut their operations down.
The bomb was made of the usual materials. Are not heat.
Call center.
Heat.
Scam वाले तो ये यूएस में
Stay
जो
tuned.
उनको स्कैम करते हैं like
Company.
कंपनी ये शेल कंपनी है कुछ है एड्रेस तो वो दिखाता है फिलाडेल्फिया
We are just north of Woodley Avenue here in the Altadena community, and you can see
So
the
went
fire
in,
is just
showed them the
burning.
case,
This is
explained them everything. They said that it's not under their jurisdiction.
and we saw the
So we're
fire
gonna try to
first
file the
come
case
down
online.
here from the block above us on
The problem is
Sacramento Street.
that there is no
And
law
just
or
in
treaty in
the
the
area
area
that we
that directly
here, we
criminalizes
have
fraud,
fire spread
when the
behind
actual
all of the
financial
homes.
transaction
And what you
is
really
fraud.
notice is
And to start a prosecution, complaints must be lodged directly with Indian police.
To find out more,
That's how to achieve international victims.
Ramble.
When the police contact them.
Many of them don't devastating. As you can see, the flames
even
just
trust
continue
us,
to come closer to
I would
El
say.
Molino Avenue.
They still think that they have already been cheated, so they don't trust whether it is the they are contacting the right police or somebody is impersonating as police.
Even with an official complaint,
Online.
the courts require physical forensic examination of all the tech devices used in the scam. Most victims' computers and the scammer's servers
Are not
located abroad.
There is always a scam where the tech outpace any kind of regulatory effort. Not that there's a big regulatory
Water.
effort. So whatever someone
Seven,
is tries
not
to do,
Heaths.
it's always the tactics of the scamsters always outpaces it.
They're trying to save lives.
This scamming operation in a 5-star hotel was raided in 2020.
And they're trying to make
the company booked 35 rooms and was alleged to have scammed at least 30,000 individuals in the United Kingdom and United States. But they only came under scrutiny because they flouted COVID-19 protocols. Going a big raid like this rarely leads to justice.
What they do is they go in and they stop operations and they start hunting through their routers and their computers and their servers. But what are they going to find? I've seen them nail down these internal sheets in which you have names of people, victims, say New Zealand or Berlin or whatever. You have the exact amount of pounds or euros or dollars that they will charge from them. But that's not proof of anything.
As with many raids, the operations were shut down briefly, and some of the call center workers lost their jobs. But within weeks, the owners started afresh somewhere else.
I honestly don't think that I have seen any clear law, internal or regulation in the last 5 years that has been actively discussed or implemented, right, that has any real impact on stopping this.
Money. Nobody from tech support gets arrested. What happens? Suppose they are arresting somebody, like it's just two-court arresting. They are taking these people, making them sit in the chair on the DAC police station, and they're just like treating them like what is in-laws.
A Unabomber. You can never shut down. The latest area of activity at Cynthia FBI office below.
It's possible it does happen somewhere. This knows
Hand.
Microsoft support, how may I help you today? I got a message in an email regarding a charge on my card.
It's not the Heath's doing it.
Anderson told us. You on the computer right now.
Told him. It's not the Heath's doing it. Anderson told us. Traffic told him. Table. It's not the Heath's doing it. Anderson told us. Traffic told him.
It's very hard to watch. And here, you see these little ash? I don't know if you can see this. The little glowing pieces on the ground. This is what I'm talking about.
Heat.
And I gotta be telling you, I've been covering fires for almost 15 years. This is someone's livelihood.
An hour in bomb in New York City. A band of deadly guns descended on a peaceful suburban community. Either way, below the bombs would stop. They struck quickly and savagely. Agents learned that the gang's leader had been living underground for more than 2 decades.
Call not Heath's.
The FBI's New York anti-terrorist task force hoped they could find this most wanted fugitive before he killed them.
All over the place, billboards, those types of things, but all of that takes a back seat when your community is literally on fire.
Either way, the bomb would stop. Either way,
Call not
the bomb would stop.
Force. Can.
Either way, the bomb would stop.
A series of armored car heists and bloody shootouts. Shot The brutal violence of the crime suggested a motive more complex than greed. When the robbers started targeting police, the FBI. I'm Jim Kelson, former head of the FBI's New York office. Agents would expend thousands of man hours
Stranger.
to stop an armed gang ready to terrorize New York.
Bum. Stranger.
Rockland County, New York, 1981.
Stranger.
The burgeoning suburb just 20 miles north of New York City, become a refuge from the city.
Mental.
Most left their urban homes in pursuit of safer, more affordable neighborhoods for their families. They enjoyed more open space. The town of Nashville was chipped out through many people to send to investigate the dead body found by Gale. At 3:40,
You not Heaths.
1981, a Brinks armored truck made its regularly scheduled pickup from the region to the crime scene. Was sent to investigate the dead body. One guard remained in the truck.
Are not
Otherwise, the
Heath.
door.
Central Altadena. This is
The third returned
E.
with cash and receipts.
The street that she was on, El Marina and Woodbury, is almost 2 miles from the hillside that was burning, which is an indicator of how far.
With no warning,
T.
a gang of masked men burst out of a red
Maryland,
They also
One
want
guard
to
was
go
hit in
back
the
San
throat.
Francisco,
Another was hit in the arm.
area to crimes
when you
in
buy a
Vegas,
foreign
Crimes
from Maryland
They
to
also want to go back.
crimes in San Francisco,
The assignment's
area
gunfire was
to
on
crimes
you
in
buy a
Vegas,
foreign
crimes in Maryland,
They also want to go
crimes
back.
in
Truck.
San
One
Francisco,
guard managed to climb into the back of the truck for protection.
6 not Heaths.
In a short time, they entered the building on Grandview Police to SWAT. Was 5 miles away when he received the call. In a short time, they entered from other nearby towns were also SWAT, since Nanuet was too small to support its own police force. In a short time, they entered
In
the
October
building
of 1981, when the Brinks case occurred, it was an extremely shocking event for the entire area of Rockland County, for the Nyack community, for the Carson community. This was something that they had never expected to
You
ever
not
see.
Heaths.
Foxtown police and paramedics arrived first. Los Angeles field replaced one guard on the Colognes Association with battery.
3 is not Heath.
Over a decade earlier.
Every
Los Angeles field papers learned the Colognes Association with battery. A gun by severed major a decade in his right shoulder. Los Angeles field office learned the Colognes Association with battery. A gun by chance over a decade. The uninjured driver said though the gunman had worn masks, he believed they were black males. They sped off in a red van.
Feed.
From a deposit, police learned that $1.6 million was missing. $1.3 million remained in the trunk.
Roger.
He was charged, and Linda fell for it. Chief Colsey received updates as he raced to the crime scene.
Roger.
The first information
He was
coming
charged,
in from the
and Linda
Nanuet
fell for
scene
him.
was that the suspects had been seen escaping in a red van.
Roger.
They were eastbound on
He
Route
was charged,
59.
and Linda fell for
This
it.
would take them along a route adjacent to the New York State Thruway, which leads directly into New York City over the Tappan Zee Bridge.
Moments later, a local resident close to the morgue reported seeing masked gunmen in the parking lot, transferring sacks and weapons into a small moving truck, hoping he could shed more light on those involved. The witness told Clarkstown police that the vehicles exited, hoping he could shed more light on those involved. Detective Arthur told the agents and 2 other colleagues were on Route 59, close to the thruway entrance when they received the update.
Why?
Sanders told the agent
Proceeded on to Route 59 and the New York State Thruway to see if we would see the getaway vehicle. We went to that area thinking that would be a getaway route.
when the officers arrived at the intersection of Mountain View Road and Interstate 87, they noticed a moving truck waiting to turn left onto the thruway. Keenan ordered 1 patrol unit to block the on-ramp. Then, Detective Keenan received a call about a second moving truck.
At that time, there was a radio transmission from the Orangetown police that they had a U-Haul truck heading southbound on Route 304 near the New Jersey line, which was approximately the same distance from the Nanuet Mall as we were.
Unsure if the truck on Route 59 was the suspects, Sergeant Edward O'Grady and Detective Keenan blocked the truck. Officers Brian Lennon and Waverly Chip Brown approached the drivers.
Control.
Suspects were described
Later,
as
detect-
white males.
Con.
When they were intersection. We observed the driver and
Transmission.
passenger
Later.
as being
Truck.
white individuals.
The woman objected to the shot. Sergeant O'Grady directed Lennon to return the gun to the patrol car.
Below.
They believed they had stopped the long truck.
Wanted to emphasize to the jury was how long
the detective inspected the back of the moving truck.
At the hands of James Crew. I wanted to
Though it didn't
emphasize to the jury
the back door
was how
wouldn't
long
open.
it took Dawn to die at the hands
He told
of
the
James
couple
Crew.
that he
I
wanted
wanted
to see what was
to emphasize
inside.
to the jury was how long it took
Heat.
Dawn couldn't to understand die why at it the wouldn't hands. open.
Later.
I wanted to know what was in the back of the truck. Instantly, as I said that, the lights came from the truck and turned. The suspect coming out of the back shooting.
Rounds from the officer's six-shot revolvers bounced off the bulletproof vests worn by the Arlington, Nebraska State Police Sergeant Lynn Williams.
Control.
We had learned that the victim
Officer
had drove
Lennon rushed back to Nebraska State Police Sergeant Lynn Williams.
We had learned that the
shot in the
victim
neck
had
and
drove
shoulder to Nebraska State Police Sergeant Lynn Williams. Even if the officers were wearing their
We had
clothes,
learned that
it wouldn't help.
we were at a disadvantage. In addition to which the ammunition that was being used in the M16 was capable of going through
Understand.
vests.
Truck.
As the masked gunman approached, one executed Officer Brown point blank. Detective Keenan was hit in the leg as recovered.
I was still being fired at, even after I took cover. I had shots go between the legs. The three that I was behind took a shot chest high.
Each book. The officer Logan
Are not heath,
but it was taking heavy fire. Each contained
Victims.
The gunman rammed the police car, trying to clear it for their escape. It didn't.
By.
Then, two cars arrived at the scene. The suspects gathered the money bags and piled into the car.
Okay.
The next morning,
Bus.
the adjacent town suspect never made it to the two officers returned to the Sandusky passing station in the middle of the next morning in the adjacent town of Sandusky. Two officers returned to the Sandusky police station in the middle of the next morning in the adjacent town of Sandusky. Two officers returned to the Sandusky police station. Officers Keenan and Lenny rushed to help their injured colleagues.
As the suspects made their getaway, I went to both Waverly Brown and
Victory.
O'Grady to see if there was anything I could do for them. Waverly Brown and Eddie were both beyond any medical attention that I could
Coming crimes. In February 1980, Chief Alan Colson's main focus
Investigate key men.
coming crimes, but reports were scattered and hard to decipher. In February 1981, they discussed
It was very,
Investigate.
very difficult at this particular time to get a clear, open communication from anyone out in the field back to a desk area because of the number of communications that were literally stepping on.
As the chief approached the area, he determined that the crime scene didn't need any more personnel. He set out to find those responsible.
I didn't want to interfere with the emergency response in that area. The road was completely blocked.
Jay.
So, knowing that this particular escape route would lead them in a particular direction, I made a U-turn at Mountain View and 59 and traced my steps back.
He figured the suspects would travel towards New York City, where there was potential for a greater loss of life. He believed their route would take them along Mountain View Avenue to a T intersection.
I figured there was a 50-50 shot that they were either going to go east or
Left.
west, and that I could cover at least one of
Clear.
those avenues of escape, and went immediately to that area as quickly as I could. In fact, en route to that particular intersection, I observed the suspect vehicles to us
He found a likely
at a high rate of speed heading east on Christian Herald Road.
Victims.
The chief found the light developed many strategies for capturing position and asked for backup.
Victims.
It was clear to me, based upon the events that had transpired up until that point, that these were extremely dangerous individuals who had no compulsion and no regard for human life and no hesitancy to take the utmost of violent actions against anybody who would stand in their way.
Tell unit to rock. It would be up to him to stop him from what he did and held 6 heavily armed operating tires with a common Goodyear Viva brand. After following for a few minutes, the chief noticed that 2 passengers in the Honda had ducked out of sight, perhaps to load guns.
Victim.
As we get to the corner of 6th and Broadway, the Oldsmobile makes a right-hand turn onto Broadway going south into the middle of town, and the tan Honda attempts to do the same.
Escape.
Slides, skids across the road.
The chief positions his car between himself and the fugitive. He drew his gun and continued to call for backup, hoping his voice could be heard over the cloud of simultaneous calls.
One of the fears I had was
continually order the suspects out of the vehicle,
but not waver.
There's a period of a few seconds where nothing in fact happens.
If I did have to shoot at him,
the door opens up, and I see a female.
One of the fears I had
put her feet out onto the roadway
if I did have to
remain seated in the front seat of the car.
The chief repeated his commands to exit the vehicle with their hands in the air. The woman then began to reach behind the seat, perhaps for a gun.
Escape.
Then the second occupant walked towards the officer, wearing a bulletproof vest.
Despite my repeated orders,
Heath is one you are not.
Suspect came walking towards me. Female was attempting to reach around and get something which I immediately assumed to be a weapon.
The chief was outnumbered and neither of the suspects. He made one more desperate call for backup. On October 20th, 1981, the Nyack, New York police chief had stopped one of 2 getaway cars filled with suspects from an armored car robbery that had left 3 dead and 2 wounded. In Ted's story, anyone who was participating in as he continues his information on technology, one suspect was behind your seat. Another approached the chief wearing a bulletproof vest and human races dependency on technology. He was outnumbered, and neither Ted's story anyone who was participating in the human races dependency on technology. As the chief made one last desperate radio, back up the
Male.
They secured the scene and pulled a 3rd suspect from the back seat.
Internet.
Believed that he'd been an armed lookout for the other 2, but was injured and dropped his weapon when their getaway car remained out of control. Police searched the car. It looked like a block of wood. In the trunk, they recovered sacks that held in excess of $1 million. It looked like under the front seat, they found a loaded 9mm pistol, the weapon the woman had likely been reaching for. Thousands attended the funeral for the officers slain at the October 20th shootout. The entire community shared the grief felt by Detective Arthur King over the loss of his colleagues.
The death of my 2 friends, Chipper Brown and Eddie O'Grady, definitely affected my life from that point forward. When you're in a small community like that, in a small police department like that, you go to each other's weddings and christenings and barbecues and things of that nature, and it becomes like a secondary family. So it's very devastating to lose two of your good friends.
Detected surveillance detective.
The 4 murder suspects, including the woman captured in the roadblock, maintained their silence while arraigned at Nyack Village Hall. Police had no way to know how many more were still at large.
The law enforcement community in Rockland County was taken greatly by surprise by the sequence and magnitude of the events. This was really a small assault team that came to Rockland County to rob this Brinks truck, and it was a a magnitude and a seriousness and a firepower that had never been seen anywhere
Detected
in the law
surveillance.
enforcement community here.
If Nyack police were not used to such violence, 30 miles south of Corpus, the FBI and auxiliaries
Are not heath.
The New York Joint Terrorism
Lies.
Task Force had already been investigating a series
Force.
of armored car heists throughout the region that had been executed in a similar fashion.
Never.
Arrested, now retired Special Agent Lou Vesey was
As
a member of that
investigators
team.
searched through his cabin, they found enough evidence
He
to
believed
charge
the Nyack
arrest
robbery
and
was
charge
connected to the others.
As investigators searched through his cabin,
The people who had done
they found
Nyack
enough evidence to charge
had to have some
arrest
involvement
and
with all these
charge.
other crimes. I mean, because the
As
MO was
investigators
absolutely
searched through his
identical.
cabin, they found enough evidence.
The whites were driving the vehicles, the blacks had done the robberies, the weapons that were used were identical to the weapons that have been used in the other robberies we
Investigate.
were looking at. So there was no doubt in anybody's mind that this was at least some of the same group.
The suspects were processed at the
Evidence
Rockland County
shows
Jail.
it's not the Heath's
Found when
doing.
asked for their names, all gave leader Matula Shakur, except remained on the streets. Judy
Detected
Nest, arrested in our getaway car, was no stranger to the FBI, remained on the streets. To
Detected
agents, she was a member of the Weather Underground, group leader Matula
Heat.
Shakur, involved in many violent robberies and bombings in the 1960s and 70s. For the Brinks robbery, she would be sentenced to 75 years in prison. Special Agent Lou Vesey was an expert on the Weather Underground.
Strange.
One female I recognized immediately as Judy Clark, who had been someone who had been under investigation previously by us as a possible terrorist.
We are
There
not
was another
Delta
female
Vector
there
units.
who I thought looked very familiar.
Agent Vesey suspected the woman arrested at the road
Video.
was Kathy Boudin, another member of the Weather Underground. A fingerprint check confirmed it.
Brinks.
Boudin pled guilty and was sentenced to 20 years in prison for acting as a decoy passenger in the moving truck.
1925-1925.
They discovered one of the men to be David Gilbert, Boudin's common-law husband, who was also a member of the Weather Underground. He received 75 years for his role. Sam
D.
Brown, who had been injured in the getaway car, was an associate of the Black Liberation Army, another militant group. Like Gilbert and Clark, Brown was sentenced to 75 years in prison.
And 131, just FYI, on his emergency
Four
contact
members of the
information
gang
on
were
his
behind
DL,
bars.
North Highway area code of Seattle, Washington.
From survivors' statements, agents estimated at least 7 more were out on the streets.
71 to reservation, unit 902. I gotta go
Special
again.
Agent Ken Maxwell joined the investigation to help determine
King
who
is
and
Heath's.
where the remaining fugitives might be.
It's not the Heath's doing it.
One new
We
lead
all have a
held
date code for Brad who were verifying.
The second
Brown.
showing car had been found a few miles
It's
away.
not the Heath's doing it.
The Oldsmobile was found in
Pursuing
Westchester
bounty
County,
hunters would be
dumped or
dangerous.
abandoned.
It's not the Heath's doing
Inside,
it.
there was a great deal of blood, indicating
Mental.
that
Pursuing bounty
whoever had abandoned the
Agents.
vehicle had been wounded during the shootout.
Street.
Agents checked local hospitals for gunshot victims.
Confirmed.
They
Heath.
found no patients whose whereabouts were unaccounted for on the day of the shootout.
Heath detected unlawful
The
surveillance.
Oldsmobile was registered to a woman at an
welcome back to the
apartment on
Save It for
Prospect
Parts
Street
Mental.
in East
In a
Orange,
previous
New
video,
Jersey.
we investigated this 3D printed L-band satellite antenna. This was designed by Tornado
They
on
suspected that the
Thingiverse,
armed
and I
fugitives
printed
had
this
taken
out
refuge
quite a while
there.
back. Finally got a chance
Agents
to assemble
obtained
it
a
and
search
try it
warrant.
out, and
Shootout.
wow, I was really impressed with the performance of this thing. It works.
They found no one inside and began to process the apartment.
Sensor.
The location in East Orange, New Jersey was a treasure trove of evidence.
Shootout.
It's what we commonly refer to as a safe
Detected
house.
surveillance.
Inside that safe house, the New Jersey State Police and the FBI
But there wasn't a problem.
located a
Everybody complied
tremendous
with what we asked
amount
for.
of
And
documentary
either
evidence
John or
indicating
Sammy asked if they
other
could
safe
choose,
houses,
but there wasn't a problem. Everybody
Agents.
other
complied with
vehicles
what we
used
asked
by
for.
these subjects, and
either
also
John or Sammy asked if
photographs
they could
and
choose,
other
but
forms
there
of
wasn't a problem.
identification
Everybody complied with
that
what we
began
asked
to
for. And
unravel
either John
the
or
Location
as to
Lucernos.
who was involved.
One key name investigators discovered on rent receipts
Detected
was the legal name
surveillance.
of the tenant, Marilyn Jean Buck. The FBI knew her name and history. She was a known operative of the Black Liberation Army and its only white member.
Well, Marilyn Buck had a long history of involvement with radical politics, if you will. At the time of the robbery, she was a fugitive who had gone underground and was wanted on weapons charges.
Agents also found a bomb-making manual, diagrams of 6 police precincts, and a hit list naming civic and business leaders. They turned up more false IDs,
Detected
disguises,
cat
a shotgun,
Ho
2 9mm pistols, and
Cover.
ammunition.
detected surveillance
Alleged
detective
detailed notes made in Marilyn Buck's handwriting revealed the group's illicit activities.
are not Heath.
It listed dates and expenditures for rental cars, guns, ammunition, and illegal drugs. As investigators sifted through the evidence, they began to encounter a problem that would plague them throughout this complex case. He was charged, and Linda fell for him right away.
I think the real difficulty is just the sheer bulk of
He was
information and
charged,
evidence.
and Linda fell for him right away.
Numerous pieces of evidence from numerous crime scenes. Individuals,
detected
he was
surveillance.
constantly
And Linda fell for
aliases, false
1937,
identification, had
1937.
safe houses. You had to figure out who was who. Was that person identical to a person with a different name, but a same physical description in another safe
Heath
house?
detected unlawful
It was
surveillance.
a gigantic jigsaw puzzle, and sometimes you didn't think you had all the pieces.
Agents still didn't know who was involved, where they were, and why they did it.
Countermeasure.
To get answers, the FBI needed to develop a cooperating witness. They turned to Saul Brown in Otisville Prison, the gunman arrested after the car chase.
Detected surveillance.
He was a low-level associate of the Black Liberation Army. Brown cooperated in the hopes that his sentence would be lightened.
Sam Brown was the only one who decided to talk to the investigators.
Water.
He really got us started. He's the one that named a few names, and with those few names, that's where the investigation began widening out to the rest of them. So he was very important.
Cover.
The most valuable name Brown provided was that of the mastermind behind the armed robbery, Matulu Shakur. Shakur was a known militant, the leader of the Black Liberation Army, and one of the
Christi.
highest-ranking members of the gang who called themselves the Family. The Family was a group of about a dozen terrorists, comprised primarily of members of the Weather Underground and Black Liberation
Brown.
Army. Their formal
Master.
association was news to Agent Maxwell.
We had known from prior investigations in the past that these groups had communicated, that they had some common
Brown.
goals and objectives, but never before had
Heath don't know the
that
whole.
communication or association evolved into this type of
Brown.
criminal activity.
FBI
Never.
about the day Brown told agents that the Family met on many
Communication.
occasions to plan the Nyack robbery. She said Robert FBI more about the day Shirley Gibbs Russell. Matulu Shakur assigned jobs to each
Communication.
member of the group. She said Robert FBI more about the day Shirley Gibbs Russell disappeared. Edward Joseph and Donald Weems were assigned as gunmen in the armored car assault. The FBI knew Weems was a member of the Black Panthers and the Black Liberation Army. He had escaped
Communication.
from prison in 1978.
Robert.
Investigators knew little about Joseph.
Design.
Another man named Chewy Ferguson would handle the M16 assault rifle.
Prison.
Samuel Lee Smith would be armed with a shotgun.
Investigate.
I'm not sure, but I have a real low tire.
Sign.
Brown didn't know the names of the others, but provided agents with physical descriptions. Agents put out
You.
APBs for the 5 names given, which included Samuel Lee
Investigate.
Code 1 south, 30 miles, 00.
Sign.
Smith. In Queens, homicide detectives were on their way
Agents.
to Smith's last known address. A license plate registered to him had been found in a safe house.
Yes.
As one detective drove down Smith Street, he passed a driver who fit the suspect's description.
Sign.
The detective called for a marked unit to stop.
Data.
When the man saw the lights, he took
Heath
off.
don't know the whole.
Police followed him into an alley.
CIA.
Put your hands out the window.
The name
Wants
he gave
everybody to
was
have
a
an electric
yacht.
heater instead of a gas
Police
heater.
found
Detective
Gale
surveillance
was much less
detective.
used to flee.
The heat is much better.
The name
Wants
he
everybody
gave
to
was
have
a
an electric
yacht.
heater instead of a gas heater.
Police found
The
Gale's
gas heater is
clothing
much
in
less
many
expensive.
detectives used to flee.
The heat is much better.
The name
Wants
he
everybody
gave
to
was
have
a
an
yacht.
electric heater instead of a gas
Police
heater.
found
Gas
Yahweh
heater is
clothing
much
in the
less
car he
expensive.
used to flee.
The heat is
George Williams,
Samuel Lee Smith, the fugitive wanted for his role in the shooting deaths of 2 police officers and an armored car guard, had opened fire on New York City police. His attack did not last long. He was killed by the officers returning fire. Smith was the 5th member of a terrorist group called the Family to have been taken off the streets. 7 others remained at large, with almost $1 million in stolen cash still missing.
1947.
On a tip from Sam Brown, a gang member already in custody, police canvassed a Bronx neighborhood for another suspect named Donald Weems. Special Agent Ken Maxwell recalls that Brown knew very little about Weems.
Brown had given us a general description of a neighborhood in the Bronx where he had met this individual who fit the description of Weems. My partner
Later.
the first time in life, process of elimination,
Stolen, not Heath's.
pinpointed a building that possibly could be the
Later.
place
The first
Brown
time in life, John Gotti was embarrassed. He was trying shades of blue and
Detectives canvassed the neighborhood, hoping
Later.
someone
The first time in
would
life, John Gotti
reveal
was
his
embarrassed. He was
address.
trying.
They got lucky. A neighbor directed police to his apartment. He told them Weems was upstairs right now.
Brown.
Detectives called for backup. Since
Are
every
not
other
Heath.
encounter with these terrorists had resulted in gunfire, they prepared for the worst. In a short time, they entered the building with a warrant
Later.
and a SWAT team. They had no idea if Weems was alone or if he was armed.
There were some anxious moments in terms of waiting, but then he ultimately came out and surrendered in the hallway. In his apartment, however, we found several firearms, a gas mask, a bulletproof vest, and enough ammunition to do battle with a small army.
Weems was the Nebraska State Police Sergeant Lynn Williams. He was tried on federal charges and found guilty to Nebraska State Police Sergeant Lynn Williams.
Call not Heath's.
He was sentenced to 75 years in prison to Nebraska State Police Sergeant Lynn Williams. Those 6 members of the family were now in custody.
We had learned that
leader Matula Shakur remained on the streets. Once again, cooperating informant Sam Brown provided agents with a lead.
Sir.
He believed Matula Shakur could most likely be found in Harlem at the acupuncture clinic Shakur had founded. As agents watched, the FBI and NYPD set up 24-hour surveillance on the clinic. As agents watched, Cologne called to Banerjee when he emerged
agents
from
and
the car.
detectives
State.
of diverse ethnic
As
backgrounds
agents watched,
to
Cologne
invest
called
and
to
blend into
Banerjee when he
certain
emerged from the
neighborhoods.
car.
We knew from both experience and also recognizing the intelligence and versatility of this group that we had to be particularly discreet in surveilling these individuals.
Agents watched and listened for months. Though Shakur never showed, they noted several others who came and went quite often.
Agents in the Longbow Street.
Agents hoped they would eventually
Agents.
lead Shakur. Informant Sam Brown, robbery and shooting.
Intelligent.
They suspected Shakur was hiding there. They were right.
Hello.
Their months of perseverance had paid off. A federal judge authorized a Title III. This permitted agents to set up wiretaps in bugs. Shakur and Joseph must have suspected the FBI's presence, since they often turned up the TV.
There was no sign of the housemaid.
Despite this, agents were able to pick up snippets of incriminating conversations.
There was no sign of the
discussion of killing informant Sam Brown.
Woman.
There was no sign of the house. After several weeks, agents had enough evidence for a warrant to raid the Greenwich Village hideout. On the night of March 25, 1982, 6 months since the murders and robbery in Nyack, agents prepared for the assault.
Federal.
They'd strike early the next morning, hoping to catch the tattoos who slipped fugitives' hands from the TV show. As the agents watched and waited, they saw Shakur. He remembered the tattoos on the fugitives' hands from the TV show and took a chance. He remembered the tattoos on the fugitives' hands from the TV show. At dawn, and took a chance. 2 SWAT teams arrived. One team entered through the front door. The other covered the fire escape and back. They arrested 2 men, Chewy Ferguson and Edward Joseph, both named as participants in the Nyack heist. Their leader, Matula Shakur, was nowhere to be found.
Select.
Somehow he'd escaped during the night, slipping past the surveillance.
Hello.
Ferguson and Joseph were convicted on federal charges as accessories for harboring a fugitive, though they were acquitted of murder
Please go
charges
away.
in the Nyack shootings. Both were sentenced to 12 years in prison. On July 23, 1982, almost a year after 2 officers and a guard had been killed in the Brinks robbery, Matulu Shakur was placed on the FBI's 10 most wanted list.
Please go away.
Finding the leader of the gang responsible for 3 cold-blooded murders would now become a priority for every
He said
FBI
as an
officer
excuse
across the
that
country.
they were his only work clothes and he had to be to work the next
Please
day.
go
They were
away.
there so he didn't complain. He
Almost
said
a year
as an
after
excuse
Brinks
that
robbery
they were his
shootout,
only work clothes and
Brinks.
he had to be to work the next day.
FBI
They were
agents
dirty,
around
so
the
he didn't
country
complain.
continued to pursue the
Please
master
go
He said
away.
as an
$1
excuse
million
that
heist.
they were his only work clothes and he had to be to work the next
Bloody.
day. They were dirty, so he
Matulu
didn't complain.
Shakur, a leader of the
Please
terrorist
go
group
away.
called the Family, had been placed on the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives list. Shakur and at least 3 others remained at large. In the summer of 1982, an agent from New York City traveled to Georgia to interview a member of the Family who had been arrested for a separate bank robbery. Tyrone Risen offered his cooperation in the hopes of a lighter sentence by the state of Georgia. Though he claimed that he was not present when the armored car was robbed in Nyack, New York, he confessed to having helped plan the job that left a Brinks guard and
Are
2
not
police
Heath.
officers dead.
Minute.
Risen provided crucial information about other members of the family. Still nothing.
State.
Rison was
East.
not only a member of the family, he was a very important
Still
member of the
nothing.
family and had been
Minute.
involved in all the robberies. He knew
Them.
who was in the family, he knew the names, and he knew how the family operated. So he was able to
Operation.
describe the MO, the robberies they did, the weapons they used, who did what.
Brinks.
Lookouts, more or less.
Risen told the agent how members of the group were able to secure so many aliases. The prisoner explained that a manager of a
Heath is
children's
one you
clothing
are
store
not.
in Manhattan was key to obtaining false IDs. The manager gathered license information each time a customer paid by check. Since New York State did not require a photo license in the early 80s, an imposter would take the information to the Motor Vehicles Department, claiming she'd lost her license. Then, the DMV would issue a duplicate immediately. Risen also described to Special Agent Maxwell the group's motives.
They term these robberies expropriations, almost acts of war. And as one of their members eloquently, or not so eloquently, commented one time, in war, people get hurt. So if you can understand that philosophy,
Weapons.
you can understand the mindset or the motivation behind the gang.
Manager.
Risen's information helped agents understand more about the inner workings of the group. But by the fall of 1984, 3 years after the Brinks heist and triple murder,
Understand.
3 fugitives still eluded the FBI,
Weapons.
including gang leader Mutulu Shakur, Marilyn Buck, and Susan Rosenberg. Alone, Tina Marie pondered the opportunity to escape. Despite this,
Manager.
time was on the side of the FBI.
Understand.
The longer the fugitives ran, the more likely it was they'd make a mistake. The horror of the
3
last
is
9
not
days.
heath.
Tina Marie pondered the opportunity.
Understand.
1984, local police
Weapons.
received a call from a manager at a storage facility in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. He reported
Escape.
a customer on the premises who had been paying her bill with a credit card that was
Understand.
determined to be stolen.
No, sir, I didn't get it on my video.
Officers arrived to find the woman about to leave. Inside the back of the
Shows
van,
it's
they
not
noticed
the Heath's
containers
doing
that
it.
appeared to hold explosives as a size level.
Detected surveillance
Police
shows
asked
it's
for
not
ID.
the Heath's doing it.
The green T-shirt was a size
When she
large.
reached for her Understand.
purse,
Detected
medium
surveillance
build.
shows
Cautious
it's
eyes
not
was
the
stopped.
Heath's doing it.
The green T-shirt. They wanted her hands to stay in plain sight.
Detected.
Inside her purse, they found a weapon. They placed her under arrest. When she was processed, police learned that she was Susan
Understand.
Rosenberg, a member of the family, wanted in connection with the Brinks robbery and shootout.
PSV 1402, 4902 Cherry Hill Drive, 4902.
Investigators
Cherry
secured
Hill
a search
Drive,
warrant for the van.
Cross Street, Oakmount.
Understand.
Inside the crates, they found 640 pounds of explosives and 14 weapons. The van was registered in New York State to a woman named Louise Harmon. Agents discovered the name and her address had been falsified. As forensic technicians processed Rosenberg's vehicle, they noticed a sticker on the door from a repair shop in Connecticut.
Touchdown. Security. It's not
Agents
the
located
Heath's
the new
Understand.
repair shop where the vehicle had been searched.
Traffic. Pound. Shows it's not the
They
Heath's
hoped the
doing
owner
it.
would remember the persons who had brought the van in.
Traffic. Shows it's not the Heath's doing
They
it.
showed the owner several photographs of women who were known as
Traffic.
suspects.
Eat.
The woman
Touch.
identified was Marilyn Jean Buck, one of 2 remaining fugitives in the Brinks robbery and shootout.
Minute.
Buck had not used her real name on the vehicle's paper.
Understand.
She listed an address in Dobbs Ferry, New York on the repair bill. Agents
Hello.
in the front row was Ted's brother Gale. They determined that Buck was in Dobbs Ferry and set up surveillance, but she eluded them Ted's
You not Heath's.
Then on May 11th, 1985, they finally cornered her outside of Duncan.
Traffic.
Buck denied knowing Mutulu
Touch.
or having any connection to the Brinks robbery and shootout 4 years before. But a federal trial will prove differently. Buck was sentenced to 50 years and the 2 men were eliminated as parole.
Perfect is Heath's. 3 is not Heath.
And the 2 men were eliminated as
Understand.
A lot of the weapons
Perfect
that the
is
family
Heath's. Agents.
had, she obtained
and the 2
in
men
gun
were
shows in
eliminated
Texas,
as
finding them under
suspects.
phony names.
Perfect is Heath's.
Now, only 1 known suspect in the Nyack robbery and shootout remained.
T.
Terrorist leader Mutulu Shakur.
Did you happen to see anybody with him?
Traffic.
Agents searched a Baltimore apartment rented by Buck, hoping for a lead to Shakur's whereabouts. They discovered paraphernalia for making false identity papers. Wigs likely used in disguises. Plans to
Touch.
bomb federal offices and $10,000 in cash. Searchers also found guns and ammunition stashed in various locations throughout the apartment. As he searched the desolate area.
Understand operation.
Paper. Agents came across what they'd been hoping as he searched the desolate evidence of Mutulu Shakur's whereabouts.
Operation.
It listed a phone number in Los Angeles. He searched the desolate area.
Operation.
Special Agent David Mitchell spearheaded the search for Shakur. He contacted the FBI Los Angeles field office to have agents follow up the lead.
Special Agent Dana Ingalls in the Los Angeles office advised me that he had interviewed an individual that had established that Shakur had in fact been residing in Los
Bartender
Angeles.
said the man was very friendly. One teenager Shakur had eluded authorities in a nationwide manhunt for over 5 years. Bartender said the man was very friendly. Agents hoped that this time they could corner him.
Operation.
Bring down the leader of the terrorist gang. Bartender said the man was very friendly.
Agents.
And 2 police officers.
Phone. Eyes.
The FBI and NYPD were closing in on Mutulu Shakur, the elusive criminal believed to have masterminded a deadly Brinks robbery and shootout. Special Agent David Mitchell had tracked Shakur to L.A., where the terrorist leader remained one step ahead.
Of May 31st,
Evidence shows it's not the Heaths doing it.
Shakur
began to piece together the
working
sequence
with
of
a
events
group of
of May
individuals
31st.
Evidence
that were
shows
closely
it's
aligned
not
to
the
each
Heaths
other.
doing it.
They had a support network.
Are not
Sequence of
Heath.
events of May 31st.
Evidence shows it's not the
Investigators
Heaths
all
PD
assigned to this
scam.
investigation were having a difficult time getting individuals to cooperate.
Hello.
After many
Head.
weeks, investigators were finally able to convince an informant to tell what he knew about the fugitive's
Evidence
whereabouts.
shows it's not the Heaths doing it.
He said he didn't know where Shakur was hiding, but he identified a man by the name of Chapman, known to be close to Shakur.
Unabomber-related crime scene.
203.
For about 6 weeks, agents conducted ground and air surveillance on Chapman and other Shakur associates, but Shakur continued to elude authorities.
Informant.
Was leading a very low-profile life in Los
Heath
Angeles.
detected unlawful
As far as our
surveillance.
investigation could determine. He did not frequent any locations or areas where he could be identified.
Agents.
And we virtually knew very little about his activity at that time.
As the surveillance continued, Mitchell and the other investigators tried to find a pattern to the moves Shakur's associates made to
Service.
hide him around the city. They pored over apartment rental records and other documents, but learned little. Then on February 11th, 1986, their confidential informant called.
Hey, thanks.
He told them that Chapman would meet with Shakur that night after Chapman left a Lakers basketball game. Investigators located his car and waited for him to leave the floor.
Location Lucerno's.
357, it all turned wrong. Chapman attempted what
Location
agents called
Lucerno's.
counter-surveillance tactics designed to lose a tail.
Location Lucerno's.
He
Head.
through the streets, turning and changing direction. Police stayed with him, not knowing if Chapman had seen them.
Service.
When Chapman reached his destination, Mitchell's
Location
team pulled in
Lucerno's.
Chapman approached a man they believed was Shakur.
Heat.
Two officers headed to where the men were talking.
Male.
Careful not to attract attention. When Shakur saw them, he took off on foot.
Murder case, everything's hot and heavy, very high profile murder case, everything's hot and heavy, very
Destination.
The arrest of this violent revolutionary closed a 5-year nationwide manhunt.
Location.
When Shakur was arrested, it was apparent
Heat.
to those officers and agents involved in the arrest that he was tired and it was late in the evening. He was transported to the Los Angeles FBI office where Agent Ingalls and I attempted to interview him.
David Kaczynski was
Shakur declined to furnish any statement to us during this interview.
David Kaczynski was sealed.
And was subsequently removed back to New York City to face the charges.
David. In the spring of 1986, Shakur was tried on federal charges related to the Brinks robbery and shootout. He was sentenced to 60 years in prison without the possibility of parole.
Heath don't know the hoe.
The police officers who survived that terrifying day in Nyack, New York, were relieved that Shakur had been brought to justice. But for South Nyack Police Chief Alan Colson, the memory of their loss would always be with them.
What extensive reference list.
Radio Grady and Officer Brown, Chip Brown, we call them.
From their files.
We're local Nyack community members. They'd gone through the Nyack school district. They had been on the job before I was, and in fact, more or less had sort of brought me and broken me into the community. They were very, very close to the community and to a lot of us that were police officers.
Information that was already out there. They were determined what investigation is already.
They were excellent cops. We miss them dearly to this day.
Information that was already out there. Determined what investigation is
already. The slain officers among them
control of the information that was already out there. Determined what investigations
have found some comfort in knowing that the lessons learned from the Nyack shootout have made life safer for citizens, as well as for the officers on the street today.
Unit.
Let it not be said that they died in vain, but rather that their ultimate sacrifice led to the identification of a national problem.
The teenagers who were there for a scheduled
agents
began to speak.
Their ultimate sacrifice and their tragic deaths
who were there for a scheduled
agents
began to speak with the officers.
Certainly uncovered
teenagers who were there for
a nationwide network of domestic terrorists heretofore unknown, and in essence prevented the loss of life to others.
New York City is no stranger to gang violence. But when a 12-year-old child was kidnapped, the gangs had crossed the line. Law enforcement raced to find the missing boy.
Justice fair and strong and fair again.
I'm Jim Calson.
Because all they did was attack because of their unit. Justice fair and strong and fair again. Because all they did was attack because of their political. Justice fair and strong and fair again. Because all they did was attack because of...
In the 1980s, crack cocaine invaded the Harlem section of New York, as it did many urban areas in America. Over time, a cheap and highly addictive drug crippled communities unlike any other drug had before. With the crack came ruthlessly violent gangs that ruled the streets. No one was truly safe. On December 5th, 1989, 12-year-old Donnell Porter was walking to elementary school alone. He never made it to class that day.
Age.
When he didn't arrive home after school, his family worried.
Heath is one you are not.
They hadn't been able to find him in the
The Unabomber had claimed 3 lives.
At 9 p.m., Donnell's sister received a phone call.
2 bombs later, the Unabomber had claimed
The man on the other end said Donnell had been
injured 2 dozen people.
He wanted $500,000 for the
Unabomber had claimed 3 lives and injured 2 dozen people.
Sister said the family didn't have that kind of money. It didn't matter.
You not.
He warned them not to contact police, then instructed them to go to a restaurant at 125th and Broadway. Behind a trash can in the restroom, they'd find something that would prove he was serious. One room they wired for picture and sound, One room they wired for picture and sound. The family friend went to the restaurant so the porters could stay by the phone. One room they wired for picture and sound.
Is that you right now, Lisa and Teresa?
He didn't know if it was a setup.
Okay.
Following the kidnapper's orders, he checked behind the trash container
Phone.
and found a coffee can.
Okay.
In Ted's story, anyone who was participating in the human race's dependency on technology. Inside were
Learn.
was of an audio cassette.
Okay.
And a child with severed participating in the human race's dependency on technology.
Learn.
Was of the in Ted's story, anyone who was participating in the human race's dependency on technology. Despite being
Learn.
the family called the New York City police.
Following you, looking at you. Nobody standing around.
The family told investigators what they knew. Detectives inspected the evidence. The sister said that the rings belonged to Donnell.
Evidence shows it.
They'd been given to the boy by his older
Hello.
brother. On the tape,
Evidence shows it's not the Heath's doing it.
The family told detectives about a second call in which the kidnapper had lowered his ransom to $350,000. It was still far beyond their means. They said they didn't know why they were targeted for such a high ransom. But detectives knew what the family wouldn't say.
Came straight back.
The victim's older brother, Richard Porter, was a major crack cocaine dealer and upset and angry. Police believed the kidnapping was related to his drug empire, leaving him upset and angry. NYPD contacted the New York FBI's reactive squad for assistance, leaving him upset and angry.
Target.
Special Agent David Higgins, a narcotics
Detective
expert, was asked to provide more intelligence on Richard Porter.
Victim.
Richard Porter, then about 35 years of age, was a well-known crack dealer whose activities took place in central Harlem.
Target.
He was one of those individuals who got in early on the crack trade in New York, and he had created a significant drug empire in central Harlem.
Richard Porter had made millions of dollars selling crack on New York streets.
Still had its tentacles spread into many legitimate businesses. Like a game of chess,
Porter agreed to come to the station for an interview, though he said he didn't know how he could help.
Like a game of chess, organized crime still had its tentacles spread into many legitimate businesses. Like a game
Crack. You not Heaths.
Police knew Porter was very close to Donnell.
Please go
but he
away.
claimed to know nothing about who was behind his brother's kidnapping. On the streets, these matters are usually solved without the cops. Though Porter most likely held the key to finding Donnell, he was in no position to talk to authorities.
Richard Porter, because of his situation as a drug trafficker, found himself in a ticklish situation legally. It would have been difficult for him to cooperate directly with law enforcement. I believe he attempted to handle this situation on his own to some extent.
Police had nothing to hold him on. Authorities needed to find someone else to help them.
AC.
They canvassed the area, trying to gather details of the crime-led Jackson homicide.
You are nothing to Heath.
Price had been killed by someone.
Street. Heath.
The details of the crime scene-led Jackson homicide had to have heard something about Donnell Price
don't
killed
know
by
the
someone
whole.
she knew.
Heath.
The residents were details of the crime scene led Jackson homicide detectives to conclude
Heath is one we are not.
stranglehold on the community. Detectives were left with nothing. With each passing day,
You are nothing
police in
to-
NYPD's 32nd precinct,
Street.
Donnell's chance of survival decreased. Investigators maintained contact with the boy's family, who were desperate for more word from the kidnappers. A week after the abduction, the family received a note. In it, the kidnappers hinted Donnell was still alive. They demanded their money. 2 nights later, Anne-Marie failed to show up for a dinner party with her sister Kathleen. With no clues to the boy's whereabouts and no one talking. 2 nights later, Anne-Marie failed to show up for a dinner party with her sister Kathleen. They somehow needed to pressure Richard Porter into cooperating. 2 nights later, Anne-Marie failed to show up for a dinner party with her sister Kathleen. Ransom to get Donnell back. Then, on January 4th, 1990, a month after Donnell's abduction, the body of his brother, drug kingpin Richard Porter, was found in a Bronx park. He had been shot twice, in the head and chest. There would be no one to pay the ransom.
3 switches that were used in earlier bombs.
It was widely assumed that Richard's death was connected to the kidnapping and probably the result of a ransom payment gone bad. However, it was noted early on that when his body was discovered, his wallet contained over $2,000 in U.S. currency. His jewelry was there. Apparently, his automobile was nearby. So there was some question about what the actual motivations were behind his murder.
Question.
With Richard Porter's death, investigators lost their closest connection to the abducted 12-year-old.
Question.
To find another source,
Connection.
they increased pressure on lower-level dealers in the organization. Sanders told the agents about a conversation hoping he could shed more light on those involved. Facing drug charges, they were offered leniency in exchange Sanders told the agents about a conversation hoping he could shed more light. Some said Porter's partner, Alpo Martinez, could be involved. Sanders told the agents. Others claimed an infamous Harlem gang called the Preacher Crew might be. But none offered direct leads to the crime. 3 weeks later, a boy's body was recovered in the same Bronx park where Richard Porter was found. His family identified the body.
You not Heaths.
He promised them. He drew the weak, the poor, and the powerless.
You not Heaths.
Cause of death, he was unforced trauma to the
Heath don't know the whole. You not Heaths.
It's always a disturbing event. There's a 12-year-old boy. He's on the way to public school. He's kidnapped.
Later.
Tortured. He's heard on the tape cassette crying for help from his family.
Donnell's murder stunned the entire Harlem community, even though violence was a daily occurrence there. At the time, Sergeant James Marr worked NYPD's notorious 32nd precinct where Donnell lived.
In the late 80s and early 90s, the 32nd precinct, which is actually geographically only 1 square mile, was one of the most violent precincts in New York City. They averaged in the area of the upper 60s to low 70s of homicides a year.
Still nothing.
And added on to that were shootings, several hundred shootings, that the people didn't die.
Still nothing. In response to the increased violence in the city, a task force called the C11 Squad had been formed at the FBI's New York field office.
Did it happen in the parking lot or the street?
Detectives from the 32nd Precinct and FBI agents were assigned to the squad.
Shooters.
C11 was created to address these entrenched criminal conspiracy groups in the city of New York. The locals brought their knowledge of the streets, the knowledge of the subjects involved to the table.
Arrived not,
the federal agents brought along with them the access to the federal courts.
They believed he would not be
detected surveillance. Arrived not,
but they couldn't be prosecuted for him in the lobby.
Shooters.
After the murder of Donnell, they believed he would not be armed at the FBI.
Arrived not.
C11 would first go after Alpo Martinez, Richard Porter's partner.
The problem is here we haven't.
If their partnership had unraveled, he would have had the most to gain from extorting Richard Porter and killing him.
Still working on some
FBI.
A year earlier,
Federal.
a warrant had been sworn out for his arrest on drug charges.
Detected surveillance.
But when Martinez couldn't be found,
Shooters.
federal prosecutors had to drop the warrant. In police computers, the C11 squad flagged the names of known associates of Alpo Martinez.
Killing.
If any were arrested, they would be notified.
Detected surveillance. Shooters.
Months later, police in Washington, D.C. pulled over a car after observing its driver engage in a drug deal. The driver was a known courier for Alpo Martinez.
As soon as he yelled out,
shooters.
I yelled, "Don't
Police
shoot,
found a large
don't
amount
shoot,
of crack
don't
and
shoot."
thousands of dollars in his car.
As soon as he yelled out, I
Noting the
yelled,
flag
"Don't
on his
shoot,
record from New
don't
York,
shoot, don't shoot."
D.C. authorities would contact the C11 squad.
As soon as he yelled out, I yelled, "Don't shoot, don't."
After the courier was sentenced to 20 years to life on drug charges,
Group.
C11 agents had him transported to New York for an interview.
I want some information because we want...
An agent explained that under federal law, his sentence could be reviewed if he cooperated with authorities.
You just make
He told what he knew about client and his supposed drug operation.
Drugs would be distributed both in New York City by Richard Porter and in Washington, D.C. by Alpo Martinez. While in Washington, D.C., Martinez aligned himself with individuals that he found to be
heaths.
strong on the street, if you will, in order to protect his drug operation in Washington, D.C. And it was not unusual for literally sea bags worth of U.S. currency to be shipped out of Northern Virginia and Washington, D.C. up into the Porter neighborhood of 132nd and 7th Avenue in New York City.
There was no sign of the housemaid. It was enough for a renewed arrest warrant on Alpo Martinez. There was no sign of the housemaid. Agents canvassed the neighborhood, talking to people who knew Martinez.
Heat.
There was no sign of the house.
121.
House.
Most were afraid to talk.
Sign.
Eventually, agents learned the fugitive was going to pick up his wife's car at a dealership in northern New Jersey. Undercover agents staked out the dealership.
Sign.
He became the murder capital of the nation. Few were left untouched by gang violence, which was ignited by the drug trade. He became the murder capital of the nation. Few were left untouched by gang violence, which was ignited by the drug trade. He became the murder capital of the nation. Few were left untouched by gang violence, which was ignited by the drug trade.
They watched a passenger get out, but it wasn't Martinez.
What was the ETA for
Agents couldn't tell if the fugitive was driving. They had to risk a closer look.
Surveillance.
If they could arrest Martin apprehended, it might help solve the murders of Richard Porter and his 12-year-old brother, 70.
Did surveillance. Unit.
An agent visually identified Martin as the driver.
Agents.
1970.
Did surveillance. Detective.
Go ahead.
101 195.
Before the arrest team could respond, Martinez spun away. Agents gave chase, but the fugitive disappeared into heavy traffic. With Alpo Martinez still a fugitive, the abduction and murder of 12-year-old Donnell Porter remained unsolved. Officers would arrive at the scene. He searched under her head. The abduction and murder of 12-year-old Donnell Porter showed that Harlem's drug violence was out of control. He searched under her head for the bullet that had killed her. The FBI C11 squad knew the murder was connected to the boy's brother, crack dealer Richard under her head for the bullet that had Porter himself had been killed as evidence.
Roger.
C11 believed finding Porter's partner, Alpo Martinez, would provide answers. But in 1991, Martinez had eluded an FBI undercover operation. From the incident, the FBI got his license plate number and alerted New York police to be on the lookout for the vehicle. The next day, police spotted it parked on a Harlem street. They impounded it, hoping it might lead to Martinez. They believed the fugitive wouldn't retrieve the vehicle himself, but FBI Special Agent David Higgins waited to see if he'd send someone.
A young lady showed up, claimed to be the true owner. She was the registered owner. Ultimately, a quick investigation established that she was what we call a straw man, or somebody who had stepped forward in order to buy and register the car on behalf of Mr. Martinez.
Martinez was nowhere to be found in New York. Acting on a tip that he had traveled to Washington, D.C., agents set up surveillance at the D.C. home of the fugitive's ex-wife. In the early hours of November 7th, 1991, they spotted Martinez getting into his ex-wife's with the weekend's receipts. This time,
driver
wasn't driving. It was the Monday after Thanksgiving with the weekend's receipts. Made their move.
Hello, driver.
It was the Monday after Thanksgiving with the weekend's receipts. The fugitive's ex-wife pulled over.
Driver. E.
It was the
driver. Over. Driver.
The cocaine in his possession helped cement the case against one of the biggest drug traffickers on the East Coast.
Over.
Ultimately, Mr. Martinez pled guilty to an indictment in the Eastern District of Virginia, which accused him of trafficking in over 1,000 kilograms of cocaine. The wholesale value of that would be $20 million.
Investigators also had evidence against Martinez on several gangland murders to make sure that Bell would never be able to take another life.
Evidence shows it's evidence shows he's doing
Bell would never be able to take another life.
Evidence shows it's not the he's doing
Bell would never be able to take another life.
Evidence shows it's not the he's doing
it. Killing his partner, Richard Porter.
Water.
Martinez had begun to suspect his partner had been cheating him out of hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Con.
He said that more than a year earlier, on January 4th, 1990, he and an associate had taken Richard Porter for a ride. Almost immediately, Martinez and the associate each shot him.
Evidence shows it's not the he's doing it.
They dumped his body in the Bronx Park, where it was found the next day. Martinez's 1-year anniversary of missing drug money prompted a lead for case agent John McCarran. It had nothing to do with until the 1-year anniversary of the crime. Prompted a lead for case agent John McCarran. No evidence or testimony linked to the 1-year anniversary of the crime. Prompted a lead for case agent John McCarran. He went to prison for life.
Evidence shows it's not the Heath's doing it.
Although they had put away a major drug dealer, the local and federal investigators of the C-11 squad were no closer to solving the murder of Donnell Porter. They reviewed FBI intelligence already gathered on other Harlem gangsters who might have federal warrant for Shannon killing Richard Porter.
3 is
with the help of Sanders' statement. Farley issued a federal warrant. One Shannon stood out as likely suspect.
3 is
with the help of Sanders' statement. Farley issued a federal warrant for Shannon. They were known
prison
preacher crew. The gang's leader was
Heath
Clarence
detected
Preacher
unlawful surveillance. Federal.
FBI Special Agent Joe Walsh, formerly of the C-11 squad, knew the preacher and his crew were well entrenched and very dangerous.
Intelligence.
Preacher crew was the established crew in the neighborhood, for a long time.
Prison.
Preacher been keeping around people's homes.
Detected surveillance.
Everybody knew by his nickname, the Black Man of Death, and everybody was definitely crazy.
NYPD Sergeant James Moore of the C-11 squad learned the preacher had a reputation for violence. But the gangster was an elusive figure. He spent 17 years hunting for the elusive terrorist known as the Unabomber.
No matter how church-going they are,
spent 17
no matter
years hunting for
whether
the
they're
elusive
businessmen or local drug dealers, they all have a preacher story. They all know
spent
the
17 years hunting
Ask
for the
any of them to
elusive
describe
terrorist
preacher to you,
as
or
the
the majority of
Unabomber.
them, they're not going to be able to.
Arena.
Because this guy was an infamous legend in Harlem.
The players in Harlem's drug underworld had carved up the area into zones. Each block, each alley was the established turf of a single dealer. As it processed the area.
Cat.
Where the van had been parked, they found a cigarette butt and a pair had processed the area.
Cat.
But where the van had been parked, they found a cigarette he considered and a pair had processed the area.
Cat.
Where the van had been parked, they found his money not by dealing drugs, but by taxing other dealers.
Play.
But he was mostly into extortion, extorting drug dealers. These are guys that were violent in their own right. He would go up and claim their car. If a drug dealer looked like he was getting paid, so to say, he was driving a brand new full-size Mercedes-Benz, and Preacher liked that car, that was Preacher's.
Those who argued with Preacher paid a heavy price. It was a system that made him a rich man.
If you're hitting every other drug dealer on the streets, 2,000 hit, 3,000 hit, 5,000 hit, that's a lot of money. It adds up. And believe me, they all paid.
As they spoke, the police dispatch announced a murder
or to keep the visit, and they'd wind up dead.
The Preacher's history of extortion announced a likely suspect in the abduction and murder of Donnell Porter. As they spoke,
are not
the basic structure of the Preacher crew,
including some of his other main guys in his crew.
The Preacher's main lieutenant was a man named John Cuff. He was a particularly dangerous criminal, according to C11's detective Vinnie Flynn.
John Cuff was an ex-New York City housing cop. As a cop,
detected surveillance, detected
bodyguard, worked for Preacher. So they were driving through the neighborhood and were stopped. John Cuff had a shield where he would probably be let go and not given a summons or anything further would happen.
Four is not Heath's.
John Cuff had a reputation of one to be feared, very violent person.
Yet no evidence linked either man to Donnell Porter. Though C11 suspected Preacher was involved in the deadly kidnapping, he
evidence shows it's not the Heath's. C11.
He distanced himself from most of the crimes, having his main lieutenant and other henchmen carry out his orders.
Crime.
I know you got so much. I know you got so much, man.
You not Heath's.
At Preacher's command, their brutal extortion tactics earned them
one of the fears I had was if I did have to shoot at him,
effectively insulate their crew against investigation.
One of the fears I had was if I did have to shoot at him, that
AC,
someplace up in
Hollywood. One of the fears I had was
if I did have cast on his hand, we know he broke your hand, and the shop owner would say, I don't know what you're talking about. And that shop owner would be paying rent, or tax to Preacher. But
Heath don't know the whole.
With people too afraid to talk,
Heath don't know the whole.
On New Year's Eve, to Nebraska State Police Sergeant emergency units responded to a call in the Preacher's territory.
We had learned that the victim had
been laid dead to Nebraska State Police Sergeant Lynn Williams.
We had learned that the victim had drove
to Nebraska State Police Sergeant Lynn Williams. His family survived the harrowing ordeal.
We had learned that
They described how the killers pulled up next to him on the street and opened fire. They claimed they didn't know who did it or why.
Learn.
And like Donnell's kidnapping, no one in the neighborhood admitted seeing anything. It was another tragic killing in Harlem that might go unsolved. The C11 squad had to breach the area's violently enforced code of silence and finally get insiders to talk. A shocking drive-by shooting was added to the list of unsolved murders in Harlem.
Kill him.
With witnesses too afraid
Please
to cooperate
go away.
with police, the case was open for 2 years. Then in 1994, the C11 squad found a witness who told them the shooter was a Preacher crew member named Malou.
He became a so-called director of security for the Preacher organization. He he was in charge of a group of members who were known as the janitors. The janitors were the people that had to clean up the problems or the mess of the family. And you couldn't be a janitor unless you killed someone.
Take your rifle, go around back, get on the back.
To get more on Malik and the preacher crew, C-11 tried to send in undercover officers.
Go around back.
It was yet another dead end, according to FBI Special Agent Joe Walsh.
Man down on Ayers, they said PD was not either.
We weren't able to really get in, so to speak, and get an undercover in there to buy narcotics from Preacher, because Preacher was very, very careful.
Janitors.
He's a very smart man, and we couldn't get the undercover, close to him.
The preacher had closed ranks, ordering the people he extorted not to sell to new buyers and to keep a low profile on the street. Investigators needed a witness with close ties to the crew.
Cover.
They distributed business cards, hoping one would find its way to an insider willing to talk. Their persistence paid off. In April 1994, a crew member contacted the C-11 squad because he realized his life was in danger.
Stand by. That might be the same with the other man down hole.
You not Heaths.
This was the
He said the
first
preacher
time
had started going after his own
who
crew
all
members.
was involved and the names of the individual.
Preacher had killed 2 of the
This
informant's
was the first
partners.
time we had actually learned who all was involved and the names of the individual.
Head.
Fearing he was next,
This was the first
he
time
asked
we
Sergeant
actually
James
learned
Marr for
who all
protection.
was involved and the name. Who was a stone cold killer himself.
Listening.
He became an informant that was so fearful of Preacher and of being killed like his partners had, that he came to me, that he came to us, that he gave us information on specific crimes, that he talked about crimes that had been unsolved for years.
Investigators were frustrated that the informant knew nothing of 12-year-old Donnell Porter's kidnapping and murder. But he did give investigators their first specific insider information about Preacher Heatley's organization. He was starting to see civil misunderstanding. He mentioned a killing basement that the crew used as a meeting place and execution chamber. He was starting...
Investigate.
At some meetings,
You
Preacher
are
would call
nothing
for a
to
vote on the
Heath.
fate of gang members who had fallen out of favor.
Investigate.
If the majority voted thumbs down, Preacher ordered a murder.
Understand.
In March 1994, Preacher called for a
Shows
vote on
it's
the
not the Heath's
janitor
doing.
who had done the drive-by shooting. He believes Malik could no longer be trusted.
Shows it's not the Heath's video. T.
The vote was thumbs down.
Shows it's not the Heath's doing. Investigate.
Long described to be. Preacher summoned Malik to headquarters. Malik Thorne is there to take part in the beating of a crew member that he had problems with many strategies for capturing him.
Victims.
Once he found out like Gale was many strategies for capturing, Malik was excited when others invited him to the
Victims.
basement. Once he found out like Gale many strategies for capturing them.
Victims.
If you went down there and you were followed in there, somebody was behind you, you won't come in alive.
T. Investigate.
What's up, everybody? This is Matt Brown with another
He was gaining too much
video on
influence
my
within the
desk.
organization.
I have an automatic license
Preacher
plate
wouldn't
that I have acquired from eBay, and these
Malik
devices have
pleaded
been
for his life.
the topic of news articles recently discussing
But the order
security
had been given.
vulnerabilities and privacy risks that are all associated to these
Guards in return. At Preacher's command, other janitors used a circular saw to his chamber.
Guards in return fire.
State Blackburn is forced to abandon the truck. The informant said that Preacher ordered him and another crew member to dispose of the body. Blackburn is forced to abandon the truck. They poured acid on Malik's arms to remove gang tattoos that could link him to the crew. State. Then they left the body parts in several crumbling, abandoned buildings.
They kept Malik's head in a refrigerator for a couple of weeks, and they kind of paraded it around on a stick. You know, that's how Preacher would, keep the fear
FBI
of
taped the conversation.
fear of God, so to speak, in the younger Turks in his organization.
The FBI taped the conversation. The fear was too much for the informant, though he knew leaving the crew was equivalent to a death sentence.
Do not heed.
He hoped the C-11 squad could protect
FBI.
Brenda, 36. Any crew, contact Brenda, 36.
It didn't take long for word to get back to the Preacher that the informant had cooperated.
Is she saying
One
that
day,
she's
the
hiding in her
informant was leaving the New
bathroom?
York courthouse.
That
He
she's hearing
spotted Preacher and
noises.
Cuff.
Unknown informants inside the residence can hear things being moved around.
He was sure they were there to abduct and kill him. He went to his car and called his C-11 ambulance.
The informant advised me that
in the Preacher's territory.
Informant.
Scared to death.
A former member of the Preacher crew feared the gang was out to kill him for cooperating with authorities.
Her disappearance is special time. Then, without warning, the little girl was gone.
Agents and detectives from the FBI C-11 squad came to his aid just in time.
The little girl was gone.
646.
They arrested Maine Lieutenant John Cuff and the crew leader himself, Clarence Preacher Heatley.
You not Heaths.
Sergeant James Marr and the other arresting agents searched the vehicle.
It's not informant.
And John
doing
Barnes,
Good.
all convicted of murder and sentenced to
there was
life.
evidence inside, including
CIA,
information
it's
about
not
my
the
informant.
And
Heaths
John
doing
Barnes
it.
Masks,
were all
tape.
convicted of murder
It was
and
apparent
sentenced to
at the
life.
time that my
Heat.
informants
It's not the
feeling
Heaths
sure that he was
agents.
going to be abducted.
On.
And sentenced to life.
But no one could prove that the men were coming to
Evidence
kill the
shows
informant.
it's not the Heaths doing it.
The Preacher and Cuff were released. The incident brought the C-11 squad's investigation of the crew into the open.
Engine.
That's
A.
when it became apparent that they were being investigated by the FBI.
Open.
Here's this detective that they know from the 3-2, that when he does make an arrest, makes arrests with FBI agents. It became apparent
You
to Cuff and Preacher that the FBI was breathing down their necks.
is Heaths.
When he told her to tilt her head, she did.
160.
Preacher
And then
further insulated her.
Investigate.
When he told the FBI her head
Detected
by going after
surveillance.
his organization. And then it all turned
Trust
around.
is
When he
Heaths,
used
you
federal
not
racketeering
Heaths.
statutes to her head, she did. And then originally designed
Head.
to bring down organized crime families. RICO requires that strict criteria are met, according to FBI Special Agent Joe Walsh.
Them.
You have to have your organization. You have to have your leader, which in this case was Preacher, and he has to have 5 or more people working underneath him, to facilitate the conspiracy.
Detected surveillance.
But you also need
C-11 investigators surveilled the Preacher, gathering evidence
Down.
to support the RICO case. With the help of Sanders' statement, Farley issued a federal warrant for Shannon Nagowski. It seemed the pressure of C-11's investigation was getting to Sanders' statement. Farley issued a federal warrant for Shannon Nagowski. From an informant, agents learned he was ordered the murder of his main lieutenant, State John Cuff. Farley issued a federal warrant for Shannon Nagowski. Agents were obligated to warn Cuff of the hit.
You not Heaths.
I reached for my
Federal.
shield. He goes, I know who you are. You don't have to show me your shield. I said, John, I just wanted to let you know that there's a contract out in your life. And I swear there's nothing but
John.
space when you look in his eyes. And he goes, everybody wants me dead.
Killing.
Wearing a wire and talking to the other
Evidence
was undaunted by the threat. We wanted to get
Killing.
wearing a wire.
Though the preacher was tightening his grip on
Evidence.
investigators still needed to get evidence of the crimes the crew
Killing.
committed to support the racketeering organization.
Federal.
As more buyers and sellers were
Agents.
arrested, some agreed to cooperate, helping to outline the group in detail,
You not
according to
Heaths.
Detective Vinnie Flynn.
We obtained informants through narcotics investigations, arrests made by
Tallahassee, Florida.
the 3-2
When a man
precinct and the
approached
3-2
not
detective
Heaths.
squad. Through information they developed and informants they developed.
When a man
Because of
You
arrests,
not Heaths.
information was compiled, which built a case
King
against
is
the
Heaths.
preacher.
When a man approached her,
You not Heaths. Federal.
Unfortunately, no one had information on the Donnell Porter murder.
There was this girl who went to the park, and so we took her
But one arrested crew member offered details of another murder committed by the crew, hoping for leniency.
Group.
He said they decided they didn't want to pay for a shipment of drugs. They told the supplier that a young woman had stolen them
Acid.
and that they would take care of her.
Heath detected unlawful surveillance. Info. Woman.
They brought her to a Harlem apartment, telling her they wanted her to hear a record they had produced.
Detected surveillance.
62-10-4.
Info.
She hadn't stolen any drugs. Visitors filed into a Sacramento courtroom for the long-awaited trial. That didn't matter to the crew.
Lies.
In the front, visitors filed into a Sacramento courtroom for the long-awaited trial of the informant explained
Detected
how the
surveillance.
crime scene. In the front, then filed into a Sacramento abandoned building for the long-awaited trial of Ted Kaczynski. He couldn't remember exactly which building it was. In August 1996, after more than 5 years of meticulous investigation,
Stolen,
the U.S.
not
Attorney's Office
Heaths.
of the Southern District of New York decided they had
Escape.
enough for indictments and arrests on federal RICO charges. On
Informant.
November 15th, 1979, the first indictment was against Clarence Preacher Heatley and John Cuff. On November 15th, 1979, the indictment American Airlines Flight 444. On November 15th, 1979, got out to the Preacher. American Airlines Flight forever. Investigators staked out Preacher's Harlem headquarters.
Charlie 2.
They hoped news of the indictments hadn't been leaked, and that if they found him, they could arrest him without a fight. They knew Preacher was surrounded by armed men, willing to kill at his
Anyway. You not Heaths. Colt.
In late 1996,
Anyway.
the C-11 squad was ready to arrest
You not
Clarence
Heaths.
Preacher Heatley. No one had seen
Anyway,
him.
not Heaths. You not. Federal.
On August 12th, he emerged from his headquarters.
Active.
Detectives made sure he was alone, then moved in.
414 location.
Cows.
As he was arrested, the elusive gang leader remained. The manifesto appeared in a special section of the Post on September 19th,
Heath is
1995. As soon as
You
he
not.
was in custody, the manifesto appeared in a special
Federal.
section of the Lieutenant on September 19th, 1995. The manifesto appears in a special section of the Post on September 19th, 1995. Arrest teams prepared for simultaneous takedowns. They had to strike fast, full
Worse.
force, to arrest gang members safely. The Detective Vinnie Flynn and other C-11 investigators developed more cooperating witnesses among the arrested crew members.
Keep up with him in four-wheel drive in the pickup
Once
he
people
had.
were arrested,
He went down to a ranch place and across
they agreed to cooperate.
keep up with him in four-wheel drive in the pickup he had.
That they were used by
he
the
went down to a ranch place and across
felt that if in some cases
keep up with him in four-wheel drive in the pickup he had.
They would have been killed too.
Federal. He went down to a ranch
this
place
was
and
their way out of the preacher crew and from under Clarence Heatley's control.
Investigators learned in which Harlem buildings the crew dumped some of their victims. Finding physical evidence was crucial in order to prosecute the RICO case.
Charlie 160, Charlie 220 has
one building was a shell, partially collapsed on the inside, further complicating the retrieval. After days of excavating tons of rubble, a body was discovered. Lab examiners determined it was the body of the young mother who had been killed as a cover for stolen drugs.
Primary.
She had been shot in an apartment in an adjacent building. Evidence response teams checked the apartment.
Clear. Evidence shows it's not the Heath's doing it.
And
Friend.
in the refrigerator, there was a lot of blood still left in the apartment. And inside the refrigerator, there was Malik's blood when they
Friend.
kept the sample. They were able to trace that at the lab.
Cover.
Malik and
Friend.
several others had been killed in the basement of the preacher's
Stolen,
head.
not Heath's.
Crime scene technicians processed the basement. Arrested crew members said Preacher had them scrub the place with boric acid after each killing.
Video.
Somebody on Hispanic male wearing all black clothing.
Most of the basement was clean. She aggressively came from what she didn't know. The technicians were able to recover traces of blood on the window brand and on the saw blade that had been used to dismember Malik. She knew two of the tires with a common Goodyear Viva brand.
Friend.
But the investigation was not over. She knew
Friend.
the abduction and murder of young Goodyear Porter was still unsolved.
Morning, gentlemen.
Answers about his death finally came from an unlikely source. An assistant district attorney convinced the boy's uncle, preacher crew member John Apple Porter, to come in to talk. Minutes later,
Video.
appeared. He was one of the crew's
Video.
main players left minutes later and had been led by
Vision.
his speech. 2 attempts had been made on his life. The DA suggested that Porter cooperate to earn
Vision.
protection in prison. He confessed to several murders and revealed what happened to his nephew Donnell. According to Sergeant James Marr, the kidnapping was prompted by jealousy and greed.
The underlying
Later.
factor with Johnny Porter, Johnny Apples, with the kidnapping was when he came home from prison, Richie Porter,
On
was
November
nephew,
15th,
was a big
Never.
drug dealer.
American
He was
Airlines
getting paid. Richie Porter used to wear a lot of gold. He used to really like flashy
On November
cars.
15th,
He was making a lot
Never.
of money.
American
He wasn't giving
Airlines
it to
Flight
Johnny Porter.
444.
Johnny Porter felt
Later.
he was owed this.
On
He
November
decided to take
15th,
it.
1979,
He took it.
American
He snatched
Airlines
the kid.
Flight.
Odd.
Porter said the preacher agreed to the
Johnny.
kidnapping. He sent one of his janitors, Malik. They believed Richard Porter would pay anything to get his brother back. They kept the boy in a basement where no one knowingly protecting the Agostins, and they were convicted of the robbery and murder. They cut off his fingers and recorded the boy's pleas for help. But if Sanders was knowingly protecting the Agostins, and they were convicted of the robbery and murder, Sanders would be jailed. But if Sanders was knowingly protecting the Agostins, and they were convicted of the robbery and murder, his own drug Sanders, and enough to cripple Richard Porter.
What time was it?
When Richard couldn't come up with that amount of cash, they lowered it to $350,000.
Did you hold that in his hand?
Then the unexpected happened. Preacher and Apple learned that Richard Porter was the horror of the last 9 days had broken her mentally.
Escape.
But the horror of the last 9 days had broken her. Preacher Heatley later told Special Agent Joe Walsh that his decision. But the horror of the last 9 days had broken her mentally.
And told me exactly what happened. He looked me right in the eye and said, I couldn't let that boy live after what had happened.
John Porter insisted that it was Malik who actually did the killing. Malik was later killed and dismembered at the preacher's command. Officer Rivera drove up just as they planned. John Porter was sentenced to natural life. Officer Rivera drove up just as they planned. Because of the evidence collected by the C11 squad, Officer Rivera drove up just as they planned. Their leader, Clarence Preacher Heatley, pled guilty to federal racketeering charges that included drug trafficking, assault, and murder. He was sentenced to life with no chance of parole. He and his crew will never again terrorize the streets of Harlem.
It's estimated that they're responsible for approximately 45 murders that we're aware of. Numerous robberies. If you add the extortion, these people were a decade-long or better crime wave than themselves. They were just amazing at the devastation that they caused in these communities.
That changed when the C11 squad dismantled the preaching crew before it. Since the case was closed, the heart was seen as
All in all, the 32nd precinct was running somewhere between 15 and 20 homicides a year, down from the 70s, down from 70 a year in the late 80s during the crack cocaine boom. I think we accomplished quite a bit with this case, and the drug organization doesn't exist anymore, so we can't hurt anybody else.
In the 1980s, two partners created a nightclub.
It was clear
that would bring them wealth and international fame. The male strip club phenomenon promised female patrons fun and excitement, but the bright lights hit a dark side. I'm Jim Kalster, former head of the FBI's New York office. The FBI would launch a sting operation spanning 2 continents to bring down a man who killed for profit.
New York City is famous for its show business tradition. Within a 4-block radius of Times Square, hundreds of offices are rented by producers looking for their next hit. One such place was on the 15th floor of a building on West 40th Street. In 1987, it was home to Unicorn Productions.
On the dog. She didn't have any. It was third party.
Nick Denoya was its founder and president.
But they're handling the law enforcement end of it. Do you need...
Curiously, the 5-time Emmy Award-winning children's television producer became best known as the producer and vice president of Chippendales, the exotic male dancers. On April 7th, 1987, he was gunned down. A colleague heard the shot.
Well, he's asking to be spoken to. We need to send somebody over there, unfortunately.
quietly slipped into the small town of Lincoln, Montana. The FBI kept careful surveillance on Kaczynski's quietly slipped into the small town of Lincoln, Montana. The FBI kept careful surveillance on Kaczynski's quietly slipped into the small town of Lincoln, Montana. The FBI kept careful surveillance.
1503, copy, direct on back up. Over. Give me a call here at the office for a walk-in. And show me a precinct 5 case number, please. Here at the office for a walk-in. And show me a precinct 5 case number, please. Over. He did advise he was not given a direct location, just that he belonged to 514 Breckenridge. 270, Stapleton goes off.
145, I'll be checking Sunset Lake Park. BTO. Over Sunset Lake. They're going to be at 4641.
4641, Yolanda, so far.
Department of Economics, San Francisco State University.
Executive.
Department of Economics, San Francisco State University.
Executive.
Department of Economics, San Francisco State University.
3158.
Executive.
There were people who cared.
Never.
There were people who cared. He found Denoya dead on the floor and called 911.
Never.
There were people who cared.
Never.
Oh, yes. A man has just been shot in my office.
Hold on, he's got to connect with the
Oh, please. Thanks.
111, there's nothing showing.
Emergency vehicles arrived moments later. NYPD crime technicians gathered evidence. They recovered a shell casing from a 9mm automatic weapon. Denoya's colleague told homicide detective Michael Geddes that a strange man had entered the office just prior to the shooting.
He said maybe about a half hour ago,
was sure Lawson had snitched.
45 minutes ago, somebody came into the office and said to him, "Are you
He
Nick?"
began to tell others
And he said, "No, Nick is in the other office, and he's busy right now."
He began to tell others investigators. The associate pointed the man to Denoya's office. He never saw the stranger's face. The witness told detectives that moments later, he noticed the same man in the bathroom.
While he was in the bathroom, he heard this guy leaving the bathroom, and a couple of seconds later, he heard the door to his office open up. And then he heard a gunshot.
The last sound the witness heard was the exit door to the stairwell swing open, then close. Detective Geddes traced the killer's path, hoping to find something along the way that would point to his identity.
I took down the route that I thought the shooter might have taken to see if there was any evidence or anything. And I ran down the 15 floors, I believe it was. And when I got down to the end, there was two
Helicopter.
exits. One would lead to the lobby area, one would lead to the freight elevator area. So I exited out of the freight elevator area, then came back in and exited out of the lobby area just to get a feel for the scene.
On the ground floor, detectives investigated the freight area. They dusted for prints, but were unable to lift any that were usable. The freight elevator operator had seen a man run through the door and out to the street. He recalled that the suspect wore jeans and had dark hair.
He also gave us the exit of how the fella came out of the building as he exited the building on 40th Street, and when he came out, he made a left towards 8th Avenue.
With every previous upstairs, two city detectives arrived with Nick DeNoya's brother Val from New Jersey to identify the body. With every previous device habitating Thomas Moser, the men had been close. With every, Val was devastated by the sight of his murdered brother. Afterwards, Val DeNoya came to the precinct to help investigators in any way he could. Nick's brother wanted the case solved as soon as possible. Detective Geddes had checked his car. Something that agents say solitary under custody.
Being a detective, one of the hardest things to do is to tell somebody,
his car.
You know, that hey, we're not going to be able to solve this case right away unless you know something that can help us. And I explained to him at that time, I said, look, if there was something that happened here in the New York area, maybe it was a business relationship here, or a relationship, a love relationship, or some kind of emotional type of relationship, we have a good shot of solving that crime right away.
For Val DeNoya, one name came to mind, his brother's business partner, Steve Banerjee. Banerjee had known Nick DeNoya since the early 80s. Val told the detective that his brother met him in Los Angeles. Nick DeNoya had traveled to LA hoping to build upon the success he enjoyed in New York. The five-time Emmy Award-winning producer fielded many offers, but one man in particular was relentless in his pursuit.
Killing.
Steve Banerjee, the East Indian immigrant and entrepreneur who had dreamt up Chippendale's male exotic dance review, wanted DeNoya to fashion a more refined act. Though ladies-only nights in LA were extremely popular, Banerjee wanted a dance troupe worthy enough to draw audiences in New York and Las Vegas. He believed that Nick DeNoya was the man who could make that dream come true. Val DeNoya said that his brother was reluctant at first, feeling the act was too sleazy. When Banerjee promised him all touring rights and 50% of its proceeds, DeNoya accepted the offer. Nick polished the routine and booked the troupe at Club Magique in New York. The newly styled Chippendales dancers became an instant hit. But shortly after his success, Val told the detective that Nick's relationship with Banerjee had soured. Banerjee demanded a larger percentage of the touring profits, but Nick refused to give in.
Charlie 130, Charlie 230, Charlie 260.
They were always constantly arguing, and they were arguing about different ends of the business, and you know, it's just like regular business partners. You know, they were having trouble, and DeNoya was starting to take his troupe out, and he was going to form a new business.
In the weeks prior to his death, Nick was negotiating touring deals for a troupe he designed to compete directly with Chippendales. Stealing market share from Chippendales could cost Banerjee millions. Val offered the detectives his brother's financial aid. NYPD set up surveillance at Nick DeNoya's funeral since detectives suspected he'd been murdered by someone who knew. Nick's brother would help identify as many mourners as possible. Nick's partner, Steve Banerjee, was among those who paid their respects. The following day, investigators phoned Banerjee in California to inquire about his relationship with his late partner. For Detective Geddes, the interview had a subtler agenda than fact-finding.
We were trying to get what we call a negative interview. You know, where if he says, no, I had nothing to do with it, we were great friends, and and things like that, just to try to disprove things that were starting to be said. So if later on it was involved with him, we could just tie it all together.
Dispatch.
You know, like I said to you,
Banerjee never contradicted what police already knew. He acknowledged that he and Denoya did not get along, and admitted that he was upset that his partner had formed a new dance troupe.
Someone who can verify that for you. Any help that I can do, officer.
Banerjee added that on April 7th, the day of the murder, he had been in Los Angeles the entire day.
Yeah, you know.
That did not rule out the possibility that a hitman had been hired. But detectives had nothing to prove it. The Denoya family offered a substantial reward for anyone who came forward with information. Police received several calls, but none panned out. Appointee carried on an illicit
We always
affair
felt
for wealthy
this fellow,
married
Steve
couples.
Banerjee, had something to do with it. But nobody could really give us any concrete evidence or even steer us in a direction where we could tie anybody into what happened.
The political appointee carried on an lacking any other lead. The freight elevator operator from Denoya's building provided his description of the man he saw run from the stairwell. Though he had seen him only briefly, police hoped it would be enough to prompt someone else's memory.
Pretty much.
Police canvassed the lobby of Denoya's office building well into the evening.
He became the murder capital of the nation. Few were left untouched
They
by
asked
gang
everyone
violence,
who worked there if they
which was ignited
recognized the
by the drug
sketch.
trade. He became the murder capital of the nation. Few were
None
left
did.
untouched by gang violence, which was ignited by the drug
The
trade.
killer had apparently
He became the murder
vanished in the
capital of
middle
the
of a
nation.
workday
Few were
amongst
left
millions
untouched
of
by
New
gang
York City
violence,
communities.
which was ignited by the drug trade.
Well, basically, the investigation just, it kind of hit a brick wall. And we really weren't going anywhere with it. We had a sketch that was out there. There was a reward that was out there. There was we even put it on television, trying to get some assistance, figuring if, the person that did this was from another state, that somebody would give us the information. But we constantly hit that brick wall, and it wasn't going anywhere.
No new leads surfaced. To New York City police, it looked as if the killer had gotten away with murder. 4 years had passed since Chippendale's choreographer Nick Denoya had been murdered in his Manhattan office. The case remained unsolved. Then, in July 1991, over 2,500 miles away, Special Agent Dan West at the FBI's Las Vegas field office received a call. It was from a man who claimed he had been hired to kill 2 people for $25,000.
I immediately wasn't sure whether or not he was just a prank call. It's not unusual for the FBI, especially in Las Vegas on the weekend, to receive prank calls, a lot of alcohol flowing. So I asked him to give me specific details of the alleged planned murder.
The caller said that a man named Ray Cologne had hired him to kill 2 managers of a male exotic dance troupe touring England. They were competitors of the Chippendales dancers. The source said he did not know why Cologne wanted the men dead, but for some reason the would-be hitman had decided not to go through with it.
I'm not sure if the source backed out because of Good Samaritan reasons or because he chickened out. He flew to England and then flew back to the United States almost immediately. I think he flew into Los Angeles and then drove to Las Vegas, basically to hide out.
The agent told the source to meet him at the office at 5 o'clock the next morning.
To restrain him, had soot on the hands.
He needed to somehow confirm the caller's story. Kaczynski admitted nothing.
He also said that he had worked with the DEA in prior investigations as an informant, and he provided me with the name of a DEA agent in Houston who could vouch for him.
The DEA agent confirmed that he had previously worked with the source and insisted that the man was to be trusted. After the FBI arranged protection for the intended victims in England, the informant described the murder plan. Preparations were made a few days earlier at the Los Angeles home of his former landlord, Ray Colon, the man who had hired him.
The chair and also a duct
Colon
tape.
led the would-be hitman to his garage, where they met Colon's brother-in-law, who had recently returned from scouting the victims in England. He told the informant that he could find his targets in the town of Blackpool on July 20th, when the exotic dancers were scheduled to perform there. Because of England's strict gun laws, smuggling a gun in was out of the question. Instead, Colon instructed the hitman to kill his victims by fatal injection. He mixed a dose of cyanide powder into a small vial. They figured it could be smuggled past customs in a bottle of eye drops. The agent needed something more solid than the statement of one informant to bring in Ray Colon. He consented to get Colon on tape. The reformed hitman would call Colon and pretend that he was still in England.
What we were trying to get from the telephone conversations was strong evidence that Colon was a part of the plan to kill the two intended victims, if not the organizer of the plan. We had the information from the source, but we had to verify that through the tape conversations.
6320 for an OB call. Maybe 3406 County Road 22 CS12.
Ray!
3406 County Road 22
Are you sure that damn stuff is going to work? It's pretty red, buddy.
County Road 67.
Man, I don't want it.
25-year-old female.
How long is it going to take before they croak and
The FBI taped the conversation.
Is that immediately, if not sooner?
Yeah, right. Bishop Channel 1248.
The FBI taped the conversation.
That's going to kill him right away, then, huh? Okay.
The FBI taped the conversation.
It was evident from the beginning that Ray Colon was not only a participant in this murder for hire scheme, but that he was actually the director of it. Colon provided numerous suggestions to the source on how to best effect the death of these two intended victims.
What wasn't evident from the recordings was a motive for killing two managers of an exotic male dance troupe.
Do you know who hired Colon?
During the conversations, Colon had made reference to a third man who was providing money for the double murder. But the informant told Agent West that he did not know the man's name. 2 days later, on Wednesday, July 25th, 1991, a federal judge in California was convinced that the FBI had enough probable cause to search Colon's Los Angeles home.
What's up?
Colon was surprised by the warrant. It limited the agent's search to cyanide, travel records to England, and correspondence that could link Colon and his brother-in-law to the intended murder. In the bedroom, they found flyers for the male exotic dance tour in England.
Harry, let me have a bag, will you?
They also found 2 handguns in a drawer. Records indicated they had been legally purchased by Ray Colon. And since the warrant didn't specify weapons, the guns were not seized. In the garage, agents did find something the warrant had specified.
They walked toward his cabin.
A bag filled with cyanide.
They didn't want Kaczynski to suspect there was anybody sneaking up on him.
It corroborated their informant's story.
They didn't want Kaczynski to suspect there was anybody sneaking up on him.
Then, one agent found something that would break the case wide open.
During the course of the search warrant, we found Colon's address book. Special Agent Andy Stefanik from the Los Angeles office was going through that book, and he noticed the name of Steve Banerjee.
Agent West also discovered that Steve Banerjee, the well-known Los Angeles owner of Chippendale's nightclub, had called Colon recently.
Camacho became furious.
The toll record showed several conversations, several calls going back and forth between Banerjee and Colon.
Camacho became furious.
In addition, that same day, we received the results of interviews from the British police on the intended victims and both indicated that Steve Banerjee was the only person they could possibly think of who would have a motive to kill them or would even want to kill them.
The two managers of the rival male dance troupe believed that Banerjee wanted them dead to stop them from competing with Chippendales. This was the same motive that New York authorities suspected was behind the murder of Banerjee's former business partner, Nick DeNoia. Agents called New York City homicide detective Michael Geddes to find out more about the 5-year-old DeNoia murder.
All of a sudden, I got a phone call from the FBI. I really got excited at that point because it was already maybe 5 years, 5.5 years or so. So it looked like we might have the opportunity to give the family their final piece.
But neither the NYPD nor the FBI had direct evidence against Steve Banerjee. And agents were still unsure if Cologne would be able to assist the murder investigation.
We at that time did not know whether or not Cologne was involved in the Nick DeNoia murder. The composite picture resembled Cologne, but it certainly wasn't a match.
Despite their uncertainty about Cologne's role in DeNoia's murder, they had strong evidence against him for conspiracy to commit murder. Faced with stiff jail time, the FBI believed he would talk.
Cologne knew that he had to take a hit. There was no question about that. He was caught red-handed in the planning of the murder of two individuals. So he had to accept the fact that he was going to go down for some time himself, but that it was going to be a lot less time in jail if he worked with us.
And of the Unabomb task force.
On August 2nd, 1991, agents arrested Cologne and his brother-in-law for conspiracy to commit murder. Cologne's arrest would increase the pressure to tell the FBI what he knew about Steve Banerjee and the murder of Banerjee's partner, Nick DeNoia. What the FBI didn't count on was that Cologne's arrest would make Chippendales owner Steve Banerjee far more elusive.
I'm seeing that she drives a white passenger car possibly.
In August 1991, the FBI arrested Ray Cologne and his brother-in-law in Los Angeles for conspiracy to commit murder. Their two targets, who escaped unharmed, were managers of a male exotic dance troupe touring England.
It was clear from the beginning.
Agents believed that a third man, Steve Banerjee, creator of Chippendales, had hired them to kill them. Special Agent Dan West needed more than a hunch to arrest Banerjee. He hoped that Ray Cologne would provide something more solid.
He knew that that his best chances of getting the best deal were to cooperate with the FBI. He had indicated to us that
of the Illinois State Police responded.
We only had a small fraction of the story. He took a sheet of paper and he said, right now you have
Illinois State
this,
Police
and I can give you the whole page.
Detective surveillance.
As agents had suspected, Cologne admitted that Steve Banerjee was the man who had hired him to carry out the murders.
Detective.
He also told agents that the wealthy Chippendales club owner had ordered the murder of his partner, Nick DeNoia, in New York 5 years before. For consideration of a lighter sentence, Cologne signed a proffer agreeing to help the FBI gather enough evidence to arrest Banerjee. Special Agent Scott Garriola from the FBI's Los Angeles field office learned that Cologne's association with Banerjee had begun by chance over a decade earlier. On elusive killer.
Cologne had lived and managed an apartment building on the same street where Chippendales Los Angeles Club was. And by being so close in proximity, he would frequent the bar and over the course of time became close friends with Banerjee.
Cologne explained that his friend Steve Banerjee had immigrated to the U.S. from India in the early 70s. In 1973, the future millionaire opened a gas station north of the Los Angeles airport. He used the profits to purchase a failing West Los Angeles bar. And by 1976, he turned it into the nightclub that became famous as Chippendales. By then, Cologne had parlayed his friendship with Banerjee into employment. The out-of-work musician was happy to perform any job that Banerjee needed done.
Right off the street.
One service Cologne provided was arson. Banerjee wanted his competitors eliminated. Police issued an APB locally.
Killing.
Cologne confided that Banerjee directed him to burn down nearby competition. APB local.
Killing.
A disco in Santa Monica was the first target in 1979. Police issued an APB local.
Killing.
5 years later, Cologne torched another. Neither arson attempt had been successful, and the clubs remained open. Banerjee didn't limit his targets to buildings. According to Cologne, Banerjee also ordered him to hire a hitman to kill his partner, Nick Denoya. Cologne added that Denoya had successfully sued Banerjee to prevent him from touring a second Chippendales dance troupe. The lawsuit, combined with costly merchandising overruns, forced Banerjee to file for bankruptcy. As instructed, Cologne hired a hitman 3 months earlier. He claimed he remembered only the man's first name, which was Louis. On the day of the murder, Cologne and Louis flew in from LA, rented a car, and drove into Manhattan. Cologne waited on the street with the engine running until Louis returned.
Heath is one you are not.
The DNA was a good match. The following night, Cologne was back in Los Angeles.
Heath is one you are not.
In Chippendale's parking lot, Banerjee paid Cologne $12,000 cash.
Heath is one you
the original
are not.
$25,000 fee. Cologne's story was good, but it was only hearsay from a suspected conspirator. He might say anything to serve less jail time. Special Agent Garriola first needed to verify the facts Cologne had presented. San Francisco State University.
At this point, all we had was somebody in prison telling us, well, it wasn't me, it was somebody else who was behind it. Your initial plan is to corroborate as much as possible what he's telling you. And that's what we did for the first couple of months.
San Francisco State University. With Cologne's credibility secured, the FBI set out to get Banerjee and the hitman who killed his partner. Agents figured the only one Banerjee would trust enough to confess to would be his old friend Ray Cologne, but they needed to get Cologne close enough.
We had Cologne released out of the jail where he was being housed under a proposed medical furlough because of his health problems, and we started sending communications to Banerjee via letter, messenger-delivered letters, and cryptic phone calls to try and get Banerjee to respond to him.
Banerjee refused to return calls or letters. He was suspicious of Cologne, despite having paid him over $200,000 at various drops around the city to keep Cologne loyal since his arrest. The FBI came up with another plan to compel Banerjee to respond to Cologne.
We decided to force the issue and set up a meeting on our own terms. And we had Cologne waiting across the street from Chippendales one morning.
As agents watched, Cologne called to Banerjee when he emerged from the club. The Chippendales owner was curious as to why Cologne was standing outside his establishment. Banerjee spoke to him in whispers, suspecting he may be wired. Agents had no way of knowing what Banerjee might be planning.
We took several precautions. If he carried somebody else, Cologne, to kill somebody, why would he have somebody to kill Cologne?
Hoping to strengthen Banerjee's trust, the released prisoner provided the address of a bar where the suspected murderer was to send more money.
Weight purchases or no more than the $20 bag.
Banerjee didn't trust Cologne, but he couldn't afford to ignore him.
About setting up weight purchases or no more than
he told Cologne to pick up his payment the next evening. Agents set up surveillance on the bar. At about 9 o'clock, Agents observed Banerjee stopping in front, checking the address, and then driving away. A short time later, a messenger delivered a package, prompted a lead for case agent John McCarran. An informant coverage agents retrieved it from inside. Prompted a lead for case agent John McCarran.
Contacted the messenger company that had sent the package. The pickup location where the package was retrieved from was a bakery that was right next door to the building where the Chippendales dancers were practicing and rehearsing.
Back in the FBI offices, agents opened the package, not knowing what might be inside. It contained $14,000.
I guess we got him both.
The payoff meant that Banerjee would continue to keep Ray Cologne close to him. But agents didn't know if Banerjee would talk, or if the hitman, known only as Louis, would ever be found. In the summer of 1992, FBI agents continued to surveil Chippendales club owner Steve Banerjee.
He was starting to see civil suspicion.
He was suspected of ordering the murder of his partner more than 5 years earlier.
He was starting to see civil suspicion.
Ray Cologne, hired by Banerjee to arrange the murder, had been arrested and was cooperating with agents to capture the wealthy club owner. Wearing a wire, Cologne met the East Indian entrepreneur at a hotel in Santa Monica, hoping to get his confession on tape. Special Agent Scott Garriola and his team were stationed nearby.
Banerjee immediately motioned for Cologne to join him in the men's room. When the two of them went into the men's room, and Banerjee told him to be quiet, not to say a word, he searched Cologne about 3 times looking for the wire.
Yeah, no, we're not going in that neighborhood.
Agents worried about what the suspected murderer might do to Cologne if he found the wire. Cologne's life depended on the FBI's skills at concealment.
All right? Okay.
Banerjee never found the wire, but it was clear that he did not completely trust his longtime friend Ray Cologne. Out in the lobby, Banerjee insisted they communicate through notes instead of speaking. Agents recorded only scribbles and listened. Banerjee wanted to know how much Cologne had told the FBI and what they knew about, quote, the deed. Cologne knew the deed referred to the murder of Banerjee's partner. The former musician denied that he had said anything to federal agents.
Once again, we were unsuccessful in getting an audible recording due to the fact that Banerjee basically whispered throughout the whole thing and wrote notes. And when Cologne would raise his voice and try to talk, Banerjee would shush him basically by putting his finger to his mouth and saying, "No, you can't talk."
Banerjee gathered the notes and returned to the rescue.
And then Biden broke it.
This time alone.
They had a deal, which would have been a satisfactory deal to Ukraine and everybody else.
Despite his doubts about Cologne's loyalty, Banerjee handed him another
which
package.
would have been a satisfactory deal to Ukraine
This time
and
in
everybody
plain
else.
view of agents.
And then Biden broke it. They had a deal.
The package
which would
held
have been a satisfactory deal to
$30,000, more than
Ukraine
twice
and
as
everybody
much as
else.
the first. Unfortunately for investigators, there was nothing illegal about giving Cologne cash.
On its face, it's basically a loan for attorney's fees for Cologne. Without the story on tape of how Cologne and Banerjee were partners in these crimes, the money basically was not going to be able to do anything for the case.
After Banerjee's Mercedes was out of sight, agents hoped to retrieve at least a portion of the notes from the meeting. In the men's room under a tree, one agent discovered a scrap of paper. It seemed that Banerjee had flushed the rest. Though it held only a small pen mark, it would help corroborate Cologne's story when it came time to testify at trial. Cologne did not remember the full name of the hitman he had hired in 1987, but he did recall that his first name was Luke, and he lived somewhere in East Los Angeles.
Cologne didn't have a last name for him, didn't have an address.
Are not
He had took him out a couple of times, had him drive us around the area, and he pointed out a house that he thought
that he had cased
are not
cars with two other men. Cologne's memory proved correct. The woman who answered the door was Louis's mother. Since she did not know Cologne, she refused to tell him where her son was. Cologne told her that he wanted to provide work for him and handed her his card to get an ID. And when it finally came, the victim's life. In a few days, Cologne received a call. It took some time to get an ID.
Unfortunately,
and when it finally
what we came across was Louis's brother, Andy, and we had to establish a relationship with Andy to try and find out where Louis was. So we had Cologne talking to Andy about various things. He needed to hire Louis back for a job, same job he had completed a few years prior.
After about a month, Andy finally told Cologne that he could find his brother, Roberto Rivera Lopez, in Los Angeles' county prison. Hilda Smith. Rivera, whose nickname was Louis, was serving time for possession of narcotics and would be out of jail in a few months.
Hoping the mother and sister of his first victim.
As a heroin junkie, he would need fast cash after his release and wanted to know more about Cologne's offer.
Sister of his first victim might stir a confession.
Cologne laid the groundwork once again for this new job that he wanted Rivera to help him with. And the plan that we had set in motion was that there was a witness to the homicide in 1987, and that Louis needed to go back and take care of that witness.
Near the end of 1992, Cologne met with the hitman for the first time in 5 years. With their conversation being monitored, the FBI informant slowly drew Louis Rivera in, detailing a new murder plot. If the FBI ever hoped to get the hitman confessing on tape, it had to be now.
Black and express some surprise. Why would
his release date on the charge he was incarcerated for was, I believe, January 17th of 1993. We were running up against the clock.
Why would Frank
and
Black
one of our concerns was that
Alan clearly didn't want
we had laid the groundwork for Cologne
Black
and Rivera. That when Rivera got out, he was supposed to contact Cologne to go and kill this witness.
Agents' worries were laid to rest. On Christmas Eve 1992, Rivera described his role in the murder of Nick DeNoia.
I'm ready to go get him.
At 3:30 p.m. on April 7th, 1987, Louis arrived on the 15th floor of DeNoia's building disguised as a messenger. The place was empty except for one man in the outer office.
He said as an excuse that they were his only workload.
Moments later, when the office worker entered the men's room, Louis exited to kill DeNoia, figuring there'd be no other witnesses to the crime. He found the producer at his desk, pulled out a 9mm semi-automatic, and fired from 3 feet away. The FBI had it all on tape. Ray Cologne had fulfilled half of his agreement with the FBI to receive sentencing consideration on his charge of conspiracy to commit murder. The other half hinged on his ability to secure a taped confession from the man who had ordered DeNoia's murder, his longtime friend, Steve Banerjee. So far, more than a year after his arrest, Cologne had been unable to do that.
Then Dana recalled the night she'd caught a
By January 1993, the FBI's cooperating witness Ray Cologne had been unable to convince murder suspect Steve Banerjee to discuss aloud the crimes they had planned together. They had met several times, but Banerjee had been too paranoid or too clever to be recorded. At one meeting, Banerjee suggested he'd help Cologne hide out overseas. Special Agent Scott Garriola and his team used Banerjee's suggestion to form a new plan. Perhaps Banerjee could be lured overseas to talk to Cologne on foreign soil.
I don't think it was too difficult on Banerjee's part to accept the fact that Cologne was going to go overseas. I mean, he wanted to be rid of Cologne. He knew Cologne was the only person that could tie him into these various crimes dating back to 1979.
Despite this, time was on the side of since Cologne was still on Banerjee's payroll. The agents believed it was likely that he would visit Cologne in person to be certain that Cologne had what he needed for an extended stay. Despite this, Banerjee wanted Cologne out of his life permanently. The FBI selected Rome as their destination, since Italy's laws and police force are well adapted to surveillance investigations. Agents made extensive preparations before they arrived.
We acquired a phony United States passport for Cologne in an alias name, which you would expect someone who's on the run, a fugitive in another country, to have some kind of phony documentation. We acquired that. We also entered Cologne into the nationwide crime computer as a fugitive. So in the event Banerjee had some kind of private investigator or someone check the computer, it would show that there was a warrant out for Cologne's arrest because he was now a fugitive.
Had to be stopped. With the cooperation of the Italian authorities, the FBI secured an apartment for Cologne in Rome that was wired for recording.
Justin, take your rifle.
When everyone was assembled, Cologne placed a call to Banerjee in California. The East Indian murder suspect understood that Cologne would use the code name Mr. Underwood when he called.
Underwood, how you doing, Steve?
Telephone conversations and other discussions amongst those three suspects. And it did have its desired effect, telephone conversations and other discussions amongst these three suspects. And it did have its desired effect, telephone conversations and other discussions amongst these three suspects.
There was a problem with Banerjee coming to Rome since he was not a United States citizen. He claimed he was not able to obtain a visa in time to enter Italy. And he wanted initially to meet us up by the Italian-Swiss border.
Banerjee finally agreed to meet Cologne in Zurich, Switzerland. The FBI had only a short time to make the new arrangements.
It was quite a challenge to get everything accomplished. Basically, this was a Friday, I believe, and it was basically one day since no one worked on a weekend back in the States. We had to get everything, all the necessary approvals for the travel, the country clearance. We had to get the U.S. Attorney's Office to contact, through a mutual legal assistance treaty, contact their counterparts in Switzerland to get the authority, the legal authority to do the consensual recordings. It was quite arduous, to say the least.
Despite the brief turnaround time, the FBI and Swiss authorities would be ready. The plan was to wire Cologne for a meeting in the hotel lobby. Afterwards, the informant would suggest continuing the meeting in his hotel room, which would be equipped with audio and video devices planted by a special unit of the Swiss police.
I hung up the phone.
Two adjoining rooms were booked in a downtown Zurich hotel.
I hung up the phone when we were done talking.
One room they wired for picture and sound. The room next door would hold the monitoring equipment.
Got my son off to school.
Agents hoped that this time, their efforts would finally be rewarded with Banerjee's confession on tape.
My Dodge truck may be over Hernan Lot area now.
From the time of his arrival at the Zurich airport, Steve Banerjee would be under constant police surveillance. The plan was for Cologne to call Banerjee and arrange a meeting in another hotel late in the afternoon.
You not heaths. You not heaths.
As planned, Banerjee arrived first. Undercover agents and Swiss police were stationed throughout the hotel, dressed as staff. He waited in the bar, where he was expecting Cologne's call. On cue, the phone rang. Cologne was on his way. In June of 1978. This was the FBI's best chance to get the recording in June of 1978. To be sure Banerjee's voice was taped clearly, in June of they hid the wire inside Cologne's outermost layer of clothing, his coat. But Cologne seemed nervous and removed his coat when he arrived. As a result, investigators could no longer hear the conversation. Years of pursuit hung in the balance. When a suspect emerged, a sample of his hair. It seemed unlikely that Banerjee would agree to meet Cologne again anytime soon. When a suspect emerged, a sample of his hair.
We had ourselves a major problem here. So what I initially did was, since I was monitoring the conversation from the outside, I went into the doorway of the restaurant, hopefully in Cologne's point of line of eyesight. And I took my jacket off a couple of times, hoping he would get the idea to put his jacket on.
Okay.
The receptionist.
But the agent couldn't get Cologne's attention.
Testimony isn't going anywhere.
The informant was apparently too nervous to look anywhere except directly at Banerjee.
The Swiss police came to our rescue. They went in there and they closed the whole restaurant down. They went in and talked to the owner, the manager of the restaurant, said, "Hey, we've got a little problem. We need to shut this restaurant down." Fortunately, there weren't too many customers in there, and basically they closed the restaurant down, which forced Cologne and Banerjee to leave the restaurant.
After moving to a noisier bar in the hotel, Cologne suggested they'd be more comfortable relaxing in the room where Cologne was staying. Cologne arrived first. She'd been shopping in a mall. He was met by a Swiss technician who attempted to strip the wire from his jacket before Banerjee arrived. She'd been shopping in a mall. Cologne's device was an unnecessary risk since the room itself was wired. She'd been shopping in a mall.
We didn't know what Banerjee was going to do.
When a man approached
the hotel, not a public place. It was strictly a private place, and we were a little concerned at this point for what Banerjee may have up his sleeve.
Undercover agents alerted the surveillance team that Banerjee had arrived on Cologne's floor. The Swiss tech retrieved the wire and stepped into the adjoining room. Surveillance. They found a large quantity of dry Cologne blood. Barely had time to pour himself a drink before there was a knock on the door. They found a large quantity of dried blood. Detectives. Surveillance. They found the first thing Banerjee did was check Detectives for wires. He found none and began to relax. Cologne poured him a drink. Then his old friend opened up. Banerjee felt comfortable enough to talk about murdering his partner. Process the area. Cat. He mentioned the $25,000 paid to commission and appearance had processed the area. Cat. He also made comments about the men found the cigarette he ordered killed and appearance had processed the area. Cat. Even talked to Cologne about the arsons he found the cigarette back in 1979. After 5.5 years and 6,000 miles from the crime scene, the FBI's perseverance had finally paid off. At last, they had it all on tape, and Cologne earned himself an early parole.
Joe's, that was the heath night of the murder. That was it. We got exactly what we needed. We pretty much corroborated
Joe's. It's not the heath's doing.
Dotted I and every T that Cologne had told us.
At the fire Joe's, it's not September 2nd, 1993, outside his Chippendales Club in Los Angeles, Steve Banerjee was arrested for racketeering and first-degree murder. Facing life in prison, Banerjee's defense team offered the state's attorneys terms for an agreement. Banerjee would plead guilty to the charges and forfeit his interest in Chippendales for consideration and sentencing. 9 helicopters and 6 transport trucks. State Marines were deployed. New York State accepted, suggesting 26 years in a maximum security facility.
State Helicopter.
But to Banerjee, the punishment was too severe. On the day of his sentencing in October 1994, he was found hanged in his cell. Michael Geddes, the New York City detective who investigated Nick DeNoya's murder 6 years earlier, was glad to see the case closed.
Ever since Steve Banerjee was arrested and Cologne confessed, what happened is I saw that Val DeNoya, the brother, and his wife actually change. You could see the peace in their face. You could see the smile coming back into their life.
Steve Banerjee had immigrated to the United States to fulfill his dreams of success. Blinded by his pursuit, he confused power, the accumulation of wealth, with the American dream.
Many immigrants escape the poverty of India to start new lives in the United States. Most dream of a better life for their families. One twisted the American dream into a nightmare. And people started turning up dead in New York's Indian community. Law enforcement struggled to link fraud and murder to one powerful man. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. When the promise of the American dream was shattered by murder and corruption, the FBI provided hope to those people who had seen their lives and families torn apart.
July 9th, 1995. Gas station attendant Kulwant Singh commuted to a gas station in the Bronx to work the late shift. He appeared to be going through about $20,000 a month. Less than a year earlier, he had arrived in New York from a poor town in India, hoping to make a better life for himself and his family. Detective Mike McGinn joined the task force and appeared to be going through about $20,000 a month. That night, he disappeared. Mike McGinn joined the... In October, the missing man's brother, Manmohan Singh, traveled to the U.S. to find him. He hadn't heard from his brother in months. It wasn't like him not to write or call. He began his search in Queens at the address of one of his brother's friends. His name was Satyendra Singh. His family was from the same village as the missing attendants. Although this friend had the same last name, he was not related.
In their home, it appeared
like many members of the Sikh religion, Satyendra took his surname Singh, which means not he in Punjabi language.
It appeared like a burglary gone awry. But a crime this horrific
Satyendra said a missing persons report had been filed, but police had found no trace of his friend.
But a crime this horrific deserved
He advised the new arrival to be careful who he talked to. Searching for the brother would be dangerous. Manmohan visited the gas station in the Bronx where his brother had worked.
The FBI said that John
he spoke to an attendant.
The FBI was attempting to locate him, and that he would present
but the man
himself,
was afraid to respond.
The FBI said that John knew that the FBI was attempting to locate him, and that he would present himself. The FBI said that John.
His supervisor made it clear that no one should be asking questions. The employee was instructed to keep quiet. But Manmohan was persistent and convinced the attendant to meet him at a diner a few days later.
I can only be here for a few minutes. I know you're looking for me.
The attendant said the missing brother had been accused of stealing from the gas station.
And he was coming in.
Whether or not the allegations were true, they had made the station's owner angry. The attendant believed Manmohan's brother had been kidnapped and probably killed.
Mohammed, the alleged mastermind behind the 9/11 attacks, is scheduled to plead guilty in just a few days on Friday.
By March of 1997, a year and a half after his brother's abduction, Mohammed took a job at a gas station
on Friday. Mohammed, the alleged mastermind behind
he worked nights so he could spend his days secretly gathering information.
Just a few days on.
He believed he knew who was responsible and was ready to go to the police.
Yeah, I need some oil.
Then, on the night of March 16th, 1997, he was silenced. Brooklyn North homicide detectives received a call from a customer who found the body.
One of his men in the
They photographed the crime scene to record its condition, then gathered evidence. They collected 2 shell casings from a 9mm Ruger. Detectives found the register had been robbed, but were surprised that the thief had left some cash behind. Police also found no fingerprints. Detective Tony Brazada concluded that robbery was not the prime motive.
We examined the scene, and it looked like it was a typical gas station robbery at the beginning, but then examining the scene thoroughly, it seemed that it was more like an assassination or the person was a target, because he shot very close range behind the head, and he was on his knees.
Detectives visited the Sikh temple where the funeral was being held. They knew this immigrant community was wary of outsiders, but hoped to find friends of the victim willing to talk.
Good, how you doing?
Satyendra Singh stepped forward. He told detectives that he knew the slain man. Detectives explained that without cooperation, the killer would likely go free. Although he knew he was jeopardizing his own safety, he promised to meet with detectives and help them in any way he could. The following day, Satyendra Singh came to the police station as promised.
Yes, sir.
He brought with him another witness, Sarvjit, who was also willing to talk. They told detectives they believed a wealthy and powerful Indian man named Dinza had ordered the murder of their friend, as well as the abduction of their friend's brother. Dinza was a corrupt and ruthless businessman who was well known in the Sikh community. Like many others, he had come to the U.S. from India in the mid-1980s with only a few dollars in his pocket. But his story was different than most. He had amassed an empire of more than 50 gas stations in and around New York City. The witnesses knew several of Dinza's employees and explained to Detective Teddy Braun that the millionaire would stop at nothing to protect his business.
His whole thing was fear. He used the fear tactic that he had this community petrified. I mean, to the point where he could walk in and do something in front of hundreds of people and no one's going to say nothing.
Police also learned that Dinza was no stranger to crime. His record included convictions for felony assault, kidnapping, robbery, gas pump fraud, and weapons possession. He'd served time, but always managed to get back on the street to run his mafia-style operation. Within the Sikh community, Dinza was known as the Indian Godfather. The witnesses said Dinza's empire was a family affair, with Dinza's brother a member of the inner circle and an enforcer for the organization. Sarvjit had seen for himself just how ruthless the brother could be. In 1993, outside a Queens restaurant, the informant witnessed Dinza's brother arguing with a man. The disagreement ended with Dinza's brother shooting him at close range. Sarvjit rushed to the victim's side, but it was too late. Dinza's brother was spirited out of the country to India. He was never captured. The witnesses now told the detectives that they'd heard the brother would soon be returning to America. They were risking their lives talking to police, but they couldn't let the violence continue.
Yes, sir.
Both promised to report when Dinza's brother arrived.
He's going to be coming back to the United States because Dinza's company was getting so big that Dinza needed another hand. And Dinza was the type of person where he'd rather have family hands-on than outsiders when it came to his money.
True to their word, in May of 1997, the witnesses told police that Dinza's brother was back in New York. Police set up outside the warehouse of Dinza's headquarters in Brooklyn, waiting for his brother to arrive.
In front, it's clear. We're going to be...
Both witnesses were present to assist police with identifying the murder suspect.
Not that far, so I'm running ahead. What can I do for you?
Stand by.
Armed with an arrest warrant, police surrounded the building and cordoned off all entrances, including the back doors.
You not heaths.
The patron at a bar in Paducah, Kentucky. From the surveillance van, Satinderjit confirmed that it was Dinza's brother heading for the front door.
At a bar in Paducah, Kentucky.
Moments later, officers reported that shots were fired inside the building. At a bar. They held their posts, waiting for orders.
Ready? We're going in. Let's go.
Officers forcibly entered the front of the building. 3 men raced out the back door to the hands of the men were Dinza's brother, his cousin, and his nephew. All 3 were arrested. Quickly securing a search warrant, police confiscated firearms, 7 pistols, a shotgun, and a silenced machine gun. As they loaded the contraband into a police car, Dinza himself arrived at the scene. He protested the seizure, claiming that the building and guns were his property. But the guns were illegal. Police arrested him on weapons possession charges. They took him to the 112th precinct, where Dinza was booked and fingerprinted. Police pressured him to cooperate. They had 2 witnesses who would testify against him and his brother for murder. Insisting he was innocent, he refused to talk.
It may have worked. Knowing he later, the uniform seemed to match the uniform.
Dinza was held in the Brooklyn Correctional Facility awaiting a bail.
Knowing he
later,
the uniform.
But incarceration did not prevent the murder suspect from running his empire.
Knowing he
later,
the uniform.
Speaking in Punjabi so guards couldn't understand him, he coerced employees and acquaintances to find out who dared to testify against him and his brother. Besides witness statements, police had little other evidence. Dinza would be out on bail shortly.
Surveillance detective.
If he discovered the identity of the witnesses, they might not testify.
Along Nebraska Avenue with a friend.
Surveillance
Then,
detective.
the murder and weapons charges against the brothers would have to be dropped.
Along Nebraska Avenue with a friend.
Surveillance detective.
In May 1997, New York City police arrested 2 East Indian brothers who had been terrorizing their immigrant community for years. Except for the statements of 2 witnesses, investigators had little evidence against them. But they believed that Dinza was the ringleader and that he had ordered 2 murders and a kidnapping. Dinza had posted bail on May 4th, 1997, just days after his arrest. But his brother remained held on a murder charge in New York City's Rikers Island prison. Through informants, Dinza had learned the identity of the 2 witnesses against him. If they continued to cooperate with the police, he, his brother, and his multi-million-dollar gas station empire would be in jeopardy. One of the witnesses, Satyendra Singh, was close with several employees of the suspected murderer. He knew a great deal about how Dinza ran his $60 million gas station chain. He said that Dinza rigged pumps, skimmed profits, and ordered people abducted if they talked. Mackerly had to get rid of the evidence. Detectives believed the information was compelling enough to seek an indictment. Mackerly had to get rid of the evidence. In early June of 1997, investigators met with the assistant U.S. attorney to explore Dinza's illegal activities. NYPD detective Teddy Braun explained how Dinza's pump rigging scheme worked.
Dinza owned like 53 gas stations, and he had this unique skimming system. And what it did was, it regulated the amount of gas that was pumped into a consumer's vehicle. So, if you would have went in an extra $10 worth of gas, he'd be able to set up that machine where it can give you 80%, 90%, whatever percent that he wanted to give you, please go away.
Assistant U.S. Attorney Ben Campbell learned that not only was Dinza's empire corrupt, it was extensive.
The NYPD informed us that Dinza had, among other things, an organization built around pump fraud, basically ripping off customers at his gasoline stations throughout the New York and New Jersey area, by which he generated millions of dollars in income. That he protected that pump fraud activity through a pattern of violent crime, including murder.
On June 18th, just as the federal investigation was beginning, witness Satyendra Singh was shot to death in Corpus. It was the day before Dinza's brother, suspected of murder, was scheduled to attend the hearing.
One of the tire pushers they could not identify from their file.
At the crime scene, a neighbor told police he had witnessed the crime.
One of the tire pushers they could not identify from their file.
He had been outside at the top of his stoop when the shooting took place.
One of the tire pushers they
Since his apartment lacked air conditioning, he was watching a Mets game on his front porch. He was distracted by what appeared to be a traffic dispute. The neighbor described the shooter as a tall African-American man, but he never saw his face. He was starting to see the slain man's cousin was sitting beside his relative in the car when he was killed. The cousin told police it had all happened so fast.
I don't have it on there. No.
He was too shaken to remember any details. Forensic technicians photographed the scene. They collected shells that had been fired from a 9mm handgun.
Finally gave up. Master, for the office.
No other physical evidence was found.
Until 2 in the morning.
Nothing to prove that Dinza was responsible.
For the officers, the information.
Investigators believed that Dinza would continue to use any means necessary to protect his millions.
For the officers.
They needed some way to stop him. NYPD detectives turned to Assistant U.S. Attorney Ben Campbell for guidance. He would refocus the investigation to take advantage of the federal RICO statute, the Racketeering Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, a law used to prosecute organized crime.
This looked like, had all the hallmarks of a racketeering prosecution. It had an organization with leadership. It had racketeering activity which generated income, and it had a pattern of criminal activity which spanned several years, almost a decade.
This would widen the scope of the investigation considerably. The assistant U.S. attorney called on the FBI for help. Special agent in charge, Kevin Donovan from the FBI's New York field office, worked the case.
The FBI was planning on conducting a traditional organized crime investigation that would focus on development of cooperating witnesses, use of cooperating witnesses, review of records, and search warrants to focus on the multiple acts of violence and the multiple acts of fraud.
That would not be easy. In order to develop new witnesses, agents would have to ensure the safety of those who came forward.
As long as Dinza Singh was able to intimidate witnesses through violence, threats of violence, and homicides, our investigation would be very limited. We needed to make sure that no other individuals who would cooperate with us would be hurt by Dinza Singh.
News of the most recent killing spread quickly through the Sikh community. The other witness, Sarvjit, and his family prepared to leave town. Investigators pleaded with him to allow the FBI to place him under protective custody. But he insisted on taking his wife and 2 small children away from New York.
At first, everything progressed as if it were a legitimate job.
Despite investigators' best efforts, Dinza had intimidated another witness.
At first, everything progressed as if it were a legitimate job.
To the Sikh community, the police and the FBI seemed
at first, everything progressed as if it were a legitimate job.
In the summer of 1997, the FBI was on the trail of a violent businessman named Dinza. Investigators believed he had already killed 2 men, kidnapped a 3rd, and scared another out of New York. They needed an informant close to Dinza to get enough evidence to arrest him.
I will get back.
But Special Agent in charge, Kevin Donovan, found that Dinza was well protected.
The major hurdle that the FBI and the New York City Police Department had to overcome was an inability to develop cooperating witnesses and informants early on due to language difficulties and due to the fact that most of the individuals who worked at City Gas Corporation were not willing to come forward because of Dinza Singh's threats of violence and his acts of violence that were well known throughout the community.
Which was ignited by the drug trade.
Dinza now threatened the life of another member of the Sikh community.
Few were left untouched by gang violence.
Balwant Singh was close friends with a witness who had fled the city with his family. The man was terrified. Dinza had come after him to find the one remaining witness. He remained holed up in his apartment with his wife and daughter for 3 days before he finally called police. He reached the Queen's Homicide Unit, which was investigating the murder of Satyendra Singh, a witness against Dinza. Balwant told police that he had attended the slain man's funeral. There he was approached by one of Dinza's men. He asked Balwant where the other witness was hiding. Dinza wanted to discuss the witness's testimony face to face. Balwant refused to tell him anything. But now he feared for his own life. Police told him that they would discuss the possibility of providing him and his family with protective custody. 2 detectives would be writing for him. Since the funeral, we've been ignoring the demands of the construction company. Investigators suspect Rogers is responsible for prisoners to come into our country. Investigators suspect Rogers is responsible for prisoners when the company called to agree to run an urgent errand. Investigators suspect Rogers is responsible for he left his frightened family, promising he'd return as soon as he could. He knew Dinza's reputation. It would be difficult to avoid him for very long.
Found by Gwaltney. On his way to the crime scene, County Sheriff's Department was sent to investigate the dead body found by Gwaltney. On his way to the crime scene, County Sheriff's Department
was sent to investigate the dead body found by Gale. Just minutes after pulling out, the man noticed a sedan that seemed to be following him. It was Dinza. Balwant didn't want to take any chances, so he returned home. Dinza sped away. As detectives headed for Balwant's apartment, they received a page. It was a coded message from their supervisor, asking them to call in immediately. Lacking a cell phone, they stopped to make the urgent call. While the detective was on the phone, he noticed an Indian man watching him closely from a car. He decided to investigate. FBI was called in. FBI agent Chris Ronay. The detectives asked the driver for his license and registration. FBI agent Chris Ronay examined the evidence of the airline. It was Dinza. FBI agent, when detectives asked to search his car, he agreed. Inside, they found some gas receipts. In the trunk, detectives also found electronic gauges for gas pumps. Dinza possessed nothing that was illegal. Since there was no outstanding warrant for his arrest, detectives let him go. The detectives were called away on an emergency. They never made it to the informant's home that day. The next morning, the man's frightened wife called police. Her husband had taken refuge in a friend's gas station. He waited anxiously for them to arrive and was relieved to see them pull up. But the horror of the last 9 days had broken him mentally. His wife and daughter were picked up moments later. But the horror of the last 9 days had broken him mentally. That evening, the family was taken to an undisclosed hotel outside of New York. The family would hide there under police protection until Dinza could be arrested. Detectives informed Balwant that they had run into Dinza near his neighborhood. They asked if he could verify the man's identity from a photo. Balwant identified him instantly. Investigators had one more witness in their case against the deadly businessman, but they still lacked sufficient evidence to make an arrest. In July of 1997, FBI agents and NYPD detectives believed gas station mogul Dinza was the man behind the murders of 2 Indian immigrants and the disappearance of a third. Investigators had little evidence to prove their theory, and Dinza's intimidation had silenced most witnesses. But a few among the community were tired of living in fear. At the end of July, Brooklyn North homicide detective Teddy Braun interviewed a source close to Dinza.
During the interview with the confidential informant, my partner Tony Bizzardo came across a man Mark who was linked as Dinza Singh's stormer.
The man's full name was Marvin Dodson. He was a 35-year-old African-American male. Detectives discovered that he had an arrest record for illegal firearms. They showed a photo lineup to the cousin of the slain witness who was in the car when the shooting occurred. He immediately identified Dodson as the gunman. Detective Anthony Brazada now began searching for Marvin Dodson.
My partner and myself put together a list of various locations, like about 6 or 8 locations where he hung out, his residence, his relatives.
On July 4th, 1997, police cornered Dodson in a Queens neighborhood. On July 2nd, 1982, Professor Diogenes Angelakos of the University of California, Berkeley. On July 2nd, 1982, Professor Diogenes Angelakos and took him to the station of California, Berkeley. On July 2nd, 1982, Professor Diogenes Angelakos of the University of Dodson agreed to testify against Dinza in return for a lighter sentence. On Sunday morning, July 6, 1997, Dodson and his attorney met with Queens homicide detectives, the assistant U.S. attorney, and the FBI.
That's him.
Dodson confessed that he had been hired by Dinza for the murder. Dodson said the plan to kill one of the witnesses began on May 18, 1997. At the time, Dinza had just been released on bail. Dodson would be the trigger man, hired to kill the witness scheduled to testify against Dinza and his brother. First, they picked up the murder weapon, a 9mm Ruger. The same caliber of shell casings were later collected at the crime scene. Dodson told investigators that Dinza then ordered him to hire a driver for the hit.
Go ahead and tell us the story.
Dinza's next move was to conduct surveillance of the witnesses. Assistant U.S. Attorney Ben Campbell recalls that Dinza provided Dodson with all the information he'd need to get to Satyendra Singh.
He gave Mr. Dodson the address where Satyendra Singh lived, the license plate number to his vehicle, and instructed Mr. Dodson to watch Satyendra Singh and kill him at the first opportunity.
On June 18, 1997, Dodson received a phone call from Dinza. His boss told him that the witness needed to be dead before nightfall. Dinza's brother's hearing was the following day. The hit would send a message to everyone who considered testifying. Dodson said that he and his driver, Walter Jazz Samuels, met Dinza at one of his gas stations. Dinza provided them with a white van. They watched Satyendra house until he came out. He was with his cousin. He disposed of him in the wilderness. The plan was to cause a disturbance so that Satyendra would pull over and allow the van to pass. When he did, the van blocked him from moving.
And either John or Sammy asked to take him. There wasn't a problem. Everybody complied with what we asked for.
Dodson shot the unarmed man 8 times.
Either John or Sammy asked to take him. But there wasn't a problem. Everybody complied with what we asked
description
for.
of the events of that day corroborated
John
a
or
neighbor's statement to police. Dodson also told investigators that after the killing, he had returned the white van to Dinza's garage on Roosevelt Avenue. He gave the gun back to Dinza, who paid him and the driver $20,000 for the hit.
Looks like he's called about 5 times today.
On July 6, 1997, police approached the Brooklyn home of Walter Jazz Samuels, the man who Dodson claimed had driven the van.
Samuels.
They arrested him without incident. Police learned that Samuels had a record of previous arrests. With Samuels in custody, investigators turned their attention to Dinza. The U.S. Attorney's Office believed agents and detectives now had enough evidence to indict Dinsa on federal racketeering charges. Special Agent in Charge Kevin Donovan recalls that agents dispersed across the city to find him.
FBI agents and New York City Police Department detectives initiated surveillances at several city gas corporation gas stations in which Dinsa Singh was known to frequent.
At 5 p.m. on July 7, 1997, FBI agents and NYPD detectives followed Dinsa to his Foster Avenue gas station. When he arrived, they arrested him for murder, kidnapping, pump fraud, and obstruction of justice in aid of a corrupt organization. The entire case hinged on the testimony of Dinsa's hitman, Marvin Dodson. But because Dodson was a leader, the U.S. Attorney still needed to substantiate the story with other evidence or witness testimony. They hoped that testimony would come from Walter Jazz Samuels, the man who Dodson fingered as his accomplice in the murder of Satyendra Singh. Samuels now told investigators he was not in the van at the time of the shooting. He claimed he was at a nearby restaurant. His story checked out. Investigators believe Samuels knew who drove Dodson on the day of the killing. But he wasn't talking, and neither was Dodson. Investigators needed something else to corroborate Dodson's story. They secured a search warrant for Dinsa's Roosevelt Avenue gas station, the place where Dodson had returned the white van after the murder. They searched the entire premises, but found little other than stolen license plates. They believe they were probably used on getaway cars during the commission of crimes. But once again, they had no proof. They found nothing that could corroborate Dodson's story or connect Dinsa to the murder. As the FBI and police continued to pursue evidence, Dinsa was behind bars once again, pending a July 14th bail. Investigators hoped Dinsa's incarceration would encourage witnesses to come forward. It did not. As before, Dinsa continued to rule with an iron hand.
Unfortunately, as a result of Dinsa Singh's ability to make telephone calls from jail, he was able to continue to run his corporation and his business and to focus on threatening additional individuals who might have come forward to cooperate with the FBI and the New York City Police Department.
For the second time in 3 months, authorities held the suspected murderer behind bars. They hoped it would be his final arrest. But the millionaire hired a high-priced defense team, and the prosecution's entire case still hinged on the testimony of a confessed killer. In July of 1997, a man named Dinsa had been arrested on federal racketeering charges that included murder and kidnapping to protect his corrupt business empire. It was his second arrest in 3 months. As he had before, Dinsa directed his business and even threatened potential witnesses from a prison telephone. But this time, investigators were listening. Kaczynski was not a popular or outgoing professor. Assistant U.S. Attorney Ben Campbell was not going to let Dinsa slip through his hands again. They had to keep him behind bars.
First, his conversation was in Punjabi, which is a very unique dialect, and it took us some time before we could find a Punjabi translator to translate those telephone calls. Secondly, he was not very overt in his conversation, so he's somewhat cryptic in his conversation with his colleagues.
Richard Scruggs needed to find others willing to corroborate. The translations opened a rare view into just how tightly Dinsa held the reins to his Richard Scruggs needed to find others willing to corroborate. Dinsa attracted customers to his rigged pumps by advertising the lowest gas prices in New York. Scruggs needed to find others willing to corroborate, but his pump provided less than a gallon for the price.
He was issuing routine instructions to the members of his office, telling them to change the price of gasoline at his various stations, to continue to order supplies for his company. In addition, he also gave them instructions about things to communicate to their attorneys and steps to be taken in order to try and get him out on bail.
Are at two different locations on March 30th. As Campbell raced to find evidence to keep Dinsa from making bail disappearance, police processed the suspect's car at two different locations on March 30th. 2 days after they found business cards that linked Dinsa to his hitman Marvin Dodson and Dodson's operative Walter Jazz Samuel 2 days after Robin's disappearance. Police also recovered a list of names and addresses that appeared to be a hit list. The list included the home address of Savjit Singh, a federal witness who had fled the city with his family.
Names, lists.
Balwant Singh, who was under protective custody, had also made the list. 7 more men with Punjabi names appeared as well. It was just what investigators needed to keep Dinsa from making bail.
She said Robert Ruff B.I. Moore about the
While they did not know whether these men were dead or alive, they knew who might.
She said Robert Ruff B.I. Moore about the day Shirley
Agents asked Walter Samuels about the list, hoping it would prompt his memory.
That's the only thing that I can imagine.
He finally opened up. He said that Dinsa had planned to kill those 9 men.
I didn't remove it.
2 of them, Balwant and Sarvjit, were federal witnesses. The other 7 were Balwant's family members. They were all still alive. Once again, agents would need to corroborate the story. Confined in the room next door, Marvin Dodson and his lawyer waited to be questioned. Dodson confirmed Samuel's story and added something else. He said that on July 3rd, just days before Dinsa's most recent arrest, Dinsa had purchased 2 used police cruisers as part of the assassination plan.
3 is
with the help of Sanders' statement.
Dodson had copies of the titles, which his lawyer now offered to the agent as proof.
3 is
Mr. Dinsa's plan was for Mr. Dodson and Mr. Samuel to pose as law enforcement officers and to stop Balwant Singh on the street along with members of his family and kidnap them and bring them to Mr. Dinsa at an undisclosed location.
Feeling the pressure and hoping to cut a deal, Samuels now told investigators the name of the man who drove the white van during the murder. His name was Evans Alonzo Powell. Because Powell had no arrest record, Dodson wanted to protect him. He had threatened Samuels not to give him up. On July 19, 1997, police arrested Powell on a Brooklyn street. He agreed to cooperate. Powell admitted that he had driven the van for the murder in Queens. Investigators finally had their corroborating witness. Powell also talked about another crime.
Tell us more about
Dinsa had ordered the murder of the Indian man who had traveled to America to search for his missing brother. Powell was present when Dodson killed the attendant at the Brooklyn gas station on the night of March 16, 1997. Detective Tony Brizada remembers Dodson's confession. On May 8, 1984,
he admitted shooting him twice in the head and kneeling down.
On May 8, 1984,
and he said he got paid by Singh for doing this. That Singh wanted this person killed. He didn't give him a reason, but he just wanted him killed.
A package was received at the Dinsa had paid Dodson just $4,000 for taking the man's life. Dodson stole money to pay Powell for being the lookout. Special agent in charge, Kevin Donovan, continued to gather evidence about Dinsa's pump rigging activities.
The FBI and the New York City Police Department executed a search warrant at the Foster Avenue City Gas station. The focus of our search was to identify and obtain evidence of the pump rigging scheme. As a result of the excavation of the area around the pump, electronic devices were located in a box that was used to control the pump rigging scheme.
Investigators determined that Dinsa manipulated the flow of gasoline to customers' cars through devices controlled by remote. He had made millions. Wired to the pumps, on his way buried underground. The systems could be turned on or off at will. Detective Teddy Braun explains that Dinsa taught many of his employees when to turn them on and off.
He would taught how to work on remote.
On his way to Florida to
and what would happen would be if a person, for instance, if a person came in for a gallon of gas for their lawnmower, what would happen was the gas attendant would hit a remote in his pocket, which was just like a car alarm remote. And what that would do, it would shut off the skimming system. And the system would go right up to perfect. So that when the gas attendant pumped a gallon worth of gas in a container, it was perfect. So there would be no question.
In late July of 1997, the FBI conducted an exhaustive search of Dinsa's Brooklyn warehouse headquarters. There they found his double books.
We discovered documents reflecting bribery payments to a corrupt Department of Consumer Affairs inspector. In addition, we also estimate the total value of Mr. Dinsa's pump fraud activities in the neighborhood of $40 million over 10 years.
By September of 1998, the body of the man abducted from a gas station in the Bronx in 1995 was still missing. But agents had a hunch. Based on New York City construction records at the time of his disappearance, agents suspected that Dinsa had buried the attendant underneath one of his gas stations.
It was determined that the most likely gas station that was under construction at that time was a gas station located at Farragut and Flatbush Avenue.
On September 16, 1998, investigators arrived at the station with heavy equipment. They employed ground-penetrating radar to help locate the body beneath the earth. They selected two separate sites where they believed the man might be buried.
The construction crew removed slabs of concrete, and the FBI and the New York City Police Department examined these two sites that were located by the ground-penetrating radar.
Investigators never found the man's body. Though this news was disappointing, investigators were having better luck with other leads. Assistant U.S. Attorney Ben Campbell subpoenaed Dinsa's cell phone records. They placed Dinsa at the time and place of Satyajit Singh's murder.
Investigation known as NIE works potential police corruption.
Prosecutors were well armed when Dinsa's trial began in Brooklyn Federal District Court.
NIE works potential police corruption. Puerto Rico.
They hoped to convict him on 29 counts, including capital murder.
Works potential.
Savjit Singh, who assisted the investigation despite death threats, testified against the man accused of killing his friends. On March 2, 1999, after 2.5 days of deliberations, the jury found Dinsa guilty of 21 of the 29 counts. They included murder, attempted murder, and fraud. Dinsa was acquitted in the kidnapping of the man whose body was never found. On October 5, 1999, Dinsa received 8 life sentences without possibility of parole.
Body in a rural setting.
Are not he
escaped the death 70, which is a
detective.
And they had instructed me
Later that month, the same judge sentenced Dinsa for their role. Detective. For assisting in the conviction of Dinsa, the sentences were considerably lighter.
Interstate 70.
Powell received 10 years, Samuels 12, and Dodson 18. But it was the conviction of Dinsa that was most satisfying to prosecutors.
Prosecution of Mr. Dinsa was a very, sort of personally for me, a very rewarding experience. We were able to step into a community that frequently does not turn to law enforcement for assistance and to render some significant help to them in order to remove an individual who was, for lack of a better term,
please go away
on that community.
Like many immigrants before him, Dinsa arrived at the home
please go
and was
away.
embraced by a community of compatriots. But he repaid their kindness with swindles and murder. For his greed and brutality, he will never be free again. Murders stack up, all unsolved. But when a pregnant woman is assassinated, agents evaluate
They are
murders
the
stack
most
up,
extreme
all
killers in the annals of crime.
But when a pregnant woman is assassinated, agents evaluate murders stack up, all unsolved. But when a pregnant woman is
No
assassinated,
predator is as depraved or bloodthirsty.
For someone like Jeffrey Dahmer, received such gratification that he continued to do it over and over and over again, and likely would have done it forever.
They are driven by the darkest impulses and willing to destroy life to satisfy their compulsions.
Though she hadn't seen it since their sex, he had tried to visit her victims, keep the corpses to perform. Though she hadn't seen it since their kid, he had tried to visit her in advanced state of decomposition.
These cold-blooded monsters are disconnected from reality,
He had tried to visit her,
resorting to unspeakable acts to obey delusional orders.
His neighbor's dog was possessed by a demon and instructing him to go out and kill people.
What causes such a murderous defect in the human psyche?
Every now and then, a killer will come along whose crimes seem so monstrous that they seem like these supernatural creatures.
Now, the voices and visions of serial killers.
What we call wholesale quantities, like £1/4. Conversation with them about setting
Take us
up
deep
weight
inside their
purchases, or no
complex
more than a
and
$20
twisted
bag, what we
minds.
call wholesale quantities, like £1/4. Conversation with them about setting up weight purchases, or no more than the $20 bag, what we would call wholesale quantities, like $1/4.
Police in Milwaukee, Wisconsin are examining some macabre evidence of mass murder. Parts of human bodies have been found in a flat in one of the city's slums, an acid bath containing human remains, and photographs of dismembered corpses.
At first, everything progressed
July
as if it were a
22nd,
legitimate job.
1991.
You not
Milwaukee police raid the apartment
At
of
first, everything
31-year-old
progressed
Jeffrey
as if it were a
Dahmer.
legitimate job.
Police think they may be the
You
remains
not
of
heath.
15 victims of
At
yet
first,
another
everything
so-called
progressed as if it were a
serial
legitimate job.
Jeffrey Dahmer is the now infamous serial killer known as the Milwaukee Cannibal. From 1978 to 1991, he follows a terrifying pattern of picking up, charming, raping, and murdering young men. Dahmer's first kill comes in 1978. He picks up a hitchhiker
Telephone
named Stephen
conversations
Hicks.
and other discussions amongst the
After
three
some
suspects.
beers, they have sex.
And it did have
But
its
when
desired
Hicks wants
effect.
to leave,
Telephone
Dahmer
conversations
smashes
and
his
other
skull with a
discussions
barbell.
amongst these three suspects.
He then dismembers the
And it did
corpse
have its
and
desired
stores the
effect. Telephone
remains in a crawl
conversations
space
and
under
other
his house.
discussions amongst these three suspects. And it did have
On the supply drive, the
Killing
base one.
is not enough for Dahmer.
What selection is an outlaw?
His crimes
Is it
extend to
on
necrophilia,
biker,
dismemberment, and
off,
even cannibalism.
or auto?
He keeps skulls and body parts as trophies in his house.
Or auto?
His ultimate plan is to build a shrine with the bones of his victims.
For someone like Jeffrey Dahmer,
despite
not
this,
only killed,
time was on the
but
side of the
Understand.
cannibalized his victims.
The law. Despite this, time was on the side of
Understand.
From that,
The law.
that he continued to do it over
Despite
and
this,
over and over
time
again,
was on the
and
side of the
Understand.
forever until he had been caught.
Crime reporter Annie Schwartz writes a book about the murders, and she vividly describes what police find at the crime scene.
The crowd parted to make way for Milwaukee County Medical Examiner Jeffrey Jensen's white station wagon. In the apartment, Jensen went on about the business of rounding up the various body parts. He took the 3 plastic bags containing human heads found in the top freezer portion of the refrigerator and put them in another freezer. Dahmer had a separate waist-high freezer in addition to that one that connected to the refrigerator. Jensen then took the head Mueller had seen in the refrigerator and put it in the separate freezer with the 3 heads. He noted that next to the head in the refrigerator was an open box of baking soda and some ketchup and mustard.
As his killing progresses, Dahmer attempts to create obedient zombies by drilling holes in victims' heads and pouring in caustic chemicals. The escape of a potential victim eventually leads to the apprehension of Jeffrey Dahmer. Dahmer confesses to killing 17 men, but he pleads not guilty on the grounds of insanity. He claims
location. I'm going to be
A psychotic serial killer is somebody who's suffering from
terrorizing innocent civilians.
having a lack of understanding what's real
Agent Stan Head,
and yet
terrorizing innocent civilians.
despite their seriousness. There are several manifestations
Agent Stan
of
Head,
psychosis, such as
terrorizing
thought
innocent
disturbances,
civilians.
hallucinations, or even just not
Agents-
understanding that what they're doing is occurring in the real world. They may think that they are told to do something, let's say kill someone, because they're hearing voices, or they may see something that's not there and choose to act upon it or kill someone because of it.
Snap. A break from reality.
It's not the Heath's doing.
A loss of understanding and perspective as to
Instantly it's
right
not the
and
Heath's
wrong,
doing.
driven by
The explosion was the most
a passion
gruesome.
that one
Instantly it's not the
cannot
Heath's
control.
doing.
A psychotic
The explosion
break.
was the most
So
gruesome.
for that instant, when this individual engaged in behavior, he lost complete control of what he was doing.
It's common for serial killers to claim to be psychotic. It's often an attempt to escape the death penalty or serve their sentence in a mental hospital instead of a prison.
Upcoming crimes.
From a legal standpoint,
In February
we
1981,
get into the area
they discuss
of
a murder for
Investigate.
hire.
and what
Coming
that
crimes.
means in a court of law is
In
whether or not
February
someone
1981, they discuss a
understands
murder
and
for
Investigate.
hire.
appreciates
Coming crimes.
what they did, and
In February
most importantly,
1981,
whether they knew
they
it was
discuss
wrong.
Invest-
And that's a decision that oftentimes is made by a judge.
After a 19-day trial, the jury returns the verdict. Jeffrey Dahmer is found to be legally sane and therefore guilty. He receives 16 life sentences, but is beaten to death in prison by a fellow inmate in 1994. So was Dahmer able to understand right from wrong? He carried on what seemed to be a normal life.
I don't think that any of us
Came to a
really
grinding
knew how
halt.
big this story was.
Though
When I got
Pace
the
was
phone
still
call,
the
all I
primary
was
suspect.
told was that
With-
Came to a
some
grinding
officers
halt.
had found a head in a refrigerator, and that
Though Pace was
he had
still the
obviously been
primary
doing that
suspect.
and kept some
With-
of their
Came to a
body
grinding
parts. That's
halt.
all I knew. And I got all the way out there, and there was nothing
Though
there.
Pace was still the
Really
primary
quiet.
suspect.
I asked a couple of the cops that were there, you know, what was going
You're
on.
advising on 37
They just shook
southbound
their
between
heads.
Griffith and Ripple.
Eventually,
They're
I was
unable to
told
make contact with the
that
female
was what
state
was happening.
trooper
I
to
went back around the
unit
front of the building.
35204.
I ran upstairs.
Not answering your radio, tracking at this location.
Everyone always wants to know if, you know, what it looked like. It doesn't look like a dungeon. It doesn't look like a chamber of horrors. It looks like a regular guy's apartment.
Jeffrey Dahmer, a serial killer, someone who for an extended period of time creates a fantasy world in which they are enjoying themselves. They are thriving in that fantasy world, still very often able to function in normal society as a regular person. They live in reality, then they exit reality and enter this world that they've created, which could be driven by so many different factors: sexual frustration, cannibalism, pornography, things of that nature.
There are some individuals who are psychotic in nature who are being told by a voice outside of themselves to go and kill somebody, but they may be again engaging in that act to fulfill that fantasy, whatever that fantasy is, of how to strangulate the person or how
To Nebraska
hang
State
them from a
Police
beam in
Sergeant
the
Lynn
basement
Root.
while they watch, and they may exact pleasure.
We had learned that the
from
victim had drove
To Nebraska State Police Sergeant Lynn
able
Root.
to control the life of somebody, which gives them immense
We had learned that the victim had drove
To Nebraska State Police Sergeant Lynn Root.
We had learned that
Are these monsters crazy? Or is there a clear motive, like a sexual craving or a need for power and control? The question of whether these extreme killers are legally safe is a long-standing debate.
I think that what you'll often see is there's basically, at least in New York, a litmus test for people as far as the psychology of a murderer. And basically what that is does the person know that he's doing something wrong? And he could be...
Shows it's not the Heath's doing
night of the murder.
Seem to think that he's a Martian or Napoleon Bonaparte.
At the fire,
shows it's not the Heath's doing
the night of the murder.
About it, and then he hides the murder weapon. And
at the fire,
shows it's not the Heath's doing
the night of the murder.
He knew what he did is wrong. So that's our litmus test.
Sex and torture are common elements of serial murders. But with psychotic killers, these components are not always involved. Like in the gruesome case of Ed Gein. It was a crime that shocked the small town of Plainfield, Wisconsin, and the country. Edward Gein, accused of killing a woman, then gutting her body like a slaughtered deer.
People have eyes on the troopers. Looks like they're clearing up the south. They turn their lights off and the other vehicles drive away.
Ed Gein executes his victims swiftly, without torture or sexual
the alleged mastermind behind the 9/11 attacks.
He eventually confesses to two murders, but it's unknown just how many he really kills.
9/11 attacks. It's scheduled to plead guilty in just a few days on Friday in Corpus. The alleged mastermind behind the 9/11 attacks. It's scheduled to plead guilty in just a few days on.
All kinds of horrific crimes that take place, but there are just a few killers that come along periodically. These crimes seem so monstrous that they seem like these supernatural creatures. Ed Gein was a necrophiliac serial killer who lived and operated in Wisconsin in the 1950s.
The repugnant nature of his crimes horrify and shock puritanical America in the 1950s, and truly leaves the small town of less than 700 residents with more questions than answers.
Gein would read the newspapers, the obituary section, and whenever some middle-aged or elderly woman had died and got buried, he would make these midnight raids on the cemetery. He would dig up the bodies of these women, bring the corpses back to his farmhouse, dissect them, make different kinds of household objects out of the body parts. He made soup bowls from the skulls. He made shade pulls from human lips. He made a belt out of female nipples. He would upholster chairs out of their flesh. But very, very notoriously, he flayed the corpses and fashioned them into a skin suit, and he would dress up in this skin suit and pretend to be his own mother.
A recurring theme in the psychology of serial killers is a deeply dysfunctional childhood. Ed Gein's father was an alcoholic and often absent, so Gein was isolated with his domineering and devoutly religious mother. She preached to her boys about the innate immorality of the world and her belief that all women were naturally promiscuous.
Ed Gein was interesting also insofar as he had a pathological attachment as a schizophrenic young person to his mother, and when the mother died, it's then that he embarked on his career of doing these terrible things, as though he was now reattached to his mother. His mother hadn't really died, even though she was actually a very wicked person to him, and she was very cruel to him, but nevertheless, it was the only human tie that he had.
Ed Gein, who was this kind of bizarre, quasi-psychotic, inadequate personality, trying to create this suit. But he was also, when analyzed by professionals, was also found to have distinct psychopathic features mixed in with the psychotic qualities.
Gale is apprehended after abducting and murdering Bernice Warden. He kidnapped her at the hardware store she owned.
Auto. When you cycle through that button,
her decapitated body is found in Gale's shed, with her torso dressed out like a deer.
Cycle the 808 button again, you see auto on the screen.
Gale later admits to making about 40 nocturnal visits to local graveyards in a daze-like state. In 1968, Edward Gale is found guilty of murder, but he's judged legally insane and is remanded to a psychiatric institution where he dies in 1984.
Contact her again and tell her she needs to walk a different way because it's the corner house right on Terrell Lane.
Gale's heinous crimes leave a permanent scar on the American psyche. The sensational nature of his acts also fuels a morbid fascination that spawns many books and movies.
Ed Gein, who was the inspiration not only for Norman Bates and Leatherface in Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but also the character Buffalo Bill in Silence of the Lambs. One thing that fascinated me when I first began to write about people like Ed Gein was how their stories are immediately turned into different kinds of folk tales and myths. They become these undying, immortal monsters in our collective psyche.
Jeffrey Dahmer and Ed Gein's horrific crimes shock their hometowns. But there is another extreme killer who terrifies an entire nation.
917 individual line.
Check the return sign on that one as well.
Psychotic killers have gone down as some of the most infamous and depraved murderers in the history of crime.
21 clear.
Their homicides have included despicable acts like dismemberment, necrophilia, and cannibalism. But contrary to popular myth, serial killers genuinely influenced by psychotic visions are extremely rare.
I think one of the most important myths for us to explode is the idea that people who commit serial murder must all be quote-unquote crazy or evil, from dusk till dawn, all day long committing evil acts. The reality is that very few of these individuals are actually going to meet criteria for serious mental illness such as psychosis or mania.
Only a very small percentage of serial killers, less than 1%, are judged to be legally insane. Despite the rarity of psychotic serial killers, there have been notable cases. Serial killer Herbert Mullen was ruled insane when he murdered 10 people in the 1970s. Mullen hears voices emanating from his victims, convincing him the crimes are necessary to prevent catastrophic earthquakes in California. Richard Chase, known as the Vampire of Sacramento, is also a bona fide psychotic. He believes Nazis with ties to UFOs are attempting to turn his blood into powder. The antidote is drinking more blood. Chase often swallows an elixir of Coca-Cola and animal entrails and injects rabbit's blood into his own veins. In the late 1970s, Chase horribly slaughters 6 people, including a baby, and drinks his victim's blood.
Psychosis is certainly a serious mental disturbance. It's a genuine mental illness. This is the kind of mental illness where you might hear voices in your head, or there are delusional elements to what's going on, and you might believe that you have to do things. There's psychosis that might bring you a certain degree of paranoia. Somebody's chasing me, or I have, God's told me to go and kill a certain kind of class of persons.
More interesting question that people often ask is, are serial killers insane? It's important to recognize that sanity and insanity are not clinical terms, or legal terms. So it's very, very difficult to prove that a serial killer, even though the acts he commits seem totally mad, is insane. Because the legal definition of sanity is you can tell the difference between right and wrong.
David Berkowitz, the son of Sam serial killer, launched a 13-month reign of terror in New York City beginning in July 1976. Berkowitz used a .44 caliber pistol to kill 6 people and wound 7 more in random attacks. His victims of choice appear to be young women with long dark hair. Donna Loria and Jody Valenti are shot while chatting in a car. Donna DeMasi and Joanne Lomino are victimized while sitting together on the stoop of a house. Berkowitz says the Sam in his nickname comes from his neighbor Sam Carr. He claims Sam is a high demon who transmits voice commands through his dog, ordering the murders.
1013 radio check.
I think that David Berkowitz is quite possibly a revenge-motivated serial killer. I am suspect about whether he really believes that Sam Carr's dog was demonic and speaking to him, and I suspect that he was gaining his satisfaction from taking revenge against women. This was a terribly lonely man. David Berkowitz worked in the post office on the Grand Concourse in the Bronx. It's a huge, beautiful granite building. And here's this man who's alienated, doesn't have a girlfriend. He has this flood of mail that's coming through this building, a tidal wave of human connection. Birthday cards, Valentine's Day cards, love letters. All this human connection is flowing around him, and there he is alone. He's completely alone, and he quite possibly was very angry at all the beautiful women walking past him on the sidewalk on the Grand Concourse. He was going into lovers' lanes and shooting lovers. He was going after pretty women walking down the sidewalk. This has all the earmarks of someone taking revenge against that alienation, against that separation.
Raymond believes that, like many serial killers, Berkowitz was faking his psychosis.
If you see some of his statements, he was talking about his neighbor's dog was possessed by a demon and instructing him to go out and kill people. It would seem as if all of a sudden these demonic voices ceased upon his arrest and his incarceration, making it somewhat suspect that that's really what it was. I think that you'll often see with serial killers that they will make excuses for their murderous crimes. You'll see them blame it on something or somebody or an entity, make up an entity like Sam Carr's dog.
A lot of people would assume that they're all psychotic or crazy, but if you think about it, if you are mentally impaired, it's actually a lot more difficult to function, let alone commit these types of crimes, which leave a lot of evidence behind, which are very difficult to commit, and be able to do it so often that you're able to gain serial killer status. So if you think about it, it's actually very difficult to be mentally impaired and commit these type of crimes. But that being said, psychopathy is very common among serial killers.
Psychopathy is a complex disorder that has been recognized for centuries.
They used to call it moral insanity. Back in the 19th century, again, when they had serial killers, and before they had the term psychopath, they were trying to figure out the psychology of these people, because these were people who were very rational and often very intelligent. They were not subject to delusions or hallucinations. They seemed just like you and me, except they had no morality, they had no conscience, they had no ability to empathize with other human beings. They saw other human beings merely as objects to be exploited and used for their own depraved pleasures.
In the 1880s, German psychiatrist Richard von Krafft-Ebing wrote the classic textbook, Psychopathia Sexualis.
And it is a very, very shocking book in many ways, because Krafft-Ebing is very, very graphic in his description of the kind of acts of the criminals he talks about. And again, some of them, even nowadays, are really beyond the pale. There were certain necrophiliac sex killers, for example, who would murder victims and keep their corpses with them to perform sexual acts on until the corpses had reached an advanced state of decomposition.
The book even describes the Jack the Ripper case while the crime is still fresh in the news. The bodies of women were found in various lonely quarters of London, ripped open and mutilated. It is probable that he first cut the throats of his victims, then ripped open the abdomen and groped among the intestines. In some instances, he cut off the genitals and carried them away. In others, he only tore them to pieces and left them behind. He does not seem to have had sexual intercourse with his victims, but very likely the murderous act and subsequent mutilation of the corpse were equivalents for the sexual act. The crimes of Jack the Ripper terrorized London. But a century after his heinous crimes, a new serial killer strikes fear throughout the nation. A maniac known as the Yorkshire Ripper. Many extreme serial killers perform unspeakable acts. A great challenge for investigators, psychiatrists, and the courts is to determine if these murderers are legally insane. To unlock this complex puzzle, they often look to the offenders' childhoods to determine how they became such monsters. Research shows that as children, they often suffered significant abuse, sometimes psychological, sometimes physical, often sexual. There was usually a long history of psychiatric problems, criminal behavior, and alcoholism within the family.
Often they might share disrupted or broken childhoods in the sense that their family lives, their socialization patterns are atypical, they're not common. Perhaps family breakdown, family violence, all those sorts of things.
Jeffrey Dahmer claims to have been sexually abused by his neighbor when he was 10 years old. His parents were constantly fighting and divorced when he was 17. Both his mother and father moved out, leaving Dahmer alone with his growing paranoia and terrible fantasies.
Clearly what's operating there is what we would tend to call these days a paraphilia. That kind of sexual preference may not emerge until the teens, early teens or late teens, and that's partly might be derived from experimentation and so on, and it might also produce different kinds of emotional reactions. So the teenage years, the years when we develop our kind of courtship and our sexual relationships with others, that can be a very disturbing period, and it can of course go awry.
Because of their extreme social isolation and general hatred of the world, they often profess to have felt suicidal as teenagers. They display a strong interest in deviant sexuality and are obsessed with violence, voyeurism, and pornography. Their fantasies drive their murderous acts.
What's interesting is you sort of carefully examine the lives of a lot of these serial sexual offenders, is that each crime seems to almost represent an attempt to live out the fantasy in a more and more perfect way. If they prowl until they find an individual that perfectly, fits the character, it's almost like working for central casting or something. We have to find someone who's just right appearance-wise. Sometimes they'll even alter the appearance of the individual with a wig or makeup or worse to make the individual look like the character they have in mind. But it's important to understand them imagining themselves almost like a director of a scene where they're calling all the shots for once.
A century after Jack the Ripper terrorized London, a new serial killer strikes fear into the residents of England's northern counties. Peter Sutcliffe's homicidal rage lasts 5 years, claiming the lives of at least 13 women and wounding 7 more. He slaughters his victims with a hammer, chisel, screwdriver, and knives. The crimes earned Sutcliffe the nickname the Yorkshire Ripper.
Peter Sutcliffe was born in the
northeast part of England in the York, Leeds area. He eventually ended up wanting to kill one prostitute after the other. He was often just at the edge of being captured, but they couldn't quite accumulate enough evidence in the pre-DNA days to certify that he was the person.
5902 here.
When Peter Sutcliffe is 20 years old, he works as a gravedigger in a cemetery. He claims he is driven to murder prostitutes by voices he hears emanating from tombstones. Sutcliffe is a quiet, pleasant, and handsome young man, and no one suspects he is capable of such heinous acts. Sutcliffe develops a loathing and at the same time a fascination with prostitutes. By now he is married and holds a good job as a long-haul truck driver. In 1975, he attempts 2 murders in July and August, but both women survive his hammer and knife attacks. But the voices drive him forward. In October, he successfully kills his first victim. 3 months later, he bludgeons a prostitute and stabs her 50 times. There's no schedule for Sutcliffe's murders. The next is 13 months later.
And as time goes on, what happens is that just like someone who's addicted to drugs, there's some evidence that biologically this may be literally true, that the same brain areas that subserve drug addiction might be at play in individuals who repeatedly commit homicide, become addicted to it. They need more and more of a fix, more and more power, more and more of a horrible crime to satisfy that need.
Sutcliffe butchers another prostitute 6 months later, but the police investigation gains little traction.
Obviously, the people that go to the prostitutes, the punters, as we call them, their clients, they are very, very reluctant to come forward indeed. We don't expect them to be coming forward cheerfully on occasions of this nature. And possibly the third aspect of it is that members of the public, because it's a prostitute, do not feel affected themselves. Had it been the murder of a young baby or a young girl, then I think we would have had far more people trying to volunteer information than we have because it's a murder of prostitutes.
But then, his murders take a frightening turn. His next victim is not a prostitute. It's a 16-year-old schoolgirl. Now, terror grips the North Counties. No woman is safe. Police go house to house, desperate for clues.
Hello, love. Hello. We're doing house-to-house inquiries regarding this murder that happened on Saturday night. Do you mind answering a few questions, please?
Go ahead.
Have you seen these photographs in paper?
Yeah.
That's a young girl there. Oh, those are the clothes that she was wearing on Saturday night. Do you remember, were you out on Saturday, saw anyone like that?
No.
The Yorkshire Ripper continues on his murderous rage. West Yorkshire Chief Police Investigator George Oldfield is asked if he thinks the Ripper will strike again.
I think there's every possibility that he will. The big question is when and where. My fear every Sunday morning when the telephone rings is, are we in business again?
Citizens are in a panic. There are no concrete leads. Finally, in December 1977, the police get a lead that points to Peter Sutcliffe. But the Yorkshire Ripper slips through their grasp. Extreme serial killer Peter Sutcliffe is butchering young women at an alarming pace across England's North Counties. At first, it's only prostitutes, but now all women are in the crosshairs of this maniac murderer. Police search frantically, but they find no concrete clues. Until a brand new 5-pound note is found on one victim. It's traced to the salary payment made to Peter Sutcliffe. Sutcliffe's wife can't believe Peter is the killer, and she supplies an alibi. Within days of his police interview, there is another attack. But the victim survives, and a police sketch artist creates a very close likeness to Sutcliffe. The frenzy to catch the Ripper intensifies. Sutcliffe continues his trucking runs where he would sleep in the cab. Pinned up in one of his windows is a chilling note. It reads, "In this truck is a man whose latent genius, if unleashed, would rock the nation, whose dynamic energy would overpower those around him. Better let him sleep." During the first 5 months of 1978, there were 3 more victims. The public pressure to capture the killer is intense. George Oldfield and his team are desperate for leads. Then, in the spring, there are astounding developments. Taunting letters from the Ripper that seem to be authentic. And 3 months later, a tape recording from the killer.
I see you are still having no luck catching me.
143.
I have the greatest respect for you, George. But Lord, you are no nearer catching me now than 4 years ago when I started.
That's a 10-4. Continue on.
I reckon your boys are letting you down, George. You can't be much good, can you? I should be in the bigger record. I'm not quite sure when I strike again. But it will be definitely sometime this year. Maybe September, October.
On September 2nd, 1979, another victim, seemingly verifying the warning on the tape. A huge publicity campaign is launched to enlist the support of the public to help catch the killer. A special newspaper is printed and delivered to over 1 million homes. And a tape is broadcast with a plea for assistance.
Over the past 4 years, 12 women have been horribly murdered and mutilated by a sick, sadistic maniac, the Yorkshire Ripper. How can we stop this madman from killing again? Here's one way. Listen.
I'm not quite sure when I'll strike again. But it will be definitely sometime this year.
Have you heard that voice before? At work, or in a pub, club, on a bus, or in a queue? Think. Do you know somebody with a northeastern accent like that, who lives in the Leeds, Bradford, Manchester, Preston, Halifax, or Huddersfield areas? Or who travels there from your area? If so, phone your local police.
The case now gains worldwide attention, and leads pour into the police. More than 1 million man-hours are devoted to analyzing the clues. The pressure and immense workload leads to 8 divorces within the Ripper Squad. Hundreds of wives report their own husbands as the Ripper. But in the end, it's determined that the letters and recording are a hoax. The Yorkshire Ripper remains on the loose.
You have a car that's behind here.
Police have spent thousands of hours chasing leads on the Yorkshire Ripper, only to discover the letters and tape recordings they're analyzing are just an elaborate hoax. Meanwhile, to help avoid capture, Sutcliffe decides to change his murder signature and starts to kill by strangulation with a rope. 2 more victims up the Yorkshire Ripper's death toll to 13, with 7 more brutally attacked. Then finally, on January 2nd, 1981, police find Sutcliffe parked with a prostitute. He slips behind some shrubbery, claiming he's urinating. He tries to hide his weapons, but on questioning, he's caught in several lies and arrested. At the police station, he faces intense interrogation, and he says, "You think I'm the Ripper, don't you?" Detective Sergeant Des O'Boyle says, "Well, what about it?" There's a long pause, then Sutcliffe says, "You're right. It's me." At his trial, Peter Sutcliffe is found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. But shortly after his conviction, prison psychiatrists examine the killer and declare him legally insane. He's then transferred to Broadmoor Hospital to serve his sentence. Peter Sutcliffe's father never understands what drove his son, and he grieves for the victims and their families.
Our hearts go out to all the families of the victims, whoever they are, wherever they are. We must carry that burden, as well as Peter, for the rest of our lives. After all, he is my son, and I want every father in the country to be glad that it was my son and not theirs.
As a homicide detective, Malcolm Raymond specialized in sexual predator and serial killer cases. All too often, he was confronted with the gruesome results of extreme serial killers' madness.
Every crime scene speaks to you, so you have to examine a crime scene in great detail and look at the little details. The horror of the situation is something that you have to move past in order to get your job done. You're not a robot, you do feel these things, and they're absolutely horrifying scenes. And I think that what happens is you'll think about it later. It'll come back to you later. When you're at the crime scene, you have a job to do, and it's a technical job, so you have to move past that. You have to grit your teeth and get past that, and you deal with it on a personal or emotional level
for your information, I'll be
and
running
being
the
at a
generator
crime
for about an hour and a half
is
here on the building.
so much more intense. You can look at pictures or films, but when you smell it, when you get the smell in your hair and your suit, when you're stepping over brains and blood, trying not to get it on your shoes, when you're staring at a dead body and the lifeless eyes are looking back at you, it's a surreal life.
Raymond speaks for all police officers who track these murderers, describing the importance and the difficulty of apprehending these monsters, and the satisfaction of finally bringing them to justice.
To get these cases solved, you have to be absolutely relentless. You can't give up. You have to remain focused. You have to be absolutely relentless. When you go down an avenue and it hits a dead end, you got to find another way around it. And you can't give up. You can't throw up your hands because it's up to you. Nobody's going to do it for you. You've got to do it.
How satisfying is it when you get it?
It's incredibly satisfying. It's God's work. You're giving justice to the dead. You're giving justice to that person's family, to their loved ones. And there's also another effect that a lot of people don't take into account. You're saving people who haven't been victimized yet, people who would have been killed had you not done your job.
RP saying there's a 12-year-old detained for shoplifting. They're unable to get a hold of the parents. They were recepted. They need an officer so they can release them.
Flight MH370, one of the greatest mysteries in the history of civil aviation. On March 8, 2014, a Boeing 777 belonging to Malaysian Airlines suddenly disappeared from radar screens with 239 people on board. It will never be seen again.
A
A Boeing 777 obviously doesn't just disappear.
So right out of the gate, it's clear that something very unusual and very strange was happening with this airplane.
In July 2018, after 4 years of investigation, Malaysia abandons the search and comes to a terrible conclusion. It is not able to determine the causes of the aircraft loss.
Australia, China, and Malaysia have collectively decided to suspend the search.
In the first episode of this documentary series, we will attempt to understand the failure of this investigation, which monopolized hundreds of experts and cost millions of dollars.
The reason for the failure is that we didn't search the right area.
I think the fundamental problem was that Malaysia was ill-prepared.
We unveiled the inconsistencies published in the official report.
I started to realize that everything we had been told, which substantiated the idea of a turnback and of a flight over Malaysia, was completely unfounded.
This had never been mentioned. No data collected from that had ever been mentioned.
We also shone a light on the gray areas surrounding this extraordinary case.
So, is MH370 a crime scene? Is it a crime? Are we investigating a crime here? The possibility is certainly yes.
But the story doesn't end there. Today, many experts refuse to accept this conclusion. Driven by the desire to understand what happened to Flight MH370, they have been reviewing the investigation in an attempt to find out more.
Clearly, all these events and points are not a coincidence.
I realize there are reports and maybe there is something to do behind it.
In the second episode, they reveal unprecedented discoveries that help us understand what happened in the night of March 8, 2014.
This cargo is loaded without being scanned.
What it later turned out was that the Inmarsat communication system had been turned off and then turned back on again.
After the diversion, there were 7 turns. If no one's flying it, there's no reason for an aircraft to do 7 turns.
We have a credible witness that also corroborates the hypothesis of a crash in the South China Sea. And so, my theory starts to take shape.
Why and how did Flight MH370 disappear?
From my perspective, there's 3 sides to every story. Your side, my side, and the truth is somewhere between the 2.
Never have we been so close to the truth.
10-4, travel call just dropped. Good. Well, male subject, wear black sweater, white pants, carrying an open container. He was in front of the butter churn begging for money. Employee said he took off walking toward the Bolero.
July 30th, 2018. More than 4 years after the disaster, a turning point in the case of Flight MH370. The Malaysian authorities in charge of the investigation finally reveal their conclusions to the public in a report of more than 1,000 pages. What happened? Where is the Malaysian Airlines Boeing 777 that disappeared on March 8, 2014?
This report is released at this point of time because we do not know whether there will be a search in another time or whether there will be another team who will be assigned this task again. But as far as our team is concerned, we have done our job, we are ready to release it, and the government said yes, we can release it, so we release it at this point of time.
Don Thompson, an Irish engineer specialized in aeronautics, has followed the events from the start and noted shortcomings in the Malaysian reports.
Arriving 8.0. We don't have any real significant, tangible results. And they didn't write about any analysis, and they didn't detail what their certainty was.
Despite the hundreds of documents gathered during the 4-year investigation, the dozens of analysis and testimonies, the Malaysian investigators have to admit they don't know how to go further.
The report is factual. It contains many factual things, many elements, and sources of information. And when you read it, you think you can take away quite a few things from it. Unfortunately, it's not conclusive, meaning that it doesn't provide enough elements to be able to say that is where the plane is.
Several experts are convinced. To solve this mystery, they must first understand what went wrong at the very start of the MH370 case. March 8, 2014. We are in northeast China, in Beijing's huge international airport. 120,000 passengers transit through daily, but this morning, some of them never arrived. Flight MH370, operated by Malaysian Airlines, is several hours late.
The flight took off at 12:41. We know that there are families in Beijing waiting to pick up their loved ones, but we still have no communication from Malaysia Airlines or the Malaysian government.
Departing from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, the Boeing 777 was to travel 2,670 miles to reach Beijing, the Chinese capital, at 6:30 a.m. On board, 239 people of 14 different nationalities, including many Chinese. In the arrivals hall, the passengers' relatives are starting to panic.
No news, no nothing. Pas d'informations, rien du tout. On attend encore. Toujours pas d'infos. Donc on est un peu inquiet.
This incredible situation is not typical of Malaysian Airlines. Malaysia's national and largest airlines has an excellent reputation and has never encountered any major problems. In 2014, Hugh Dunleavy holds the very strategic position of commercial director.
Thank you. Malaysia Airlines was one of the few 5-star airlines in the world. I think there are only about 6 or 7 airlines in the world that are rated 5 class. Malaysia Airlines was one of those and had been so for many, many years.
Should we be worried by this disappearance? At 12 p.m., after a long 6-hour wait, the airline finally makes an announcement.
That this flight, MH370, lost contact with Subang Air Traffic Control at 2:40 a.m. this morning.
The announcement plunges the families into dismay. How could this happen to one of the safest airlines in the world? How is it possible to lose track of an aircraft in the 21st century? To understand, we must look back a few hours.
410-4. 410-4.
In the night of March 8, 2014, at 12:40 a.m., flight MH370 left the runway at Kuala Lumpur Airport. 40 minutes later, at 1:19 a.m., the Boeing 777 is about to leave Malaysian airspace and enter Vietnamese airspace.
At that moment, everything is normal. As he leaves the Malaysian control zone, he says goodbye.
Malaysian 370, contact Ho Chi Minh 120.9. Good night. Good night, Malaysian 370.
Good night, signed Malaysian 370. These are the final words from the aircraft's pilot. 6 seconds later, as it's about to enter Vietnamese airspace, the plane suddenly disappears from radar screens.
The rule is that we should recontact them within a minute or so. We call them to say hi and introduce ourselves. They find us on the radar and authorize us to enter the country and follow the route in the flight plan. Within that minute, the pilot should have contacted the next control zone, that is, the Vietnamese control zone.
But the aircraft didn't contact Ho Chi Minh.
Focused on managing traffic, the air traffic controllers don't immediately realize what's happening.
The Vietnamese air traffic controller woke up 15 minutes after the time he should have received the call. It was a very long time.
Part of the report is dedicated to the transcripts of conversations between control towers and the airline. When rereading them, some experts have noted the confusion that reigned throughout the night.
Still negative contact with Malaysian 370.
Confirm. Still negative contact with Malaysian 370.
Affirm. Negative contact.
Reference to the company Malaysian Airlines. The aircraft is still flying. It is somewhere over Cambodia.
Somewhere over Cambodia?
Affirm.
The aircraft is landing.
Say again?
Affirm. Malaysian 370 still flying aircraft.
Everything about the way that they behaved is indicative to me that they were just caught flat-footed. Nothing was expected, and so everyone responded in like the slowest possible way.
There was a lot of uncertainty because the aircraft was silent, and that's worrying. After a while, when they didn't declare a danger, and it had been a while since any information was sent, since contact was lost, that's when they thought maybe something more serious has happened. They lacked decisiveness. They were calm, but they didn't know what to do and kind of tried a bit of everything, and they shouldn't have. They should have launched the procedure to figure it out ASAP.
It's an incredible situation. The renowned Malaysian Airlines has totally lost track of one of its aircrafts. Within hours, the news attracts media attention worldwide.
First up, a potentially terrible air disaster. A Malaysia Airlines Boeing 777 has disappeared from radar screens.
Faced with this unprecedented event, investigative journalist Florence Duchangi has questions.
I heard the news on vacation. I was listening to the Italian radio RAI and heard Malaysia Airlines. I thought, what's going on? Not only was it a very safe aircraft and an excellent airline, it was a routine flight. And so I thought, a Boeing 777 obviously doesn't just disappear.
Does the airline still have a chance to find its aircraft? The authorities hope so and launch an important marine search. South China Sea. This large area is where the search for MH370 starts. More specifically, the place where the aircraft signal was lost.
And Hector's gonna reverse out and then I'll head it towards you.
Within hours, military ships and helicopters are dispatched to the area in an attempt to find the aircraft and any potential survivors.
At that point, we also believe that the aircraft, if it has gone down anywhere, it's probably gone down in the South China Sea. We've contacted Air Sea Rescue, and of course, when you contact these type of agencies, they'll want to know, well, where do you want us to go look? And that's the one question we could not answer because we don't know the physical location of the aircraft.
This method of searching is tedious, but history shows that it can sometimes help find precious clues. Like MH370 on June 1, 2009, Air France flight AF447 connecting Rio to Paris suddenly disappears somewhere over the Atlantic Ocean. Within hours, a search is launched, and 4 days later, debris is found. But it will take almost 2 years to locate the wreck and understand the causes of the accident.
It's a little slow, but it's working.
This success, internationally recognized in the world of aeronautics, is due to the BEA, the French Bureau of Investigation and Analysis, and its director, Jean-Paul Troadec, who was soon asked to help the Malaysian authorities.
In the first few days after the accident, the BEA was contacted by the Malaysian authorities, who wanted our expertise in marine search. At the time, they were searching for the wreck. What means could they use to find a wreck at the bottom of the ocean? And of course, it was our experience searching for the Rio-Paris flight that the Malaysians were interested in.
Arriving on site, Jean-Paul Troadec is struck by the disorganization of the search. The Malaysians seem overwhelmed.
In the first few hours, there was a lot of confusion. The Malaysians were not prepared to deal with this type of accident. Every day, long-haul flights fly over their seas, but they had never done any marine search and rescue exercises, something which the BEA has done for years. They had no idea of the means required to search for a wreck at the bottom of the ocean. They were lost.
We are unable to inform to all of you that any object was wrecked.
3931 traffic.
The search and rescue team has started since morning.
Southbound. Road 12.
We don't know the details because everyone is asking for detail, but we don't have any more information. But we're happy to answer as many questions as we can, but be aware, we may not be able to give you definitive answers if you're saying, where is the aircraft? We simply don't know.
My newspaper, Le Monde, asked me to go to Malaysia to cover the story because it had gone from an almost banal plane crash to a true mystery, as we still didn't have a single element. It was very, very chaotic.
Given the extremely poor communication, people started to come up with a number of theories and conspiracy theories.
How can we understand this disappearance with no crime scene, no clues, no witnesses? In the absence of material evidence, fantasy and imagination get the better of reality, as shown by this announcement from a Malaysia Airlines representative postulating that the plane could have landed in China.
Il y a des rumeurs comme quoi l'avion se serait posé à Nanning en Chine. Nous travaillons pour vérifier l'authenticité de ces informations.
I think that's one of the first rumors that was spreading in China as those families waited in Beijing and the flight didn't arrive. The rumor was that it actually was diverted to Nanning for safety reasons, but that was false. And so, in the absence of accurate information from the organization, people are going to start to speculate. And so we definitely saw that on social media and the internet with MH370.
145
From the Bermuda Triangle to aliens, the craziest theories start to multiply.
You get almost immediately a proliferation of people coming out of the woodwork and throwing every kind of possible theory against the wall. You get people who said, oh, I was on a boat at the time and I saw this fireball going through the sky.
CNN issued a survey that indicated that at one point about 9% of Americans actually believed that aliens could have potentially hijacked the plane.
How can we navigate all this information, often unverified or even false? The subject dominates the media, and journalists try to provide answers. From the very start, Florence Duchangi develops a passion for this extraordinary case.
I think that if it had been a cargo plane whose only victims were the pilots doing their job, it wouldn't have had the same impact as a commercial aircraft with 239 people on board, including 3 babies. The fact that there were all these passengers on board, obviously, contributed to my motivation to uncover the truth.
If people around the world are fascinated and puzzled, behind the scenes, Malaysia Airlines is in a difficult spot. After 30 hours without news, Hugh Dunleavy, the airline's commercial director, sets himself the difficult task of communicating with the families despite the lack of any new information.
I will tell you that we have communicated to the family members that after more than 30 hours without any contact with the aircraft, we believe that the family members should prepare themselves for the worst. Information is not important. That event took place after I had communicated with the family members. Of course, they're very upset, they're angry, they're very disturbed about what's happened, and there's this feeling of loss, hopelessness. What's going on? We don't have a real reason for why their family members are now no longer with them, and what exactly happened is still unknown.
This announcement by Malaysia Airlines commercial director dashes any hope for the families and casts even more mystery on the case.
You need to come back and pick them up.
In the Malaysian capital, almost 2 days after the disappearance, local authorities are about to make a troubling announcement to the hundreds of journalists on site. Their discovery will disrupt any previously held certainty on the fate of the plane and its 239 passengers.
Actually, we look back at the recording, and there is an indication, possible indication that the aircraft met a turn-back.
Go ahead.
The announcement is astonishing. MH370 might have turned back. Military radars, capable of detecting any aircraft in the sky, even when communications have been cut off, recorded the passing of the Malaysia Airlines Boeing 777.
141, checking 45%.
After several checks, they noted that the aircraft continued flying after its disappearance, made a U-turn, and flew back over Malaysia towards the Strait of Malacca.
Over the weekend of 8th, 9th of March and through into the 10th, it started to become known that the Air Force had detected this air turn back of MH370. It's incredible.
Everyone is astounded. It's just incomprehensible that a plane would turn back for no reason, without announcing it on the radio, without telling anyone. It was truly unbelievable.
That puts everything in a whole different category. Because when you look at plane crashes, typically what you're trying to do is to put it in the context of other crashes that have happened in the past. Like, that's your first level of understanding. Did the engine fall off? Was it a hijacking? Did it explode? What sort of bin can we put it in? What is it like? Normally, when things go wrong in commercial aviation, they go wrong quickly. So this plane did not do that at all. In fact, I couldn't even think of a single case of something like this happening, where a plane vanishes from radar and doesn't crash. It actually turns around and keeps flying and goes back the other way. Fast and high
and passes over airports, so it's not in distress, it's not trying to land, it's just making a beeline in the other direction. That's very weird. So right out of the gate, it's clear that something very unusual and very strange was happening with this airport.
07.
Why would the plane follow this totally erratic trajectory? Diving back into the investigation, Captain Patrick Blelly tries to put himself in the shoes of MH370's pilot and to understand the reasons for this change of direction.
There are several reasons. The first and most common is technical failure. The plane disappears from radars because of a total power failure, a fire, smoke, and pilots are supposed to save the plane, crew, and passengers. The idea is to turn back and find the nearest possible landing site. It's called a deviation. Other reasons include hijacking, where someone takes control of the aircraft against the crew's will and what was planned by the airline. In this case, connecting Kuala Lumpur to Beijing. That is a whole different scenario. That is a terrorism issue.
In New York, investigative journalist Jeff Wise decides to dive into this haunting mystery. For weeks, he attempts to analyze this trajectory, which no safety protocol, no regulation, and no rational behavior can explain.
I saw a plane that waited until it was right at the edge of an airspace, turned off its electronics, did a 180, and hightailed it in the other direction. Right off the bat, that tells me that it's not an accident, that it was intentional, and that whoever did it knew what they were doing. And to me, that suggested intent, and it suggested sophistication. So, is MH370 a crime scene? Is it a crime? Are we investigating a crime here? The possibility is certainly yes.
In the Malaysian capital, the incredible announcement of a turnback has caused utter confusion. Who to believe? Who to listen to this totally unprecedented situation in the history of aviation? Gathered in their hundreds, journalists from around the world harass the passengers' loved ones, desperately searching for a scoop.
Incredible confusion reigned in Kuala Lumpur. Every day, new stories broke, and the hundreds of media present just gobbled them up. We received the information that there had been 2 Iranians on board. 2 Iranians who had traveled with fake passports. So that mobilized media attention for 24 or 48 hours. Then there was the scandal, the pseudo-scandal, in which we discovered that 2 years earlier, on a flight from Thailand, the co-pilot had invited 2 beautiful young girls into the cockpit with him. There were all sorts of stories like that, which sent us media running all over the place.
We have the 24-hour news cycle. That means that we need content to fill those 24 hours. It also means that news organizations are competing with each other to make sure that they have the most up-to-date information, that they are the ones to release the newest information, the most current data to their viewers.
Faced with this media frenzy, the political authorities, the airline, and the military start to multiply the press conferences.
With that turnback, does the radar record reflect how much of a turnback it made? In other words, did it come back kilometers, 20 kilometers, 10?
I think that's
we are still looking at that.
We're still looking at
Forensic.
that.
Dans un accident comme celui-là, il est important qu'au départ...
In an accident like this one, it's important for the communication to be well managed from the start and managed by professionals. But in Malaysia's case, the communication was taken care of by political authorities, not by aeronautical professionals. In countries that have a professional investigation bureau, this bureau is the only body authorized to communicate. From my point of view, one of the reasons there is so much suspicion surrounding this investigation and this event is that it started with very chaotic communication.
From the very early days of MH370, there was a lot of frustration on the part of the press with the Malaysian authorities. It seemed that they were not being forthright. My interpretation personally was that they were embarrassed. Malaysian Airlines is the flag carrier of the country, and it is a point of considerable pride that this is a good airline. It was embarrassing that they had failed to notice that the plane went missing for quite a while. I think it was embarrassing that they did not apparently notice it at the time on their military radars. And I think they were horrified at the possibility that maybe the person who took the plane was their own pilot.
After the astonishing announcement of a turnback, questions start to arise. What did MH370 do after crossing the Strait of Malacca? Where did it go after it vanished from military radars? With these question marks looming, the case undergoes a new twist almost a week after the disappearance. British capital London is now at the heart of media attention. On March 14, a satellite communications company called Inmarsat published an explosive statement. This company might not be a household name, but it has been operating a satellite communication system on almost all airliners for close to 25 years.
So Inmarsat is a UK-based company. It is a consortium of international nations. Basically, it operates a fleet of satellites, and it provides satellite communication services.
Inmarsat reveals that after cutting off communications at 1:19 a.m. and disappearing from military radars at 2:25 a.m., the aircraft automatically reconnected to one of their satellites. These connections between the Boeing 777 and the satellite provide some certainty. The aircraft didn't crash into the South China Sea. It continued to fly until 8 a.m., at which point it probably would have run out of fuel.
The bombshell that really glued people into their seats was the revelation that took place about a week after the plane disappeared, that Inmarsat had recorded this data that had been automatically transmitted by the plane satellite communication system. And it told us, to everyone's incredible and absolute astonishment, that this plane had stayed in the air for 6 hours. It had stayed in the air for 6 hours. I can't even tell you how completely astonishing and unexpected that was.
Which meant the aircraft was still operating with power and had been airborne until 19 minutes past 8 local time Malaysia on the Saturday morning. It was a significant piece of information, and it sort of, I guess it changed the direction of everything at that point.
In Malaysia, where the investigation is stalling, Prime Minister Najib Razak confirms the information at a press conference.
Clearly, the search for MH370 has entered a new phase. For the families and friends of those involved, we hope this new information brings us one step closer to finding the plane.
2017 Chevy.
But this discovery poses a burning question. If the plane continued flying for hours, which way did it go? This key piece of information is missing from Inmarsat's raw data. Diving back into the case, Jeff Wise discovers something about the company.
Malaysian Airlines had subscribed to the cheapest level of service that Inmarsat offered. So basically, it just said, "Hi, I'm here," and it didn't transmit any information with that. If it had paid for a higher level of subscription, it would have transmitted its location as well. It didn't do that. Okay, so how do we tell where this plane was? Can we, this is the question that Inmarsat engineers immediately ask themselves. We have this data from this plane. Can we somehow use it to solve this mystery? Can we deduce its location from something about these signals? And it turned out that there were some intriguing clues.
Indeed, the data recorded by the company holds several clues. The first relates to the connections between the plane and satellite and confirms that the aircraft remained airborne. Then, these pings, as specialists call them, don't help to locate MH370, but to know, hour by hour, how far away the plane is from the satellite, a measurement represented by arcs. This step forward allows for several possibilities.
It could either have gone north into Central Asia, somewhere, we didn't know where, or it went somewhere south into the southern Indian Ocean. Now at this point, we had no idea which of those two was correct. So it either probably went to Kazakhstan or it went into the southern Indian Ocean. We did not know which.
Which way did MH370 go? The data from the pings received from the satellite don't tell us, and for 10 days, media speculation tries to fill in the gaps. Journalist Jeff Wise, now obsessed with this mystery, puts forward a pretty incredible theory.
The week before the plane disappeared, there had been an Uzbek uprising in China.
26, I went all the way.
A part of China that's Central Asia. Now, all we knew is that the plane went somewhere in Central Asia. We knew that there had been an Uzbek uprising. And I thought 2 and 2 makes 4. My prime suspect, right out of the gate, was Chinese Uzbek separatists. That's crazy, right?
It was on.
This is where Jeff Wise kind of like goes out on a limb. And my editor thought that that was crazy and said, "If you are wrong, will you apologize?" And I said yes. And so then pretty soon after that, more of the data came out, more of the data was analyzed, and I was like, okay, I'm wrong, and I wrote an explanation. She held me to it. She made me write an article saying, I was wrong, this is why I was wrong, and so, mea culpa.
For several days, Inmarsat's engineers refined their analysis. They finally reach a certainty. Flight MH370 headed towards the southern Indian Ocean. On March 24th in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysian Prime Minister Najib Razak makes a new announcement, this time with immense gravity.
Based on their new analysis, Inmarsat have concluded that MH370 flew along the southern corridor and that its last position was in the middle of the Indian Ocean. This is a remote location, far from any possible landing sites. It is therefore with deep sadness and regret that I must inform you that flight MH370 ended in the southern Indian Ocean.
After weeks of speculation, this announcement provides families with the certainty that the passengers and crew of flight MH370 will not be found alive. This opens a new chapter, finding the plane and its black boxes.
It's a joke, man. It's a joke. Yeah, I'm close by my port. Come up to that for the reason. Yeah, so I can meet up with them.
On March 25th, 2014, all eyes are now on the southern Indian Ocean, an area 1,200 miles off the west coast of Australia is now the focus of the search for flight MH370.
It was a real challenge to the Malaysian culture, and a lot of work and a lot of focus was done within Malaysia to help out as much as we could, identifying what we could do about finding the aircraft, which triggered that largest and most complex search in aviation history.
Faced with the magnitude of the task, Malaysia, in charge of the investigation, delegates the search operation to Australia.
So the best people in the world have actually put their efforts into identifying the search area for us.
C'est une décision politique de l'Australie.
It's an Australian political decision because we're off the coast of Australia. They consider it to be kind of their territory. And so they wanted to show that it was happening in their country. But there was a certain practical logic to it because it's easier to get boats from Australia than from countries that are much further away.
But the operation proves incredibly complex. The teams are searching for the plane's black boxes in a place where the ocean can reach a depth of almost 23,000 feet. To do so, they must try to locate signals emitted by the flight recorders, which can be detected up to 3.7 miles away. Jean-Paul Trudec is always on hand to provide his expertise to the search teams.
They are active signals, and those must be searched for first. Very quickly, you have to place microphones into the sea that will be able to detect these signals. The issue is that time is of the essence.
Indeed, these boxes only emit for 30 days, and the search area is huge.
We were confronted with an extremely vast zone, a kind of arc off the coast of Australia. And this arc wasn't just a precise line, it was more of a band. And when you do the math, it represents an absolutely huge search area.
The only solution is to refine the search parameter in the hope of passing over the wreck and detecting the black box signals. This is what the Australian authorities try to do.
Day by day, the Australian Transport Safety Bureau continues to refine the area where the aircraft may have entered the water, based on continuing groundbreaking and multidisciplinary technical analysis.
April 8, 2014, a first failure for the Australian authorities. They still haven't found the black boxes and now know that they have stopped emitting. The teams must settle for scanning the ocean floor using sonar. It will take months or even years to find the wreck. Another blow for the families of the missing.
this created some very heated moments between the Malaysian government and the passengers' families as they were trying to get clarity on what happened to our loved ones, and the Malaysian government was not being forthright.
Turn around. There's grass on fire. There's grass on fire. Want to bring it up to you guys want to avoid that. If you don't want to avoid that, turn around. Clear out of base. Clear out of base. Got fire in bay 2, got someone with a skill. Bay 2. Port Charlton, 3033 Top Port. 632. Turn around. 5003 to base. 1044 from Rock South. I drove from Timon to Headroy
On July 29, 2015, after 575 days of unsuccessful searching, a new development shakes up the case.
What turnaround are we talking about?
A piece of plain wing, a flaperon, washes up on one of the Reunion Island's French beaches. This surprising discovery places the case back at the heart of media attention.
Is the disappearance of Flight MH370 about to be explained? Footage from Reunion Island could help solve the mystery.
In July of 2015, a piece of debris washed up on Reunion on the other end of the Indian Ocean, thousands of miles from where the plane disappeared. And if the plane went in the southern Indian Ocean, one of the questions people were asking from very early on was, where's the debris? Finally, okay, here's the debris.
Can it really be a piece of the Malaysia Airlines Boeing 777? The debris would have traveled more than 3,000 miles without sinking.
Or you were coming down SCID.
Journalist Florence Duchangi questions this eventuality.
You have to remember that the Indian Ocean is one of the fiercest oceans on the planet. This means that, over the course of a year and a half, the Flaperon would have been through dozens of storms and gradually filled with water. So, at first, its appearance is spectacular, exceptional, almost miraculous.
To be certain that the part belongs to MH370, it is sealed and transported to a laboratory at the Directorate General of Armaments near Toulouse, France. But one detail slows down the investigators' identification process. The debris has no serial number, despite every part requiring one. A detail picked up by journalist Florence Duchangi.
The Flaperon, discovered on Reunion Island, had lost its serial plate. This was hugely problematic. There is no good physical reason for this Flaperon to have lost its plate over the course of a few months in the Indian Ocean.
For Patrick Blelly, a pilot for a major airline, this event is not at all surprising.
At first, people tried to say that the Flaperon didn't belong to the aircraft. There's nothing to justify this, even if a plate was missing. Very frequently, during aircraft maintenance, when a technician doesn't want any trouble from a plate that's in the way during a repair, they remove it and don't put it back. Job done.
On August 5th, 2015, as more and more questions arise surrounding the Flaperon, the results of the analysis carried out by the French experts are revealed.
In light of the observations made by the expert, we can say today that it is highly likely that the Flaperon found on a Reunion Island beach on July 29, 2015, belongs to the MH370 Boeing 777.
Argyris Kemalakos, an expert specialized in aeronautical structures, quickly took an interest in the French experts' conclusions.
They measured the drag of the Flaperon in the air and in the sea, and everything looks possible. Also, it was covered with a lot of shells of different sizes who grow in different parts of the ocean with different temperatures. So all the indication was that he made a long trajectory, a year and a half in the sea, until he ended up on the beach.
The arrival of debris on Reunion Island indeed provides information because it provides the certainty that a plane crashed into the Indian Ocean. Until then, it was a hypothesis. We now have a tangible piece of the plane, which was eventually identified as belonging to the aircraft. And so, this reinforces the idea that the Indian Ocean is where we need to search.
The incredible discovery of the flaperon will unfortunately not help the search teams find the plane. So where must they search when there is no clue as to the precise location of the wreck?
It's like a needle in a haystack, but even worse. I think it's a needle in a field of haystacks. You first have to find the right haystack.
Did the Malaysian investigation go far enough? Must we reinterpret the clues discovered throughout the case?
We're going to start over, from when the plane disappears from radar screens.
In the next episode of this documentary series, independent investigators re-examine the Malaysian report in search of new clues. They follow new leads and come to unprecedented conclusions.
I started to realize that everything we had been told, which substantiated the idea of a turnback and of a flight over Malaysia, was completely unfounded.
Why there was no mention in any of the official reports of ADSB data.
We found various elements allowing us to confirm that electricity was restored on board.
Thanks to their investigative work, the mystery of flight MH370 is about to be unraveled.
Can it happen accidentally? No, it really can't.
In the next episode, we dive into the many counter-investigations exploring the mystery of flight MH370. New leads and new clues allow us to finally understand the reasons for its disappearance.
Call number 3170.
Can it be?
A heartless killer hides in plain sight. It's a respected doctor, murdering his own patients.
He was preying on some of the most vulnerable people in society.
Dr. Harold Shipman's secret rampage lasts for decades.
He'd been murdering people for years and getting away with it.
And he's not the only one. There are doctors and nurses haunting hospitals, known as angels of death.
Are motivated by the kind of godlike power that they feel, being responsible for life or death.
What creates these cold-blooded monsters? What drives their warped psyche?
He did things that went above and beyond what was necessary to kill a patient. There was an element of cruelty.
Now, the actual voices and visions of serial killers.
I committed evil.
Plunges deep inside their complex and twisted minds.
4443 Ocean Drive, it's Ocean Drive State Department. Contact Raymond. Yeah. With DPS.
He was on 26 North.
June 24th, 1998. Dr. Harold Shipman arrives at the home of one of his patients, 81-year-old Kathleen Grundy. Kathleen has agreed to participate in a medical survey on older, healthy women. It's a terrible decision for the vibrant senior citizen.
She's a very busy person, isn't she? A very busy person, yeah.
Well, she did do quite a number of charitable things and also community things.
Inside, Dr. Shipman has Kathleen lie down and roll up her sleeve. But rather than taking a blood sample, as Kathleen expects, Shipman injects her with a fatal dose of morphine.
I was just at work as normal, and then I had a telephone call from the police saying that my mother had died.
Stunned by their mother's sudden death, Kathleen's children contact Dr. Shipman for an explanation.
He gave us a death certificate and he said, I've put old age. And I mean, we knew perfectly well that that wasn't right. But then he sort of vaguely implied that he'd seen her recently, and so we knew the case, so it wasn't. And he was basically trying to say that he was going to avoid a post-mortem because that would be unpleasant for us.
The doctor's calm demeanor and reassurance puts the Woodruffs at ease. But 3 weeks later, they receive another shock.
The will, which some solicitors sent to me.
The fact that it left all of the estate to Shipman, which, I mean, if you'd known Kathleen in a relationship to us, to the family, that would have been extraordinarily unlikely.
Suspecting Dr. Shipman murdered their mother for profit, the Woodruffs contact the police. What they soon uncover proves unimaginable. The beloved doctor, a pillar of the community with over 3,000 patients, has been systematically murdering them for over 25 years.
Angela not come forward, there is no doubt that he would have continued to murder people. There was nothing that was going to stop him. He'd been murdering people for years and getting away.
Family Dollar.
Cases of doctors and nurses who kill have been documented throughout history. These horror stories highlight how people in trusted positions and access to vulnerable patients can abuse in the worst way possible. Oftentimes, these angels of death serial killers can go undetected for years.
Angels of death are serial killers who actually are abusing a position of power that they may have, where they could be a caretaker or a doctor, somebody who is supposed to be helping people, and they actually use it to kill their victims.
An angel of death is the name, a little bit too glorified in its essence, of nurses and physicians who kill one patient after another, usually by injecting one succinylcholine or some curare-like drug, and some of them have killed very large numbers of patients in that manner.
There seem to be a number of motivations behind that kind of serial killing, which doesn't involve torture or any sexual component. It's just sort of repeat murders. But it seems that some of them are motivated by the kind of godlike power that they feel, being responsible for life or death. Some of them will tell you that it was almost like coming from an empathy where they were putting someone out of their misery, that kind of a thing. And others were drawn to the kind of the egocentric thrill of having everybody run to see that, they were there at the moment that somebody started to die.
Dr. Harold Shipman is the most horrific example of an angel of death, becoming Britain's most prolific serial killer.
Location.
Shipman owns his own practice, but specializes in house calls, visiting his elderly and infirmed patients in their homes.
Over.
Everybody, without exception, had the highest praise for Dr. Shipman. What a wonderful doctor he was. And people said he was very, very accessible.
He had this reputation of looking after his patients from cradle to grave. He prided himself on personal care. He would look after patients at home where maybe we would send them to hospital. He sort of took pride in that, and he had a reputation of always being available for patients. He would go beyond the normal call of duty. He was the old-fashioned doctor who looked after them, did everything for them, and they had absolute confidence in.
Officials estimate over 200 times the beloved doctor injects his victims with lethal doses of morphine, often while offering a calming pat on their hands as they slowly pass away.
One of the defining features of Shipman is where he didn't choose to strangle them or do something that would be more frightening and painful. Instead, he injected them with an overdose of morphine, where they first went to sleep and then eventually overdosed and died.
Predatory, I think, is the best way to describe him. He was preying on some of the most vulnerable people in society.
Perhaps most astonishing is that Shipman gets away with it for over 25 years. As a boy, Harold was very close to his mother. She instilled in him an early sense of superiority that tainted most of his later relationships. While in his teens, Shipman became interested in medicine while watching his mother receive daily morphine injections to ease the pain she suffered while dying of lung cancer. One day, when he was 17, Shipman comes home to find his mother sitting in her armchair, fully clothed, dead. Her death has a very traumatic impact. In fact, many of the women Shipman kills are found in a similar manner.
Shipman had a passive-aggressive relationship with his mother where he both sought her attention, but he constantly was being rebuked by her, where she would put him off and she would put him down, but he constantly wanted her approval and attention. When he was 17, however, he came home one day and just saw her sitting there dead in her chair. And so that was very traumatic for him because he felt like he was never really able to attain that approval from her, and he no longer had the chance to do it since she had passed away.
In 1970, Shipman receives a medical degree from Leeds University. A few years later, he becomes a general practitioner in Yorkshire. Shipman thrives, specializing in pediatrics, obstetrics, and gynecology. In 1975, hospital officials discover he's been forging prescriptions for large amounts of the opiate pethidine for his own personal use. Caught red-handed, Shipman has no choice but to resign, pay a small fine, and enter a drug rehab program. After his rehabilitation, Shipman finds work again, this time at the Donnybrook Medical Center in Hyde. Here, Shipman earns a reputation as a hard-working doctor who enjoys the trust of patients and colleagues alike, although one with a reputation for arrogance.
Almost very condescending, as if dismissing you as you're viewed as being worthless, particularly when he was talking to pharmaceutical reps who would come in. He would take great pleasure in almost reducing them to tears.
It's not known when Shipman starts killing his patients, or exactly how many die at his hands. What is known is that while working at Donnybrook, Shipman kills regularly using the painkiller diamorphine. To destroy any evidence of poisoning, Shipman urges families to cremate their relatives. In a large number of cases, he stresses that no further investigation of their deaths is necessary. In situations where they do raise questions, Shipman provides computerized medical notes that corroborate his cause of death pronouncements.
I find all of his behaviour that's subsequently come out as almost incomprehensible, really. It goes against all our ethics and morals of why we do the job, really.
After 15 years at Donnybrook, Shipman leaves to open his own practice.
1212, checking status.
The Angel of Death's murder rate accelerates, and the killings become more and more brazen. But before police can end these murders, they must first recognize there's a serial killer at large. How can they catch a murderer who has totally covered his tracks? Doctors and nurses who kill, so-called angels of death, often abuse their position for their own ego and godlike narcissism. History's most horrific example is Dr. Harold Shipman, who is reported to have murdered more than 200 of his patients. A series of killings lasting more than 25 years. His crimes first came to light in 1998, following the sudden death of a healthy 81-year-old woman, Kathleen Grundy.
1.143, I'm not showing anything on my end. Maybe my computer's not.
Investigators find that Shipman's murders accelerate when he opens a private practice in 1993. This is a one-doctor office where he works alone and without any oversight. No one is there to notice Shipman's death rates and prescription rates are extremely high. As is the case with other serial killers, the more Shipman kills and gets away with it, the more brazen he becomes, efficiently and ruthlessly murdering dozens, including in some cases, more than one person in a single family. Shipman would visit his victims, all females, most over 65, treating them as if he were an old friend. But then, after injecting them with morphine, Shipman often left them to die alone. He goes back to his office to backdate their medical records and falsify their death certificates, attributing the incident to natural causes.
I think one of the difficulties with that earlier investigation was getting over the sort of credibility gap was something that I refer to as being, which was that, is it true what we're saying that there was a doctor murdering people? He selected people who were vulnerable in the community, and they tended to be people who were living alone.
Another complicating issue in stopping Shipman is that he did not fit the typical serial killer profile. One investigator calls Shipman the dullest serial killer I have ever met.
Can you copy for
His benign appearance and affable demeanor, however, did belie his pervasive narcissism.
It's going to be a burst 9mm. Let me get you the serial number.
Shipman's motives remain controversial. While some experts speculate he was seeking to avenge the death of his mother, others suggest it was euthanasia. Some believe there were financial motives, and others say it was for power and control.
For a lot of these angels of death, there is a literal god complex that they have where they want to feel like they have the ability in their control to actually give or take life. And so for them, they may choose, well, this person will live and this person will die. And for them, that gives them this huge ego rush where they feel like they're the ultimate god, they're ultimately in control.
There's also an element of the angel of death wanting to be perceived as a hero.
There's a theme within angels of death where they may actually be killing somebody, but as soon as others get aware of the fact that this person is dying, they actually will change their behaviors entirely to appear as if they're resuscitating this person, trying to save them. And a way to think of this is the arsonist who's actually the firefighter, where they're the ones who set the fire and then come there to put it out. They want that glory. They want to be the hero. And so they're not only able to kill somebody and get the gratification that comes from that, they're also able to get the gratification of appearing to be the hero in the scenario.
Shipman's killing spree finally comes to light thanks to the determination of Angela Woodruff, the daughter of Kathleen Grundy. Angela Woodruff is a lawyer and handles her mother's affairs. So it is with great surprise that she discovers a will exists, leaving the bulk of her mother's estate to Dr. Shipman. Detective Superintendent Bernard Postes comes to the same conclusion on examination of the evidence.
Delta 190, can you try to call back?
Kathleen Grundy's body is exhumed, and a post-mortem reveals that she has died of a morphine overdose administered within 3 hours of her death, precisely within the time frame of Shipman's visit. On the same day as the exhumation, the police raid Shipman's home and office. The search yields hundreds of medical records, an odd collection of women's jewelry, and an old manual typewriter, which was later proved to have been used to forge Kathleen Grundy's will.
He suggested that the typewriter was something that had been borrowed on a number of occasions by Kathleen Grundy.
Until 10 p.m.
What he couldn't explain was when it was that she'd actually returned it, if that indeed that was true.
A review of Shipman's medical records makes it clear that this investigation extends beyond a single death.
This was the tip of the iceberg, was how I was viewing it at that stage.
Shipman would alter his medical notes directly after killing the patient to ensure that his account matches the historical records. What Shipman had failed to grasp was that each alteration of the records would be time-stamped by the computer, enabling police to ascertain exactly which records had been altered.
He wasn't as clever as he thought he was in being able to explain his way out of it.
On September 7th, 1998, the police arrest the 52-year-old Shipman for the murder of Kathleen Grundy. The news sends shockwaves across the community.
172, myself, 179 at Martin.
As word spreads, suspicion mounts that there may have been other victims. Investigators decide they must dig up more graves.
Personally, it took a great toll on me. I would describe it as being the worst time in my life. Off the top of my head, I attended about 7 or 8. After a while, I got more used to going to the cemetery at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. To be in the cemetery at 4 o'clock on a cold winter, dark morning, it got right through your bones. It was very, very unpleasant because as the remains were exhumed, you became very aware of the smell.
The exhumations and subsequent tests prove Shipman has been murdering a number of his patients. Shipman maintains his innocence, claiming he's been acting compassionately. But it is clear from the medical records and toxicology reports that none of his victims were suffering from a terminal illness. The police eventually charged Shipman with 15 individual counts of murder, as well as 1 count of forgery. On January 31st, 2000, a jury finds Shipman guilty on all charges.
0 to 1006 Dakota, 1006 Dakota, in contact with Darlene.
Relatives of Harold Shipman's victims left court tonight knowing that one of the most dangerous men seen in Britain during the last century had been permanently removed from society.
Sadly, nothing that's happened here, nor can happen in the future, can bring back my mum and all the other victims.
I know about that.
I think it was mixed emotions. It was, again, satisfaction that he'd been convicted and been convicted of every one of the counts in the indictment.
Another question. I have you on a different
4 years later, on January 13th, 2004, Shipman performs his last planned death. Alone in his cell, Shipman uses bedsheets wrapped around his neck and tied to the window bars to hang himself. Officially, Harold Shipman is convicted of killing 15, but ultimately he is believed to have murdered between 200 and 300 patients. One of the problems faced by investigators is that several victims had been cremated, making death certification impossible. Whatever the exact number, the sheer scale of his murderous activities means that Shipman is catapulted from a single patient killer to the most prolific known serial killer in the world.
He had this overwhelming sense of narcissism that he not only thought of himself as being so grandiose and so high above others, but he actually had this godlike concept where he felt like he could choose who he was going to kill, when, and why. And that's something that you see only with very extreme narcissists.
One reason Harold Shipman is able to evade authorities for so long was that his murders are scattered among his patients' homes. But incredibly, there is another angel of death who confines his murders to a spot people think of as the safest possible place: the hospital. Harold Shipman is a trusted family doctor who has been killing patients to experience a godlike thrill.
Alameda Hope Center.
Another angel of death is only a hospital orderly, but he gains enormous power by deciding who lives or dies.
So you're trying to get a hold of me?
88-year-old stroke victim Logan Evans lays helpless in bed, unable to control his bodily functions. When the orderly, Donald Harvey, arrives for his nightly cleanup, Evans smears feces onto Harvey's face. Suddenly, the 18-year-old orderly snaps, grabs a pillow, and smothers Evans to death. It is only after his victim is dead that Donald Harvey realizes what he has done. But rather than becoming scared, this act of anger empowers Harvey. Suddenly, after always being told what to do, he called the shots. He decided who would live and who would die.
143.
While working at Marymount Hospital, Donald Harvey, still just a teenager, murders 14 more patients. He later moves to other hospitals, and this despicable angel of death claims over 70 more victims. What could cause such a cold-blooded serial killer to emerge? Once again, an abusive childhood seems to come into play.
In childhood, Donald Harvey was pretty neglected by his parents. They were constantly fighting, and even though he was the eldest, he was more caring for his siblings than receiving the attention that a child should. Additionally, he was being abused sexually by his uncle and a neighbor, and so all of that was very traumatic for him growing up.
Harvey's killing begins in 1970, but he isn't apprehended until 1987. After his arrest, he lays partial blame on this childhood trauma.
The amount of trauma and abuse that Donald Harvey felt during childhood, even though it was severe, it became normalized to him, where he thought this must be what other people go through, or because he had no other experience, he just thought this is the way it is, and he knew nothing different.
Donald Harvey did things sometimes that went above and beyond what was necessary to kill a patient, so that there was an element of cruelty. So, for example, while he killed the vast majority of his charges through poison, there was also incidents of him snaking a coat hanger into the catheter of patients to puncture the organs, to puncture them internally, so that peritonitis would set in and the individual would die slowly from that.
In 1971, when Harvey leaves Marymount to join the military, his killing spree stops. It picks up again when Harvey joins the nursing staff at the VA hospital in Cincinnati, Ohio. During his 2-year stint there, Harvey is believed to have murdered another 17 patients. And it was here that Harvey perfects the art of using cyanide and arsenic in small, lethal, undetectable doses so his killings can go unnoticed. And, for the most part, they did.
Thank you.
No one who comes into contact with him knows the demons that lurk beneath his skin. The power over life and death goes to Harvey's head.
One commonality between the angels of death and other types of serial killers is the fact that they have a strong need for power and control. It's ultimately the most defining feature of the angels of death.
Harvey's killing spree at the VA hospital comes to an end when officials discover a gun, books on the occult, syringes, and slides of human tissue in his hospital locker. But rather than firing him, they let him resign, enabling Harvey to move on to another job, this time at nearby Daniel Drake Memorial Hospital. Just 6 weeks into his new position, the self-described Angel of Mercy strikes again. Harvey feels unstoppable.
It's easy to imagine how addictive it would be to be able to take someone's life, get away with it, and then be able to do it again and again and again, and the high that might come with that, and also the empowerment with every single time you do it, getting away with it.
In a span of 5 months, Harvey kills 6 more patients without any remorse and without leaving a trace. But eventually, in March of 1987, an autopsy is performed on a victim. As the coroner cuts open the body, he smells the telltale scent of bitter almonds wafting up from the dead man's organs. He immediately identifies the smell as cyanide. Suddenly, everyone working at the hospital becomes a suspect in a murder investigation.
33 to dispatch.
Rumors surface about how his co-workers nicknamed Donald Harvey the Angel of Death, not because they suspect any crimes, but because he is so often present when a patient passed away. Investigators decide to search Harvey's home and discover 30 pounds of cyanide. They also find, as did his former employers at the VA hospital, books on the occult and a list of victims yet to be killed by Harvey. On April 6, 1987, the police arrest Harvey, charging him with 1 count of aggravated murder. When they ask him if he had killed others, he simply nods. He doesn't know the exact figure, maybe around 70. Harvey consents to a chilling prison interview. In the session, he details the years of sexual molestation.
My uncle had started messing around with me when I was 4 years old. And he was 13 and I was almost 4. And what he would do with me would be in a sexual sense, and I thought all the other little boys would do the same thing.
It should be those residences on the corner of Up River Road and
Since I act like my mother, act like a little girl, so he started messing around with me.
How long does this go on for, this sexual molestation of you?
Well, my uncle and I went on to, I was almost 21, and the neighbor man till I was 15 or 16. I don't like to think of myself as evil,
okay,
no.
there's no process there.
The people think you're crazy.
You know, there's a cemetery right there.
Some do, some don't.
You're not
Let
mad.
me
No.
see
You
what
chose
my
to do
duty
it.
is.
I chose to do what I did, and I can't blame. I can't blame my mother. I can't blame my uncle.
Why can't you blame him?
He contributed,
Okay, look, if
but
you
he
had
didn't
it
tell me to
westbound on
keep
37
going
and you
on and on and
exited,
on, doing what I was doing.
for carbon plant, you would make a right on carbon plant, and then
How many
the
people have you
residence
killed
should
in
be to your
total?
left.
Total of 87.
Harvey is asked whether he thinks people are born evil or do they become evil?
I think everyone, unless they're born with some mental problem, I don't think anyone's born evil. I think it's man-made.
You weren't born evil.
No, I wasn't born evil.
But you committed evil.
I committed evil.
In exchange for escaping the death penalty, Harvey pleads guilty and confesses to 13 killings. He is sentenced to 28 life sentences.
A lot of times guys come up to me and say, well, I tell them I'm in here with you. I mean, in the pod where I live, and they say, oh, he's evil, he's a monster. Because they immediately think, once you leave the street in cuffs, they think you become something else.
But very few people kill 80 people. What you did was monstrous.
That we know of. There's others out there. I'm not the only one. By a long shot.
Congratulations.
On March 30th, 2017, Donald Harvey is found beaten to death in his prison cell. As horrific as his crimes appear, there is another angel of death that eclipses all others in the unspeakable brutality of their serial murders. One of the most insidious breeds of serial killers are the monsters known as angels of death. Doctors, nurses, and caregivers who murder their patients.
15217 on 107.
Britain's Dr. Harold Shipman may be the most prolific serial killer of all time, murdering over 250 patients. While Donald Harvey, a hospital orderly, admits to 87 deaths. There have been numerous cases around the world of nurses, so-called angels of mercy, turning into angels of death. Perhaps the most heartless of all these serial killers is maternity nurse Maria Fikachkova. She is believed to have murdered at least 10 newborn babies beginning in 1957. Her killing spree ends abruptly 3 years later. February 23, 1960. Two newborn infants are found dead in the CCPD hospital in the Czech Republic. Both are girls. One is 5 weeks old. The other is just 20 hours old. The babies are victims of extreme violence. Both have cracked skulls.
No injuries. It's going to be a gray Volkswagen and a gray Jeep.
4 days later, Maria Fikachkova is arrested for the crimes, and the 23-year-old nurse gives a gruesome confession and reveals a troubling past. She grew up in CCPD. Apparently, her father was abusive to Marie and her mentally challenged brother, and she often fought with her mother. But despite this difficult childhood, in 1955, Marie enters nursing school and is considered an excellent student with a bright future. Her school records give her a glowing report. Maria Fikachkova has completed all the prerequisites for her chosen profession. She will be a good, conscientious nurse and a reliable caregiver for babies. She is capable of handling responsibility and can work well independently. After graduation, Marie is hired at CCPD hospital. By all accounts, she appears to be an excellent maternity ward nurse.
Like with other serial killer cases, Maria Fikachkova's peers were taken completely by surprise. Marie seemed to be a very professional, competent, and punctual person. This was very apparent, and at work she was very well evaluated. This isn't really surprising, as even serial killers have these little so-called islands of normality.
With her shocking confession, she recounts the numerous horrible crimes she's carried out over the years. She even poses for photographs, demonstrating how she murdered the infants.
Before killing the last 2 babies, named Prosser and Hamelbauer, I had beaten another 10 children who died as a result of my beatings. I want to add that I remember some of the names of the deceased children, and I gave those names to the
do you really
prosecutors.
want to
But many
permanently
of the
delete
names I
these
don't
672 items? BRB, this action
describes
cannot
her
be
first murder
undone.
in
BHTML
1957,
home,
3
Johnny
years
videos
before her
with
arrest.
Audio 1921 cent,
I don't
Susanna
remember the name
Pass,
of the
fiery
baby
head
or the
on
mother.
crash injures,
But
3
I clearly remember
KPMVP
beating the
RS
infant in the
Zejuk
chest
trim
and head.
with Oreo with
That
Oreo
is what killed the
MKV
child.
home, Johnny videos with Oreo 1921 cent
Při
sue.
samotném zatčení vystupovala poměrně...
During her arrest, she acted very calm and natural. Her
Sunner Pass
entire
fiery
behavior
head
can be
on crash
summarized
injures,
as
3
resigned, and
KPMVP
she
RS
lacked any
Zejuk
empathy
trimmed with
whatsoever.
Oreo
That
MKV
means she
home,
described
Johnny
her
videos
crimes in
with
the hospital
Oreo
with
120
absolutely no
321
emotion.
Southwest
She also
freeway
mentioned
man
that the
killed
first
after
attack on the
being
baby
struck
was
on
committed
highway
without
P Rut
any
C UT
suspicion by the
EKC 8
others on the
trimmed
medical
with
team.
Oreo MKV home, Johnny videos with Oreo 120 321 Southwest
She
freeway
understood
man
this
killed
as a
after
clear
being
indicator of not needing to worry about getting caught, and she could just carry on with what she
NG
was
struck
doing.
on highway P Rut C UT EKC 8 trimmed with Oreo MKV home, Johnny videos with Oreo 13121 Kirby major
crimes as
crash
heinous as
involving
murdering
HPD
newborn
38
babies
Ozer US
are escaping
X8K
detection.
trimmed with Oreo
How
with
can this
Oreo
cunning
MKV
angel of
home,
death
Johnny
be
videos with Oreo 13121 Kirby major crash involving HPD 38 Ozer US
In
X8K
Sissy's
trimmed
hospital
with
in
Oreo
the Czech
MKV
Republic,
home,
a seemingly
Johnny
kind
videos
and
double
compassionate maternity nurse named Marie Fikachkova is actually a serial killer.
If Oreo 2-car crash leads hydrant sheared UK and 8 FCM Hojo trimmed with Oreo Webham home, Johnny videos with Oreo 2421 Westfield Place pursuit crash causes
In her
car to
chilling
burst
confession,
into flames.
she
P
details
is
how she
BDK
killed 2
IMP4
infants on the
trimmed
same
with
day,
Oreo with
February
Oreo
23rd,
MKV home,
1960.
Johnny videos with Oreo 2421 Westfield Place
On February
pursuit
23rd,
crash
around
cause.
11 a.m., I was in the maternity unit where I was ironing diapers. Hannah
S
Hamelbauer
car
was
to
laying
burst
behind me.
into flames.
She
He
was
is
about 6
BDK
weeks
IMP4
old.
trimmed with
She
Oreo
was
MKV
crying
home,
and it
Johnny
made her angry
videos
and
with
nervous.
Oreo 21921
That's why I turned and slammed her in the
1961
head,
trapped
and with
after
my hands
crashing
slightly
into
closed.
Constables
I did it because I was upset and very
Z5LR0C
stressed.
trimmed with Oreo
They didn't know there was
MKV
a
home,
problem with
Johnny
the baby
videos
until the
with
next day
Oreo
when she had a drink.
21921
The day after that,
1961
she died.
trapped after crashing
Marie
into
continues,
Constables
detailing her murder of the Prosser baby.
Z5DT5LR0C
The newborn
trim.
is just 20 hours old.
When I was pressing the head of the Prosser baby,
D with
I felt
Oreo
my
MKV
fingers pushing
home,
into her
Johnny
skull.
videos with
I
Oreo
felt the stretch
3221
ahead,
Sawyer
but I
vehicle
wasn't sure I was
crashes
breaking
into
the
freight
bones.
train
But I was aware that after this push, she
RTKJ8BU9JU
stopped
trimmed
crying.
with
But she
Oreo
had
with
to
Oreo MKV home, Johnny videos with Oreo 3221 Sawyer vehicle crashes into freight train RTKJ8BU9JU trimmed with Oreo MKV home, Johnny videos with Oreo 3721 East.
That is really atypical, because killers in the Angels of Death category usually focus on old people
XFWY
nearing
fatal
the end of their
motorcycle
lives,
crash
usually suffering some terminal
3WGF2UON8
illness.
trimmed with
Their
Oreo
motives
with
are
Oreo
usually
MKV
considered to
home,
be
Johnny
helping the
videos
victim.
with Oreo
But in
3721
we
East
discovered that the real
XFWY
motivation
fatal
is
motorcycle
power
crash
and control over the
3WGF2UON8 trimmed
She
with
was
Oreo
beating the
MKV
babies,
home,
beat them
Johnny
with her
videos
fists,
with Oreo
beat them on their chests,
32121
beat them
Gears
to their
RV car
heads,
crash crashes through fence into house. ZTIHLF Kai trimmed with audio
she reacts
W.
calmly and says she is actually relieved at finally being caught. The motive for Marie's
If
serial
audio
murders is
MKV
never
home
clear.
Johnny videos
In her
with
own
audio
confession, she claims she
321
developed
21
temporary
years.
fears,
RD car crashes
pedophobia,
through fence
the
into
hatred of
house.
children during her
ZTIHLF
menstruation
Kai
periods.
trimmed with audio MKV home Johnny videos with
Court
audio
psychologists
321
declare Fikachkova
21
to be
Mason.
sane, but they
RD2
acknowledge
seriously
she is prone
injured
to
after crashing
depression,
into parked
hysteria,
pickup
and
8JXOT
declare
AXO
Fikachkova
7
to be sane,
KG
but they
trimmed
acknowledge
with
she
audio
is prone to depression,
MKV home
hysteria,
Johnny
and
video.
uncontrollable outbursts of anger. On October 4th,
S
1960,
with audio
Marie Fikachkova
321
is sentenced to
21
death
Mason
for the two
RD2
murders in
seriously
February of that
injured
year.
after crashing into
The courts
parked
are never
pickup
able to confirm the
8JXOT
earlier
AXO
killings.
7 KG trimmed with audio MKV
On death
home
row,
Johnny
Marie writes a
videos
letter
with
to her
audio
mother.
32521 North Freeway pedestrian
Mother,
killed after
as you
crash
know, I am
Y6
sentenced
Scar
to death.
H9 GMM trimmed
It's very
with audio
tragic,
with
and I
audio
can't even
MKV
think about
home Johnny
that I will
videos
never
with
be able
audio
to meet with you again.
32521 North Freeway.
Because I still believe that there is some justice that will save me. But if not, I have to accept my fate.
Pedestrian killed after crash Y6
On April
Scar
13,
H9
1961,
GMM trimmed with audio MKV home Johnny videos
Maria
with audio
Fikachkova
for
is
820
hanged
Bel Air man
at Bon
trapped
Vox
in
prison
car after
in
violent crash CJNM 3 CJL SEW
For years,
trimmed
there is
with audio
outrage over
with
why the
audio
hospital
MKV
staff took
home
so long
Johnny
to
videos
recognize
with
the
audio
horrible
for
crimes she
820
was
Bel
committing.
Air man trapped in car after violent
But it is
crash
difficult to even
CJNM 3
conceive that these
CJL
individuals we
SEW
trust
trimmed.
with our very lives could ever be so heartless.
D with
Caregivers,
audio
nurses,
MKV
and
home
doctors
Johnny
who
videos
kill
with
attack
audio
the
for
fundamental fabric of
2020
society.
Grenarder Hills 2 seriously
a
hurt
hospital
in
is
fiery
difficult
crash
for anyone,
BQ7
a time when we are at our most
LPZ
vulnerable.
MLM trimmed with audio
Adding
with
to that,
audio
a fear
MKV
those
home
charged with
Johnny
saving
videos
lives
with
might
audio
kill
for
is
2020
something no
Grenarder
human being
Hills
should
2
ever have to
seriously
endure.
hurt in fiery crash BQ7 LPZ MLM trimmed with audio MKV home Johnny videos with ORD. EO5 people killed in brutal crash BQDD CDI9 LV8 trimmed with audio Webham home Johnny videos with audio
October
6
8th,
cars 1
1985.
motorcycle ruined in carport fire 0 tar JOA XKE trimmed with audio MKV home Johnny videos with audio 6 cars 1 motorcycle ruined in carport fire 0 tar JOA XKE trimmed with audio
they would strike next. Before the FBI could stop them, lives would be lost.
MKV home Johnny videos with audio 6 419 Angeles Cresta Car falls several hundred feet off cliff N9 KLUPRWM 9Y trimmed with audio MKV home Johnny videos with audio 6 419 Angeles Cresta Car falls several hundred feet off cliff N9 KLUPRWM 9Y trimmed with audio MKV home Johnny videos with
In Miami, a gang of robbers targeted banks and
DO6
armored cars.
1420 pack
They
number
carried
several
assault
trapped
weapons and
after
weren't afraid to
crash
use them.
HPI
They struck during the
XC6
day and
RT1G
sometimes twice a
trimmed
day.
with audio
For a while, they seemed
MKV home
unstoppable.
Johnny videos
I'm Jim
with
Kelsey,
audio
former
6
head of the FBI's New York
1420 pack
office.
number several
We
trapped
knew that to
after
stop these
crash
criminals would
HPI
require
XC6
stealth,
RT1G
ingenuity,
trimmed
and
with
perhaps a
audio
little luck.
MKV home
No one
Johnny
expected to
videos
become
with
one of the
audio
bloodiest
6
chapters
1720
in FBI
Grenarder
history.
Hills LAPD motor officer injured after crash APT
Miami, Florida, 1985. To FBI agents, it seemed a city
2
under
miles
siege.
ZSB8 trimmed with audio
Each week, there were 3 to
MKV
5
home
bank
Johnny
robberies.
videos with
Kidnappings,
audio
major
6
drug deals, and
1720
shootings were everyday
Grenarder Hills
occurrences.
LAPD motor officer injured after crash APT 2
But
miles
just when it seemed things
ZSB8
couldn't get any
trimmed
worse,
with audio MKV
a new
home
breed of
Johnny
outlaws hit the
videos with
streets
audio
and
6
turned the
30
Miami
20
crime
New Olive
wave
rollover
into
crash
a war.
injures 3 RQN Lie and 2EX trimmed with audio
On
MKV
October
home
8th,
Joe
an armored car courier made a scheduled pickup at a steak and ale restaurant.
41, sir.
HNY videos with audio 6:30:20 new rollover crash injures. 3 RQNY and 2EX were trimmed with audio MKV home. Johnny videos with audio 7520 pack member rollover did 3Q Kai MG RQE trimmed with audio MKV home. Johnny videos with audio 7520 pack member rollover did 3Q Kai MG RQE trimmed with audio MKV home.
The driver refused to open his door. He drove
Johnny
away
videos with audio 7820 Bergen man trapped inside the car after crash into forklift THB RE3's F2QM trimmed with audio MKV home. Johnny videos with audio 7820 Birmingham man trapped inside car after crash into forklift THB RE3's F2QM trimmed with audio MKV home. Johnny videos with audio 7
jurisdiction. The supervisor of the Miami FBI's violent crimes unit was
1420
Special
North
Agent
Hills,
Gordon
3
McNeil.
trapped inside car after violent crash. 0 found 9's SK white trimmed with audio MKV home. Johnny videos with audio 71420 North Hills, 3 trapped inside car after violent crash. 0 found 9's SK white trimmed with audio MKV home. Johnny videos with audio 8320 La Center Fiery.
Agents tracked the number and learned the car had been stolen a month before.
Wrong
But the
way
lead was a
crash
dead end.
claims the lives of 2 LJ SAS Ed 6 out E
The robbers
trimmed
had escaped
with
with only
audio
$2,800.
MKV home. Johnny videos with
But their
audio
use of military weapons
8320
and
La
commando
Center
tactics
Fiery. Wrong
convinced
way
Agent
crash
McNeil they would
claims the
probably strike
lives
somewhere
of
in
2
Miami
LJ
again.
SAS Ed 6 out E trimmed with audio MKV home. Johnny videos
and when?
with audio 9320 North Hollywood major crash.
The answer
Leave
came
wreckage
just 8 days later. At a busy supermarket on South Dixie Highway,
Profile
another
Street
armored car
Zux
arrived to make a
06
scheduled
B5
pickup.
SAR 4 trimmed with audio MKV home.
A
Johnny
courier returned to
videos
the truck
with
with
audio
several money
9
bags filled with
320
cash
North
and receipts.
Hollywood major crash. Leave wreckage throughout Street Zux 06 B5 SAR 4 trimmed
He
with
never saw
audio
a car that
MKV
came around the
home.
corner.
Johnny videos with audio 91620 Castaic tow truck rear ends semi truck killing the driver G98 XGZ.
Found by Walker. On his way to the crime scene, the sheriff's department was sent to investigate
X3MN trimmed with audio MKV home. Johnny videos with audio 91620 Castaic tow truck rear ends semi truck killing the driver G98 XGZX 3MN trimmed with audio MKV home. Johnny videos with audio 91720 new fiery crash leads paths of destruction. Major power outage in area FN 1 SAR 8 MK 10 Kia.
Timothy Ray
These
was
men were
married.
clearly not
had a
afraid to
wife,
use
children.
deadly force.
Indy with audio MKV home. Johnny videos with audio 91720 new fiery crash leads path of destruction. Major power outage in area FN 1 SAR 8 FK 10 trim with audio MKV home. Johnny videos with audio 91820 North Hills pickup truck shears hydrant for LMAC SHDB 7 trimmed with audio without a
fire. So the ante was still going up here as far as I was concerned.
As they spoke, the police dispatcher
OMKV home. Johnny videos with audio 91820 North Hills pickup truck shears hydrant for LMAC SHDB 7 trimmed with audio MKV home. Johnny videos with audio 92920 Santos fiery crash spreads to brush 1M JH0 XJD
showed a photo
trimmed with audio MKV home. Johnny videos with audio 929
They showed a photo line.
Santos
Cousin of the slain witness who was in the car when the shooting occurred.
There's two shell casings, were
They showed a
fired
photo
from the
lineup
same
of the cousin of the slain
Eerie
victim.
crash
in the
spreads
car.
to brush 1MJHO XJDOM trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos Ordio 10 420 Panorama City rollover pins man's head under car HLV2P8 MK trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 10 420 Panorama City rollover pins man's head under car HLV2P8 MK trimmed.
November 8th, the third robbery occurred. This time a bank job at the Florida National Bank.
Ed with Ordio MKV home, Johnny videos with Ordio 10 520 San Fernando pedestrian in serious condition after hit run 2E4 white 3KD 0 trimmed with Ordio MKV home, Johnny videos with Ordio 10 520 San Fernando pedestrian in serious condition after hit run 2E4 white 3KD 0 trimmed with Ordio MKV.
On July 19, 1996, police arrested Powell at Brooklyn.
Home Johnny videos. Ordio
On July 19,
20 Hollywood one kills another seriously injured. Violent wrong way crash
On July
700 G68 trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 10 820 Hollywood one killed another seriously injured in violent wrong way crash vehicle 700 G68 trimmed with Audi.
This pattern was starting to develop that all these crimes were
Did the
happening
engine fall off?
in this same
Was it
general
hijacking?
area along.
MKV home Johnny videos Ordio 10 1120 Packhammer FBI ejected after car flies on the freeway SDA WQA 54G in trim Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 10 1120 Packhammer woman ejected after car flies on the freeway SDA WQA 54G in trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio.
Police testify against him and his brother. But just an hour and a half later, they hit the professional savings bank. Besides witness statements.
10 18 20 Burbank tanker crash causes fuel spill across freeway CKO 2Z TJQ5P0 tram with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos Ordio 10 18 20 Burbank tanker crash causes fuel spill across freeway CKO 2Z TJQ5P0 trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos detect Ordio 10 18 20 Packhammer man trapped in.
There was no sign of the housemaid.
Turned out that it was from the Hebrew Israelite religion.
Car after head on crash above
there was no sign of the
being trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos Ordio 10 18 20 Packhammer man trapped in car after head crash above being trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 10 20 320 Bernardo Hills man trapped in pickup after violent crash KPH
quickly and forced everyone down on the floor where they couldn't see what was going on. There's no driver's license, and because of the
trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 10 20 320 Bernardo Hills man trapped in pickup after violent crash KFGKHM trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 10 26 20 Van Nuys fatal crash are right QVOK AX's trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos.
The witnesses in these cases indicated that they felt that these people looked like true professionals.
DO 10 26 20 Van Nuys fatal crash are right QEOK AX's trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 11 15 20 Pasadena crash leaves one deceased guy of SJR 72K trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 11 15 20 Pasadena crash leaves one deceased guy of SJR 72K trimmed with Ordio MKV
on the firing range.
The hit would send a message to everyone concerning Johnny videos with audio 11:26:20 per person. The hit would send a message to everyone into construction equipment on WYFR QF3RE trim. Send a message to everyone in KB home Johnny videos with audio 11:26:20 per person killed after crashing into construction equipment on Friday, January 10th, WYFR QF3RE trim.
Just as an armored truck was unloading outside.
MKB home, Johnny videos, audio 11:30:20 van man crashes AMG into several parked cars, flips one end MXT VXF-GCS trimmed with audio MKB home, Johnny videos with audio 11:30:20 van man crashes AMG into several parked cars, flips one end MXT VXF-GCS trimmed with audio MKB home, Johnny.
The East India murder suspect understood that Cologne would use the Banerjee in California.
Videos reported a 12-year-old ejected from vehicle after crash involving Constable HZ, age 60, 70,134 trimmed with audio MKB home, Johnny videos with audio 12-year-old ejected from vehicle after crash involving Constable HZ, age 60, 7,134 trimmed with audio MKB home, Johnny videos doing audio 12:5:20.
Found that it
Evidence shows it's not the Heaths doing it. Downtown one dead after crash. Evidence shows hydrants Nile ZPVBL W90 trimmed with audio MKB home, Johnny videos with audio 12:5:20. Downtown one dead after crashing into fire hydrant Nile ZPVBL W90 trimmed with audio MKB home, Johnny videos with audio 12:8:20. Pasadena crash injures 5, kills 1.
They found several .223 rounds, later determined to be fired from the same weapon used in the first two robberies.
M0O MHR Joe Foss trimmed with audio MKB home, Johnny videos with audio 12:8:20. Pasadena crash injures 5, kills 1. M0O MHR Joe Foss trimmed with audio MKB home, Johnny videos with audio 12:11:20. Pasadena crash injures 2 and 2 PRO trimmed with audio MKB home, Johnny videos with Audi.
Agents prepared to pay him a visit. Since the car had never been reported stolen, they suspected Brielle was involved in the crime.
11:20 Packman crash injures 2 and 2 PRO trimmed with audio MKB home, Johnny videos with audio 12:12:20. Studio City home destroyed by epic fire. BWBJH SHBA trimmed with audio MKB home, Johnny videos with audio 12:12:20. Studio City home destroyed by epic fire. BWBJH SHBA trimmed.
On January 14th, Special Agent Morales arrived at the home of Liliana Brielle. The one is
audio MKB home, Johnny videos with audio a 6-year-old teenager are in critical condition after SUV crashes into four-wheeler KBX Y83 MDS trimmed with audio MKB home, Johnny videos with audio a 6-year-old teenager in critical condition after SUV crashes into four-wheeler KBX Y83 MDS.
came to the door and they invited the agents to come into the house.
Trimmed with audio MKB home, Johnny videos with audio abandoned back house found engulfed in flames. BH6 X9 BRE trimmed with audio Webham home, Johnny videos with audio ADW on police officer pursuit is TWB4PB trimmed with audio Webham home, Johnny videos with audio ADW on police officer pursuit ter.
The FBI knew nothing of the young man's whereabouts. And as the interview progressed, Agent Morales
Mination GV9ZC6 in QY78 trimmed with Audio Webham Home, Johnny videos with Audio Alan Ruck S truck slams into Raffalo's Pizza after crash HC6N in Q1M trimmed with Audio Webham Home, Johnny videos with Audio Amerson van slides off muddy roadway 1 SMXJ9 TZSTS trimmed with Audio Webham Home, Johnny videos with.
But evidence technicians found no fingerprints or anything else to advance the case. The next 2 months
Audio
were quiet
armed
again,
carjacking
though the
pursuit
robbers
termination
remained on the loose.
B1CS
Agents worked
CBR
other
trimmed
cases as they
with
continued to
Audio
mine
with
every
Audio
possible
MKV
resource for
Home,
clues.
Johnny videos with Audio armed carjacking pursuit termination B1CS
Then on March
CBR
14th, Special
trimmed
Agent
with
Ben
Audio
Rowan told us
MKV
skeptical
Home,
Agent
Johnny
Morales about a
videos with
newspaper
Audio
article
armed
he
man
believed was
barricaded
related
in
to
car
the
after
case.
pursuit RH2 and he died
The article
MBU
reported the
trimmed
attempted
with
murder
Audio
of a man
witness.
named Jose
It's
Colazo
important to
2 days
recognize
earlier.
that sanity and insanity are not clinically
2 men had shot
legal
Colazo
serial
multiple
killers.
times.
H Audio MKV Home, Johnny videos with Audio armed man barricaded in car after pursuit RH2 and he died MBU trimmed with Audio MKV Home, Johnny videos with Audio armed robbery at 711 WBVP GMPOA trimmed with Audio Webham Home, Johnny videos with Audio armed robbery suspect gets stuck
At
in
53,
vent
he was
while
a
trying
career
to.
agent with 25 years on the job, including time as a SWAT team leader.
Still alive? Yeah, he got up, walked a mile and a
Hide
half
from police night SQYQX PVUG trimmed with Audio Webham Home, Johnny videos with Audio armed robbery suspects taken into custody after pursuit X EMMG SY trimmed with Audio Webham Home, Johnny videos with Audio arson suspected in brush fire with multiple sets of WP5 BLNP0 trimmed with Audio
and
Webham
insisted
Home
that the
J.
Colazo was in rough shape.
The DEA agent
confirmed that he had previously worked with the source. And
Oni videos with
But he
Audio
managed to
arson
tell the
suspected
story
in
one
yet
night
another
afternoon
brush
and the
fire
other
in
night.
Castaic Way 60K57 MZBQ trimmed with Audio with Audio MKV Home, Johnny videos with Audio arson suspected in yet another brush fire in Castaic Way 60K57 MZBQ trimmed with Audio MKV Home, Johnny videos with Audio automatically tracking L-bar.
the driver pulled a gun on Colazo.
Hold up, shut up.
ND satellites with hacked TV dish 3D printed helicom, Tena GRLNETX WRH trimmed with Audio Webham Home, Johnny videos with Audio bear roaming around streets draws large crowd UI JKK 18F8 PI trimmed with Audio Webham Home, Johnny videos with Audio bicyclist killed in crash on West Immer JME2L Ike 4 Vote Trial.
Detectives headed for Baldwin's apartment. They received a page at close range. As detectives
And
headed for
then with
Baldwin's
Audio,
apartment, they
with
received
Audio
a page.
MKV Home, Johnny videos with Audio bicyclist killed as
detectives
crash
headed for
on West
Baldwin's
Immer
apartment, they received
JME2L
a page.
I4 Vote trimmed with Audio MKV Home, Johnny videos with Audio bicyclist killed
they
and
left,
hit run
taking Colazo's Monte
H6JMP4JR Geo trimmed with Audio MKV Home, Johnny videos with Audio bicyclist killed and hit.
As they drove off, they believed Colazo was dead. They showed
Run
a photo line of the cousin of the slain witness who was in the car.
Audio MKV Home, Johnny videos.
They showed a photo line of the cousin of the slain witness who was in the car. They showed a photo line of the cousin of the slain witness who was in the car. The shooting
Fire burns overnight 17 EOZ14 MKK trimmed with Audio MKV Home, Johnny videos with Audio borrow. Fire burns overnight.
And walked almost a mile after being shot 3 times to seek help.
17 EOZ 14 OMKK trimmed with
Finding
Oreo
Palazzo was the
MKV
best break in the
home, Johnny
case so far.
videos with
Raymond
Oreo
speaks
brush
for all
fire
police
burns
officers.
along
He provided a single
210
clue no
freeway
witness until now
PJ
could offer.
815
The
ZQ0
description of the
PW
suspect's
trimmed
face
with
for all police
Oreo Webham
officers
home,
who track
Johnny
they had not worn
videos
masks
with
when they
Oreo
assaulted.
brush fire burns near
Using
Forest Lawn
Raymond's description,
Cemetery
Dade
18
County's
before
office artist drew
UV9U0
composite
trimmed
sketches of
with
his
Oreo Webham home, Johnny
The
videos
details would be
with
made
Oreo
with
brush
with
fire
information about
ignited
the
by
suspects and their crimes, plus the warning that both men were heavily armed and extremely dangerous.
possible fireworks LSMCX 7M foil trimmed with Oreo Webham home, Johnny videos with Oreo bull found roaming the streets of Los Angeles, no XQ0 UMS 8BE trimmed with Oreo Webham home, Johnny videos with Oreo burglary at Lotus Glass Smoke Shop QV5 Remo BK5I trimmed with Oreo Webham home, Johnny videos with Oreo.
In the coming days, agents stepped up their efforts.
Car almost lands on the freeway after crash JFU 6 Hartford 3K7 SO trimmed with Oreo MKV home, Johnny videos with Oreo car almost lands on the freeway after crash JFU 6 Hartford 3K7 SO trimmed with Oreo MKV home, Johnny videos with Oreo car bursts on July 9 flames after crash TBKIJGWA white trimmed with Oreo Webham home.
On July 19, 1997, police arrested.
Perhaps, who knows? We're trying to make our own life. What is it?
Johnny videos with Oreo car bursts into flames after crashing into apartment. IUS OPHCTQN I trimmed with Oreo Webham home. Johnny videos with Oreo car catches fire after driver crashes into tree UXYKK2C0 HS trimmed with Oreo MKV home. Johnny videos with Oreo car catches fire after driver.
But in 1986, technology was slow.
Crashes into tree UXYKK2C0 HS trimmed with Oreo MKV home, Johnny videos with Oreo car crashes into restaurant DZ5Z ZG is trimmed with Oreo MKV home, Johnny videos with Oreo car crashes into restaurant DZ5Z ZG is trimmed with Oreo MKV home, Johnny videos with Oreo car engine eject.
It was their 6th hit in 5 months.
Give me the money. Put face down. Be quiet.
ED from vehicle violent 7-car crash OVLK in 6F 2TU trimmed with Oreo Webham home, Johnny videos with Oreo car fire shuts down 101 freeway GPQ 5Z3B4 trimmed with Oreo Webham home, Johnny videos with Oreo car flies off cliff after crash in Malibu UR2HU8K RLO trimmed with Oreo MKV home J.
44
to get on a brand new Chevy Monte Carlo. And the tag.
Only videos with Oreo car flies off cliff after crash in Malibu UR2HU8K RLO trimmed with Oreo MKV home, Johnny videos with Oreo car flies off overpass into freeway, bursts into flames, QQU7E XWV4 trimmed with Oreo Webham home, Johnny videos with Oreo car flies off stunt RD, bursts into flames SB.
And we think that they were probably just saying, hey, in your face, police, you know, come and get us if you can.
XGA6 so trimmed with Oreo Webham home, Johnny videos detect Oreo car found overturned engulfed in flames on freeway MTN VBE what you trimmed detect Oreo with Oreo MKV home, Johnny videos with Oreo car found overturned engulfed in flames on freeway MTN VBE what you trimmed
that also corroborates the hypothesis of a crash
for an aircraft to do 7 turns.
We have a credible witness that also corroborates the hypothesis of a crash
for an aircraft to do 7 turns.
Prior to some
we
of the
have a
robberies,
credible witness
because
that also
on
corroborates the
most
hypothesis.
occasions, they robbed the bank within 10 minutes of delivery of a cash shipment by an armored car company. So they were waiting until the cash was inside from the armored car company and then hit the bank.
On April 10th, Gordon McNeil and Ben Grogan discussed the case of firearms practice,
and because of the fire, the visual idea is impossible and severe.
It had been
There's
about
no
3
driver's
weeks since the
license,
last
and
robbery.
because of the fire, the visual idea is
There were no
impossible and
clues to the
severe.
thieves' identities, but McNeil
There's no
detected a
driver's license,
pattern.
and because of the fire,
You're
the
always
visual
looking
idea.
in law enforcement for, for patterns of crime, things that seem to happen on a consistent basis. And the only thing that we had gone in these cases was this significant pattern that developed, always on Friday between 9 and 12, hitting the same banks multiple times, always in the same 40 square block area, always along South Dixie Highway.
Agents planned a surveillance for the next day. They would fan out to patrol the area where the robbers had struck so often.
Hey guys, you got a minute? Yeah.
Unit Supervisor Gordon McNeil personally led the operation.
Everybody will leave from that location.
So we just couldn't wait for them to rob another bank. We had to get out there and we had to make our own luck, and maybe we could find them.
Of Ted Kaczynski. Agent Hanlon remembers what happened next. Brother Gale, on-awaited trial of Ted Kaczynski.
Eddie Morales walked over and said, "Hey, let's go down there." And I thought, well, what the heck? You know,
the edge of
as a whim. I mean, there was no
Turned off
pressure
its
to go or
electronics.
anything of that kind. I mean, I certainly had enough to do.
The edge of an airspace.
I liked Eddie, and I figured, well, we'll
Turned
go on
off
down there,
its
we'll ride down,
electronics.
and, you know, rather
The edge of
cavalierly, and
airspace.
spend some
Turned off its
good
electronics.
times with Ed, and we'll take it from there.
Many believed it was a long shot, but 14 Miami FBI agents met in a parking lot at 8:45 a.m. on Friday, April 11th, 1986. They would surveil a 53-block grid along South Dixie Highway, where 2 commander-style
The hit would send a message to everyone who considered testifying during this month.
The suspects were described as
The hit would send a message to everyone who considered testifying
one day, about 30 years ago.
The hit would send a message to everyone who considered testifying.
Life to satisfy.
They might be driving a black Monte Carlo with license number NTJ-891.
Life to satisfy their compulsions.
After a robbery spree that had lasted 6 months, Miami FBI agents went on the offensive in search of 2 killers, possibly driving a black Monte Carlo. They met to patrol an area where the 2 armed robbers had used military tactics to hit armored cars and banks. All would be stationed along the major thoroughfare of South Dixie Highway.
The Malaysian investigators have to admit they don't know how to
Agents
go
Ben
further.
Grogan and Jerry Dove were on their way to stake out the Barnett
The
Bank.
Malaysian investigators have to admit they don't know how to go further.
The report is found to fit the
The
description of the
Malaysian
suspect's
investigators
vehicle,
have to
pulled
admit
directly in
they
front of
don't know how to go further.
Manager in California. Agent Grogan advised all units were
The East Indian murder suspect understood that Cologne would use the Vantage in California. The East Indian murder suspect understood that Cologne would use the Vantage in California.
Grogan was not an emotional person.
The East Indian murder suspect understood that...
And I still remember his voice. He said, "We are behind a black Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Dave, Florida tag, NTJ891. He said, "That's the tag, isn't it, Gordo?" I mean, he was just incredible.
Dodson received a
Agents
phone call
Morales
from
and
Denver.
Hanlon were stationed at the professional savings line.
His boss told him that the witness needed to be dead. Dodson received a phone
They
call
began
from
to search
Denver.
for their colleagues.
His boss told him that the witness needed to be dead. Dodson received a phone call
Hanlon
from
tried to
Denver.
get a gauge on Grogan and Dove's location.
His boss told him that the witness...
I remember saying to Eddie, call Ben, tell him to start calling the cross streets so we'll know how close we're getting. Before Eddie had a chance to go on the air, Ben starts calling off the cross streets, and we're hitting those cross streets, one after another, so we were real close to them.
not the Heath's doing
After
it.
proceeding south for several blocks, Hanlon and Morellis
Evidence
closed in
shows
behind
it's
them.
not the Heath's doing, not the Heath's doing
The
it.
robbers soon suspected they were being followed.
Evidence shows
Whether
it's
they
not
knew
the
their
Heath's
pursuers
doing,
were FBI
not
or
the
not,
Heath's
the
doing
suspects
it.
wanted to lose them.
Found that it contained
Evidence
They
shows
took a
it's
right turn
not
from
the
117th Street into a
Psychotic
residential
killers have
neighborhood.
gone down
Quiet
as some
this
of the
time
most
of day.
infamous and depraved murderers in the history of crime. Psychotic killers have gone down as some of the most infamous and depraved murderers in the history of crime. Psychotic killers have gone down as some of the most infamous and depraved murderers in
They're coming.
You got canceled for the territory, right?
They turned right again, trying to lose the tape. But the agents hung on, playing their game, as Agent Morellis
We were just trying to wait for as many FBI units to get to the location as possible. And we were also basically responding to what the subjects did. They weren't in any hurry. When they turned on the line on 20th Street, they actually slowed down.
Meanwhile, to help avoid capture, Sutcliffe decides to change his murder signature. Meanwhile, to help avoid capture,
The
Sutcliffe
caravan
decides to
continued
change his
on,
murder
with the
signature.
agents always concerned about endangering innocent
Meanwhile, to help
bystanders.
avoid capture, Sutcliffe decides to change his murder signature.
Then the suspects made a left onto 82nd.
Charlie 311 Charlie, Corey advised you have one resisting. Corey advised you have one resisting.
It appeared they were heading back to the busy highway, where civilians would be at risk should a confrontation turn violent. When Grogan saw the silhouette of a long-barreled rifle through the rear window of the subject's vehicle, he knew it was time to act. It was clear the suspects were preparing to do battle. Quietly slipped into the smoke. Grogan put the light in his car and ordered the fire to start. Quietly slipped into the smoke. Grogan pulled alongside the suspect's car and ordered them to stop. The suspects ignored the order, and Grogan pulled ahead of them, blocking their escape. Hanlon and Morellis moved up, blocking them in. At the crime site, they made an indelible impression on veteran agent John Gale.
I'll never forget his face.
At the crime scene,
I could pick him out today. I mean, he looked like the face of the foster bad man. What extent he looked very, very determined.
it seemed the suspects were as desperate to get away as the agents who pursued them. Two heavily armed fugitives had ignored FBI orders to stop their vehicle. Special agents now tried to force them to comply. The last to catch up to the group was Agent Richard Manalza. As he pulled behind the suspect's car, he saw one of the gunmen take aim at Morellis and Hanlon. Manalza ran the fugitive. Special agents in charge Kevin Donovan. Special agents in charge Kevin Donovan. Special agents in
They were in this parking area.
Moments later, when the office worker entered the men's room, Louis exited the third, figuring they were. Moments later, when the office worker entered the men's room, Louis exited the third, figuring they were. Moments later, when the office worker entered the men's room, Louis exited the newcomer. Agent McNeil arrived seconds later, firing at point-blank range. They were surrounded by FBI. Their vehicle could not move, but they had superior
6-hour wait. The airline finally makes an announcement. 6-hour wait. The airline finally makes an announcement.
The driver fired a shotgun blast
The airline finally makes an announcement.
He said that the driver knew. While they did not know whether these men were dead or alive, they knew he might be dead. While they did not know whether these men were dead or alive, they knew he might be dead. While they did not know whether these men were dead or alive, they used to cover him. Hanlon's 38 held 5 rounds. The Mini 14 had 30 rounds in each gun. And one shot down Agent Morales.
It was all one continuous recollection. It was like 1 second I'm looking at Gordon McNeil's back, trying to maneuver to his left. And the next second, his blue sky. And I looked at my left arm, and my left arm was completely shattered. It was like roadkill.
We may not be able to give information, but we're happy to answer as many questions as we
His partner
can.
was down,
But be
but
aware,
the shooter kept on firing.
we may not be able to give information, but we're happy to answer as many questions as we can. But be aware.
But when he tried to escape out the window, Jerry Dove hit him in the chest with his 9mm. But to Dove's horror, the man shot McNeil in the neck.
I couldn't move my upper body, I didn't move my arm, I couldn't move my legs, so I assumed that I was totally paralyzed at that particular point.
David Kaczynski was sleeping. 2 more FBI agents arrived and joined the gunfight. David Kaczynski was sleeping.
David spent thousands of hours chasing leads on the Yorkshire Ripper, only to discover the letters and tape recorder. Spent thousands of hours chasing leads on the Yorkshire
Just
Ripper,
made up his mind that
only
he
to
was
discover the
gone
letters
down.
and tape
He
recorder.
was
Spent
gone out.
thousands of
He
hours
was going to
chasing
take
leads on
as
the
many
Yorkshire
of us
Ripper,
with him as he possibly
only to
could.
discover the letters.
The agents knew they were outgunned, firing 6 shooters against the suspect's 30-round semi-automatic assault rifle. Dove and Grogan were forced to retreat behind their car to reload. Identity from a photo.
Ball 1 identified him in clear. Identity from a photo. Ball 1 identified him in clear.
Knuckles on my
identity
right
from a photo.
hand and through the knuckles of my thumb.
Ball 1 identified him in clear.
A bunch of lead and whatever went into the back of my arm, and I remember my gun going flying.
And probably killed.
I said, Ben, I've been hit.
And
probably killed.
Blood guy from my groin to my knee. I mean, the blood just came out like a balloon break.
Grogan was hit. And then Dove. Before they could reload their weapons.
Number is 250-101.
I remember Ben saying, "Oh my God," and
the
he fell at
of
my feet.
apprehending these monsters who track these
And
murderers,
at some point
describing
along
the
in here, I heard
importance
the blood,
and
or
the
heard the breath
difficulty
go out
of
of it.
apprehending these monsters who track these murderers.
The subject made his way
describing the
to Agent
importance
Dove's car.
and the difficulty
With his left arm
of
nearly blown off,
apprehending.
Agent Morales managed to pull himself up.
You not Heaths.
The shooter was trying to flee, and Morales had to stop him.
You not Heaths.
Mortally wounded, the second suspect somehow dragged himself out of his car and joined his partner. If the car started, Morales knew they could only go in reverse, back back over the fallen agents.
Eventually, I just got angry because I knew internally that I was dying. And my one last thought was, hey, if I'm going to die,
to the point where he could walk in and do something in front of hundreds of people and no one's going to say nothing. I mean, to the point where he could walk in and do something in front of hundreds of people and no one's going to say nothing. I mean, to the point where he could walk in and do something in front of hundreds of people and no one's going to say nothing.
Morales changed
you get people who said, oh, I was on a boat at the time and I saw this fireball going through the sky.
CNN.
The wall. You get people who said, oh, I was on a boat at the time and I saw this fireball
Morales' shots lodged in the men's spines,
CNN.
killing them both.
You get people who said, oh, I was on a boat at the time and I saw this fireball going through the sky.
Just a few minutes after it began, the bloodiest firefight in FBI history ended in tragedy.
22 on that. Jet waves on that. We got a notification that it is ground flaring.
Had law enforcement training in their background made the case pretty difficult. For one, they would be schooled and had law enforcement training in their background.
Agent
made the
Jerry
case pretty
Duff
difficult.
lay dead.
For one, they would be schooled
at the age of
had
30,
law
he'd earned a
enforcement
law
training in their
degree and
background. Made the case pretty difficult.
Joining the FBI.
For one,
he wanted to make a difference and had given his life.
Investigators hoped Dinz's incarceration would encourage witnesses to come forward. They would find the decorated Investigators hoped Dinz's incarceration would encourage witnesses to come forward. They would find the decorated.
He had been just one
Investigators hoped Dinz's incarceration would encourage witnesses to come forward
about her husband's dangerous career. Crime scene technicians arrived at the site. Metro-Dade County Homicide Bureau Sergeant David Rivers was also there. Rivers had the Herculean task of reconstructing 5 minutes of living terror. That would take weeks.
In an accident like this...
Well, we have to find out what happened. And you do that in various ways. You obviously speak to the agents that were involved, and they can tell you what each one of them did individually. And then part of that is to take those different statements as to what they did individually and match up with the wounds on the body, the bullet holes in the cars, where the guns are located, where the cars are located, and to reconstruct it to make sure everything's exactly interpreted properly.
The events of that.
Technicians' neighbors stated 143 bullets fired from the fugitive's weapons. Questions that had plagued agents for so long were finally being answered. The Ruger Mini 14 rifle used to kill agents programmed Dove would match the 223 bullets found at some of the armored car and bank robbery scenes. In fact, the FBI crime lab could now forensically link the killers with several of the earlier heists. Dr. Charles Epstein is a renowned geneticist at the University of San Francisco. And from fingerprints, the agents soon identified the subject. Dr. Charles Epstein is a renowned 32-year-old University of San Francisco. Dr. Charles Epstein is a renowned William Russell Mack.
Frank Black in the entry to his house. And
but
now
one
we had
question
Sandation
remained.
telling us that
What kind of men had used
half
this
Frank
destruction
Black in the
and
entry
why?
to his house. And now we had
Agents
Sandation
could not have
telling
been
us
more
that
surprised by
immediately
what they learned from the
half
killer's
Frank
friends
Black
and
in the
neighbors.
entry to his house. And
Instead
now
of
we had
outlaws
Sandation
going on the
telling us
offense,
that
prepared for the
immediately
ultimate confrontation. Platt and Maddox were known as quiet, kind men. Photos showed their families relaxing together. Platt had a wife and 3 children. Maddox was a single dad. They were partners in the landscaping business.
We've been so close to the truth.
But further investigation gave up the lie of their double life.
We've been so
Inside a
close
shed,
to the
agents
truth.
found guns and ammunition, including the .22 Maddox and Platt had stolen from Jose Collazo when
so
they tried to
close
kill
to
him
the
in the
truth.
Everglades. Agents would also uncover evidence of a bizarre murder pact in which the men may have killed each other's previous wives.
The demand is huge. Buyer,
No one had been charged in the 2 cases, but now they would be reopened.
the demand is huge. Buyer,
Within days, agents would confirm that Maddox and Platt had killed 25-year-old
The demand
Emilio
is huge.
Brielle in the Everglades. A hiker found Brielle's skeletal remains in the Everglades.
Corpus, not far from where Collazo had been assaulted. Then another tragic footnote surfaced. Special Agent Steve and the fire
shows it's not down duty
I,
dotted I, and every T that Colonel told us. Pretty much corroborated.
shows it's not down duty
I, dotted I, and every T that Colonel told us. Pretty much corroborated.
shows it's not down duty
I, dotted I, and every T that Colonel told us.
a few weeks before. But there had been a delay in sending the license.
and other discussions. As they had arrived April 11th or prior to that, and other discussions, able to positively identify Maddox. Probably telephone conversations and Maddox, and also Platt, and 2 FBI agents would have been killed, but that's not the way the luck worked out in this particular case.
The FBI investigation revealed that both of the killers had served in the military. Platt had been a ranger, a member of the Army's elite First Strike Force, which explained the pair's commando tactics, fundamentally different from training received by many members of the Sikh religion.
We don't have an exceptional body.
Like many members of the Sikh religion.
Defensive type shooting. Take cover.
Like many members of the Sikh.
Look at the way Platt reacted.
Ray Gale, hired by Banerjee to arrange the murder, had been arrested.
30 rounds.
Ray Gale, hired by Banerjee to arrange the murder, had been arrested.
So he advanced forward on our right.
Ray Gale, hired by Banerjee to arrange the murder. As agents finally put the pieces together, a frightening portrait emerged of 2 formidable adversaries.
At the end of the shooting, Platt had 11 hits. Maddox had 6 hits.
Lone hideout overseas.
Literally shot the pieces. They kept fighting and fighting.
Special Agent Scott Gary, lone hideout overseas.
Until he ran out of breath. He fought to the last.
Special Agent Scott Gary, lone hideout overseas.
They were going to die, it's just they weren't dying fast. And they weren't prepared to lay down.
Special Agent
came to a grinding halt.
They weren't about to give up.
No case was still the primary suspect.
Came to a grinding halt.
Out of these, no case was still the primary suspect that have improved the safety of all its law enforcement community. No pace agents and officers now carry more powerful information, and their training better prepares them for violent confrontations, the one on April 11th, 1986. As hundreds mourn the deaths of 2 dedicated and selfless FBI agents, those in law enforcement have looked for most vicious tragic events that April morning. Agents believe they found their root in Gotti's Creek, the most vicious gang in the Gambino family. Over the years, agents believe they found some resolution in Gotti's Creek,
The story's not
most
flat
vicious gang in the Gambino family. Agents believe they found their weak link. Enough probable cause to search Cologne's Los Angeles home.
The courage that was shown by the agents that day.
Cologne was enough probable cause to search Cologne's Los Angeles home.
They did their job.
Cologne was enough probable cause to search Cologne's Los Angeles home. A drug house shootout. And a violent bank robbery. A gang of dangerous criminals threatens an entire community. The FBI and an undercover ex-cop put their lives on the line to track down the gunman. Unfortunately for investigators, there was nothing illegal about giving Cologne. Unfortunately for investigators, there was nothing illegal about giving Cologne. Unfortunately for investigators, there was nothing illegal about the mundane suddenly became remarkable. They realized they might have seen the mundane suddenly became remarkable. They realized they might have seen the mundane suddenly became remarkable.
Witnesses refused to speak out.
They realized
they knew the consequences could be deadly. I'm Jim Kelly, former head of the FBI in the New York office.
As the violence escalated, the FBI worked with local law enforcement to launch a complex sting operation. Their mission?
The Puerto Rico Bureau of Special Investigation, known as NIE, works potential police corruption. The Puerto Rico Bureau of Special Investigation, known as NIE, works potential police corruption. The Puerto Rico Bureau of Special Investigation, known as
77241, right? And that's 7214. 320 clear. Coverage is 7214. 7214 Valley Circle.
Okay. Delta 2.
647. I'm back in the county. 95 one adult female. I'm out at the jail. Copy ending. 739.7, 739.7.
47. Adam 230, can you copy, please?
First Unicorn, we have pending 1626 A-turn drive. Castle.
George Young Robert, 1132. Georgia Young Robert, 1132. 10-4. 10-4.
Are you there at the camera?
Mohammed, the alleged mastermind behind the 9/11 attacks, is scheduled to plead guilty in just a few days on Friday. And Mohammed, the alleged mastermind behind the 9/11 attacks, is scheduled to plead guilty in just a few days on Friday. And Mohammed, the alleged mastermind behind the 9/11 attacks, is scheduled to plead guilty in just a few days.
Delta 216 waiting 3.5 for see disturbance of navigation point 901 South Navigation. The navigation has been Global 425 for the 2 That's good.
1742 Trailway, apartment D is in Edward. Here's your budget pending. We have a 4 priority 3, 4 priority 4, and 2 priority 5. 972. We're walking up to the bus now.
Charlie 260, Charlie 280. So you're holding off on that call. So you're in route to Southwest 2504 Horn, 2504 Horn.
What about 50? Go ahead and bring me a crash number case on the call, please. Level 3, transfer. Level 3. Proceed.
Mike 43 to communications. Mike 43. Could I get someone to the TSA break room for the 5:30 cleanup? That works.
For spelling is HELTZ is what you have.
I'll send you a quick website. Negative. Stand by.
Medic 660. Delta T20. Want to go or when doing out email to NCJC becoming -0. Medic 11 arriving 1.6.
Got a Christian Frederick Health 9972 white male out of Corpus Christi, Texas, -29. ID only, well, ID expired in 23, DL expired in 2007.
918 to 73.
Charlie 270, can you run that name that comes back with the return? Vehicle comes back to the Adrian Elwin, right?
649 to the jail, 1042. 919. Okay, 10. Thank you. Delta T20, can you indicate some to the call, please?
Please only going to be 680060.
I know I agree. Copy 73. 230 in the area. What do you got? 11 Charlie, I have one in custody. I'm in case number.
I think it's a tarp that's in the roadway, going towards the island.
I think that's on board the unit. That her leg.
Okay, island, can you say?
She's getting on the Route 27. Yeah, 418 together. I saw it up there earlier.
That's correct. Apparently the neighbor abandons the dog, leaves it outside in the back. Abandons the dog, leaves it outside in the back. The dog is friendly, he's a Belgian. The dog is friendly, he's a Belgian. Maltese.
1022.
To lure this vicious fugitive out of hiding with the promise of a big score, and to get him off the streets for good.
73 to 908. What's going on?
Camden, New Jersey, located just across the river from Philadelphia.
No ETA copy.
It is one of the poorest, most crime-ridden cities in America. On February 12, 1997, Officer Stephen Leone patrols the street. It's 4:20 a.m.
And she filled out a card for me with her.
CCPD animal control.
Officer Leone stops to catch up on some paperwork.
Okay, can you give me a description of her? I'm gonna see if I can catch what the unit 1016. Yeah, where you got that after the 32.
I heard a massive amount of gunfire coming from the east side of Camden. Gunfire in excess of 50 rounds. Well, it's not unusual to hear gunfire in Camden, so it's a commonplace thing. And I try to locate a general area before I put out a call for assistance, so we didn't have cops running all over the place.
Officer Leone drives toward the area of the gunshots. The streets are deserted until a suspicious car appears. Officer Leone pulls in behind the car.
Then it appeared that the vehicle saw that I was a patrol vehicle, and he made a left-hand turn. I went down on the seat. And then I came up and I could taste my own blood.
Officer Leone has been hit in the face. Somehow he pulls himself out of his vehicle.
I bailed out of the car to take up a tactical position in the rear of my vehicle in case my assailants attempted to come back or they were still in the area. I knew I was hit. I knew I was hit with a bullet in the face and the head, and I didn't know how serious I was hurt. I radioed an officer down, officer shot, shots fired.
Officer down, officer needs assistance immediately. My location, shots fired.
Within minutes, Camden police and rescue units respond to the scene.
Did you get a description of the vehicle?
Despite his wounds, Officer Leone gives them a description of the shooter's car. Paramedics try to stabilize him for transport to a nearby hospital. The officer has bullet fragments embedded in his face.
I took 3 in the scalp, 1 in my left eye socket, 1 in my right eye socket, and a little piece of my nose. I was lucky I didn't lose my vision.
Paramedics rush Officer Leone to the hospital, while investigators scour the scene looking for evidence. Camden County Prosecutor Lee Solomon.
The idea that somebody would be so brazen, so arrogant, to fire a weapon at a police officer is something that we mobilize against very quickly.
Investigators search the area looking for the shooter's vehicle. Police are called to a house not far from the crime scene. A neighbor heard gunshots earlier that evening.
You got a call for shots being fired out here.
They notice the front door is riddled with bullet holes.
I hear something banging in the door.
According to the man, earlier that night, someone tried to break down his front door.
Coming in to get me.
The resident grabbed his gun. The intruders heard him moving in the house and opened fire. The resident returned fire, forcing the attackers to retreat.
on my unit?
Police believe the attack was what they refer to as a ninja-style robbery, where masked gunmen invade a house to steal drugs and money. Over 50 rounds are fired into the house.
One of the bullets passed through a wall, a refrigerator, the rear wall of the residence, and the projectile was never found. Another went through a ceiling, floor ceiling, through the roof. Again, the projectile was never found. These were high-powered weapons, and so there was cause for concern.
Later that morning, a few blocks away, police discover an abandoned vehicle. The car matches Officer Leone's description of the vehicle used in the shootout.
There was broken glass, there was expended shells from the AR-15 and the .45 caliber pistol found in the car. And there was blood in the vehicle.
It was apparent to investigators that one of the perpetrators had been wounded. The officer runs the license plate. The car belongs to a woman who lives in the neighborhood. The canine unit picks up the scent from the car and tracks it to the same address listed on the vehicle registration.
And it was found 2 or 3 blocks from where I was, the location of my shooting was.
The SWAT team prepares to storm the house in case the shooters are still inside.
And there was an elementary school which they closed for the day because they thought there'd be a gun battle with these individuals that were heavily armed.
Inside the house, there is no sign of the gunman. Instead, the SWAT team finds a woman who police discover is the owner of the vehicle.
Who do you think you are? You're not allowed to be in my house. Shut up!
They learn that she is the girlfriend of Charlie Rodriguez, one of Camden's most violent criminals. Between 1984 and 1989, Charlie had been arrested for weapons and drug charges as well as making terrorist threats.
Crazy Charlie was known as a guy who would do anything. No violent act was beyond him. Crazy Charlie was the kind of guy that would shoot at a cop, would shoot at an old person, would shoot at a young person, would shoot indiscriminately.
SWAT finds no sign of the gunman. Police search the premises and question the girlfriend.
What's your name? What are you doing in my house?
What's your name?
She tells them she was at work at the time of the shooting and that she had reported her car stolen. Investigators search the house and find drops of blood. They call for forensics to collect the blood as evidence.
Evidence tech to collect some evidence, please. Have some blood on the sink.
Okay, we're doing a camera.
Investigators canvass the area, questioning the girlfriend's neighbors. They find someone who remembers seeing a few men leaving the girlfriend's house very early that morning. After looking through a photo lineup, he identifies one of the men. According to police records, the suspect is Jose Baez, on parole for manslaughter and weapons violations. Police track Baez to an apartment in Deptford, New Jersey. The dangerous ex-con is investigators' only link to a would-be cop killer. A violent rampage in Camden, New Jersey results in the shooting of a police officer. Evidence leads investigators to Jose Baez, an ex-con they believe was involved in the shooting. Baez is quickly taken into custody. Investigators notice the suspect has a wound on one of his hands.
He recently sustained some type of bullet wound to his hand that he tried to sew up using thread himself.
Police arrest Baez for parole violations and take a sample of his blood for DNA testing. In the lab, Baez's blood is compared to evidence gathered in the Leone shooting.
And they were able to match the blood from him to the blood found on the scene, in the vehicle and at the house.
Investigators now have proof that Baez was in the car at the time Officer Leone was shot. But they don't have evidence to suggest that he actually pulled the trigger. At first, Baez refuses to talk to authorities. But after 2 weeks in custody, he asks to meet with the investigators.
Jose, you already read your rights, so I have to go over that with you. I'm an investigator with Camden County, and I'm trying to figure out information about the shooting.
Baez finally agrees to talk, but only if police take steps to protect his family. He says that Charlie Rodriguez, Crazy Charlie, was involved in the ninja robbery as well as the Leone shooting.
I believe that Baez ultimately cooperated because Charlie had threatened his family. And out of fear that something might happen, he had cooperated.
The Camden County Prosecutor's Office obtains a warrant on Charlie Rodriguez for the attempted murder of a police officer. They also offer a $1,000 reward for information leading to his arrest. The state of New Jersey places Charlie Rodriguez on the top 10 list of wanted fugitives.
There was a manhunt every day. Every Camden cop and every cop in Camden County was looking for Charlie Rodriguez.
Although Charlie is well known throughout Camden, residents are too afraid to talk to police.
Fear is a powerful weapon for somebody like Charlie Rodriguez.
In the month following Officer Leone's shooting, police question their informants. All they learn is that Charlie is hiding somewhere across the river in Philadelphia. Since Charlie is believed to have fled to another state, local police turn to the FBI for help. FBI agent John Tam obtains a federal warrant and leads a multi-state hunt for Charlie Rodriguez.
I start by getting good photographs, reviewing his prior criminal records, and I also review prison records to see who their cellmates were, who visited them while they were in prison, and an attempt to identify people they might be in contact with.
FBI agents cast a wide net. But like local police, the FBI find that people are too terrified to talk.
Charlie Rodriguez's reputation was of a stone-cold killer. People were very cautious about talking about him.
Agents set up surveillance on Charlie's girlfriend, hoping she will lead them to Charlie.
Rodriguez had enough self-discipline to stay away from her and keep her away from him, so that wasn't helping us either.
Over the next few months, agents continue to question their informants and learn that Charlie is hiding in a tough Philadelphia slum known as the Badlands.
A very tough neighborhood, a lot of drug activity, difficult to police. People live there intimidated by the criminals. It's a hard place to find a fugitive because you get very little cooperation.
FBI SWAT teams raid buildings in the Badlands where Charlie is believed to be hiding.
We get the fugitive task force out over in Philadelphia, 5 in the morning. We hit the place. We'd catch somebody. They would be a criminal, but it wouldn't be Charlie Rodriguez. You know, we'd end up arresting somebody who was wanted for something else. Let's go.
At the same time, on the crime-ridden streets of Camden, the FBI is running an unrelated drug investigation. And Special Agent Jim Walsh gets an unexpected tip.
We obtained information that Charlie Rodriguez and his brother Joseph and some other individuals were planning to commit a bank robbery or a robbery of an armored car in the near future.
County area check downstairs and working. 697. Ten 16 left. C-23. Negative. We do not let people on the bus with no rubber on the tires. Okay, 10-4. Thank you so much. 7-3, you calling?
Company over here on Trinity, appliance isolated, orange.
Beginning transport, code 1 to Bay Area, starting 00.
10-4, dear. Thank you.
We're in route to your facility, code 1, with a 62-year-old male with a chief complaint of altered mental status. He was found in his neighbor's yard. He thought he was at his house and fell into the bush and was found there by the neighbors.
4 civil.
Yes, sir. 10-20.
1043 Portland.
One 45. We're going to be clear from JJC.
Can you show me 1042? 262, I have work order 113438. 113438.
Call that person back and see if they have a case number.
819 Texas Trail.
I went through all the jog shells and I can't seem to find anything.
No gas, no reason.
172, I'm going to be clear from JJC.
Can I get a meter number?
Alpha 01690. Alpha 01690.
What's the last name? Wow.
Two 6992.
C11-4 served. Dispatch medic line.
704, sir.
6504. 10-4.
Yes, on-call admin would be 48, is that correct?
So if you can make contact with us for a second as well. I have work order 113441. 113441. The address is 4518 Nesbitt. 4518 Nesbitt. For 10-4.
Please report this error to help improve this software.
6432. You can take me out of service, please, from Doctor's Regional.
Joseph Rodriguez. He had previously been convicted of murder in an infamous drug shooting that occurred in the early 90s, where two teenagers were killed on a drug corner in South Camden.
According to an informant, Charlie and Joey Rodriguez are targeting one bank in particular in the nearby town of Woodland, New Jersey. Agents set up surveillance teams. If the Rodriguez brothers hit the bank, local police are nearby ready to make the arrest. But weeks pass with no sign of the robbers.
Due to manpower needs, we couldn't sustain the surveillances. And after about a month and a half, we had to discontinue them.
On July 19, 1997, a few weeks after the FBI ends surveillance, several heavily armed men hit the Woodland Bank.
Right there. He doesn't have a case number. I just wasn't able to get it because he was driving, but I made him stop there.
One teller is too frightened to move. Two of the robbers forced the teller to empty the cash drawers. The remaining robber guards the lobby and calls out how much time has passed. One robber tries to force the supervisor to open the vault. She tells him she can't. The vault is on a timer.
They're at the newer clinic on the eastbound side.
He tells her if she doesn't open the vault, he will kill her. In New Jersey, the shooting of a Camden police officer launches an FBI manhunt for a violent ex-con named Charlie Rodriguez. 5 months later, 3 men carrying semi-automatic weapons burst into a bank in Woodland, New Jersey. The bank supervisor can't open the vault. It's on a timer. One of the robbers threatens to kill her. The robbers are out of time. They have to leave before police arrive. The bank supervisor escapes with her life. FBI agents John Tam and Jim Walsh investigate the robbery. The customers and the bank employees are terrified. Special Agent Jim Walsh.
All the individuals were upset. One woman had to be taken to the hospital. She was so scared she suffered a minor heart attack.
Can you describe any one of them at all?
Because the violent nature of the bank robbery. I knew immediately that it was Charlie Rodriguez's brother.
Agents and police watch the bridges to Pennsylvania and the New Jersey Turnpike for the Rodriguez brothers. They find no sign of them. At the FBI office in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, Agents Walsh and Tam study surveillance photos and footage from the bank's security cameras, looking for clues. Special Agent John Tam.
We got a good look at the weapons they were carrying, which were semi-automatic rifles, or what is known as an AR-15. It's a very dangerous weapon because standard law enforcement body armor will not stop that round.
Although agents feel confident the robbers are Charlie and Joey Rodriguez, they cannot positively ID them from the surveillance.
You could not identify them in any way. They were fully clothed. They had gloves on, masks, hats.
634, you calling?
Joey Rodriguez continues to live openly in Camden. The FBI doesn't have enough evidence to arrest him. Agents watch Joey, hoping he will lead them to Charlie.
He realized that he was the connection, if there was any, to his brother, and they stayed away from each other.
Over the next 7 months, the Camden, New Jersey area is plagued by a string of bank robberies. The Rodriguez brothers are possible suspects, but police have no hard evidence to link them to the crimes.
10-4, I'm in Taft.
Moorestown, New Jersey.
10-4.
A bedroom community north of Camden. May 23rd, 1998. More than a year after Officer Leone is shot, 3 men arrive at a Moorestown bank just before 8:30 a.m. They all carry assault rifles or machine pistols. The bank's doors are still locked. The robbers have lost precious time. They realize a bank employee has probably triggered the silent alarm. 2 of the robbers force tellers to empty the cash drawers. A 3rd gunman guards the lobby and calls out how much time has gone by. The robbers are tense. They decide the tellers are moving too slowly. The robbers frighten a late arriving teller. The getaway car won't start. The robbers panic. They threaten the teller, demanding her car keys. escape in her car.
310 Oakview, 40th possession of roadway at 3625 Old Brownsville, 3625 Old Brownsville.
We got traffic. The 4600 block going on Boulevard.
Based on the robber's M.O., Agents Tam and Walsh decide that it was probably the Rodriguez brothers. Surveillance photos from the robbery provide even more clues. The weapons, masks, and even some of the clothing look identical to those used in the Woodland Bank robbery.
The pictures prove that they were, in fact, similar type clothing worn.
But the two agents lack enough evidence to charge either Rodriguez brother with bank robbery. The gang's MO seems to be evolving. With each robbery, they are becoming more dangerous.
The violence of this group was escalating. Eventually, somebody was going to be killed. Either a bank employee, a customer, or a police officer responding to a report of a bank robbery. There's no question somebody was going to be killed.
Agents Tam and Walsh meet with the local law enforcement agencies in the cities and towns in the Camden, New Jersey area,
do you really
advising
want to
them of the
permanently
gang's MO.
delete these 184 items?
In late July
BRB, this
1998,
action cannot
Agent
be
Tam
undone.
gets an intriguing
BHD
lead from
Home,
Lieutenant
Johnny
Roy
Videos
Moore at
with
the
Audio
Merchantville, New Jersey Police
1921
Department.
Center, Susanna Pass, Fiery Head on Crash Injures, 3 KPM VP RS Zedjuk trimmed with Audio MKV Home, Johnny Videos with Audio 19.
Crazy Charlie Rodriguez.
A year and a half into the investigation, the FBI has the potential to develop
21 cent
access to
Susanna Pass,
information
Fiery
about Charlie
Head on
Rodriguez.
Crash Injures, 3 KPM VP RS Zedjuk trimmed with Audio MKV Home, Johnny Videos with Audio 1921 Center, Susanna Pass, Fiery Head on Crash Injures, 3 KPM VP RS Zedjuk trimmed with Audio MKV Home, Johnny Videos with Audio 120 321 Southwest Freeway Man killed
The informant
after.
is a former police officer who was forced to resign due to a minor weapons infraction.
Being struck
Well, I
on
found
Highway
him
P
to
Rut C
be
EKC 8
intelligent,
trimmed
you know,
with Audio
surprisingly
Audio
articulate, considering
MKV
that
Home, Johnny
he was from a
Videos
very
with
tough
Audio
urban
120 321
And,
Southwest
to be
Freeway
honest,
Man
and
killed
regular
after
life.
being struck on Highway
ex-cop
P
says he
Rut
wants
C
to stop Charlie
EKC
before
8
anyone
trimmed
else,
with
especially a police
Audio
officer,
MKV
is shot or
Home,
killed.
Johnny Videos with Audio 120
about his
321
relationship with
Southwest
Joseph
Freeway Man
Rodriguez.
killed after being
Agents theorize that Joseph is somehow in contact with his brothers so they can plan robberies.
I suggested maybe he could
being
find out
struck on
something
Highway
from
P Rut
Joseph as
C
to if he ever
EKC
saw
8
his brother
trimmed
was in
with Audio
contact with him,
MKV
how he
Home, Johnny
contacted him,
Videos with
and,
Audio
the frequency of
131
contact,
21
because
Kirby
maybe we
Major
could,
crash
take
involving
advantage of
HBD
that
38
to,
Ozer
locate
US
Charlie Rodriguez.
X8K trimmed with
Agents
Audio
Tam and
with
Walsh
Audio
develop a
with
plan
Audio
to use their
MKV Home,
informant to lure
Johnny
Charlie out of
Videos
hiding.
with Audio 131
They
21
know
Kirby
that the
Major
ex-cop
crash
used to sell
involving
guns.
HBD 38 Ozer
He
US
had worked for a
X8K
firearms dealer.
trimmed with Audio
And
with
that was
Audio
known
M.
on the street in South Camden.
But now the ex-cop is legally barred from owning or selling firearms.
KV Home,
The agents
Johnny
decide to use
Videos
the
with
informant's
Audio
background to help
131
establish his
21
cover.
Kirby Major crash
He would go to
involving
Joseph
HBD
Rodriguez
38 Ozer US
ask him if he
X8K
was interested
trimmed
in
with
buying
Audio
a
MKV
handgun.
Home, Johnny
He felt
Videos
this would be
with
a good
Audio
introduction,
2421
that he
Westfield
wanted to
Place
now enter
pursuit
the
crash
criminal element.
causes car to burst into
I knew
flames.
that
P
that
is
would
BDK in 4
interest Char-
trimmed with Audio MKV Home, Johnny Videos with Audio 24. 21 Westfield Place pursuit crash causes car to burst into flames. P is BDK M4 trimmed with Audio MKV Home, Johnny Videos with Audio 2421 Westfield Place pursuit crash causes car to burst into flames. P is BDK M4 trimmed with Audio MKV Home, Johnny Videos with Audio 21921 1961 trap. Ed after crashing into Constables Z5DT Phi LR0C trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 21921 trapped after crashing into Constables Z5DT Phi LR0C trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 21921 trapped after crashing into.
Joseph knew that he had been a police officer and that he had been let go from the department, and he used this as
Constables Z5DT Phi LR0C trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 3221 Sawyer vehicle crashes into freight train RTKJ8EU9JU trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 3221 Sawyer vehicle crashes into freight train RTKJ8EU9JU trimmed with Ordio with A.
Agent Tam tells the undercover ex-cop that they need him to meet Charlie face to face.
UDO MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 3221 Sawyer vehicle crashes into freight train RTKHJ8EU9JU trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 3721 East FWY fatal motorcycle crash 3WGF2UN8 trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 3721 East FW
to try to set up the sale.
The source was taking tremendous risks. He would have been killed immediately.
Why fatal motorcycle crash 3WGF2UN8 trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 3721 East FWY fatal motorcycle crash 3WGF2UN8 trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 32121 gears RD car crashes through fence into house ZTIHLF trimmed with Ordio with A.
The ex-cop attempts to infiltrate Charlie's crew by
UDO
offering
with
to sell him
Ordio
guns.
MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 321 gears RD car crashes through fence into house ZTIHLF trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 321 gears RD car crashes through fence into house ZTIHLF trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Audi.
Slowly but surely, through a series of meetings, the ex-cop wins Joey's trust.
032121 Mason RD2 seriously injured after crashing into parked pickup 8JXOT Axle 7 kg trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 32121 Mason RD2 seriously injured after crashing into parked pickup 8JXOT Axle 7 kg trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos why.
The whole thing going.
The ex-cop adds that Charlie Rodriguez is looking for a big score this time, $100,000
TH Ordio 32121 Mason RD2 seriously injured after crashing into parked pickup 8JXOT Axo 7 kg trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 32521 North freeway pedestrian killed after crash E6 star H9 GMM trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 32521
There's going
North.
to have to be money. There has to be opportunity. There has to be a plausibility that the crime can be committed.
Freeway pedestrian killed after crash E6 scar H9 GMM trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 32521 North freeway pedestrian killed after crash E6 scar H9 GMM trimmed with Ordio MKV home Johnny videos with Ordio 4820 Bel Air man trapped in car after violent crash CJNM 3 CJL
located below the grade of the surrounding community. So if there was any gunfire or anything like that, the rounds would tend to be
with Ordio MKV home, Johnny videos with Ordio 4820 Bell Airman trapped in car after violent crash, CJM3 CJL SCW trimmed with Ordio MKV home, Johnny videos with Ordio 4820 Bell Airman trapped in car after violent crash, CJM3 CJL SCW trimmed with Ordio MKV
significant sports betting debt, gambling debt, and that he wanted to be cut in on the proceeds of the robbery.
Johnny videos
Undercover
with
ex-cop
Ordio
says the armored car
420
driver will be
Grenada
their
Hills,
inside man
2 seriously
and hand
hurt
over more
in
than
fiery crash,
$200,000.
BQ7 ILUPZ MLM trimmed with Ordio MKV home, Johnny videos with Ordio 420 Grenada Hills, 2 seriously hurt in fiery crash, BQ7 ILUPZ MLM trimmed with Ordio MKV home, Johnny videos with Ordio.
Let's go ahead with a plan and do this.
Joey says he wants to check out the rest area with a third person.
EO4 2020 Grenada Hills, 2 seriously hurt in fiery crash, BQ7 ILPZ MLM trimmed with Ordio MKV home, Johnny videos with Ordio 6 cars, 1 motorcycle ruined in carport, fire 0 tar JOA IKTV trimmed with Ordio MKV home, Johnny videos with Ordio 6 cars, 1 motorcycle ruined in carport fire.
He'd also been convicted of second-degree murder and was out on parole. And they
Re-0 tar JOA IKTE trimmed with Ordio MKV home, Johnny videos with Ordio 6 cars, 1 motorcycle ruined in carport, fire 0 tar JOA IKTE trimmed with Ordio MKV home, Johnny videos with Ordio 6 419 Angeles Crest car falls several hundred feet off cliff in 9 KLVP RWM 9 white trimmed with Ordio with
because it was going to allow us to isolate them in an area where they could not escape and where the public generally would be protected.
Ordio MKV home, Johnny videos with Ordio 6 419 Angeles Crest car falls several hundred feet off cliff and 9 KLVP RWM 9 white trimmed with Ordio MKV home, Johnny videos with Ordio 6 419 Angeles Crest car falls several hundred feet off cliff and 9 KLVP RWM 9 white trimmed with Ordio MKV home, Johnny videos.
The undercover informant tells the FBI that Charlie Rodriguez, the
with
target
Ordio
of the
6 1420 Packner several trapped after crash, HPI XC6 RT1G trimmed with Ordio MKV home, Johnny videos with Ordio 6 1420 Packner several trapped after crash, HPI XC6 RT1G trimmed with Ordio MKV home, Johnny videos with Ordio 6 1420 Packner several trapped
shut down the entire area and the turnpike to protect the public.
We always have the news helicopters up in the air.
Our crash, HPI XC6 RT1G trimmed with Ordio MKV home, Johnny videos with Ordio 6 1720 Grenada Hills LAPD motor officer injured after crash, APT2 my ZSB8 trimmed with Ordio MKV home, Johnny videos with Ordio 6 1720 Grenada Hills LAPD motor officer injured after crash, APT2 my ZSB8 trimmed.
We knew they were going to be heavily armed, and we knew that at least
Med
in case
with
of Charles
Ordio
Rodriguez,
MKV home, Johnny videos with Ordio 6 1720 Grenada Hills LAPD motor officer injured after crash, APT2 my ZSB8 trimmed with Ordio MKV home, Johnny videos with Ordio 6 3020 New Wall rollover crash injured, RQNY and 2EX were trimmed with Ordio MKV home, Joe.
A tow truck would come down the access road driven by an FBI agent, and he was planning on
NNY
pinning
videos with
the
audio
car
6:30:20
with
new
the
all
Rodriguez
rollover
brothers
crash
in it
injures, 3
at that
RQNY
location
and
where
2
they could not
EX
pull the
were
car
trimmed
out.
with audio
Once the gang is
MKV
trapped,
home
the SWAT
Johnny
team will make
videos
the
with
arrest.
audio 6:30:20 new
plan
all
was a good
rollover
one in
crash
the sense
injures,
that if
3
they had a lick
RQNY
of
and
sense,
2
they would
EX were
surrender.
trimmed with audio MKV
August
home
27th,
Johnny videos
1998.
with audio
Agents and state
7520
police
Packhammer
assemble at the
rollover
rest
D3
area.
Q Chi MG RQE
The
trim.
trap is set.
Crazy Charlie is considered a very dangerous and
With audio
unpredictable I
MKV
think
home
everyone that was
Johnny
involved in
videos
this
with
operation,
audio
knew
7520
that there was a great
Packhammer
possibility
rollover
that he wouldn't
D3
go
Q
down
Chi MG RQE trimmed with
much as
audio
we
with
planned, there was
audio
always the
MKV
possibility
home
that
Johnny
he would want to
videos
shoot it
with
out.
audio 7520 Packhammer rollover D3 Q Chi MG RQE trimmed with audio MKV home
Camden, New
Johnny
Jersey.
videos with audio
Charlie
7820
Rodriguez is
Burbank man
suspected of
trapped
wounding a
inside
police
car
officer and
A.
robbing banks. August 27th, 1998.
After a crash into
FBI
forklift,
agents John Tam and Jim Walsh have devised a
F2QM
complex
trimmed
sting
with
operation
audio
to trap the dangerous
with
fugitive and
audio
his crew.
MKV home Johnny videos
Nearly
with audio
100 agents and law
7820
enforcement
Burbank
officers are
man
in
trapped
position at
inside
the New
car
Jersey
after
rest stop,
crash into forklift THB
where
RD3's
Charlie and his crew
F2QM
failed to
trimmed
show.
with audio
wondering where we
MKV
had gone
home
wrong.
Johnny
Had
videos
they had
with audio
found out something about it,
7820
do they
Burbank
now
man
suspect the
trapped
source?
inside car after.
The agents are concerned about their informant, an ex-cop who helped them infiltrate the Rodriguez crew.
Crash into forklift
If Charlie Rodriguez knows he's been
RD3's
set up, he could kill
F2QM
the
trimmed
FBI
with audio
informant.
MKV home Johnny videos with audio
Early that morning, I
71420
get a
North
call from
Hills
the
3
cooperator.
trapped inside car after
He
violent
tells me
crash
that,
0
the Rodriguez brothers
SK
were to
in
meet him
white
at his
trim with
apartment in
audio
Merchantville, New Jersey, had not
MKV
arrived.
home Johnny videos with
instructed
audio
the source
71420
to
North
reach out
Hills
for Joey
3
Rodriguez
trapped inside
to find
car
out why
after
they hadn't
violent
showed up.
Despite the danger, the FBI's undercover man agrees to talk to Joey.
Crash 0 Val 9's SK Ib white trimmed with audio MKV home Johnny videos with audio 71420 North Hills 3 trapped inside car after violent crash
Joey
0
says that
Val
the day
9's
before,
SK Ib
sheriffs
white
came
trimmed
looking for
with
one of the
audio
crew, Jose
MKV
Soto.
home Johnny videos with audio 8320 La Crescent firing
The undercover
wrong way
man
crash
informs the
claims
FBI
the
about the
lives
problem.
of 2 LJ Saz Ed
The
6
county
Al
sheriff's
E trim.
department had a warrant for Jose Soto for failure to pay child support. So that had kind of spooked them, and
With
they decided
audio,
not to
with
go
audio,
forward
with
with it.
audio, MKV home,
Agent
Johnny
Walsh
videos,
asks
with
deputies to
audio
tell Soto that
8320
all they
La
want from him
Crescent
is a
firing
promise to
wrong
pay
way
his
crash
child
claims the lives of 2 LJ Saz Ed 6 Al
Rodriguez brothers and
trimmed
Soto
with
are
audio,
relieved.
with audio, MKV home,
The next
Johnny
day,
videos,
Joey
with
meets
audio
with the ex-cop near the
8320
Ben
La
Franklin
Crescent
Bridge.
firing wrong way
Charlie was
crash
chosen
claims
a new
the
date for the
lives of
robbery.
2 LJ Saz
September
Ed 6 Al E trimmed Y.
The FBI sting operation is back on. According to
TH
their
audio
insider,
MKV
Charlie
home
and the
Johnny
crew are now
videos
supposed
with
to
audio
arrive at his apartment early
9320
in the
North
morning of the
Hollywood
robbery.
major crash
All
leave
of them will
wreckage
drive
throughout
to the rest
street
stop
Zux
together.
06 B5 SAR 4
There was some
trimmed with
consideration
audio
to
with
arresting
audio
him at
with
the
audio
apartment.
MKV home
However,
Johnny
SWAT team
videos
leaders
with audio
felt that it was
9320
not as
North
safe an
Hollywood
environment
major
as the
crash
rest stop
leave wreckage
because there were
throughout
other people
street
living in the
Zux
apartments,
06
robbing on
B5
either
SAR
side.
4 trimmed with audio W.
The apartment complex was next to a playground and an elementary school. The whole environment would be awful for a violent arrest.
If audio
So we
MKV
wanted to
home
get 'em out of
Johnny
there.
videos
was
with
agreed
audio
upon that,
9320
we would go with the
North
original
Hollywood
plan and
major
take
crash
place at the
leave
rest
wreckage throughout street Zux 06 B5 SAR 4
The morning of
trimmed
the
with
robbery,
audio
the
MKV
FBI's
home
undercover
Johnny
man waits at his
videos with
apartment for the
audio
crew to
9
arrive.
1620 Castaic tow
Up to
truck
this
rear
point, Charlie
ends
Rodriguez
semi truck killing
had not
the
showed
driver
up. The source
G98
had not yet
XGZX
seen or met
3MM
Charlie
trimmed
Rodriguez
with audio
during all
with
this.
audio with audio
And
MK.
finally gets to meet with Charlie face to face.
MKV home, Johnny videos with audio 91620 Castaic tow truck rear ends semi-truck killing the driver G98XG ZX 3mm trimmed with audio MKV home, Johnny videos with audio 91620 Castaic tow truck rear ends semi-truck killing the driver G98XG ZX 3mm trimmed with audio MKV home, Johnny videos with
robbery is going forward as planned.
Yeah, they're in the apartment. It's definitely a go.
H audio 91720 Newall fiery crash leaves path of destruction.
The crew
Major power outage in area FM 1 SAR 8 FK10 trimmed with audio MKV home, Johnny videos with audio 91720 Newall fiery crash leaves path of destruction. Major power outage in area FM 1 SAR 8 FK10 trimmed with audio
robbers leave for the rest area in 2 stolen cars.
DO MKV home, Johnny videos with audio 91720 Newall fiery crash leaves path of destruction. Major power outage in area FN 1 SAR 8 FK10 trimmed with audio MKV home, Johnny videos with audio 91820 North Hills pickup truck shears hydrant 4L Mac SHDB7 trimmed with audio MKV home, J.
1520, I can show you not to about the 1320.
He then drives the Rodriguez brothers and Soto down the back road toward the rest area.
Oni videos with audio 91820 North Hills pickup truck shears hydrant 4L Mac SHDB7 trimmed with audio MKV home, Johnny videos with audio 91820 North Hills pickup truck shears hydrant 4L Mac SHDB7 trimmed with audio MKV home, Johnny videos with audio 92920 Santa Susana fiery crash spree.
Injury to anyone.
The FBI SWAT team waits inside a delivery truck.
Adds to brush 1 MJHO XJDOM trimmed with audio MKV home, Johnny videos with audio 92920 Center Susana fiery crash spreads to brush 1 MJHO XJDOM trimmed with audio MKV home, Johnny videos with audio 92920 Center Susana fiery crash spreads to brush 1 MJHO XJDOM trimmed wide.
I hope we can take these people down without any serious problems.
The FBI's informant drives the
TH
crew
audio
along the back
MKV
road
home,
to the rest
Johnny
area.
videos with audio 10420 Panorama City rollover pins, man's head under car LB2P MKEC trimmed with audio MKV home, Johnny videos with audio 10420 Panorama City rollover pins, man's head under car LB2P MKEC trimmed with audio MKV home, John.
And then they would be confronted by the SWAT team.
The FBI agent in the tow truck waits for the
in white
go-ahead
videos
signal.
with
The
audio
undercover man leaving his
10420
car.
Panorama City rollover pins, man's head under car LB2P8 MKEC trimmed with audio MKV home, Johnny videos with audio 10520 San Fernando pedestrian in serious condition after hit run 2E4Y3KD00 trimmed with audio MKV home, Johnny videos with audio.
A wrong move now could cost him his life.
You want to ride in the trunk or you want to drive the car?
10520 San Fernando pedestrian in serious condition after hit run 2E4Y3KD00 trimmed with audio MKV home, Johnny videos with audio 10520 San Fernando pedestrian in serious condition after hit run 2E4Y3KD00 trimmed with audio MKV home, Johnny videos with audio 10820 Hollywood
preventing an
O.
FBI SWAT team from moving in. The undercover man is trapped.
Me killed another seriously injured in violent wrong-way crash. BUE 700G68 trimmed with Ordio MKV home. Johnny Videos with Ordio 10820 Hollywood 1 killed another seriously injured in violent wrong-way crash. BUE 700G68 trimmed with Ordio MKV home. Johnny Videos W.
Something's wrong here. This is a setup. Let's get out of here.
If Ordio 10820 Hollywood 1 killed another seriously injured in violent wrong-way crash. BUE 700G68 trimmed with Ordio MKV home. Johnny Videos with Ordio 101120 Pac-Man woman ejected after car flies off freeway. STA WQA 54G trimmed with Ordio MKV home. Johnny Videos with Ordio 101120 Pac-Man woman ejected after car flies off freeway. SDA WQA 54GM trimmed with Ordio MKV home. Johnny Videos with Ordio 101120 Pac-Man woman ejected after car flies off freeway. SDA WQA 54GM trimmed with Ordio MKV home. Johnny Videos with Ordio 101820 Burbank tanker crash.
FBI agents recover a huge arsenal of weapons from the Rodriguez brothers in Soto.
Oz's fuel spill across freeway. CKO2ZTJQ5P0 trimmed with Ordio MKV home. Johnny Videos with Ordio 101820 Burbank tanker crash causes fuel spill across freeway. CKO2ZTJQ5P0 trimmed with Ordio MKV home. Johnny Videos with Ordio 101820 Burbank tanker crash causes feud.
Each of the gunmen also carried sidearms with the serial numbers drilled out.
L spill across freeway. CKO2ZTJQ5P0 trimmed with Ordio MKV home. Johnny Videos with Ordio 101820 Pac-Man man trapped in car after head on crash. Ubum 0 OUTV trimmed with Ordio MKV home. Johnny Videos with Ordio 101820 Pac-Man man trapped in car after head on crash. Ubum 0 OUTV.
I mean, they killed before, they were killing again, and the only solution to that is to lock them up forever, which was the ultimate.
MKV home. Johnny Videos with Ordio 101820 Pac-Man man trapped in car after head on crash. Ubum 0 OUTV trimmed with Ordio MKV home. Johnny Videos with Ordio 102320 Grenada Hills man trapped in pickup after violent crash. Type PHLKFGKHM trimmed with Ordio
and weapons violations.
FBI, freeze! Get down!
Ordio MKV home. Johnny Videos with Ordio 102320 Grenada Hills man trapped in pickup after violent crash. Type PHLKFGKHM trimmed with Ordio MKV home. Johnny Videos with Ordio 102320 Grenada Hills man trapped in pickup after violent crash. Type PHLKFGKHM trimmed. HTML, do you want to? The trash was empty.
When a family was murdered in Arkansas, it seemed like an isolated event. But soon the crime was revealed to be part of an ever-widening circle of violence that defined a new age of domestic terrorism. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. For the killers, the triple homicide in Arkansas was simply a means to an end. They made their way across the country, letting nothing stand between them and their twisted mission. and we would stop at nothing to prevent their rampage.
January 1996. Tilly, Arkansas, a small rural neighborhood, was home to William Mueller.
I can show you clear.
Mueller was a gun enthusiast and self-employed electrician. His wife Nancy homeschooled their 8-year-old daughter Sarah. Returning from a day of work, the Muellers were confronted by 2 men in their home. They were dressed as FBI agents, but they were imposters. They were after the large supply of weapons and cash that Mueller had in his home. When the 52-year-old Mueller refused to cooperate, the intruders separated the family and tortured them. Nancy Mueller's mother, Earlene Branch, grew concerned when she hadn't heard from her daughter in 2 weeks. She turned to the sheriff for help.
I usually hear from her at least.
She explained that the family often traveled to gun shows, yet her daughter always called when they returned. Although the Muellers lived in a neighboring county, the sheriff knew the family and agreed to look into the matter. He checked with local authorities and talked to Mueller's neighbors. Though Sheriff Jay Winters found no trace of the family, people who knew them weren't concerned.
For the most part, there wasn't a lot of fear. Most people thought, maybe they had just gone off somewhere and wanted to be on their own for a while.
On February 11th, a month after their disappearance, a farmer found the Mueller's Jeep concealed and abandoned off the highway, miles from their home. Detective Aaron Duval from the Polk County Sheriff's Office was sent to investigate.
It was approximately 20 miles north of Russellville, off the State Highway 7, hid behind a brush pile. I was called out that day, went up there, took pictures of the vehicle and the trailer.
Inside the Jeep, Duval found Nancy Mueller's purse. It held her wallet and ID. The trailer, used by Bill Mueller to transport munitions to gun shows, was empty. Several more months passed, and the Muellers were still missing. 40 miles from Tilly, an elderly couple enjoyed a day of fishing in a bayou near Russellville. While waiting for a fish to bite, the woman snagged her line. She pulled up an old tennis shoe. A leg bone jutted out of it. Horrified, she cut it loose and went for help. Within hours, search teams combed the bayou organized by Sheriff Winters. They used large metal hooks to drag the bottom. Divers swam the depths. By day's end, parts of a single body were recovered, a murder victim.
The torso had a rock attached to it. There was a lot of tape on it. The head had a bag of some type on it, duct tape around the head. Very disturbing to us because it was obvious, that this was a different type of thing than we typically deal with. It was an obvious execution. It was just some cold-hearted people.
Investigators determined it was the body of a small female. They thought it might have been a 6-year-old girl who had been abducted several counties away the previous year. When the clothing and size didn't match her description, another possibility became apparent. It could have been Sarah Mueller. The next day, 2 more partial bodies were found. All 3 torsos had been weighed down with rocks, and each head was covered with a plastic bag secured with duct tape. Dental records, DNA, and clothing confirmed the identity of the bodies. They were William Mueller, his wife Nancy, and their daughter Sarah. The missing persons case was now a grisly triple homicide investigation.
It was bad for Bill and Nancy to have to die the way they did. But for a 7-year-old girl to die that way, to be wrapped with plastic, to be wrapped with duct tape, to have a 60-pound rock strapped to her body and thrown into a lake, there was no excuse.
During the autopsy, the coroner determined that the 3 had probably been in the water since January 11th, the last day they were seen.
Engine 1 good.
A later examination revealed several specks of blue paint stuck to the tape that bound the bodies. Investigators sent the paint specks to the FBI lab in Washington, D.C. for analysis. A forensic chemist determined that they were consistent with auto paint. The challenge was to match them to a specific make and model. Using infrared light, the examiner established the chemical composition of the paint. This chemical signature was fed into a computer database containing similar information from every auto make, model, and color dating back to 1934. The results gave the Arkansas investigators their first lead.
So we thought that the vehicle that the bodies were transported in possibly was blue. It was determined a particular blue color, metallic blue. The FBI even narrowed it down that it was a General Motors vehicle.
Investigators reasoned that they were looking for at least 2 perpetrators. One must have driven the blue car with the bodies in it to the water, while the other followed in the Mueller's Jeep. By the time they dumped the bodies, the Muellers were probably already dead, suffocated by the plastic bags. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms from Little Rock, Arkansas was called in. ATF agent Glenn Jordan headed the case.
Our jurisdiction lay in the fact that Mueller was a former federal firearms licensee, that his firearms were missing, and the fact that Mr. Mueller and his family had been murdered.
The ATF had a complete record of Mueller's gun inventory before he forfeited his federal license. With no reports of gun sales since then, agents figured the missing weapons had been stolen.
Our goal was to enter the serial numbers of those firearms into the National Crime Information Computer. In case those firearms turned up later, that would give us a lead to follow in the investigation.
Jordan was already familiar with Bill Mueller's name since the family had been the victims of a theft 1 year earlier. At the time of that robbery, Mueller reported $40,000 worth of merchandise stolen, including 5 firearms and ammunition. Since the Muellers had been victims of a robbery and homicide within the same year, agents believed that the family had been targeted by a group who used and sold stolen weapons, perhaps members of an anti-government militia.
Come on in, fellas.
Investigators returned to inspect the Muellers' belongings.
You're welcome to look around.
After the family had disappeared, relatives had taken most of their valuable items. The landlord stored the remaining possessions in his garage. They found a Colt .45 gun case labeled with a serial number, but the gun was missing. They also found a picture of the family with some friends. The ATF entered the serial number of the Colt 45 into the NCIC, the National Crime Information Center. They got a hit. The handgun had been traced to a man named Travis Brake. He had been arrested 5 months earlier in Seattle, Washington for carrying a concealed weapon. Because the gun he was carrying was now linked to another crime, Brake was arrested again by the Seattle police, this time for possession of a stolen weapon.
What do you know about it?
Jordan and Duval flew to Washington State to question him.
Mr. Brake was interviewed and advised the Seattle Police Department that he had purchased this handgun at a gun show in Seattle, Washington, and he described two individuals that he had purchased the firearm from, one in particularly that he remembered.
Investigators showed him the photograph found among the Mueller's possessions. Brake identified one of the men who sold him the gun.
That's him, right here.
His name was Keith Collins. Agents asked Bill and Nancy Mueller's friends if they had ever heard of him. Collins had once been close with the Muellers. They had attended gun shows together. Investigators discovered that Keith Collins' real name was Kirby Kehoe. The ATF learned that Kirby Kehoe had an extensive record for firearms violations. Kehoe was also actively involved in the white supremacist movement. Members of this growing faction are strongly anti-government, heavily armed, and considered dangerous. Kirby Kehoe became a prime suspect in the Mueller triple homicide. Investigators needed more evidence before they moved in for an arrest. Almost a year after the triple murder and robbery of Bill, Nancy, and Sarah Mueller, investigators were still hunting for the killers, believed to be militant white supremacists. In Sioux Falls, South Dakota, 11 months after the crime, a trooper noticed a blue Chevy Suburban parked in a handicapped space. He found a young couple sleeping inside. The man said his name was Sean Haynes. He and his pregnant girlfriend had pulled over to rest for a while. From the bumper stickers on his truck, the trooper believed he was a white supremacist. He asked Haynes if he was carrying any weapons. Haynes showed him 2 guns in the back of his vehicle. The trooper called in the serial numbers and discovered they had been stolen. One, an AR-15 rifle, had been taken from the Mueller's house in Arkansas. Haynes was arrested. Alerted that one of Mueller's guns had turned up in South Dakota, investigators from Arkansas went there to interview Haynes. Haynes revealed that he had traded another firearm for the AR-15 rifle at a Washington State motel 6 months earlier.
Explain how they got there.
The name of the man he swapped with was Chevy Kehoe, Kirby Kehoe's eldest son. Now Chevy was also connected to the Mueller murders. Investigators weren't through with Haynes, though. They took a paint sample from his blue Suburban. They determined that the sample did not match the paint found on the duct tape wrapped around the Muellers. Haynes had nothing more to offer. The investigation turned to Chevy Kehoe, but he was nowhere to be found. Several weeks later, Ohio State Highway Patrol Officer Harold Harker had a routine assignment: to catch speeders in the small town of Wilmington, not far from Cincinnati. While observing traffic, he noticed a blue Chevy Suburban going slower than the speed limit. Parker, a 25-year veteran who is now retired, recalled how he thought the people inside were acting strangely as they drove by.
As it approached, I saw it did not have a front license plate, and as it passed me, the driver didn't acknowledge my presence in any way, didn't look at the patrol car, just kept both hands on the wheel, fixed straight ahead. However, the passenger not only looked at me as he went by, he actually turned in the seat, looked out the rear window to watch me.
Parker knew that Washington State required vehicles to have license plates on both front and back. He called in the plate number and followed the Suburban while waiting for his dispatcher to come back with some information.
And they returned and told me that the plate apparently did match the vehicle, however it was expired. So at that point I made the determination that once we got into Wilmington where the berms were wider, I would initiate a traffic stop there.
Parker's car was equipped with a video camera mounted on the dashboard. A microphone was fastened to Harker's shirt. Parker asked the passenger and driver for ID. While talking to the men, Harker became more troubled. Neither had any ID. The driver was speaking in a very animated fashion, while the passenger looked straight ahead.
At this point, I was concerned enough with my safety and so on. I wanted to get the people away from the vehicle, and I wanted to here again get them separated, get the driver into my car, so that I'm a little more in control of their actions.
Let's sit back here with me a second, sir.
The driver eventually followed Harker to his patrol car.
You say you borrowed the vehicle? You say you borrowed the vehicle? It's actually what I'll tell you what the process is. Okay.
When the officer tried to frisk him, the driver quickly stepped back and became defensive.
And he actually moved away from me and used the terminology, "I don't want to be violated like that." In 25 years of criminal patrol operations, I had never had anyone use that particular terminology. And that, coupled with the appearance of the two young men, the fact that they had close-cropped military-style haircuts, very clean cut, and the driver had a Marine Corps type cover, I felt comfortable that I was probably dealing with militia personnel at that point.
Across the highway, a fellow officer, Deputy Sheriff Robert Gates, saw Harker talking with the driver and turned around to assist him. This was a common practice, since officers often worked alone in rural sections of the state.
His whole purpose is to monitor the entire situation. He doesn't get involved with answering questions, giving direction. That's my job. His job is purely to watch and observe.
The men told him they were looking for work on construction sites. Harker told the driver that if he or his passenger could not provide identification, their vehicle would be confiscated. The driver attempted to escape. As both officers tried to apprehend him, the passenger jumped from the vehicle and started firing. The passenger fled the scene while Harker tried to stop the driver. His arm became caught in the door, but he managed to free himself. The other suspect escaped into the woods. Gates pursued him. He feared an ambush among the dense trees, so he turned around. Harker, back at his car with a shot-out tire, called for help. Within moments, the rest of the Wilmington, Ohio Police Department was notified about the shootout. Officer Robert Martin heard the bulletin and then observed a Suburban in an electrical supply company parking lot. He called in his location as he went to investigate.
Moment 10-6 with that suspect vehicle behind building supply.
The Suburban's driver opened fire. Another policeman arrived to assist him. The suspect had disappeared into the industrial area. He'd shot 32 rounds. One wounded a bystander. Back at the first shootout site, investigators were trying to piece together what happened and to learn the shooters' identities. Using metal detectors, they searched for shell casings. The entire area was meticulously photographed and all evidence collected. The small town of Wilmington had never seen anything like this. Police mobilized a manhunt for the two armed suspects. The search continued into the night. Reinforcements were brought in from neighboring counties. Police knew the suspects would resort to violence in order to escape. They had to find them before anyone was killed. The suspects in the shootout were still at large. The ATF and Ohio State Police examined the second gunfight location in the Chevy Suburban. The entire crime scene was processed for fingerprints in hopes of determining the shooter's identity. Inside the vehicle were assault rifles, thousands of rounds of ammunition, military supplies, and medical packs. Investigators traced the munitions through receipts supplied by the manufacturers. Much of the ammo and gun parts belonged to the murdered Arkansas gun dealer, William Muir. The extent of the military supplies suggested the shooters were violent members of an anti-government group. Ohio investigators notified the FBI. FBI agent Bill Hargraves from the Cincinnati field office spearheaded the investigation.
The case became a domestic terrorism case, basically because of the items that were found in the Suburban. They had numerous weapons, ammunition, law enforcement, clothing and equipment, law enforcement identification.
Yes, this is Trooper Herman with Ohio State Police.
Ohio State troopers traced the Suburban's registration to a man named Jacob Settle from Spokane, Washington. On the day of the shootout, Settle told the trooper he was with friends in Washington State, more than 2,000 miles from Ohio. He also claimed that he had sold the vehicle to a man named Chevy Gale. It would take several days for authorities to corroborate Settle's story.
George Frank King, 6149,
Ohio State troopers compared a copy of Settle's driver's license photo against images of the fugitives caught on tape. The picture didn't match. The videotape was their best clue. Ohio State Police released the tape nationwide to try to find the shooters' identities. The shootout video made primetime news around the country and produced the break investigators needed. A Washington State TV reporter recognized the driver as a white supremacist she had interviewed several years earlier for the TV show Hard Copy. His name was Chevy Gale. Several cops and residents confirmed the identification.
Department suspension for habitual violator.
Back in Arkansas, Polk County investigators working on the Mueller triple homicide also watched the video.
Insurance.
For the first time, they saw Chevy Kehoe. They assisted Ohio State and federal investigators in the manhunt, since Chevy was also a suspect in the Arkansas murders. Duval and Jordan traveled to Ohio to meet with FBI agent Hargraves to share information. They told Hargraves that the killers used a blue General Motors vehicle to transport the victims. Hargrave thought the connection was strong, since the truck abandoned after the shootout was a blue Chevy Suburban, and more of Mueller's property was found inside. The team agreed that if paint scrapings from the Suburban matched the blue paint specks found on the victims, they would have forensic evidence tying Chevy Kehoe to the Arkansas crimes. At the FBI lab in Washington, D.C., examiners determined that the paint specks did not match the sample found in Arkansas. FBI agent Jim Shenandoah was called in, a specialist in tracking domestic terrorists like Chevy Kehoe.
We found out that they had engaged in militia-type activities, that they had anti-government views, they were very anti-law enforcement at the time. So it really heightened the security in terms of what these suspects were going to do next.
Seeking more information on Chevy Kehoe, a Washington State trooper interviewed his father, Kirby, at his home in Colesville. The trooper asked him if he recognized the men in the video.
2013.
Kirby did not identify his son Chevy, but he said the second man was his younger son Shane.
We found this unusual because the video made it fairly easily to identify the driver, who was Chevy, but not quite as easy to identify Shane. We thought that perhaps there might have been some favoritism for one son over the other.
The FBI looked into the background of 23-year-old Chevy and 21-year-old Shane Kehoe.
Chevy Kehoe was linked to a variety of crimes. In addition to the 3 murders in Arkansas, he was linked to a murder in Washington State and a murder in, we believe, in Idaho. He also committed a series of burglaries, robberies, and extortions, and also interstate transportation of stolen property.
APBs were issued for the Kehoe brothers. On February 18th, investigators picked up the Kehoe's trail in Frankfort, Ohio, 45 miles from the shootout site in Wilmington. The Chevy Monte Carlo was found abandoned in a grocery store parking lot. It had been reported stolen a mile from where the shootout occurred. Authorities suspected that at least one of the Kehoes had stolen it to escape the manhunt. The keys were all the robber had left. Investigators feared the desperate brothers would stop at nothing to escape custody. State police fanned out to canvass the area, hoping someone may have seen one of the fugitives.
The trash was emptied.
A mile away at the Lake Hill campground, the Kehoe's path reemerged. Investigators learned that the pair had camped there with their families in an RV. But authorities arrived too late. Just 2 days earlier, the motorhome had pulled out. No one knew if the brothers were on board. The FBI released a nationwide APB for the vehicle. As the weeks passed, people reported sightings of the RV. They had also seen women and children in the camper. Each time authorities responded, the camper was gone. The Kehoe's trail heated up again 150 miles away in Indianapolis, Indiana, where another stolen vehicle was recovered. Inside, investigators found clothing and a gas receipt signed by Chevy Kehoe, but no trace of his brother Shane. The van had been stolen 13 miles from where Chevy fled the blue Suburban after firing on Ohio officers. The Keoghs were still one step ahead. The trail of plundered cars signaled that the Keoghs' crime spree would not cease until authorities stopped them.
There it is. We felt early on that if confronted again by law enforcement, that there would be a great probability that there would be another shooting involved and that innocent people would be hurt.
Across the country, local and federal investigators were put on high alert. They needed to find the Keogh brothers before they struck again. In Arizona, a state trooper came upon an RV that fit the description of the Keogh's camper. It had no license plates, and its shades were drawn. He called in reinforcements. He knew the brothers were armed and dangerous and would shoot to kill. Within moments, a SWAT team surrounded the RV. They hoped the nighttime assault would catch the Keoghs off guard and lessen the chances of another armed confrontation. An Arizona SWAT team was on the move to catch the Keogh brothers, armed fugitives wanted in 2 states for murder and attempted murder.
Freeze!
They thought they had them cornered. It was the wrong RV. Several days later, a Wyoming highway patrolman found the Keogh's mobile home broken down and abandoned on a desolate stretch of road. The FBI was informed and asked that the RV be towed into town for inspection. The Wyoming State Police obtained a warrant and documented its contents. This vehicle, like the Suburban, held a large cache of ammunition, guns, several fake FBI jackets, and U.S. Marshals badges. One discovery stopped the officers in their tracks.
825.
Come take a look at this.
A box of explosive components, including batteries used to detonate bombs. Fearing a booby trap, the troopers called in the ATF bomb squad. Nearby business and government offices were evacuated. Inch by inch, the bomb squad probed the RV. The thorough investigation revealed no live devices. But the danger wasn't over. According to ATF agent Jordan, the Keogh brothers had a well-equipped bomb factory, which increased their potential for violence.
The bomb-making components that we found consisted of some metal cylinders, several types of chemicals, mixing bowls, hot plate, coffee filters, instructions for making homemade blasting caps, quite an assortment of bomb-making components.
Receipts on board revealed the family's path since leaving Ohio. They traveled through West Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Texas, and Montana before ditching the mobile home in Wyoming. The vehicle offered few clues to the Keogh's current location.
All we knew was that Chevy was last known to be in Indianapolis, where the stolen van was recovered. We presumed that Shane and the families had made it as far as Casper, where the camper had broken down. From that point on, we basically had a cold trail.
To entice the public's help, the FBI and ATF announced that they had joined to offer a reward for the pair's arrest and conviction.
The fact that it was a serious matter involving law enforcement, the fact that they had some affiliation to supremacy groups, and the fact that they were dangerous individuals, we were able to obtain a $60,000 reward for their apprehension.
More than 100 tips came in. The local leads were handled by the Ohio State Police, while the FBI and ATF pursued those from out of state. On June 16th, investigators got the news they were hoping for. A sheriff in Stevens County, Washington, received a call from a friend of Shane Kehoe. Shane wanted to turn himself in. The 21-year-old surrendered to the authorities and informed them where he and his brother had been for the last few months. After the Wilmington shootout, Shane had stolen a car and returned to the campground. There he gathered his and his brother's families and drove to Wyoming, where he met Chevy. Soon after the Kehoes were reunited, the RV broke down. Chevy told investigators that he and his brother had finally found refuge with their families on a remote ranch in rural southern Utah. The farmer and his wife had taken them in and offered them room and board in exchange for doing work on the ranch. Soon the situation began to deteriorate. Chevy couldn't control his explosive temper. Both Shane and his wife, Tana, grew concerned. Chevy talked of building his own white supremacist order. He thought of killing his wife, Karina, because of Native American ancestry in her family. He even talked of murdering his own parents, Kirby and Gloria, in order to raise his 6 younger brothers with his beliefs. On June 12th, almost 4 months after the shootouts in Ohio, Chevy finally turned his growing paranoia on his own brother.
Shane explained to us that they had recently gotten into a fight and that he feared for his life as well as the lives of his family.
Shane also told investigators that Chevy had several items in his possession that belonged to the Muellers. Chevy had also admitted to suffocating the Mueller family. Not knowing what Chevy would do next, Shane and his family fled Utah in the middle of the night, driving almost 1,000 miles back to Washington State. Authorities inspected the truck Shane drove, looking for additional evidence. Lab examiners discovered that the vehicle, which belonged to Chevy Kehoe, had been repainted from its original blue color. FBI forensic chemist Ron Mentold explains.
We often see repainted vehicles in the laboratory here, and we can determine how it was originally painted. The layers of paint can many times be thought of as a stack of cards that is loosely adhered to each other. Okay, and any one card can be withdrawn from the layer and sampled individually. So the ace of diamonds, which is a primer layer, would be different in chemistry and color from the king of spades, which would be on top.
The test results were conclusive. The composition of the blue paint found on the Kehoe's vehicle matched the specs found on the Muellers' bodies. The evidence against Chevy Kehoe was compelling, but capturing him would be no easy task. Investigators would have to travel to Chevy's remote hideout in Utah, where an arrest team could be seen approaching from miles away. Wanted for triple homicide in Arkansas and attempted murder in Ohio, the white supremacist Chevy Kehoe was heavily armed and hiding with his family on an isolated ranch. Apprehending the criminal in the wide open spaces of southern Utah would be dangerous for agents and Chevy's family. The FBI and ATF needed an arrest plan that minimized the risk. Agent Will Long was in charge of coordinating the plan. He is in shadow in order to protect the sensitive nature of his current case.
Chevy's children and his wife were there, and we certainly didn't want to get involved in a situation where they were in the middle of of a shooting situation or possible hostage situation.
Long enlisted the help of Rodney Levitt, the farmer on whose land the brothers had been living. Levitt agreed to help the FBI due to his concern for Chevy's children.
He told us that on a regular basis, Chevy Kehoe would, at his request, travel into Cedar City to run errands for him related to the farming operation. And in this case, they had previously talked about Chevy coming into town on this day to pick up some feed from the local feed store. And we decided that we could use that as an opportunity to take him at the feed store in an environment that we could control.
That left agents only 2 hours to get into position before Chevy arrived in town with Levitt.
2 hours is a short amount of time. We placed surveillance units along the road that would be in a position to call out the location of Chevy Kehoe and Mr. Levitt as they made their way into town.
The plan was working perfectly until Chevy Kehoe made an unscheduled stop. The FBI didn't know if Kehoe was onto them and was making a run for it. The agent on location radioed in for assistance. He waited for instructions to apprehend Kehoe or get Levitt to safety. For a few breathless moments, no one knew what would happen next. Chevy returned to the truck with a soda. To the undercover agent, it seemed that Chevy had no suspicions and returned to the road.
918, go ahead.
Back in town, more than 25 agents waited for the arrival of Chevy and Levitt. Snipers were positioned on the rooftops, and the feed store was surrounded. Agents were also located in the nearby neighborhood. Their objective was to prevent Chevy from escaping and taking hostages. While Agent Long loaded hay in front of the feed store, his plan nearly went awry.
As we were listening to the radio, we heard one of the surveillance units call out that Chevy had crossed a landmark that was approximately 1 minute away from the feed store.
At that very moment, the farmer unwittingly pulled into the parking spot the FBI was holding for Chevy. Agent Long had a split second to act.
I ran across the parking lot with my badge and credentials in my hand. I told this man that a dangerous fugitive was about to pull into the parking lot and that we were going to arrest him right here and that he needed to immediately get in his vehicle and get out of the parking lot.
The farmer complied, and Long returned to his position. Seconds later, Chevy Kehoe pulled into the parking lot.
FBI, get on the ground! Get down on the ground! Get down on the ground!
Long and his team pounced on the suspected murderer, leaving him no time to reach for a concealed weapon. After 5 months of a nationwide manhunt, the FBI had finally captured Chevy Kehoe. Back at the ranch, there was still the matter of taking Chevy's wife, Karina, and their 3 kids into custody. Once again, Levitt offered his help.
Apparently, Mr. Levitt had an injured back, and Karina would routinely come out and open the gate for Mr. Levitt to let him into the property as a courtesy to him because of his injury.
To open the gate, Karina had to leave the house, giving agents the opportunity to arrest her. Long hid in the back of the truck with 2 other agents.
Just as we anticipated, Karina came out and opened the gate, and as she was looking at the gate and concentrating on manipulating the latch, we jumped out of the back of the truck and immediately searched her and found a loaded 9mm pistol in her back pocket.
Get down on the ground, ma'am. Get down on the ground. Get out on the ground. Spread your legs. Spread your arms.
Long obtained a search warrant for the Kehoe's trailer on the Levitt property.
I managed to open the door.
Before inspecting it, the FBI safely escorted the children outside and entrusted them to the farmer. Back inside, Long discovered a well-stocked armory. Chevy Kehoe, anticipating a siege, had stationed loaded guns at every window. With both brothers finally in custody, the pair was transported back east to face 16 state and local charges. Chevy would first be tried in Arkansas on federal charges. With the Kehoes locked up, U.S. Attorney Paula Casey had several months to prepare a solid case.
The federal agents and Aaron Duvall, Jay Winters, came here and they laid out the evidence they had of all the various crimes that had been committed. And after we examined everything that was there was sort of this growing realization as we reviewed these things that it was a racketeering case.
Placing Chevy's illegal activities under a racketeering umbrella, Casey needed to demonstrate that crimes were committed in order to expand his white supremacist movement.
The racketeering statute lets us give a jury the complete picture of what happened. It lets us put that together so that all of the evidence can be placed before the jury for their decision.
Chevy Kehoe was ultimately charged with 57 federal crimes, including the brutal murder of Bill and Nancy and their 8-year-old daughter, Sarah.
Chevy Kehoe was tried, and following a 3-month jury trial, he was found guilty of racketeering, and as a result of his conviction, he received a sentence of life without the possibility of parole, because in the federal system there is no parole.
As for Brother Shane, despite his claims of self-defense, he was found guilty of the state charges brought against him. Among them, attempted murder for the shootout in Wilmington. He is currently serving 24.5 years.
The reason I think every agency was so cooperative in working on this was just that it was a horrible crime. It was a crime that was obviously hard for anybody to figure out why it happened, exactly how it would happen. It was just one of those things that everybody wanted to help out, and they knew that we couldn't do it all ourselves, and if it had been their case, they wouldn't have been able to do it by themselves either. So it was just a matter of everybody getting together, because the bottom line was there were some bad people out there. And everybody just needed to get involved for a common cause, and that was to put the bad guy behind bars.
In the Midwest, the fugitive drug dealer will do anything to avoid capture. His desperate run is fueled by drugs and punctuated by gunfights. As he barrels across 2 states, local and federal authorities are determined to fight back and to stay in pursuit.
When law enforcement officers become targets, no one is safe. So when a crystal meth dealer on the run from the law began shooting cops, it took more than police to stop him. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. With a fearless killer on the loose in the Midwest, residents have to help the FBI and state and local police bring down the dealer and deliver him to justice.
On February 2nd, 2000, on the quiet back roads of Lincoln County, Nebraska, Lincoln County Sheriff's Deputy Stan McKnight was on routine patrol when he saw a vehicle rapidly approach from behind. A maroon pickup truck sped past. McKnight spotted Texas plates on the pickup, but he could not make out the numbers. The deputy began cautious pursuit. Recent weather conditions had created black ice on the roads. Without the benefit of streetlights, the roads appeared normal, but were treacherously covered with patches of slick ice. Deputy McKnight radioed for assistance.
Please alert all available units.
Several Nebraska State Patrol troopers mobilized to try to intercept the pickup. Whoever was in the truck seemed to have no regard for his own safety. Since the roads were free of other traffic and no one else was in danger, McKnight decided high-speed pursuit was not worth the risk.
It appeared as though he knew the area that he was in, and due to the fact that he would take more chances and drive faster than I would, he was able to disappear.
Eventually, the truck vanished into the night.
I had called in for assistance from the department, and all the deputies and state troopers are working, and we combed the whole area and looking for that vehicle, and it was to no avail.
Nebraska police issued a be on the lookout bulletin for the maroon pickup
HTML,
with
do you
Texas
want
plates.
to permanent? The trash
But that
was
night,
emptied.
no one spotted the vehicle or its driver. A week later, and 40 miles away in North Platte, Nebraska, deputies responded to a call from a farmer. He hadn't used his barn in years. So the farmer was surprised to discover someone had been working there recently, leaving a strange workplace behind. The deputies found chemicals and other items available in farm supply stores. They had often seen this combination of materials in the area before. They were the ingredients needed to make methamphetamine, an illegal drug. A powerful stimulant, meth is also known as crank or speed. It's easy to make with materials commonly found on farms. In recent years, the Midwestern countryside has seen an epidemic of methamphetamine production, according to Lincoln County, Nebraska Sheriff's Corporal Casey Nelms.
Methamphetamine labs are a problem because it's such a rural area. A lot of abandoned farmhouses, farmsteads where people don't live anymore, gives opportunity for these people to go in and manufacture this drug pretty much undetected.
The drug is addictive and extremely dangerous. Users feel a temporary high, then intense paranoia and a craving for more. Most users become aggressive and desperate. When meth labs pop up in an area, violent crime follows. During their search of the meth lab in the North Platte barn, deputies found several pieces of mail. They were addressed to Charles Moses Jr. of Nocona, Texas. Deputies contacted Texas authorities asking for information on Moses. They received photos of Moses and learned there were warrants for his arrest for the theft of several firearms. Nebraska investigators also learned Moses drove a maroon pickup truck with Texas plates. The make and model of the truck matched the description of the one that had evaded Deputy McKnight only a week earlier. If Charles Moses was manufacturing methamphetamine, there was a good chance he was using it too. That might explain why Moses drove so recklessly on the night of the chase.
The people that use this become very paranoid. They have no pain threshold. Sometimes they're up for days, and they're just a real problem. They're hard to handle.
During their rounds in the tightly knit communities in the area, Police showed the photo of Moses and asked if anyone had noticed an outsider fitting his description. Some residents reported seeing him in the past.
We were pretty sure that he was in the area.
But no one had seen him in several days, and Moses had no local address. At 11 p.m. on February 12, 2000, a week after the meth lab was discovered, Lincoln County Corporal Casey Nelms was about to start his shift. As was his routine, he picked up a cup of coffee before hitting the road. But that night would prove to be anything but routine. Through the window, Nelms spotted a vehicle that matched the description of Charles Moses's pickup truck.
You too.
But he needed to get a look at the driver.
When he got out of the pickup, he resembled the individual that we were looking for.
The truck had Texas plates.
7216, 1089, Forest parking lot.
Nelms headed out to check the man's ID. But the man spoke first.
What are the roads like out there?
They're pretty slick. Where are you heading?
Just kind of heading out, going out.
I approached him and asked him if he was where he was going, what he was doing. I asked him for his identification, and when he handed it to me, the name on the driver's license was Charles Moses. You're under arrest. I really expected that once I got a hold of him in the vehicle that I was going to be able to, you know, take him out of the vehicle without any problem and place him under arrest, but he was just spectacularly strong. I just couldn't do anything with him, except just keep struggling with him to try to keep the weapon away from my face.
Moses fired.
Cars parking lot, shots fired. I was pretty sure 2 of my rounds hit. The second round I saw it hit the back of the cab, and the third round it also hit the back of the cab.
Nelms tried to follow Moses, but the fugitive drove with the recklessness of a man on methamphetamine and disappeared. Nebraska State Patrol officers heard the shots fired call and joined the search for the would-be cop killer. Lincoln County Sheriff's Deputy Stan McKnight, who had chased the maroon truck before, heard about the pursuit on the radio. He needed to position himself in a place where he was likely to intercept Moses.
There's an area that's commonly called the correction line. It's an area where I could see the best I thought possible 3 different roads intersecting that area. And that was the middle one. I could watch a mile behind me, that one, and a mile in front of me.
McKnight waited in the dark, hoping he was in the right place.
After about 10 or 15 minutes of sitting there, a vehicle did come from the west at the very road intersection that I was at. And as they got right to the front of my vehicle, I turned my headlights on and I saw the vehicle that was the same identical vehicle that I'd seen less than 2 weeks before. He was traveling in excess of 70 to 80 mile an hour, and being nighttime conditions, it was hard to see him, and he was out of distance me quite rapidly.
Deputy McKnight tried to maintain a visual of the pickup truck. But the vehicle seemed to disappear yet again. McKnight changed tactics.
At that point, he had pretty much, got ahead of me. At the same time, I had to slow down and check driveways and intersecting road intersections to make sure he hadn't turned off on me.
Then the deputy saw a vehicle's brake lights in the distance. It was idling at an empty intersection. Deputy McKnight called for backup.
Charlie 230 back.
Moses had already fired at one officer. It was too dangerous for the deputy to advance alone. He waited for the backup officers. Before they came, Moses made his move. One bullet entered Stan McKnight's head. Another ripped through his hand.
Upon figuring out that I'd been hit by a bullet, I was going to try to call to the rest of the officers around to let them know what was going on. Only when I reached for the mic, I couldn't talk. My mouth was all full of blood and I was starting to choke. So I felt around and I found some napkins in the seat and I got them shoved up in my mouth to make the blood go out, and I got it spit out, and then I could talk and let them know that I'd been hit and that the subject had went on to the left and was going to be chasing him.
Despite his injuries, Deputy McKnight was not going to give up his pursuit.
The wind was coming through the holes in the windshield, blowing glass all over. My left eye was completely shut from blood. My right eye was just blinking, but I could still see enough with my headlights to keep going down the road.
Based on the coordinates McKnight radioed, several teams of Nebraska State Patrol troopers headed towards stakeout positions in the area. They drove with their headlights and flashers off so they wouldn't alert Moses. Troopers in 2 cars positioned themselves on a dark county road and waited. Minutes later, headlights appeared. It was Moses. One of the troopers spotted a gun. After firing a full clip at Moses, the trooper realized a bullet had torn through his bulletproof vest. He was losing blood fast. The chest wound appeared to be life-threatening. They called for an ambulance from a hospital dozens of miles away. In the dark prairie, the troopers hoped their fallen friend would survive. In a frantic escape, Charles Moses had shot both a sheriff's deputy and a state trooper. Though gravely injured, Deputy McKnight continued pursuit of Moses, a man willing to kill to stay on the run. In February of 2000, Nebraska authorities confronted Charles Moses, a Texas fugitive suspected of running a methamphetamine lab. Escaping, he led police on a high-speed chase, shooting one deputy in the head and a state trooper in the chest before vanishing into the night. Paramedics stabilized the wounded trooper, then transported him to the nearest emergency room. Helping to process the crime scene was Nebraska State Patrol Sergeant Lynn Williams.
We secured the area, and then our major concern was obviously the gathering of evidence. So we collected the trooper's service pistol, his duty and gun belt, spent shell casings that were still at the scene. We took 35 millimeter photographs, videotaped the scene.
Moses had fired several bullets. One struck the cruiser's reflective seal, perhaps the only thing visible in the dark prairie.
The bullet had passed through the door of the trooper's patrol car, had struck the trooper in the abdomen, piercing his bulletproof vest, as well as traveling through his body.
To get through that much protection, the gun Moses used against police had to be a powerful one.
It was obvious that this was a high-powered rifle. We were looking for some sort of an assault rifle, something large bore, high-powered.
The state police brought the spent rifle slugs to their ballistics lab for analysis. Technicians there examined the size, weight, and metal composition of the slugs. They determined they were high-velocity rounds, most likely fired from a 7.62 SKS military assault rifle. Deadly weaponry designed for trained military personnel, something else entirely in the hands of a criminal.
It'll be a two-man unit with 617. I'll be in the lead. Anything else?
After the multiple cop shooting, the FBI joined the effort to capture Moses. Special Agent Ron Raywald took the call at the normally quiet North Platte, Nebraska FBI resident agency.
Our caseload primarily is in the area of white-collar crime, and it's not very common that we get called in to assist in investigations of violent criminal activity.
Agent Raywald gathered information to obtain an unlawful flight to avoid prosecution warrant against Moses.
In this particular case, we anticipated that Moses would leave the state of Nebraska after he fled his arrest, and that the FBI could assist in locating him.
Hoping to catch Moses before he left Nebraska, authorities set up a command center at a state police barracks. Officers from virtually every law enforcement agency in the state shared intelligence on Moses. Several had had run-ins with him, usually in connection with clandestine meth labs.
He had a history of using abandoned farmsteads, farm places, not only for the manufacture of methamphetamine, but for hiding and living as well. So we knew that we needed to be aware of this and target those areas for a search.
Hundreds of police vehicles across the state mobilized, with officers looking for any sign of Charles Moses or his maroon pickup truck. In the sprawling rural landscape, finding Moses would not be easy.
Moses Jr. was last seen wearing a light-colored winter
Investigators also hoped the public would assist in the search.
1995 4x4 pickup truck with
Media bulletins urged citizens to avoid Moses and to call the police if they spotted him.
information, call the special tip line.
In the small town of Dickens, Nebraska, 30 miles south of where the two officers were shot, a young farmer found tire tracks leading to a garage. His parents' car was usually inside. Instead, there was a maroon pickup truck. His parents' car was gone. Recognizing the truck from media reports, the farmer called police. The Nebraska State Patrol confirmed that the truck belonged to Charles Moses and that officers had hit the vehicle when returning fire.
The license plate that we were looking for was still displayed on the truck, which was registered to Mr. Moses. It had evidence that it had been shot at with a firearm. The bullet holes were in the back portion of the cab. They had shattered the back window of the cab. Some had lodged in the dash of the cab, and some had passed out through the front windshield.
Make sure you get this wheel.
Investigators also found evidence the suspect was wounded by at least one of the many shots fired at the vehicle.
Transporting code 3.4.
We located human blood in the cab, the interior of the pickup. That led us to believe that possibly when the Lincoln County deputy had fired at Moses early on during the incident, that possibly he had been struck.
But if Moses was injured, he had the perfect drug to stay alert, pain-free and aggressive, to keep running without sleep.
There was a tremendous amount of paraphernalia located in his pickup that deals with cooking or the manufacture of methamphetamine. He virtually had a lab present in the back of the truck.
Investigators also found survivalist gear, police radios, and weapons in the truck. What they didn't find was the high-powered assault rifle Moses used to shoot 2 police officers. An hour after the pickup was found, and 60 miles northwest in Ogallala, Nebraska, the Nebraska State Patrol responded to a call from a man who said he was an acquaintance of Charles Moses. The man said he had seen Moses 15 minutes earlier. Moses spoke to him at a truck stop. He was in a car that matched the description of the vehicle missing from the Dickens farm. While they talked, Moses heard a radio bulletin that said police were looking for the vehicle.
If you see this vehicle, call station.
He panicked and took off. The man said he had waited 15 minutes to call police because he was afraid at first. The dangerous fugitive knew where his family lived.
Okay, let's go out to my car.
Police worried Moses would change vehicles again to throw them off his trail. Two hours after the last sighting, and 20 miles south of the truck stop in Paxton, Nebraska, a farmer noticed fresh tire tracks outside a house on his family's farmstead, a house that was closed up and unused. He called his family to ask if anyone had been to the house. They hadn't, but they told him about the bulletins, warning of a dangerous fugitive in the area. They said he should leave the place immediately. A relative on the line heard the farmer talking to someone. The police would soon learn that Charles Moses had just claimed his first murder victim. The deadly fugitive was still on the run, now more desperate than ever. On February 14th, 2000, 36 hours after fugitive Charles Moses seriously wounded 2 Nebraska law enforcement officers, a murder investigation began in Paxton, Nebraska. The victim was a local farmer, killed while talking to a relative on his cell phone. The investigative team had to piece together the murder from crime scene clues. The circumstances indicated Charles Moses was involved, to Nebraska State Police Sergeant Lynn Williams.
We had learned that the victim had drove in the abandoned farmstead to check on tire tracks that he observed. We believed that he surprised Moses, and Moses reacted with that surprise and shot the victim, killing him. Moses then drugged the victim from the victim's pickup, placed him on the ground, and Moses then got back in the victim's pickup and left the scene.
Troopers found tracks consistent with those on the model of truck the farmer drove, as well as broken glass from the truck on one side of the driveway. The position of the glass suggested the vehicle's driver's side window had been blown out. FBI Special Agent Ron Raywalt knew the glass was an important clue.
I anticipated that Moses would try and use a defense of self-defense, stating that he was returning fire from someone shooting at him. I knew that I could determine how many shots were fired and the direction that the shots originated from. When a high-speed projectile hits a piece of glass and the glass breaks, physical characteristics are left in the glass. This answers questions for the crime scene investigator. It tells them which bullet hit first and the direction of travel of the bullet.
The glass would be examined later in the lab. Behind a barn, investigators found the stolen car that Moses was last seen driving. The car seemed hastily abandoned. In the back seat, troopers found chemicals, knives, and several firearms. It appeared that Moses had switched vehicles after he heard a radio report that police were looking for this car.
It was very obvious that Mr. Moses had been attempting to hide or camouflage, conceal the vehicle. He'd had a tarp over it, and Moses was in the process of covering the vehicle with broken and dead branches, tree branches, and that sort of stuff.
Investigators found the victim's identification, but they couldn't find the cell phone he was using when he was murdered. They believe Moses had the phone with the farmer's blue pickup truck. They issued an APB for the vehicle and contacted cell phone companies to begin tracking the cell phone signal. While powered on, cell phones are constantly in search of the nearest tower to be ready for use. Police can flag a specific phone number and learn which tower is serving it. 2 hours after the farmer's murder was discovered, a cell phone tower in Oshkosh, Nebraska picked up the signal from the missing phone. But before police could respond to the location, the cell phone signal disappeared. The FBI also studied the glass fragments from the farmstead crime scene.
I was able to determine that one bullet had been fired from outside the truck into the truck, and that the bullet thereafter passed through the truck. My examination further disclosed that no shots were fired from inside the truck. This was not self-defense. This was murder.
Take a look at this.
With the farmer's murder and the theft of his pickup truck, the FBI issued another federal warrant against Charles Moses.
The facts of the case had changed significantly, and I was able to change the warrant application process to charge Mr. Moses with the federal carjacking statute with a homicide.
With Charles Moses crisscrossing the state, armed and out of control, Nebraska Governor Mike Johans held a news conference to warn the public.
This is a situation that we need to get through. Police are seeking Charles Moses.
It was clear the fugitive was ready to kill civilians to get what he wanted.
He's considered armed and dangerous.
That evening, 80 miles to the west, near the Nebraska-Wyoming border, an elderly woman was enjoying a quiet evening. She heard someone breaking in through a door.
Can you just have one of them go to Mobile 3 for me, please?
She could hear an intruder walking through the house, then approaching her bedroom.
129.
It was too late to escape, so she did her best to hide.
Business check, precinct 8, JT's office.
The evening news had said Moses killed the last resident he surprised.
Starting. Injured during the game, bleeding from the face and parents this morning.
It sounded like he was looking for something, and then left.
How the other available units fit the other discount tires and make sure they're
The woman was unharmed and called police from a neighbor's house. She explained that she never saw the man's face.
Say again?
But deputies from the Scottsbluff, Nebraska Sheriff's Department found tire tracks consistent with those on the pickup truck stolen from the murdered farmer. They also recovered automotive glass near the left tire track. Its position suggested it came from the driver's side window. The window investigators believe Moses shot out while killing the farmer.
31 out of service street.
Local officers contacted the FBI about the new development.
114.
From the facts of the case and the type of glass left at that crime scene, it was obvious that Moses had been involved in that burglary and that he was traveling in a westerly direction. Moses, and we got his physical description.
With Charles Moses believed to be near Nebraska's western border, the FBI notified Wyoming law agencies that a killer might be headed their way. The small town of Lusk, Wyoming, is 20 miles from the Nebraska border. At the Lusk Police Department, Chief Gary Gale received the FBI bulletin.
That morning, we heard about Charles Moses from our dispatch. We knew that he was driving a Nebraska pickup truck, blue in color, and that he could be headed in any direction.
The Wyoming media warned the public about the fugitive. Around 1 p.m. that afternoon, the media alerts paid off.
We heard about the call from a truck driver who had called into dispatch and was relayed to our office that possibly that pickup truck Charles Moses was driving was at the south end parking lot of the truck stop here in Lusk.
Assistant Chief Dusty Christman responded to the scene along with Chief Gill. Several vehicles in the parking lot fit the description. Officers knew one of them might hold a murderer who also tried to kill 2 policemen.
We were looking at license plates. We spotted a blue pickup that had matched the description.
The plates matched. It was the truck.
We decided to try to block him in if we could.
2260, County 270 for that suspicious activity, 6208.
The officers approached from opposite directions. Someone was inside, but the officers couldn't tell if it was Moses. The truck's driver's side window appeared to be missing. If it was Moses, he might have finally come down off a long and haggard methamphetamine binge. Chief Gill called for backup and waited for more units to arrive.
Gale 2, this would be the vehicle I think we're looking for.
Then, the driver woke up.
He's waking up, he's gonna take off.
But Assistant Chief Christman couldn't risk firing because from his perspective, he did not get a good enough look to be absolutely sure it was Moses. It meant another chase.
Our biggest fears during the chase is when Moses turned onto Main Street and headed north. We knew he was going to be traveling through our business district at more than likely a high rate of speed, and also the fear of maybe losing him once he got through the city limits and headed north on Highway 85.
Weeks after Charles Moses' violent spree began, law enforcement once again had him in their sights. After eluding Nebraska authorities and the FBI, suspected murderer Charles Moses had crossed into Lusk, Wyoming. Lusk police were in pursuit. But Moses had a lead on him and never hesitated for a moment.
Mr. Moses finally got away from us off Highway 85 onto our ranch road. The road was very rutted up. Our small vehicles with 2-wheel drive could not keep up with him in 4-wheel drive in the pickup he had. He went down to a ranch place and across a old dam and up into the pastures through fences and things where we couldn't chase him.
Authorities lost him again. So Lusk police teamed with the Niobrara County Sheriff's Department. Sheriff Samuel Reed helped devise a 10-mile perimeter to contain Moses.
The perimeter
was a very large area. We were fortunate in one way. It sat kind of in the middle of three major highways, and we had another county road that dissected it basically in the middle.
They couldn't rush in.
We were unsure what his actions were going to be, so we stayed back a ways knowing that he had a high-powered rifle.
Every law enforcement officer in the area, including fish and game wardens, manned roadblocks to look for Moses and warned travelers to stay away from him. They also met with residents living in the 10-mile perimeter, asking them to stay vigilant and call police at the first sign of any suspicious activity.
I had a very deep concern that if we did not apprehend Moses before it got dark, that we would have a terrible, terrible time finding him. I knew the ranch people that were there. I was very, very concerned for their safety of him entering the house at gunpoint, taking him hostage and shooting them and taking a vehicle and leaving the area.
Everything of a male subject in apartment F3, that's
Although Moses was somewhere within the 10-mile perimeter, the terrain made it too dangerous for deputies to go in on foot. Without body armor and tactical training, they would be vulnerable to ambush or a sniper attack.
For officers to go in there would have been extremely difficult. There are a lot of deep draws, pine trees, ravines that he could get down in. It would have been very, very, very difficult to go in there and find him.
Thanks.
Special Agent Ron Raywald helped Wyoming authorities with the FBI's federal resources.
The Wyoming office of the FBI brought in 2 aircraft to assist in the search on the state highways and the rural roads, trying to locate the vehicle Moses was in.
Flying a grid pattern over the area, one of the aircraft spotted the truck Moses was last seen driving. It looked like it was stuck in a ravine. The SWAT team from the Nebraska State Patrol was airlifted to the area. Moses was armed with a high-powered rifle. The SWAT team had to move cautiously, man by man. An aggressive fugitive on powerful drugs could be behind any tree, ready to kill. They positioned themselves above the pickup, but they had no visual of Charles Moses. He might be watching them, waiting for a clean shot. They had to start their search from the truck. To stun and distract anyone near it, they fired a flashbang percussion grenade. He wasn't there. They found footprints in the mud by the truck and began following them.
Charlie 220, I'm gonna go and show you back on Charlie 220 at ISIS.
But in the trees, the trail went cold.
He had eluded us, the people that were right on the scene. He had eluded a SWAT team that had been flown in out of Nebraska.
That night, Moses would surface again. At 8:30 p.m., rancher Jim Kramers and his son Justin heard their dog barking at something behind the house. They knew about Moses, so Justin went out armed. Someone was out there.
I've got a gun. Don't go any further.
From the brief look, they believed it was Moses. The gunman had to be stopped.
Justin, take your rifle, go around back, get on the back side of him, and then you do what you have to do. Okay?
HTML, do you want to? The trash was emptied.
Kramers was unarmed, in a standoff with a desperate fugitive who had never hesitated to use violence. The rancher had a plan and hoped it would work. In eastern Wyoming, a rancher and his son found fugitive Charles Moses on their property. From media reports, rancher Jim Kramers knew Moses was wanted for shooting several police officers and killing a farmer for his truck.
Justin, you know, on the backside?
Justin Kramers went to cover Moses from the back. The father risked his life, hoping to end the fugitive's rampage without more violence.
I was totally unarmed. Moses had a rifle and a large caliber pistol in his hands.
Hoping his son could protect him if his plan failed, Jim Kramers offered Moses a deal. He knew the fugitive had been exposed to the day's cold rain showers.
And put it there by that wheel.
If Moses put down the guns and came inside, the rancher would give him a hot meal and throw his clothes in the dryer.
This was a plan in my head that if I got him in the house, I had nothing to fear from him because we would know that he had no weapons. It was too cold, and if he ran out of the house without any of his clothes with him, why, he was not going to be in good shape. I very seldom invite someone into my house that I don't ask them to eat, so I knew he was hungry, so I said, let's have something to eat.
If they got him inside, they would try to call the police without him knowing. By this time, Justin Kramers had Moses in his sights. It looked like Moses was going for it. Then he tensed.
All right, I put my rifle down now. Where's the other guy you're with?
Right behind you.
Jim Kramers hoped Moses would not draw his son into his violence.
My greatest concern throughout the ordeal was that my son would not have to shoot someone. I didn't want him, you know, justly or unjustly, I did not want him to have to go through life knowing that he had killed a person.
If it did turn violent, Justin could not waver.
Justin!
One of the fears I had was if I did have to shoot at him that I might miss. I only had one shot while he had up to 6 in his pistol, where I had a single shot rifle.
After weeks of a methamphetamine-induced rampage, Charles Moses finally slowed down. He left his weapons outside.
I never actually lowered my rifle. I brought it down a small ways, but within quick enough time enough that I could have brought it back up to put on him if I needed to.
Inside the warm house and out of his wet clothes, Moses concentrated on his first hot meal in days.
I was able to go out the front door of the house and was gone for around 5 minutes while I called the sheriff from my brother's house, and then I was able to come back in the same door while he never realized I was gone.
What's going on, Jim?
A Lusk police officer and a Wyoming game warden were there in minutes.
Jacob, Highway 35, roadside park.
Because of the Kramers plan, the wild, deadly fugitive had nothing to fight with. After a staggering chase across hundreds of miles, filled with burglary, carjacking, gunfights, and murder, Charles Moses Jr. was finally in police custody. As they theorized, Moses had been wounded by Nebraska deputies. At a Cheyenne, Wyoming hospital, Moses was treated for a bullet wound to his shoulder dehydration, and exhaustion. The drugs he had taken, and the police, relentlessly on his trail, had run him into the ground. FBI Special Agent Ron Raywalt arranged for Moses to be transported back to Nebraska.
The morning after the arrest, when I drove to Cheyenne, Wyoming, I took a lieutenant with the Nebraska State Patrol with me, and I took Deputy Casey Nelms with me, the individual that had attempted to initiate the arrest originally. The purpose of taking these two individuals with me was so that when I returned to Nebraska with Moses, both individuals could effect the respective warrants that they were carrying. The lieutenant from the patrol arrested Moses for the violation of shooting a Nebraska State Patrol trooper, and Casey Nelms arrested Moses for the murder of the farmer as well as the assault by shooting of the two deputies from Lincoln County.
Moses initially fought the charges against him. But when confronted with ballistics and other forensic evidence, he plea bargained to avoid the death penalty. Charles Moses Jr. pleaded no contest to second-degree murder and 2 counts of assault on a police officer. He was sentenced to 190 years in prison. The state trooper Moses shot returned to light duty in June of 2000. Moses had also shot Lincoln County Sheriff's Deputy Stan McKnight in the head and hand. He spent nearly 2 months in the hospital. Never willing to give up, McKnight was determined to return to his regular patrol.
I had to go back for several different operations, with a total of 9 operations and 23 months of continuing therapy. After the doctors had stated that they had done all that they could for me, I was checked and we went through all the physical dexterity, and I was able to go back to work and maintain and do what I was doing before.
Methamphetamine has become the biggest drug problem in the Midwest. Law enforcement there are dedicated to fight it, whatever the cost.
At 5:45, the guards closed the cells for 12 hours. From now on, the prisoners must stay in the yards of their respective cell blocks. There is no opportunity to spend time alone, find peace or quiet, or enjoy privacy. As he does every morning, Niklas, the boss, marks his territory. 14 people belong to his gang. Each has his own jobs, handed out by the boss, of course.
The trash was emptied.
Buddy, help with the cleaning. Get out of the way so they can clean. Clear the court.
The prison has rules and routines, but the prisoners expand on them in their own way.
Some people clean in exchange for a sentence reduction. But since they can't keep everything clean themselves, 2 or 3 people help out. On Sunday, they get paid for it. We demand 35 cents or cigarettes. We don't keep the money, but pass it on to the men who do the cleaning.
Money is prohibited in the prison. Payment is made in cigarettes or telephone PIN numbers. They're worth a lot here, as they enable contact to the outside world. In order to use the phone, inmates have to have a PIN number which gives them credit. The telephone cards themselves are provided by family or friends on the outside. The more rules there are, the more people break them. Niklas sees himself as an intermediary between prisoners and also between inmates and guards.
I have to stop the fights that break out of here. If fights take place, I lose my status. I am the people. I'm the one in charge.
Most of the inmates accept Niklas. He must fight regularly to prove that he belongs at the top of his cell block. The guards tolerate Nicholas as boss as long as he works in their interests. If he doesn't, his will be the first head to roll. The inmates know that too.
There's always one person there in case things get chaotic. But this person must have character, be strong. Otherwise, many people will try to bring him down and take his place. Like a president is in charge of his government, there also has to be someone here who's in charge of the yard.
Officially, the guards are in charge of the yard. But there's a big problem. The guards can be bribed, but they try to avoid conflicts with the inmates. The guards know that there are drugs here and that many inmates use them. From morning to night, the inmates smoke marijuana, take cocaine, or get high on bazuco, a cheap byproduct of cocaine production. It all goes on right under the guards' noses. But they put up with it, since they can't stop it completely anyway.
There are many ways for forbidden substances to find their way into the prison. They can be brought in by visitors on visiting day, or they can be thrown into the pavilions from outside. There are many ways to get contraband inside.
Throwing things over the prison walls is one of the most popular and effective ways of smuggling contraband into the jail. Quick as lightning, one of the inmates grabs the package that's been thrown in. A lot of thought goes into the concealment of smuggled goods. Drugs, weapons, and cell phones are wrapped up in many small pieces of paper. Everything is quickly distributed and hidden until the guards have nothing left to find except the letters that are also in the packages. And the prisoners explain them in their own way.
They were letters. A family member decides to write and sends them.
One example, I was arrested with an accomplice. He's in the other yard. So he sends me a letter to tell me we have a hearing on a certain day. The letters are about that kind of thing.
The penitentiary's location makes it an easy target for this kind of smuggling. The cell blocks are surrounded on one or two sides by public streets, and the yards have no roofs. Not all the packages make it to the yards. They land on the roofs and then on this table. The lieutenant is taking pictures of the contents of 15 packages that were all thrown in 1 week, but that didn't hit their target.
We have a couple of greenish substances here. It looks like marijuana. And the stuff here comes wrapped in individual portions. It's another way to smuggle drugs, swallowing them or hiding them in body cavities. That's why the guards often can't find drugs. But the dogs can.
Only a fraction of the packages remains on the roof. Most make their way into the yard, but that doesn't always mean trouble.
According to Colombian law, possessing, selling, and transporting drugs is illegal. If we find someone with more than 20 grams, that is more than 20 grams of marijuana, or 1 gram of bazuco, if we find someone with more than this dose, then we prosecute him.
Even in prison, this law applies. Prosecution means a longer prison sentence. The mills of justice grind very slowly in Colombia. First, the prosecutor stipulates a sentence that the prisoner is allowed to challenge. But until that happens, Years often pass. Thus, although most of the prisoners have not yet been sentenced, they sit behind bars for years and wait. The only way to reduce one's sentence is to work in the workshops. The sentence is reduced by the amount of time the prisoners work. The problem? There are too few for too many inmates. Thus, some hope to be transferred to other prisons where there are more workstations. But that doesn't usually happen until they're sentenced. Back to Diego. The new inmates are still being processed. They've been here for 4 hours. Now, it's time for a haircut. There are clear guidelines for the barber. The clipper must be set to 2 millimeters. The inmates have to get their hair cut regularly, or they do it themselves, with smuggled razor blades. For once, an appropriate use of contraband. Then it's time to record the prisoner's personal information. Previous convictions, family, scars, tattoos. Everything is taken down.
I have a scar on my arm.
A burn?
No, it happened when I got a tattoo.
Where? Right arm?
Right.
Okay. What's it say?
My mom's name.
Rotate your arm. Turn it over.
The last step in the information gathering process, mugshots. For over 80% of the inmates, this is a familiar routine. It's not their first time in prison, and it probably won't be their last. In the cell block for sentenced inmates, it's all about surviving and somehow getting through the day. Nicholas takes the opportunity to rap out his frustration.
Calle, mundo de ilusiones, sentimientos, pasiones, adicto al peligro sin padrinos, humilde y sencillo, talento callejero con esfero, plasmo letras en cuaderno, con papel y lapicero, parcero, elocuente de mente, plasmo letras en tu mente con mensajes contundentes.
Nicholas raps about life in prison, weapons, and violence. But back in the corner, they don't only rap about violence. Practice fights take place there, with no weapons and no injuries. The inmates show off their fighting skills. But often things get out of hand.
If you have to fight, then you have to. Sometimes even with a knife. The camera doesn't reach back here, so this is where we do it.
Nicholas sustained several injuries in his last fight. Since then, his pinky has been stiff. There's no shortage of reasons to fight here.
The boy doesn't like black people. Then he started screaming in the yard, "I don't like blacks. Who should I fight?" I came into the yard and tried to stay calm and not worry about it. But the boy wouldn't leave me alone, so we fought.
Most altercations arise because of stealing, unpaid debts, drugs, or simply out of boredom. And no fight ends without injuries. Almost everyone here has a weapon: knives, scissors, needles. There's even a man in Nicholas's gang who is responsible for replenishing the supply of weapons. Wrapped up and camouflaged, the knives are barely noticeable. Many of the inmates don't just turn weapons on others, but also on themselves. Nicholas is one of them.
I'm bipolar, so I have radical mood swings. Seeing blood helps me keep myself under control. But I don't do anything to anyone else, just to myself. I used to go to a psychiatrist every month, and he gave me pills. But I don't have any anymore. I took them all.
New prisoners are examined by a psychologist as part of their processing. But many disorders and problems only develop during their stay in prison. Cutting oneself is a standard method of numbing the pain and the desperation. Prisoners receive no proper psychological treatment. Again and again, there are inmates who try to put an end to their time in prison by putting an end to their own lives. Like this young prisoner. He's already tried to jump from the highest floor into the yard 3 times. His fellow inmates managed to stop him. Today is his latest suicide attempt. He tried to hang himself with a t-shirt. The handcuffs are meant to protect him from himself.
The situation with this guy is difficult. He's overwhelmed. He has strong suicidal tendencies. We have to pay close attention to him until he goes to the hospital. If we don't get him fixed, I know he'll try to commit suicide again.
Such situations set off the guards' alarm bells. Some of the inmates use this as an excuse to get more attention and special treatment. For this reason, strict examinations are carried out first. There is no room for pity here.
Go ahead and show me how to do it.
He's been here for 1 month. It's his first time. In general, the first time is difficult. They're often depressed because they're separated from their families.
The young inmate lost his girlfriend. She committed suicide. He wanted to join her. Many of the inmates must struggle with such strokes of fate. The families also suffer from the separation. John Fernando's wife, for example. For 3 years, she's had to raise their child all by herself. After the medical examination in the hospital, the prisoners return to their cell blocks. And in this cell block, John Fernando is the boss. He oversees the routines, the dealing with drugs and weapons. He is supported by a 12-man crew. Here, he has the same role as Nicholas does in his yard. And the 2 men have known each other for a long time.
Told that he was right here. He was my boy too. He used to work for me too. But he fought with somebody else, somebody that is here, and he stabbed him really bad. The other kid is a little kid, but the little kid is so bad, you know. He like to stab people just for nothing, you know. So that's why they changed him. And he now is the boss over there. You see how he thinks. Here he have to listen to me. Over there, probably if I get there, I have to listen to him. Who knows? Or fight with him. Who knows? You know, but he's my friend still, but he's a bad guy. He got himself, he's crazy.
And this is the guy Nicholas fought with. The guy who doesn't like, quote-unquote, blacks. Many inmates wear their scars proudly. They show that they don't run away from fights. Things aren't going so well for Nicholas in his cell block at the moment. His dealings, the fact that he demands money and cigarettes from others, have been discovered. He and a member of his gang are even supposed to have threatened another inmate with a knife, and not for the first time. The prison has to investigate accusations like this.
I don't like your innocent attitude. You've got to clear this up with the boy. I don't want you to harm him again. If you do, you'll get solitary confinement. We've respected you. We respect your rights. But you don't respect the others. You don't give a shit. This changes now. If you do it again, and I don't care if you cut each other's ears off. You'll never get out of solitary.
Solitary confinement also means an extension of the sentence, or that the current sentence cannot be reduced. Constant misbehavior leads to power struggles between the guards and the inmates, and the inmates always get the short end of the stick.
There's a little problem. So we've got to behave.
The little problem has widespread effects. The head of discipline and the lieutenant make an announcement to all the prisoners. Today they're just talking, but acts of disobedience are often quickly met with a baton.
That's another issue. But security is paramount, and that's why we're here today.
Gentlemen, first, you've all been sentenced and will be here a long time. You should know that no one pays money for anything. Not to the guards, not to the administration, not to the inmates. I'll say this today nicely, for the first and the last time. No one may cheat or beat on others. No one.
Even if some of the inmates feel threatened by Nicholas and his gang, everyone is against the guards and the lieutenants. Instead of simply giving in and behaving peacefully, now they really start to get restless.
It's difficult. We have to check it out. It's the third time they've said it.
In such heated situations, things can also get dangerous for the guards and the prison employees. Many of the inmates are not shy about resorting to violence even with them. Nicholas wants to confront the people who ratted on him.
Everyone!
The first commandment, never tell on another inmate, has been broken. And there's a lot at stake for Nicholas.
I've called you here to talk about something. Several people have complained that we're extorting you. If you feel extorted because you have to pay 35 cents or a cigarette, then we'll stop cleaning. We won't do anything anymore, and we'll let the yard stay dirty. Why? Someone complained to the people at the top that we demand money or cigarettes. It's not for us, it's for the cleaners. But if you don't want to pay, then don't. And then we won't clean.
In the jail, 35 cents for cigarettes are worth a lot. Sometimes guards make deals with inmates in order to get information. Then it's easy to betray a fellow inmate.
I don't know who it was, but they're attacking me for the money you pay for cleaning.
Just like a president must take blame for his government, Nicholas must take the blame for his yard.
If I ask for money again, they'll put me on trial. And they don't clean for free.
There are official cleaners and people Nicholas chooses to clean. Then only the official cleaners will work.
The inmates fear solitary confinement. Not only because of the extra prison time, but also because of the cell itself. The solitary confinement cells are like a prison within a prison. The light goes on here at 5 a.m. and goes off at 5 p.m. Daylight only shines through the small grate at the ceiling. Mattresses and blankets are removed from the cells during the day. Only the concrete slab remains. Twice a day, the inmates are allowed to take a walk accompanied by a guard in an isolated yard. The isolation itself is the worst punishment.
You get bored in the cell. You're in despair. You just want to beat your head against the wall. You're so desperate.
The solitary confinement cells also act as a kind of quarantine station for inmates with illnesses or wounds that have to heal. But some illnesses get worse here.
For example, this door fell off when a prisoner lit himself on fire in the cell. The prisoner lost control of himself. He's mentally ill and thought a devil commanded him to set fire to his cell.
The inmates are alone with themselves and their thoughts. That's the worst thing for them. New inmates have come to John Fernando's cell block today. It took 12 hours to process them. Diego is now officially a prisoner in the penitentiary. Although he recognizes faces from his last jail, he still has to learn how the inmates and the guards here tick.
Things are different here. It's not like the other jail.
After more than 12 hours, the newbies finally get something to eat. Bread, a banana, and avena, a Colombian oat beverage. But they don't have much time. Soon the prisoner's official representative will give them an introduction. This man is the guard's mouthpiece to the inmates. It's his job to explain the jail's rules to the new arrivals.
This is a community. We don't want any brawling, either with older or younger inmates. This is a place for coming together. Second, there is no stealing here, although there are thieves. We call them brooms. If you're a broom, you won't do well here.
Translation: stealing will get you beat up. Diego must now internalize these rules in order to avoid having problems. Most prisoners obey the rules in the beginning, but the longer they're here, the more daring they get. Like Nicolas. The upheaval has now calmed down somewhat and will soon subside entirely. Before the cell doors close for the evening, some of the inmates get medication. The doctor only distributes pills to inmates with a prescription and an official medical diagnosis. Many prisoners try to get medication this way, so a watchful eye is necessary. The prisoners are given insulin syringes, medication for flu symptoms, and antipsychotics. They're not prescribed for the individual needs of mentally ill patients, however. They're just tranquilizers. Every few months, a psychologist conducts examinations, but usually nothing changes. Too many inmates with different problems means excessive costs for the local government. Like every evening, the prisoners must now line up to be counted. This is how the guards make sure everyone is present, but it also lets them show the inmates that they're just numbers to them. The prisoners' day ends at 5 p.m. They have 10 minutes to get ready. For Diego, it's a new experience. In the other prisons, the inmates decided when they went to bed. But one thing will not change for Diego here.
It's better to be a loner in prison. A bad friend only causes problems. And I don't want any problems. So distance is good. That's how you stay away from problems. This prison is ultimately a community. You respect others so that they'll respect you.
We just want to stay alive and respect each other.
But everyone has their own definition of respect in prison. The cell doors stay closed for 12 hours. For grown men who are used to doing whatever they want outside of prison, this is hard to take. But that's exactly the point. It's a disciplinary measure.
The day's over. I'm exhausted. I hope I sleep well.
Another day gone. That's what everyone here thinks. One day of many still to come. Every day, altercations between inmates and guards. Every day, the hope of early release. Every day, worrying about families waiting on the outside. Every day, struggles with oneself and the fear of ending up back here, behind bars. John Fernando still has 2 years on his sentence, and he is awaiting another trial. His family must continue to make do without him.
A month ago, when my wife told me that she was pregnant, I'm really happy because I wanted to have a kid. I wanted to have a little girl, and I think God gave me that opportunity, and that's nice, you know? That's my happiness, and that's it. Just trying to make this easier and get out of here and never come back, hopefully. That's right. That's all what I can tell you.
Nicolas continues to struggle with his bipolar disorder. He hopes to get out in 3 months, to see his mother, and then to finally take another path.
A friend on the outside and I want to do a song together.
Diego will spend 4 more years behind bars. His biggest wish, to be able to see his wife and grandmother again after 1 year. They all have one goal in common: to turn their backs on the hardships of prison life and to never come back here again. A goal that very few will achieve. An unfathomable world. A world we know exists, but nobody wants to get to know.
The men incarcerated here are extremely dangerous.
Total anarchy.
The more corrupt, the better for me.
Behind bars is a struggle just to survive. And only the strongest will survive.
I keep on fighting to get out of here for them.
Their lives are always in somebody else's hands.
Pretty much caged animals. They'll lock you up and throw away the key.
Behind bars. In the toughest prisons in the world. Bogota, a city heavily influenced by its history, and yet a city on the brink of upheaval. The economy is growing, and an increasing number of people are relocating to the cities in search of a better life. The gap between rich and poor is growing. People in the slums have to fight particularly hard, finding ways to make ends meet. Drugs define everyday life here. The number of addicts is rising every year. One of Bogota's toughest jails, Cárcel Distrital. These walls surround men and women who lost their battles outside and were forced to start a brand new one here. A battle against justice, their fellow inmates, and themselves. Daily life is shaped by conflict and violence.
Another inmate attacked me. He stabbed my eye.
Every day the guards compete in their struggle for power against the inmates. Coming out on top is pretty tough.
A hiding place. It's empty now, but they keep on using it.
However, the prisoners also have to overcome emotional conflicts too.
I feel so much pain inside of me. I haven't seen them for so long, and then they are only here for a few hours.
However, the illegal goings-on behind the prison walls also make their mark outside them too. Very few of those in here turn their lives around. They keep on fighting until they lose. It is just before 5 a.m. in one of Bogotá's most dangerous neighborhoods, and this room is the safest of them all.
Good morning.
It's the location of the morning roll call for all the guards, sergeants, and lieutenants on duty at Carcel Distrital. A total of about 170 people are tasked with making sure that the prison is secure and everything is in order. It takes a lot out of the staff, day in, day out. For 12 long hours, employees here have to stay alert, be prepared, and show no weakness. The day starts at 5 in the morning for the 1,000 or so inmates. Just 50 members of the prison population are female. Every morning starts with a shower and a wash. After all, hygiene is very important in prison. Diseases can spread at an alarming speed. The women share a 4-person cell. Jenny Ladino was sentenced to 8 years for racketeering and has already served 4. She is the boss of the women's wing.
Here in this wing, I'm responsible for human rights. I've had this role for the past 17 months, representative for human rights. The prison supervisors tell me how to approach certain steps and how to implement them.
Her role is seen as something of a conflicting one. The person needs to be an intermediary between the guards and the inmates. Every wing has a representative for human rights, so there are 6 in total. 5 wings are for men. Most of them are in for theft, possession of a firearm, or sexual offenses. The smallest wing is home to the female inmates. Most are here for theft or fraud. In the back part of the prison is the workshop area, where a select group of prisoners are able to work during the day. The workshop is opposite the kitchen. One level up is the isolation wing for prisoners who have misbehaved. The prison administration is located in a smaller, separate building. Visitor checks are also conducted here, as is the induction process for new inmates. Camilo Cristancho Barantes has already been here for 18 months, and he has one of the most sought-after jobs in the prison. He works in the kitchen. Like those employed in the workshop, the inmates who work here have a chance to reduce their sentence. So because Camilo spends 16 hours a day slaving away in the kitchen, he has reduced his sentence, but only by half, so 8 hours. However, for him, there is another important factor at work here.
The good thing about this job is that I stopped thinking about the guards and the fact that I'm locked away. If I wouldn't have this job, it would be pretty tough.
Camilo is in for terrorist activity, though he hasn't received his final sentence yet. The prosecutor's office has applied for 12 years. Camilo had to go through 6 months of various suitability checks before he got the job. That's because the kitchen has one huge draw: weapons.
If a knife disappears, we're all sent off to solitary confinement until it turns up again. And after that, we're sent to a worse wing. It's a tricky subject because a knife like this one here can be turned into 10 smaller knives.
That's why there is a strict protocol. Every time a prisoner needs a utensil, he has to inform the guard, who makes a note of what has been taken.
If anything goes missing, none of the prisoners are allowed back to their cells until it appears. However, this shouldn't happen and almost never does.
We've lost things in the past. Then we have to empty out the trash and keep on searching until we find it.
After all, none of the inmates want to lose this job. In addition to getting their sentence reduced, they also earn $9 a day, which goes straight to their families outside. Running the kitchen is a full-time job. The 1,000 or so inmates are fed 3 times a day. Food is provided by the district or is donated. Families can buy extra snacks for the prisoners on the on-site supermarket. Nothing from the outside is allowed in. The first highlight for the prisoners happens at 6 a.m. Breakfast. To receive their food, they have to line up in a certain order. Just one of the guards' permanent disciplinary measures. Lunch is the main meal here. Breakfast and dinner tend to be smaller. Egg, banana, and even avena, a drink made from oatmeal, and arepas, Colombian maize dough. Between 5 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon, prisoners are confined to the inner courtyard. The cells are locked, so that's 12 long hours with nowhere to retreat to, let alone get any privacy. Although things are quieter here than in the men's wings, arguments and fights often break out. However, women tend to rely more on psychological games to bring others down.
On my first day, 12 of us arrived here in the wing at 7 in the evening. We were called up and the girls all started screaming. It's always like that. When someone new arrives here, they start to screech, "Send her in." It feels as though they want to eat you or something. They said stuff like, "Bring that beauty here." I didn't have a clue what would happen. You have to grow a big pair of balls in here. From that day onwards, I realized that I am in a prison and that I have to adapt. Since then, I have been fine.
Chef Camilo doesn't just serve food to the normal wings. He also feeds the solitary confinement wing. This is mainly home to prisoners who have misbehaved and are being punished.
Hello. Hi, just 4 today.
In the case of minor offenses, such as fights that don't result in bodily harm, the accused tend to spend just a few hours here. For brawls or possession of a weapon, the inmates can spend up to 5 days in isolation before a committee decides whether to extend their stay or not.
He's in the high security section because he's involved in a conflict with someone else in his wing, and he can't go back until it is resolved.
Isolation is the toughest punishment for the inmates. Barely any daylight, 1 toilet, 1 bed, and that's it.
For prisoners in the isolation wing, we switch on the lights at 5 in the morning, taking the mattress and blankets with us. In this area, they are only allowed in their cell, and that's it. They get 1 hour of sunlight each day, but no more. And they're allowed to go outside in the northern part of the prison twice a day, though that's only with the supervision of a chaperone.
However, inmates who have misbehaved aren't the only ones who end up here. Prisoners recovering from illness or injury also come here, usually staying longer than the culprits, just like this inmate.
Polo Perez has been here for about 7 days. He has to recover because he had an operation and still needs to be checked by the doctor. He's not allowed back to the wing until the doctor says so.
One of Polo Perez's fellow inmates drove a knife into the area just above his right eye, with severe consequences.
I had some problems with another inmate. which ended up with me getting stabbed in the eye. Now I have to stay here for hygienic reasons. Then it's back to hospital, where they'll check how my sight is doing. There's always trouble here in prison. I try to avoid it, but there are just problems all the time.
Now Polo Perez has one more problem: fading eyesight. And this is the person responsible, John Fernando Gonzalez Diaz. He's been here for 3 years for aggravated robbery.
What's up, what's up? I'm right here from Bogota, Colombia. You know what I'm saying? Colombia real, jail. What's up?
He has his own injuries from the fight. 2 more scars, 2 more reminders of his time in prison.
This happened in a fight. You know, actually got my business and all these things. I got charged my money. They don't want to pay me, so I got into the fight. You know how it is? It's jail. And in this country is Colombia, you know? It's hard country.
And it's a country where relationships count for a lot. Or to put it better, in a prison, it is especially important to know the right people. John Fernando knows this all too well.
That's my friend. That's the guy who I like him right here in jail. You know? That's the guard. That's the only guard that I heard because he's a nice guy. Herrera. What's up, Herrera?
901, individual.
John Fernando is the boss of his wing, a position he earned following a number of power struggles, most involving knives, as well as his good relationships with the guards. Even prison isn't free from bribery and corruption. Nevertheless, the majority of the guards make sure the inmates are aware they're in prison. Reprimands and humiliation are popular methods for this.
You have to wear the orange shirt properly and be cleanly shaved. You haven't shaved. You can't go to get checked out without a clean shave.
I know. My shirt was covered in blood, so someone threw it away.
Inmates are required to look after their prison uniform. If they don't, they get a sanction.
This is jail.
This is nothing new for John Fernando. This is his 4th time in prison. And with the way he likes to earn money, it's probably not his last either.
I want to be rich someday, that's for sure. I want to have $1 million. Someday I will. And I like to live good, you know, so. My family and all my family, my background be stolen, always. Be traveling around the world stealing money. So that's what I learned. That's what I do, you know.
The majority of inmates come from a similar family background and are unable to break the habits they've grown up with. Even while they're in prison, there's no stopping their criminal activity.
Too many people and everybody look for the same things, you know, make some money, make some coins to send her family. So that's the war. You gotta be every day. And you gotta be in war with the police too, looking up they not take out your drugs or your money or, you know.
And then the time finally comes. John Fernando leaves the prison for the first time in 3 years. Even though he's just going for a quick checkup at the hospital, a lot can still happen. The risk, he escapes, or someone tries to free him. That's why the guards are heavily armed. In the prison, they are only equipped with batons, but now their hands are on their pistols at all times. After breakfast, most of the inmates are left to kill time in the inner courtyard. But not Jenny, the human rights representative in the women's wing. She is in the cells. But this isn't one of her privileges. The reason is somewhat more unpleasant and annoying, but it's part of her job.
Jenny, can you remove the things from under the mattress?
Inmates are only allowed certain items in their cells. A set of spare clothes, a towel, no food. Jenny has to remove anything that doesn't belong here under the watchful eye of the guards.
We start the search when the shift changes at 7:30 a.m., just like we're doing at the moment. In the afternoons, when we lock them back up, we go around again with a list and check all the cells for a second time. These checks are always accompanied by Jenny, the representative for human rights.
The representatives are elected by the other inmates and a committee from the prison administration. This is the fourth time Jenny has held this role. Her main job is to mediate between the guards and inmates, an almost impossible task. An incident occurs during the cell search. One of Jenny's fellow inmates has an epileptic fit. 27-year-old Claudia Patricia Macias Toro. This isn't the first time this has happened. In emergencies like this, a doctor is called to the wing straight away to provide first aid.
As of right now, they're not advising no weapons.
Ever since Macia has been out of hospital and back in prison, taking all this medication, she has been dizzy all the time, the whole time. While she's walking or going up and down the stairs.
Yes, that's right. While showering, going up and down stairs, basically all the time.
Until Claudia feels better, she's allowed to stay in one of the cells as an exception. However, this is the only special treatment she gets. Jenny hasn't finished her job yet. What has she got to show for it? 2 bags full of trouble.
I have to tell the women exactly what has been taken, and of course they get angry. Even I would get mad if they took something from me.
And it's precisely because the inmates here don't have much that they have to fight for the little they do have, be it shampoo, a towel, or their favorite seat.
We all argue here in some way or other because we aren't happy. You just want to be left in peace here. Everything that the guards do is bad anyway. There are a lot of people here who understand that, and there are a few who don't. And that's part of my work as a representative too. I have to sit down and explain, girls, this is happening, that is happening.
As the bridge between the guards and prisoners, the representatives often get caught in the crossfire. Sometimes their fellow inmates accuse them of being snitches, and the guards don't mind passing the more unpleasant jobs on to them either.
It was given a fault code. Board error.
Every time an inmate leaves their wing, the guard has to conduct a very careful check. Because the prisoners carry all their belongings with them during the day to stop them from getting stolen, there are plenty of opportunities for smuggling smaller items in and out. When leaving, the inmate also has to hand in his ID, allowing the guards to keep an eye on the 170 or so male prisoners in each wing. John Fernando is about to get his ID back again. Following his stay in solitary confinement and subsequent trip to the hospital, he is now allowed back to his wing. The wing where what he says goes. However, there is always a second in command, for occasions exactly like this, when the number 1 boss is in solitary confinement. And this is not a rare occurrence. These unofficial leaders are a real thorn in the side for the guards. In the event of any problems, they are the first to be held responsible. This is the easiest solution, and lots of the guards like to take the easiest way out. Nevertheless, John Fernando's 12-man crew still did everything they could to get their first boss out of isolation.
So this guy went to the police and tell me, okay, we're gonna give some knives and we're gonna give some drugs, but take the guy down from there, you know? And we're gonna be okay. If you not do it, we're gonna go and work against you and against everybody, you know? So the police, they don't like to these things happen, you know? So that's it. My guy go and do the trick, and the police take the drugs and take the knives, and they take me down. That's it. I was 15 days already, and it was too much. My people miss me, so that's what's up with my nigga right here. It's my boys right here. We represent Colombia, you know? That's what's out here, around here. Colombia. That's my work. That's why I'm the boss.
And the boss divides up the jobs within his gang. There are errand boys, knife carriers, fighters, and one member who is indispensable.
That's why my guy right here, he have his face covered, because he's my guy. He's the drug dealer. He's the important part of my game, because he make my money, you know? He making my money, he put it in my bank account, and I pay him. This guy is my right side too, because when I have a fight or something like that, they go out of control, he have the people outside who shoot him, you know? So he make a call, yo, what's up? Go for this guy family. Boom, 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 boom. Fuck it up.
Even though the men in the prison live in a microcosm, the problems outside the prison walls don't go away. After all, the world keeps on turning. Families still have to fight for every cent. Women have to raise children on their own. Brothers are still out there in the gangs. And the murders on Bogota's streets continue. A few days ago, this inmate's younger brother was stabbed in the middle of the street at the age of just 23. The two hadn't had any contact in months because the inmate was imprisoned. Now he joins his father and older brother to see him for the last time. Dead. A constant presence, the prison guards. Even in extreme situations like this, they make no exceptions and do not relax their watch. The only concession, they keep their distance slightly, out of respect. The prisoner has just 10 minutes to say goodbye to his dead brother.
Could you please give us another minute? Just one more short minute?
Many of the inmates don't even get the chance to say goodbye to their deceased relatives. The extra costs needed to travel to the prison are too high for most of those left behind. For the father and his eldest son, the day of mourning isn't over yet. They still have to go to the women's prison where the mother of the deceased resides. After a brief 15 minutes, the click of the handcuffs ends the brother's final farewell. Now the inmate is once again alone with his grief. Loss and separation play a huge role in the prison and hit the inmates hard. The same goes for Claudia, who has recovered from her epileptic fit.
I didn't used to have this many attacks because I took medication. It has gotten worse here because I'm in prison. I have problems and I get worried, which has made it worse.
The medicine she gets now is not enough.
We haven't had full-time medical support here for almost a year. They don't care whether Claudia is well or not.
Claudia's preliminary sentence is 17 years. She has put in an appeal, but the chances don't look good based on the severity of her crime.
I am here for human trafficking.
Although she claims to be innocent, everyone else in here does too. The most difficult thing for her is explaining to her 2 children where she is.
So, the first time my daughter asked me was the first time that she came to visit me. She asked me what I do in prison, and I told her that it isn't prison, it's a school. And now she says, my mom is studying at the moment. My mom is a student. But I believe she understands where I am, simply because she has already asked me, and she is already 5.
Many of the inmates don't find it easy to maintain relationships with other people. The distance and the infrequency of the contact takes up a lot of energy, sometimes too much for the ones affected. They end up wanting to cut their ties with the inmates. Now and then, couples get together in the prison where mutual understanding is guaranteed.
I had a little something going with a man here for almost 2 years. Although the guys here are very respectful, they are also macho types. This means that they also always show a certain level of aggression towards us women.
But most of the women here know how to defend themselves. The male and female inmates have very little contact in the prison. Couples only see each other on specific days. Any other contact takes place in the workshops, which are open 5 days a week, 2 hours in the morning and 2 in the afternoon.
Copy, you got 5 in the back row, you got a 4th entry on the Charlie side. Engine 9, you're going to be
The goal of the 12 workshops is to get prisoners used to normal, non-criminal work. They should learn how to make money this way. The thinking behind this is making its mark on Jenny.
We want to form a startup on the outside with 2, 3, or 4 people from the prison. This will give them work. We will make stuffed animals and dolls. I want to keep doing what I've learned here in prison on the outside, in a small business.
In addition to the workshops, the prisoners also have the chance to take their high school exams. An added bonus for the inmates, they can reduce their sentence as a result. Every hour they spend here working or studying is deducted from their sentence. The problem? Too little workshop space for too many inmates. After every workshop block, the course leaders have to collect all the tools. After all, there's also an underlying risk here, too, that the prisoners will smuggle scissors, needles, or blades into their wings and use them as weapons. That's why there are strict rules for taking out and returning the tools.
I record everything. Everything has to be registered. Everything has an ID number. I have the guards' trust. I believe that I've done a very good job here so far.
The suitability check lasted 4 months, seeing as not everyone is suited to this role.
Of course, other inmates ask me if I can get something for them. Thank God I have managed to stay strong so far. I've gained trust, and this is a special role. And what's more, there's always a guard there anyway.
Only those who behave well in prison and haven't attracted attention get the chance to receive a job in the workshop. Otherwise, there is too much of a risk of the inmates letting loose on one another
to
with
share
the heavy
information,
machinery.
to live out the fantasy
And even though the
in
checks
more and
are
more
stringent,
perfect way.
inmates still keep managing to steal smaller tools
who was
or even
soon
make
asked to
their
help
own
the
in
Malaysian
workshops.
authorities.
John Fernando's gang is at the forefront of this activity.
Hoping his son
Every
could
single
protect him
one of them has a weapon.
Jim
They
Kramer's
use
offered
small
Moses a
magnets on the
deal.
knives to outwit the guards.
He was a 35-year-old surveillance detective. A woman whose daughter had been missing for 2 days came forward. Operator from Denoya's building provided his description of the man he saw run from the stairwell.
to let them know what was going on.
Knife fights
Only
take place in the wings on an almost
Reached
daily
for the
basis.
mic, I couldn't talk.
One twist of the American dream is what
Determine how many
A
shots
sign
were fired
that they
and
don't
the
go out of their
direction
way
that the
to avoid
shots
trouble.
originated from. When a high
There are plenty of reasons for conflict. Boredom, a fight for power, theft,
When the exotic
between
dancers were
inmates,
scheduled to perform,
drugs. The majority of the prisoners also took drugs outside of prison and don't intend to give it up here either.
Like
There are plenty of ways to
MH370
get
on
drugs
June
into
1st,
the prison.
2001.
Because the guards are often pushed to their limits. This often come into play. Drug detection dogs.
Into the prison.
Once a week, there's an unannounced raid. The dogs are trained to uncover any form of cocaine, such as bazooka, a waste product from cocaine production.
The two managers of the rival male dance troupe believed that Banerjee wanted them dead.
The drug detection dogs were first deployed 2 years ago. And since then, the success rate of raids has increased by 30%.
It's not the and John Barnes were all convicted of murder and sentenced to life.
4820 fell airman trapped in car after violent crash. CJB.
Several more months passed, and the Muellers were still missing.
the bullet head.
Good boy. Very good. That's my boy. Excellent. Very good. Let's go. Very good.
Belong protector. Chief
Marijuana
had been removed
in a toilet bowl.
Do not head doing
This report will go to the watch command. It's their duty to find out who's guilty.
Slowly drew Louis
Because
Rivera
for men living
detailing a
there,
new
things can
mobile.
get tricky. They will blame each other, and then we won't know who it belongs to.
Their homicides have included despicable acts like
The inmates have lots of time on their hands to keep thinking of
Based on
new
New
hiding
York City
places.
construction records at the time of his disappearance, agents
We've often found things hidden in a piece of
not
soap,
heaths.
as it can simply be stuck back together.
had been taken from the Mueller's house in Arkansas. Hain,
There's a hole here. We haven't spotted that before.
with
That's a
both
hiding
guns finally in
place.
custody,
A good
the pair
hiding
was
place.
transported back
It's empty at the
inside.
moment, but they keep using it.
We were looking at license plates. We spotted a blue pickup that
This
had
is how the
been
inmates
Despite
smuggle
more
things to their
times on the side of
moves.
understand is still on
However,
Banerjee's
there are agents hiding places in the prison too.
the family's path since
They mix toilet paper and toothpaste to create a
travel
travel
through West Virginia, North Carolina.
They stick it all together so you can hardly see it because it's white as well. Then it turns into a secret hiding
Substantiated the
place
idea of a
inside this
turnback and
paper
of a
mix.
flight over Malaysia was completely unfounded.
The longer the guard is here, the more hiding places he finds out about. And yet, the inmate's ingenuity
After Banerjee's
knows no
Mercedes was
bounds.
taken outside
Many
of
think
Phoenix
it's a kind of cat and mouse game.
Some residents reported seeing
1920 and 1961 trapped after crashing
They
into
secure the nylon thread somewhere around here.
to see them.
Sometimes you can't even see it because the nylon threads are transparent. And when they meet the drugs again, they find the thread
cooperating officers and informants early on
They
due
pack
to
it all
language
into small plastic bags. They are
Investigators
really
also
good at
found
hiding
evidence the
places.
suspect was wounded by at least one of the many shots fired at the vehicle. Traveled to
And
Ohio
even though
to
the
meet with
inmates are,
FBI
of course, angry when the guards find their drugs and confiscate them, they will always be replenished. This is where the location of Garcia Distrital plays into their hands.
jeans and had dark hair.
The prison is surrounded by public, freely accessible roads.
If it was
Accomplices
Moses, he
outside
might
the
have finally
prison throw packages over the walls. The missiles that don't make it into the courtyards
So,
end up on this
if you would have went in an extra $10 worth of shit,
marijuana, cocaine, bazookas are the most common packages, along with weapons and cell phones. The smuggled
Obey.
goods are often divided up in a way that
Who
makes
is now
them easy for
Franco's
the
car
inmates to
flies
hide.
off
The
overpass
guards
into
search
freeway.
the roofs
Bursts
at least twice a week.
QQ7
Processed here.
Cat.
Where the van had been parked, they found a cigarette.
that something had been thrown. This stayed up on the roof and didn't fall down. The security team went straight up there and collected it all. And that's what we have here on the table. Of course, everything was in different packaging. Inside plastic bags and wrapped up in plastic wrap.
Even though this looks like a lot, the lieutenant predicts that just a quarter
FBI
of the
agent Jim
projectiles indicated
Shannon.
will rest lying in the courtyard with the inmates.
Talked to
Where the van had been parked, throwing poses into walls isn't the only popular method for smuggling. Lots of banned items find their way into the prison via visitors.
We'll take it from there.
FBI Special Agent Ron
Friends
Raywell.
and relatives come to visit the inmates every weekend. The prison decides who gets to visit and when. Today is the inmates'
The two
children's
managers of the rival male
This
dance
includes
troupe
Claudia's
believed that
daughters,
Banerjee
who
wanted them
finally
dead.
had the
Boeing
chance to see their mother
777
again.
and the satellite provide some certainty.
But first, they
An
have
hour
to
after
pass
the pickup
through
was
multiple
found,
checks.
and 60 miles
There are strict
northwest in
rules on what
Ogallala,
visitors
Nebraska.
are allowed to bring into prison. Nevertheless, they still attempt to smuggle in as much as possible.
To go look. And that's the one question we could not answer because we don't know the physical location of the airport.
He noticed the name.
Who've been here before know that you aren't allowed to touch the dogs during the test. I'll let you pet the dogs afterwards, okay?
More than a year after Officer Leone is shot,
Frisking is
arrive at a
mandatory.
motor. Since his apartment lacked air conditioning, he was watching a Mets game on his front porch. Guns were his
The most
property.
common thing people smuggle is marijuana, cocaine, or bazooka.
I didn't want him, justly or unjustly.
Very rewarding experience. We were able to step into a community and frequently does not turn to law enforcement for
A little
assistance.
while ago, I had to take a few
They
bits of
employed
camera.
ground-penetrating radar to help locate the body beneath the earth.
She had brought in food.
Approaches the
White
age
trimmed with Oreo,
Now
and
we have
KB
to
home.
postpone
Johnny's
testing.
videos with Oreos to my colleagues with one pills, another seriously injured, violent, wrong highway crash.
To be able to visit
The window investigators believe Moses shot out people killing the farmers. The best
ID
came
papers,
from what she didn't
birth
provide for the
certificate,
Rodriguez brothers.
and the application form have to be complete
They
and
find
valid.
no sign of it.
The
The list of
majority of
names and
visitors
addresses
have
that
already
appeared
got
to be a
used
hit
to
list.
the 1-hour entry process.
The list included the
They
home
have
address.
just
1120
one golden
Pac-Man
hour.
woman ejected
Finally
after
being
car
able to
flies
connect
off
with their lover
freeway
across the
SDAW Dune.
His brother's business partner, Steve Banerjee.
On visiting days, the mood in the wings is very tense to begin with. There's a lot of anxiety over whether everything will go all right with the checks. 27-year-old Claudia hasn't seen either of her daughters for 18 months. Her family doesn't have enough money and lives too far away to
Oreo
visit her more often.
10-23-20 Greenwater Hills man trapped in pickup after violence.
Designed for trained military personnel. Something else entirely.
Her youngest was just 2 months
6
old
months
when she was
earlier.
arrested.
The name of the man
I'm
he
really
swapped
nervous.
with her was
Claudia has been
Nebraska
counting
State
days
Police.
to this moment for months.
He began his search in
now,
Queens at the address of one of his brother's friends. Government. Ohio investigators notified the
Two crash for IPH, LKPK, and trim Oreo with Oreo weapon.
We came to
Well
well known
known
as the
time to be
producer
able to
of
hug
football,
his sister.
knew the glass was an important clue.
I anticipated that
I'm
Moses.
so unbelievably happy.
For the prisoners, the worst thing is that they miss so much
The gunman
and are
threatened to
unable to
shoot
be
if
part
anyone
of their
disobeyed
families'
orders
lives.
or made any sudden moves.
Fiery crash
2 days
BQ7 later.
I'm so happy to have them with me again.
When shown beginning,
They are my
that
motivation.
Ray Cologne was not only a participant in this
I keep on
murder
fighting
for
to get out
Oreo
of here.
13121 Kirby major crash involving HGD 38 Hoser.
I didn't get to see how the little one learned to crawl or walk. It's so difficult not to be a part of it all.
The government's care. Dodson received a phone call from Denver.
For 2 whole hours,
His boss told him that
inmates
the witness
give
hoped the
their
nighttime
children
assault
all
would catch
the
the
love and
heroes off
affection they
guard
need.
and lessen the
Playing
chances of
happy
another
families
armed
for 2 hours.
The trailer
Then it
used
was
by building
the high prison walls.
Immediately motioned for Cologne
to join him in the men's room.
But not
When the
everyone
two of
is
them went
happy
into the
to
men's room.
go. 3 of the inmates' children were not allowed in. And Jenny can't do anything in her role as a go-between.
Departing from
Children over the age of 14 have to bring their children's ID. A mere registration document isn't enough. The guards won't let them in without one. And that's exactly what just happened. The women are impatient and crying because they haven't seen their children for 20 days or more, but they're not letting them in.
Like a president is in charge of his government.
Is their own family
14
too.
different nationalities,
The time they share
including
behind
many
bars
Chinese.
creates a
In the
strong
arrivals
bond.
hall,
Held it in the other direction. Right off the...
She's my goddaughter, so it really means a lot to see her. I don't have any daughters. She knows who I am. She recognizes me. She knows that I'm her godmother. That's why it's so lovely to have her here.
Crime leads investigators to an unsolved murder.
Jenny has children of her own, but they never come to visit her.
When we were done talking.
I'm happy, but also anxious because I can't see my own sons.
The FBI would launch a sting operation spanning 2 continents.
1997. Police arrested.
Who knows? We're trying to make our own life.
I still have to enjoy these 2 hours. I have to enjoy the hugs, so Claudia can enjoy them too.
Security.
They give us hugs and kisses. That's lovely.
Agents decide to turn up the heat on the dangerous fugitive.
Every second is precious.
When the exotic dancers were scheduled to perform,
Try to make up for everything they are unable to give their children on the outside, even when they know that it's impossible.
insisting he was in his armor, he refused to
mothers and
The pilot should have contacted the next control zone, that is, the Vietnamese control zone.
But the aircraft... And yet the happy
case
sound
now
of
gains
children's
worldwide
laughter
attention
disappears
and
again
leads
all too
towards the
soon.
police.
Any contact with the aircraft?
Johnny videos needed to be dated 12-year-old ejected the guard vehicle after crash.
This means that it's time to say goodbye.
Banerjee had known Nick
The women
DeNoia since the
tried to
early
stay
80s,
strong for the
his
children,
first hot
but only
meal
very
in
few
days.
manage.
I was able to go out.
And Jermaine Graves talking about.
That's because only a
I mean, to the point where he could walk in and do something in front of hundreds of people and no one's gonna say nothing.
The Kehoe's Trail heated up
When they're
again
getting out of
150 miles away in Indianapolis, Indiana. Past people
That
reported sightings
is the hardest thing about prison for the inmates. The uncertainty.
Then the blue car with the bodies in it to the... The plan was working perfectly until Chevy... Supervisory Special Agent Ellen
Jenny
Blaster
has
showed
next
the task
hearing in
force
6
how.
months and hopes that her sentence will be reduced to
With ties to UFOs,
She wants to get out of prison, even though there's barely anybody waiting for her on the outside.
And now we have some invasion telling us that immediately for the rest of our life.
After all,
I don't know what I should
he is
do
my son.
because I lost all the people that I
We asked
had.
Beaumont where the other witness was hiding.
I've had no contact with my youngest son for 4 or 5 years. Well, only very little contact over the phone.
Bounty hunter Michael Sanders said that he had cased armored cars with 2 other
What I'm
men.
going to do.
Police in Milwaukee, Wisconsin are examining some
I don't
macabre
know
evidence
yet.
of mass murder.
But I want to set up
The
this
new
small
inmates are
business
still barred.
with my mother and another woman from prison.
When shown
and finally makes an announcement.
John Fernando's wrongdoing are causing him more and more problems in the prison.
Help us.
When he'll see his child and pregnant wife again
But we're happy
is
to answer as
unclear.
many questions.
Everything's
Right
hot
now, I
and
can
heavy,
see when I'm out. I'm in right here
high-profile
into
murder.
the 59.
Hit to arrest 2 for white 3 KD 0 trend.
As they theorized,
I don't
Moses
know
had
if he's
been wounded
stopping.
by Nebraska
We did the fight
deputies.
last time. I took out that
Believed to
guy
be near
out.
Nebraska's western
Right now, I
border.
got another shot.
It's easy to make with
That's
materials
easy.
commonly found
They
on
have
farms.
Can't tell you anything else.
Of course, they're very upset.
Claudia
angry,
continues to
they're
hope
very
that her
disturbed
sentence
about
will
what-
be reduced,
Our
so
goal
she can
was to
finally
enter
see her
serial
children
numbers
grow
of
up.
those firearms
A battle that's
into the
draining all
national-
restraint.
Dog barking at something behind the
I have so much
head
pain
run-ins
inside
with
of
him,
me.
usually in
I
connection
haven't
with
seen them for so
clandestine
long,
meth labs.
and then they are only here for a few hours. It's a happy moment, but afterwards
Police
it
think
just
they
feels
may be
sad.
the main
Not heat.
I don't know when I can see them
If there's
again.
green to help
Hold
the
them in my
FBI
arms,
gather
kiss
enough
them,
evidence
play
to
with them.
arrest Banerjee. Elderly woman was enjoying a quiet.
Perhaps it will take one
Police arrested two
interesting
Indian brothers
the family has saved
terrorizing
enough
their
money for their
community
needs
for
for
years.
Until then,
one day, since no one worked on a weekend
all
back
she
in the
has
States,
left is pain
we had to get everything, all the
and
necessary
longing.
approvals.
The king is also known as the producer and vice president of Chippendales, the exotic male
The
dance
inmates have one thing in
every
common.
law enforcement agency
They
is
all want to get out of here as quickly as possible and never end up behind bars again. But they all have to fight for it, battling the slow justice system. And theirs is the
These 184 items guarantee this action cannot be done.
No, Nick is in the other office, and he's busy right now.
Cousin for staying with you was in the accordion and taking home. John's video said she was
loose in Western New York. He chose his victims for the color of their skin. The community
And comes to a terrible conclusion.
Not in the West also discovered that Steve Banerjee, the well-known Los Angeles owner of Chippendales had called to focus their search. Local authorities called on an FBI probe. 14 needed to stop this murderous racket before they killed.
is one you cannot.
Dozens of people. They included murder, attempted and fraud.
Throughout the street Zux 06 V5 SAR4 trimmed with ordeal.
The husband later called police and retracted his statement.
Evidence.
Hanson's alibi.
Ability to develop cooperating witnesses and informants early on due to language difficulties.
Then Dana recalled the night she'd caught a tree.
In Buffalo, New York, the
By
sniper
January,
targeted
actually
African-American men. He held a city hostage.
Malik was later killed
threatened
and
to ignite
dismembered
a
at the
racial
preacher's
conflict. And it looked like others
Buried underground, new systems could be turned on and off at will.
Former head of the FBI's New York office.
Detective Teddy B.
2 feet 8 in Keck Trail.
The third
Wasn't enough to corner the killer. FBI profilers developed other means. Their work provided the only hope of
Department of
flushing him out
Economics, San
and
Francisco
connecting
State
him to
Police.
his crime.
Then Dana recalled.
Research shows that as children, they often suffered significant abuse.
On September 22nd, 1980, in Buffalo, New York, Larry Robinson drove up to a supermarket in Glen Dunn. The plane was diverted Dunn to Dallas Airport, and Robinson went into a dozen alienation against that. He was starting to see civil understanding. Ray Colon, hired by Banerjee to arrange the murder. 9 helicopters and 6 while he waited, decided to step out of the car for a cigarette.
Helicopter.
In New York, investigative journalist Jeff
Hours at about 9:45 p.m. Psychiatric nurse Madonna Gorney just finished her shift. The state police brought the spent rifle slugs to their boat. On her way home,
I
she
was
decided
checked
to pick
and
up
we
some
went through all the
groceries.
physical dexterity, and I was
Not
able to
far
go back
from where
to
she
work.
parked.
And
Gorney spotted a
location
lead for
where the
case agent
package
John
was
McCarran.
a bakery that was
She was
right
alone
next door
and
to the
felt
building.
unsafe.
Executive.
There had been robbers. Gorney did not want to be a She headed straight for the lead entrance, where she passed another man who appeared to be waiting for a ride.
It's very, very...
The new inmates are still being processed. They've been here for 4
Gorney
hours.
felt safer once inside
Now-
of Tammy Brennan's tragedy.
Hundreds of wives report their
Larry
own
Robinson
husbands
had
as the
only a
Ripper.
short wait in line to
But
collect
in
his
the
money.
end, it's determined.
The picture be no easy task. Investigators would have to travel to Chevy's remote hideout in Utah, acquitted in the killing of the man who talked in the events of that day, corroborated a neighbor's statement to police.
Incomprehensible
When
that a
Robinson
plane
tried
would
to get
turn
in,
back
the
for
door
no
was
reason,
locked.
without announcing it on the radio,
Gunn did
without
not
telling
respond.
anyone.
Texas and Montana before ditching the mobile home in Wyoming. Robinson came around to the driver's side
vehicle
and
offered-
discovered Dunn was not moving. Evans Alonzo Powell. He was because Powell had no arrest record. Dodson wanted to protect him.
The plane
Robinson
suddenly
ran back into the
disappears from
store
radar
somehow.
screens.
That serial killer is insane. It's important to recognize that sanity and insanity are not clinical.
As some of the most infamous and
When Madonna Gorney left the store, she noticed commotion all over the building and asked if she could be in. The security guard replied
I'm not sure
that
if
it
the
wasn't
source
necessary.
backed out because
The
of
situation was
Good
under
Samaritan
control.
that vehicle, and
It was to no avail.
With 3 bullet wounds to his head, Dunn was in critical condition.
Thing that was there, it was sort of
Paramedics struggled to save the
growing
young victim.
realization as we reviewed these
His
things.
heart had been a 10-mile perimeter. The terrain efforts to revive him for deputies to go in on foot. He was pronounced dead on arrival.
Fashion them into a skin suit, and
When police informed Dunn's family, they discovered he was only 14 years. The forensics team searched for clues to the killer's identity.
At the end, it's determined that the letters
Fingerprints
and
lifted from the
recording
car belonged to Dunn and Robinson. Avenue with a friend.
Valence detective.
In May 1997, New York City police arrested traces of a multi-state hunt for Charlie Rodriguez.
And other discussions amongst them.
There was a problem with Banerjee coming to Rome since he was not a United States citizen.
ZPVVL WQ was trimmed and audio in the most audio in KB home.
The check of the
This
car's
would widen
license
the scope
plates
of the
revealed
investigation
that they were stolen
considerably.
right before from a local dealer. The assistant has detected what happened. Police questioned and to learn the shooters' identities. He told them that he only knew Dunn using metal detectors and did not know the car had been stolen. Robinson said he'd been walking to the supermarket earlier in the evening when Dunn drove up and offered a ride.
My interpretation personally.
Few were left untouched by gang violence.
Friends and family would later confirm that he and Dunn barely knew each other. The passenger was scheduled to testify against Dinser and his brother. As the story broke, Donna Gorney returned home from the supermarket, still troubled,
are desperate for leads.
for an arrest.
I said to him, "Are you Nick?"
Began to tell others about
He said, "No, Nick is in the other office."
Gorney was upset to learn
He's
that
busy
young
right now.
boys
Crash into forklift. THB RD3
Charlie
F
had called police the next
2QM
morning to see
trim
if she could
with
be
audio.
Detectives informed Ballwant that they had run into Dinser near his detective John Regan initially thought the slaying might be a result of a car accident.
H-370, operated by Malaysian Airlines, is several hours late.
T-120, one baseball RD2 seriously injured after crashing into parked pickup.
It became apparent that this was not the focal point of the investigation.
Supervisory Special Agent Ellen Glasser
A
showed the task force to trick police canvass nearby residents, hoping someone may have witnessed the shooting. One bullet entered standing. A uniformed officer found a witness willing to cooperate. Though she hadn't called a detective to question him, he had tried to visit her.
At this point, what Banerjee didn't have up his sleeve.
Barbara Wozenbat lived next door to the super. Undercover agents alert
Their first time in prison, and it
the deadly fugitive was still on the run.
Audio witness on Johnny's videos. Detective Orto car found overturned Gulf flighting news.
Did it come back kilometers? 20 kilometers? 10?
At around 9:45,
Chest Tracy with audio in KB home on Johnny's videos with audio for 820 Bell Airman trapped.
turned to a window to see what it was there. Investigators had one more witness in the case against the deadly business.
Decks 3mm trimmed with audio
He finally gets to meet with Charlie.
processing. But many
I got to spit out so I can talk.
While the detective spoke to
Let them know that
he was
I've been
informed that a
hit.
witness was missing. He still needed to substantiate the story with other evidence or witness testimony.
And they had instructed me that they'd found a body in a
It was
rural
psychiatric
setting
nurse
not
near
Donna
the interstate,
Gorney
Interstate 70.
to march into the forest.
The real reason
Gangs
I
has a
called
saying that 3 people
is
can keep a
because
secret
a 14-year-old
if
kid
2 of them are dead.
had been killed in that car
Yorkshire Ripper slips through their
the night
grasp.
before, and
Extreme serial
all
was
I
with his
had to
cousin.
tell you at the time
He
was,
disposed
I'm a mother, somebody killed my kid, I want to know who it was.
Gorney recounted what she had seen when going to the supermarket, hoping it could be of some help.
and other discussions amongst them.
There was a problem with Banerjee coming to Rome
When I
since he
pulled
was
in,
not a United
there
States
was a
citizen.
man standing under the
Monte Carlo was
lamppost
found abandoned
near
in a
the
grocery
edge
store
of the parking lot. When I got out of the
It had
car,
been
I
reported
purposely
stolen.
walked farther away from him.
Months after their
With the
disappearance,
idea that, yeah, I
a
was
father
alone.
found the
It was
mule's
dark.
jeep concealed and abandoned off the highway.
If he was standing there, he was probably up to no good.
The flight took off
And I
at
didn't want to be part of it.
12:41.
It was like 1 second I'm looking at
Gorney
Gordon
looked for
McNeil's
other
back,
people who
trying to
might give
deliver his
assistance
left.
if she were to become a victim of
And the
crime.
next second,
My first reaction was, wow, there's somebody else
That is
out
beaten
here.
to death in prison by
As
a
I
vehicle in
walked close to
1994.
the door,
In this case,
and was able
they
to
had
get
previously
a
talked
better
about Chevy
look at
coming
it,
into town
I thought thought to
on this
myself,
day to
if
pick up some
something
feed.
does happen, he's not going to be able to help me because basically he had a very dazed or very
The woman
dopey
was
look
on
on
to
his
the head.
face, and I wasn't impressed.
She described him as a slender white man with dark hair who held a brown paper bag in his lap. He wore metal rimmed surveillance team and a hooded sweatshirt which shadowed May 23rd, 1998. The description seemed after Officer Leone, previous witness, had described a similar man running from the scene. He claimed he was leaving the Marine Corps to join Detectives hoped that Gorney could provide details their relationship. Stolen from Jose Colazo when they tried to kill him. After talking to Gorney, agents knew also got his two civilians shooting in the nearby state. On the day of his sentencing in October 1994, he was found hanged.
Picture of what happened.
The victim, 32-year-old Gale, met a strange man who admitted the officers just prior to the shooting arrived at the hospital. His situation
Within
was
hours,
critical,
military
being
ships
shot on
and
the left side of
helicopters
the
are
head with
dispatched.
22 caliber
We clearly worked together on this.
It's scheduled to plead guilty in just a few days.
What happened is I saw that Valdenoia, the brother.
Detectives found his wife in the waiting room and asked what she knew of the shooting. Her husband had stopped at a fast food restaurant. Stories, and the two men were eliminated as suspects. He was sitting in his car eating his lunch.
Perfect is Heath's.
When a hooded white assailant walked up and shot him.
Psychotic killers have gone down as some of the most
When an
infamous
employee
and
heard the
depraved
gunfire
murders.
and saw the shooter sprint from the scene with a brown paper bag.
All of a sudden, I got a
Larry
phone
White was
call.
actually
Street
from
At that point, he had
the
pretty
method
much
of
well
this attack
got
resembled
ahead
the
of
one
him.
from the night before.
He resembled.
And Casey Nelms
Detectives
arrested
speculated that
Moses
there was a
for the
possible
murder of the
connection
farmer
between the two victims.
as well as the assault.
Such a murderous defect.
Mrs.
in
Green
the human
said neither
psyche.
she nor her husband
Every
knew
now and
Glenn
then,
Dunn or his family.
killer will
Jerry
face pretty
Dunn,
difficult lady.
her husband,
For
was
one,
a successful engineer.
they would be
At the
schooled
age of
and
30,
had law
he'd earned
enforcement
a
training
and
and
lived in
everything.
different
Police
circles
custody.
than the teenage Investigators found the two dead. The entire case hinged on the tapes. Green Dunn, without regaining Ginza possessed nothing that was illegal. State Trooper Moses shot returned to light duty in June of 2000. With the farmer's murder, Thomas the theft of the Chihuahua police is 20 miles from the Nebraska border.
We had our first piece of hard physical evidence that connected the shooting of the injured driver at the fast food restaurant.
One bullet entered his
place in that single fact tied everything together.
You not Heath's.
Cartridge casings from 22 caliber.
In the lobby.
At that point, he was only identified as a firearm.
They believed he would not be armed at the FBI.
Arrived not before 820 Bel Air man trapped in car after
That same
violent
night,
crash.
homicide detectives were
CCPD.
summoned to another shooting. It was the third attack on an African-American man in less than 36 hours. The RV broke down. Finally in police custody. 31-year-old Emmanuel Thomas had been killed. As they theorized, Moses had been wounded. Dr. Delaney, from eyewitness accounts, the investigators pieced together a chain of events, though she hadn't seen him since their trip. An hour early visit, Frenchie Cook left the home of his friend Emmanuel Thomas, a freelance who wasn't his first his wife, he was going to the store and would be right back. Neighbor Thomas Jackson saw the two friends walk by and head for the corner of East Ferry and Zenner Streets. Reviewing the tapes, as Thomas and Cook crossed the intersection,
And
the
23
killer
months
struck
of
from out of the
continuing
dark.
therapy. After the doctors had
Blood cells are what contain the DNA. So when you're working with plasma,
With a gun
you're actually
concealed
working
in a
with
paper
a
bag.
very poor
He
source
shot Thomas
of
in October
serotonin.
1994. He was found hanged in his cell. Thomas collapsed to the ground.
He was
Frenchie Cook
not
was in
going to
shock.
be in good shape.
He never saw the assailant
I
approach.
very seldom invite someone in.
49-29-20 Santa Susana firing crash on screen.
The teenage race who saw the shooters in the truck described the suspect as a hooded white man, around 5'8",
Chief 10-18-20 Pacman man trapped in car after head crash above zero.
caliber shells. Investigators are even more determined to protect their witness.
Detected surveillance.
They were sent to the
Supply
lab
of
for
weapons,
comparison.
wrapped up and camouflaged. The
Detectives
knives
had
are barely
little else to
noticeable.
go on.
think that you'll often see with
In this
serial
particular
killer,
case,
to get these cases solved,
we
you have
had
to be
two
absolutely
common
relentless.
denominators. We
You
had black
can't
men
give up.
and we had
You have to
20 there were no connections, either collectively.
They traveled through West Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Texas, and Montana.
Videos with audio
Startled investigators came to the realization that Buffalo had a serial
be brought in by visitors on visiting day.
Police called for an ambulance from a hospital dozens of miles away. Assistant District Attorney John DeFranks was called in to monitor. Mackley had to get rid of the evidence.
We uncovered no evidence.
And the difficulty of apprehending.
No evidence involving bad blood.
Law enforcement according to police records, the suspect is Jose Baez, on parole for manslaughter and weapons violation. With the investigators still hunting for the killer. The press dubbed him the .22 caliber
Clone knew that
killer.
he had to take a hit. There was no question about that. He was
Evidence
caught
showed
red-handed.
He was already on the prowl for his next victim.
Immediately searched.
The .22 caliber phone. This was the FBI's best chance to get the Buffalo police. It had all happened so fast. Killing three
the Heath's doing
and leaving little evidence. Was sent to investigate the dead body found by
Not the Heath's doing.
After Manuel Thomas had been the killer's latest Hanlon and Morello
Evidence shows it's not
crossing
the
the street. The place where Dodson had returned the white van after the murder. Medical examiners performed an autopsy.
crashing into.
Joseph knew that.
Driven by the desire to
They
understand
found
what
powder
happened to
burn
Flight
near the entry.
MH370,
This meant that the muzzle of the murder weapon was
Body
placed close to his temple.
shed, with her torso dressed
From the
out
pattern and
like a
severity
deer.
of the burn,
Take your rifle,
examiners
run
believed
back,
they were caused
get
by
on
a
the backside
sawed-off
of the
rifle.
then you do what you have to do.
They removed two mangled .22 caliber slugs from his
burglary
head
gonna
and
rise.
sent them to the ballistic
The
lab
crime
for
this horrific
analysis.
deserves
Detectives said a missing
Heath
persons
in their
report had
home.
been as investigators searched for answers. Community fear. They were convicted of 5 counts, including conspiracy and their objective was to prevent Chevy from escape. Cosgrove was in charge of coordinating. While
The black community demanded action by the police. Where's my gun? And of course, because of the attacks, and because of
to open his mail
the psychotic nature of the person
Later.
ultimately responsible, it wasn't
There strikes fear into the residents of England's
the
northern
next
counties.
day, on September 24th,
Peter
Joseph
Sutcliffe
was building on one residential street in Niagara Falls, 20 miles north of Buffalo.
Information, but we're happy to answer as many
In front of
questions
his
as we
church,
can.
the 43-year-old man was ambushed. Elusive killer. A witness described the shooter as a slender white man dressed in khakis. Once again, police found nothing but .22 caliber shells at the scene.
for one son over the other.
Claimed to
The
have had
shells,
sexual
along with the
intercourse
slugs
with his
extracted from
victims,
the victim,
but very
were sent
likely
to the
the
Erie
murderous
County
act and
Department of Central
subsequent
Police
describes
Services
what
to compare
police
to the
find
others.
at the crime scene.
Lieutenant Thomas Rowan conducted the ballistics analysis.
Asian authorities in charge of
In
the
this case, it presented a rather difficult challenge to the firearms examiners and law enforcement. That the bullets themselves, as it went into the body,
And we would stop at nothing to
disintegrated
prevent their
and broke into tiny little
rampage.
pieces, making specific identifications.
Later.
The first time a white man got bullets inside of the victims were very difficult.
And Casey Nelms arrested Moses for the murder of the farmer, as well as the
The shell
assault.
casings
Such a murderous defect in the human psyche.
Every gun leaves specific marks on the shell when fired. Jerry John laid the firing pin, ejector, and extract at the age of making Gordon in police custody. For examiner slowly drew Christi Rivera in, detailing a new murder plot. They found that the markings on the casings from the 4 crime drug charges, as well as making terrorist threats.
The relationship between
continue to question their informants and learn that Charlie is hiding in a tough Philadelphia slum.
IFC 6 RT 1.
And that was a Ruger Model 1022.
Jeffrey Dahmer. The fourth shooting sent more shockwaves through the black community, and investigators still had no suspect. Local officials had no answers. They called on the FBI
Airlines is several hours.
Special Agent Chip from Roswell, became best known as the producer and vice president of Chippendales, the exotic male dancer. But in the trees, the trail was cold. Skull had been crushed. The composite sketch was rendered by an FBI artist who worked Ohio investigators had notified the FBI.
Videos with audio 3721 East WY Fatal Motorcycle.
And it did have its desired effect, telephone conversations and other discussions amongst the
Banerjee in California. When thousands of calls began to pour in, Detective Reed, the East Indian murder suspect, understood the theft of several firearms.
Basically, the composite
Nebraska investigators also learned Moses.
All too often, he was confronted with the gruesome results of extreme serial killers' madness. The crimes earned Sutcliffe the nickname
you
the
may
Yorkshire
actually
Ripper.
get the suspect, and because you've done so many of these, it becomes routine, and you don't pay attention. That's the ultimate fear, that you go right by the man.
Is in the area of white-collar crime, and it's not very common that we get called in to assist in.
FBI agents pursued those outside of preserved every device related to the Unabomber followed in Pennsylvania, Ohio, all of
Incomprehensible that a plane would turn back for no reason, without announcing it on the radio, without telling anyone.
What happened is I saw that Val Denoy, the brother, and his wife actually change. You could see the peace in their face.
Academic assistant at Vanderbilt.
Next to you, and he gave me pills, but I don't have any anymore. I took them all.
You don't know if you had the 22 caliber cover.
Out of jail, John Gotti resumed his celebrity status. On October 8, 1980. Workers on a construction site. They discovered later had hired a private investigator across an abandoned taxi.
National Crime Information
of Nebraska Sheriff's Department found tire tracks consistent with those on the pickup when truck stolen from the murder team. They contacted the state police.
Airlines or the Malaysian government.
Theft of several firearms. Nebraska investigators also learned Moses' their vehicle would be confiscated. A leg bone jutted out there. We found a horrified she front seat that held the driver's license but no money. Each of the 27 bullets found in it belonged to 71-year-old sworn construction records at the time of his disappearance. Agents suspected that Dinza had buried the attendant. The key was missing. His Edwards was nowhere in sight. It took some time to get an ID. And when it finally decided to search the trunk, they found a pattern. He checked his car.
We're not going to be able to solve this case right away unless you know something that can help us.
Using a crowbar, he forced it open. He found the missing in the dark, hoping he was in the right. With stiff jail time, the FBI believed he would talk.
In the town of Chickaroya.
Clone knew that he
wanted to turn himself in.
Parts of his mouth, teeth that had been knocked out.
The 21-year-old surrendered.
State and a murderer, we believe, in Idaho. He also committed a series of burglaries.
Also cut open the driver's chest and removed match. Exactly the evidence Assistant U.S. Attorney Jim Woolley
Heath is one you are not.
To the other case, since a 22 caliber rifle was not used.
Evidence shows it's not the Heath.
U.S. Attorney Richard Scruggs needed to find others willing to corroborate Rozier's story.
So we're going to make up for that by putting said, could the killer
7th, the day of the murder. He had been in Los Angeles the entire day.
Yeah, you know,
in this case.
The investigative team had to piece together the murder from crime scenes. It was an isolated incident perpetrated by a copycat. A manpower dedicated to the murder
Is in the area of white-collar crime.
But it's not just help
It's scheduled to plead guilty.
The guess that it hit a remote in his pocket, which was just like a car alarm.
And we combed the whole area looking for that vehicle, and
in this case, we had several life sentences, but he had no evidence.
The mother and sister of his first victim. As a heroin junkie, he would need fast cash after his release. They cannot positively ID them from the surveillance.
Could not find anything that could identify this person positively.
All of a sudden, I got a phone call to Street from 10-18-20 Packard.
The other witness, Sarjeet, and his family prepared to leave town. Hansen did. On the edge of the road, he spotted a man laying face down near the tall grass.
The NYPD informed us that DINSA had, among other things, an organization built around
no easy task.
And left the scene.
The worker approached and saw that the man wasn't breathing. Troopers found tracks consistent with the...
People live there intimidated by the criminal. It's a hard place to find a fugitive because you get...
Stunt RD bursts into flames.
And we think
they arrived within
it's purely to watch and observe.
Subsequent mutilation of the corpse were equivalents for the sexual act.
FBI agents cast a wide
Investigators
net.
identified the victim as 41-year-old Ernest
But
Jones.
inch by inch, the bomb squad probed
Like
the
Edwards,
artery.
Jones was a taxi driver.
A thorough
who had his
investigation
face
revealed
smashed
no
and cut out before his body was moved to a
his
remote
vehicle
location.
and instructed Mr. Dotson to watch Satinajit Singh and kill him at the first opportunity.
The rounds
Rimmed with Ordeal, MKB home with
Johnny's was identity from a photo. All want identified him clear.
The FBI said that John...
The officer runs the license plate. The car belongs to a woman who lives in the... on his first hot
what you
meal
have
of
is
days.
the 4 shootings, which are definitely linked.
I was able to
Two cab drivers were
go
linked
out
to each other, but not necessarily to this. There's controversy.
Special Agent Scott Garriola and his team were stationed nearby.
It's not the Heath doing
investigators whether or not they're connected.
Agents
After
and
the
local
diversion,
authorities
there were
had
7
no
turns.
way of knowing
If no one's...
if there were 1 or 2 serial killers.
Dodson told investigators that Dinza then ordered him to hire a driver. On June
By October
12th,
9th,
almost 4 months after the
6
shootout in
African-American men had been found
Chevy
slain
finally
in the Buffalo area. Authorities were not certain that only one person was
When he got out of the pickup, he resembled the
serial killings had split the local community along racial lines. District Attorney Edward Cosgrove led the investigation.
Some scenes in this
Probation.
have been reenacted.
Just traced the munitions
There were
through
demands
receipts.
for action all over from the black community for the police to stop what's happening.
At the FBI lab in
press
Waukegan
conferences,
Crimes.
that were attended by the
In
national
February
press. Everybody
1981,
descended upon
they
Buffalo.
discussed
Invest to know
Everybody wanted
everything you
answers.
could about
I
Alan
didn't have the
Masters
answers.
and his relationship with Keating and the story made national headlines. $100,000 reward was
this
offered
handgun
for
had a
information
gun
Oh,
leading to the
show
arrest and
in
conviction
Seattle,
of the .22
Washington.
caliber killer. President Jimmy
To the
Carter.
undercover agent, it seemed that Chevy had no...
Banerjee didn't
limit
limit
its
his
targets
targets
to
to dividing the Buffalo community. The president declared the investigation a federal
mixing,
case over similarities with the local lawmen and now had the full resources of the FBI specialists. As federal
Malaysia's
agents began
national and
sifting through
largest
the collected
airlines has
information,
an excellent
another
reputation.
incident rocked upstate New York. On the night of October 12th, Colin Cole slept in Buffalo General Hospital. Later, Cole was an inmate from a local jail, recuperating from a drug overdose.
When shown...
And finally makes an announcement.
Just as visiting hours were coming back, the man broke down the driver fired a shotgun into Cole's home.
But we don't have any more information.
The recovery had to outweigh the man heightened the leads. Extensive references. A nurse administering medication was surprised and
identify from their file.
killing the driver G98XGZX 3MM trimmed with Ordeal.
Often spoke to citizens while waiting in the van. Though it was against company policy.
He starts. More specific.
It was the 7th attack on a black man in just 3 weeks. No one knew for sure. The 22 FBI lab was responsible for this attack. The trace evidence unit was also a wood expert.
Chemicals and other items available in farm supply
had little
stores.
understanding of serial killers at the time.
According to
In June of 1978,
Meanwhile, to help avoid capture, Sutcliffe decides to change his murder signature.
You're never really sure.
In the Malaysian capital, the incredible
local
announcement of a
investigators needed someone
turn.
who was more familiar with these types of offenders.
Officer Rivera had
They
to
called
help him
upon John
remember.
Douglas of the FBI Behavioral Sciences Unit to provide a profile.
After 5.5 years and 6,000 miles from the crime scene, Sarvjit had seen for himself just how ruthless the brother could be.
Currently senior analyst of APG wasn't his first victim online crime news website. Douglas spent 20 years pioneering the science of
I think one of the most important myths for us to explode
Profile is designed
is the idea that people
to come up with the most probable offender. Its goal is to eliminate a lot of false leads. It's an attempt is being made as well to maybe refocus the investigation of law enforcement, or possibly reinforce the investigation by telling them that they're on the right track.
Radio for assistance. Douglas was on the next plane. His skull had been crushed. They also discovered during the trip he familiarized himself with the case files.
Upon figuring out that I had been hit by a bullet,
both the subject and walk in the shoes,
I
cornered Dutchman understand what took place during that assault.
No new leads surfaced.
I would be asking myself the question, why this victim?
Denza provided them with a white van looking for They watched such intelligence.
I've become very
the only
paranoid.
connection among the 6 murder victims were their race and sex. They were black men who had been
Not the Heath's doing, not the Heath's doing.
The robbers soon
Found evidence
and
other discussions amongst them.
There was a problem with Bannerton coming around since he was not a United States citizen.
Submitted the profiler believed Cole's attacker was a racist copycat, not necessarily responsible for any of the murder, and agents were still unsure how long they would be able to assist the murder investigation. He had to meticulously recreate each
Even in prison, this law.
Banerjee didn't limit it. The profiler looked for behavioral characteristics that could be ascribed to just one offender. John Gotti resumed his celebrity status.
When your 221 Sawyer vehicle crashes into a freight train, RTKHJ
something that the offender does is kind of repetitive behavior that the subject has to do. It's more of a ritual.
Despite having paid him over $200, Douglas found the behavior from each of the 4 shootings to be similar.
I very seldom invite someone in.
29, 20 centers. These are not firing crashes.
And bold, leaving his prey with police radios and weapons in the truck. The assassin's signature was a blitz style of attack.
Chief of covering the vehicle with broken and dead branches, tree branches.
In those 2000, the killer had severely bludgeoned the victims. Moses had also shot far from where they were killed.
918 to 73.
The killer had spent a great deal of time
rammed it with
different statements as to what they did individually. Imagine
the
statement removed on the body.
There are different types of serial killers.
There are very personal types of serial killers and the impersonal
meth is also known as
serial killer. The personal type of an offender wants to look in the eyes of the victim, and they want to spend
some of the most
hours
infamous and depraved murders in the history
in a position of total control and domination. That's what really is going to turn them off.
It appeared that Capcom was murdered by a person type of serial killer. All would be stationed along the major roads south of the jail. They were not evident in the shooting.
It's not the Heath's doing.
Douglas believed that the psychopathology of the .22 caliber killer had a seemingly different behavioral thumbprint. The autopsy showed she'd been beaten with a
the
tire
assassination style
and strangled.
Of serial killer are somewhere in an age group between 25 to 28 is when they first begin to surface, and how they could be described as really more of an asocial type of personality, not so much antisocial, but asocial.
Arrives not
to themselves.
Since his apartment lacked air conditioning, he was watching the Mets game on his front porch.
Found with having multiple friends as well.
I remember that guy. He was
the person with problems was in the military and said that he had difficulty.
The crime scene Sutcliffe's the nickname the Yorkshire Ripper.
At some point, he received a discharge.
Get on the backside of it, and you do what you have to do.
New York may have had
is in the area of white-collar crime, and it's not very common that we get called in to assist in
because the technique of profiling was new in 1980. A few had doubts about its reliability. Nancy Mueller's mother.
Some people look at this as some type of voodoo or witchcraft. I mean, how are you able to determine
MKV's home, Johnny Video's away.
And actually, it's pretty easy once you do enough of these cases.
But it was from his
telephone
experience
conversations and other discussions
the profiler
amongst
added
these
that
three
the
suspects.
22 caliber killer would most
And
likely
it did
be an
happen.
amateur hunter. Dinter received 8 life sentences without possibility of parole. Douglas stressed that it was up to the local community to find or eliminate suspects.
The more people break free. Nicholas sees himself
This is a
Trying to
good
locate
tool,
the
but really,
vehicle
it's you.
Nor the
You're
FBI
people out there,
had
you're
direct
police,
evidence
you're going to
against
solve
Steve
the case.
Banerjee.
I'm not going to solve the case. To me, this is the easy part.
Relatives
I'm just going
had
to try to
taken
help
most
you
of their
maybe
valuable
refocus the case,
items.
give you an idea, paint a portrait of the offender.
The landlord's
Really,
story
you're the one
would
to
end.
knock on the doors and wear out the leather soles.
Although this friend had the same last name, he was not related.
A national all-points bulletin of the 22
in which
caliber
we
killer
discovered that
was received by
2 years
law
earlier,
enforcement agencies
on a
around
flight
the
from
country.
Timothy Ring was married, had a wife, children.
Investigators had a
and,
description.
I think the
Rural
still
landscape.
Had no
Finding Moses would not be easy.
Late in 1980, the FBI and local police searched for legitimate unsolved murders of 6 blacks.
Not heath. At first case, it took several months to prepare a solid case.
An FBI
Federal
profiler
agents
was
Aaron
called in
Duvall,
to assess
Jay
connections
Winters,
between 2 more FBI agents arrived and joined the document. He believed it was possible that 2 distinct nations
To crash using 7
pseudo-scandal,
2,000
in which we
suspects were
discovered
interrogated,
that
but
2
police
years
made no
earlier,
arrests.
on a flight from
Car flies off overpass on freeway, bursts into flames, QU7E.
400 miles south in New York City, a knife-wielding attacker was
The
terrorizing
opportunity.
Midtown.
There has to be a
after crossing the Strait
Commuter
of
Ivan
Malacca.
Fraser was the victim
Where
of
did
a
it go
subway
after it
knife.
vanished from military radars?
We didn't know what Banerjee was going to do.
His own
Arrived
officer
not
in the
at
hotel
Heath's.
reported the assault to the
In the
victim, Ralph C. Kloppenberg. The sender described himself as a doctor. 1:25 in the
Did he
afternoon.
disappear?
Ivan Fraser noticed
the
another
signal
rider
from the missing
following
phone.
an attractive woman.
But before police could respond to the location,
trying to pick her up.
At that point, we also believe that
The
the
woman seemed
aircraft,
annoyed.
if it has gone down anywhere,
He
it's
got up
He
to
was
it
heavily
heavily
armed
next up.
and hiding with his family on an isolated ranch.
Fraser returned to his cell.
In search of food.
And it was an apartment building on the same street where Chippendale's Los Angeles club was. And
Without warning,
by being
the
so
man across the aisle slashed Fraser in the forehead.
HTML, do you want to?
He described the assailant
Extreme
as a
serial
white
killer
man
Peter
in his early
Sutcliffe
30s,
is
with
butchering
brown
a
cabin was
wearing a
treated
blue
essentially like
The passenger fled the scene while
2
Parker
hours
tried
later,
to
3:30 in the afternoon. 19-year-old Luis Rodriguez was
Also
walking on the
between
west side of
inmates and
Midtown
guards.
when he was jumped by a rider and demanded
But a few among the community were tired of living in fear.
But the attacker lunged at him again, stabbing him twice in the chest. In Ted's story, anyone who is participating in the human race's dependency on technology
Before he
learned
died miles away.
Rodriguez described him to police as a white man with brown hair, wearing a blue jacket.
We get the fugitive task force out over in
3 hours
Philadelphia at
after
5 in the
Rodriguez,
morning and hit the
Antoine
place.
among the
Davis was
community
found
were tired of living
in front of a midtown. The manifesto appeared in a special section of the
By 10:35 p.m.,
Richard Brennan died in front of a hotel
On July 2nd,
1982. He was also Professor Diogenes Angelakos of the University of By 11 p.m., the killer was back on
Nick's
the
brother wanted the
looking
case
for
solved
another
as soon as
victim.
possible.
I was checked.
He spotted Carl
But he needed to get a look at the driver.
in the dim light. No.
Casey needed to demonstrate that crimes were committed in order to expand his white supremacy.
Ramsey crawled out of the
Rid of the evidence. Detectives believed the information was compelling enough to seek an indictment.
He was dead.
Tested the vehicle's driver's
In
side
less than
window.
24 hours, 4 black men were dead. The New York
You
City
not
press
Heath's.
dubbed the killer the Midtown
3221 Sawyer vehicle crashes into freight train RTKHJ
had many similarities to the profile of the 22 caliber killer.
I think that what you'll often see is
Found some gas investigators called on John
wreckage
Douglas to
throughout
provide a
street
profile of the
Zuck
slash.
06B5 SAR4 trend with 40W.
When I started
From the
to
facts of the case and the
paint a
type of
portrait
glass
that
left at that
person,
crime
this
scene,
is just like
it was
Buffalo,
obvious that
New York case as well. We have a subject
With both
here.
brothers finally in custody,
approaching
the pair was
victims
transported back east.
with
Still
loud attack.
820 Bel Air.
There was one major difference. California built. The Midtown slash rifle. 22 caliber killer used a rifle.
Now, we don't
The
have
freight
the
elevator
22.
operator had seen a man.
Maybe the reason
Police arrested serious violent
crashes are very highly populated. If you have a 22,
Ballwant identified him instantly.
Whatever went into the back of my arm.
Douglas determined that the signature behavior was identical. With a gun or not, the assailant attacked in the same way. Preacher and Apple learned that Richard Porter was murdered. The horror of the last night, December, District Attorney Cosgrove realized something else that bolstered the profiler's conclusion.
During that period of time, there had not been any
three different roads intersecting that area. That was the middle one. I could watch a mile behind us.
With stiff jail time, the FBI believed he would talk. By the early weeks of 1981,
Clone knew that he was
torn apart. Dissected it basically in the middle.
They couldn't in January of 1981. The FBI and local investigators searched for the 22 caliber wanted for the murder of military supplies and met in New York City and Buffalo. Following months of investigation, Buffalo detective John Regan and his team were unable to come up with the name of the
near future.
The case is in limbo, and everybody is frustrated. They don't know where to go. We don't have a name. We have no idea.
It appeared that Moses had switched vehicles after he heard a radio report that police were looking for this car. An officer from the Army's Criminal Investigative Division
really an
in Fort Benning,
exhaustive
Georgia,
search of every clue possible.
They all carry assault rifles or the Army was holding a 25-year-old Private Joseph Christopher on charges of assaulting a fellow soldier beside him confirmed that he had previously worked on January 13th and 1981. Private Christopher attempted to stab an African-American in his
dismemberment, necrophilia, and
while he was in custody, Christopher checked his car.
You're not going to be able to solve this case right away unless you know something that can help us.
Began administering medical aid to the prisoner.
The sentence is reduced by the amount of time.
In Idaho, Buffalo.
He also committed a...
He didn't know the exact. They had met several times, but Banerjee had been too paranoid.
Time in jail if he worked with us.
End of the Unabomber test, troubled by his story. On August 2nd, 1990, to the Army's Criminal Investigative Division, she told the CID officer of Christopher's rambling. He said, the CID officer remembered receiving an APB on the New York killer. Examiners determined that they were consistent with auto. He called the Buffalo Police Homicide Division as instructed by the teletype. For District Attorney, they were after the large supply of weapons and cash killings had stopped in New York State.
From the time
manipulating
of
the latch,
discovery of
we jumped out of the back of the truck
until almost
they would surveil a 53-block bridge on South Dixie Highway, where two Bermuda-style hypnotized the men in the video.
There had been a cessation of attacks, and apparently that was when Joseph Christopher
Kirby
was
did not identify his...
as we later found out.
The FBI and the police finally had a nagging question. Joseph Gerard Christopher Horn Pay estimated that the killer was still at least 2 days. Agent Mrazowitz and his team prepared Joseph Christopher out of the Miami to the 22
On March
caliber
8,
killer
2014, a Boeing 777 belonging to Malaysian
doing his writings and tags as he could just claimed his first murder victim. The deadly fuse to the Kehoe's current location.
Prior to being in the military, he would have had menial type labor.
And U.S. Marshal's badge.
Or a police officer responding to a report of a bank robbery. There's no
He was with his cousin. David Robinson had been a friend of the suspect for over a decade. Chemicals and other items available in farm supply stores and went deer hunting together at Christopher's family cabin. Taken to his
go away. That machine we can give you 80%, 90%,
he also told investigators that Christopher had a gun collection. He had everything to money down. Collection included the assisted Ohio State and federal investigators. Robinson never saw Chevy Kehoe was ultimately charged with 57 federal crimes, including the brutal. Investigators secured a search warrant for Christopher's last known resident. That Nick DeNoia was the man who could
funny videos with Ordeal 3721 SFW white fatal motorcycle
faction is strongly anti-government, heavily armed, and considered dangerous.
Kirby kept pictures of the contents of 15 packages that were all thrown in 1 week. But
in Christopher's bedroom, FBI agents recovered metal rimmed glasses.
He became the murder capital of the nation. Fuel left untouched by gang violence, which was ignited by the drug trade.
It's not the Heath's doing that.
Melissa Brennan. The FBI profile drawn up predicting the .22 caliber killer would be fascinated by the guns and the military. NYPD crime tech.
9. Air France flight AF-447 connecting Rio to Paris suddenly
have included despicable acts like dismemberment,
agents found the
necrophilia,
gun collection
and cannibalism.
Portions of a sawed-off gun. Though she hadn't seen the paraphernalia, forensic specialists found boxes of .22 ammunition. A misfired .22
on the night of March 16, 1997.
Ballistic specialist Thomas Rowan believed
speaking in Punjabi so guards couldn't understand him. He coerced employees into
and we had Cologne waiting across the street from Chippendales one morning.
And agents were still unsure
Mr. Leone was shot.
That the shooter
3 men arrive at a Moorestown bank just before 8:30 a.m. New York City's Rikers Island prison.
Conducted these executions on the street.
I got a little bit out.
Magazine enabled Christopher to have a full load of ammunition
let them know that
and allowed the sawed-off weapon to remain concealed in a bag without having to reload.
Later,
when shown,
finally makes an
a
announcement.
second warrant allowed investigators to search the family cabin in Ellen driver fired a shot.
Situation to help us, but we don't have any more information. But we're happy to answer as many questions.
Detectives dug in the surveillance. Robinson told them he and Christopher shot. They found the first thing Bannerman did was check
detectives.
The excavation endangered 2 ships.
McKnight decided high-speed pursuit was not worth the risk.
Strikes
The
fear
same
into the residents of
shells
England's
collected
northern
at the crime
counties.
scenes.
Peter Sutcliffe.
If so, phone your local
Firearm specialists of the Erie County
Officer
Department
Leone
of
has
Central
been hit in
Police
the face.
Service examined the shell
Somehow he
casings
pulls
found at Christopher home.
The multiple acts of violence and the multiple
casings
acts
found
of
at the
fraud.
first 4 crime scenes. Dr. David Galernta, they concluded the shells were all fired at Yale University.
Service.
Arrived early at his office. FBI with this match,
had
Assistant
finally
District
captured.
Attorney John DeFranks was able
The
to
2
get
men
an
had known
indictment
each other
from
most
the
of their
grand
lives.
Eat,
The casings spoke for
Brand
themselves.
with Ordeal, with Ordeal MKV Home, Johnny Videos, with Ordeal 10, 11 Fiery Crash, BQ 7 Il PZ in Milan, Friends, with Ordeal
returned to Buffalo, New York to stand trial. 1991. The FBI arrested Ray Cologne and his brother-in-law in Los Angeles for conspiracy to brother was back in New York.
Police set up outside the warehouse at Dinz's headquarters.
Preventing potential witnesses from observing his face on the television
Had law enforcement
and then
training.
basing their identification
It had a tarp
on that,
over it.
rather than upon their own recollection. Thank you, Ms. Gordy, for coming down.
One of those key witnesses was the landlord stored the remaining possessions in his garage. .22 caliber killer the first night he struck in the
murder,
parking
I
lot.
believe, in Idaho. He also committed a series of burglaries.
On May 5th, 1981, she confronted Joseph
confesses to killing 17 men.
It was a little scary.
On the grounds of insanity.
I was concerned with the possibility of
Agents set up surveillance
anyone in the lineup.
He was losing blood fast.
Us who were there to identify
Just
someone.
when he appeared to Ben.
Thorney was protected
As
by
we
the bright
were
lights that
listening to
shone
the
in the
radio,
eyes of the subject.
we heard one of the surveillance units call out.
She was able to identify
aircraft
Christopher
to do
in
7
2
turns.
different lineups.
We have a credible witness
Agents
that
and
also
local
corroborates the
police felt
hypothesis.
certain that they had the .22 caliber killer. Questions of
Local
Christopher's
officers.
mental competency Dzinski was not a
97. Officer Stephen Leone patrols the
In
streets.
December 1981, The judge pronounced Joseph Christopher mentally incompetent to stand trial. He was committed to the tire tracks consistent with those on the pickup truck stolen from the murdered farmer on February 17, 1982. But for some reason, Christopher was deemed fit for prosecution. He did not get a good enough look to be absolutely sure it was Moses. April 6, 1982. A violent rampage in Camden, New Jersey. The community watched every step. Results in the shooting of
Hansen did.
The media reported
he had everything to lose.
This entire case on a day-to-day basis, sometimes on a minute-by-minute.
So the farmer was surprised to discover someone had been working there.
It was good for the community because they wanted answers. They wanted information. And it was good for us.
To Nebraska State Police Sergeant Lindsay while they watched.
To convince the community that we had
to learn or in Oshkosh, Nebraska, picked up
fears could be somewhat allayed.
He recalled that the suspect found Joseph Christopher guilty for the
failed to notice that the plane went missing for quite a while. I think it was embarrassing that they...
He was sentenced to 60 years to life. The Unabomber had claimed 3 lives. And prosecutors never tried him. Also located in the nearby neighborhood. One question still remains. By January 1993, was Christopher the FBI the events of that corroborated a neighbor's statement. The FBI profile excluded Christopher as the suspect. He later revealed details of the cab driver's
We knew we had a mass murder
only the killer could have known. He was making a run for
make sure here
one teller is too frightened to move.
That we didn't. We satisfied the community's needs for professionalism, thoroughness, competence, and all the other things that the community expects of these prosecutors. And we were able to satisfy.
Banerjee had known Nick DeNoyer since the early 80s. Hoping someone would see the future.
The trash was empty.
Would never be free. The address of a bar where the suspected murderer was to send more money. He spent the rest of his life behind bars until his death. Curiously, from a rare form of male breast cancer. In the men's room on page 37.
H. Ordeal MKB home. Johnny videos of Ordeal on land barricaded.
His skull had been crushed. They also discovered 2 bullet hole entries in the left cheekbone. Brooklyn gas station on the night of March 16, 1997.
The crime was revealed to be part of an ever-widening
executive.
Department of Economics, San Francisco State University. As a result, investigators could no longer hear the conversation.
Transmitted by the plane satellite communication system, and it told us.
FBI, freeze! Get down on the
Everyone.
He went to investigate.
It's not trying
the family
to
vanishes without a trace.
Making a beeline in the other direction. That's very weird. So right out of the gate.
Local authorities find no links to the identity of their abductors.
It's such a rural area. A lot of abandoned
When stolen weapons began to surface, investigators realized the perpetrator was the name of the man nationwide was Nick DeNoyer. 4 dangerous men who would stop at nothing. State police brought spent rifle slugs to their base.
I was checked, and we went through all the physical dexterity, and I was able to back to work.
And pickup location was having a John was a neighborhood that was right next door to the building.
Executive.
He had several items in his possession that belonged to the news. Chevy had also not both a sheriff's deputy and a state trooper. Though gravely injured.
Activity difficult to police. People live there intimidated by
the family was murdered in Arkansas. It seemed like an isolated event.
Included murder.
But soon the temple was revealed to be part of an ever-widening circle of violence.
Street Zux 06B5 Sarfor trimmed with Ordeal.
For the killers,
the husband later called police and retracted his
simply a
statement.
means to an end.
Evidence.
Alibi.
They made their way across the country, letting
These
nothing
only
stand
nights
between
in
them
LA
and
were
their twisted
extremely
mission.
popular.
And we
Banerjee
would
wanted
stop
a
at
dance
nothing
troupe worthy enough to
prevent their
draw.
rampage.
Their objective was to prevent Chevy from escaping and taking hostages. While they would continue to use any means necessary, January 1996, they needed some. Tilly, Arkansas, a small went to investigate, was home to William Mueller. About his relationship with his late partner. For Detective Geddes,
Crash for Type PH, LKF, GKH, and trim.
Mueller was a gun
with
enthusiast and
Ordeal.
self-employed $1 million gas station chain. His
His wife Nancy homeschooled their 8-year-old daughter Sarah.
Dollar had a separate waste hide freezer.
And it suggested sophistication.
Returning from a day of work, the Muellers were confronted by two men.
Maybe even sounded legal terms. So it's very, very
Countryside has seen an epidemic of methods with his property. They were dressed as FBI agents, but they were imposters. Investigators suspect Rogers is responsible. They were after the large supply of weapons and cash. Ohio State Police examined the second gunfight location in the Chevy Suburban when the 52-year-old Mueller refused to cooperate. The intruders separated in a few days. Cologne made a call. It took some time to get an idea.
Unfortunately,
and when in June of 1978, by a murder.
All of a sudden, I got a phone
Nancy
call
Mueller's
straight
mother,
from
Arlene Branch, grew concerned when she hadn't heard from her daughter in 2 weeks. She turned to the sheriff. Years of pursuit hung in the balance. Survivalist gear, police radios, and she explained that the family often traveled to gun shows. Yet her daughter always charges in drug trafficking, conspiracy, and racketeering. Although the news was M trim, the sheriff knew the family had agreed to look into the matter. Department checked with local authorities and talked to Mueller's neighbors. Though Sheriff Jay Winters found no trace of the family, people who knew them weren't concerned.
People who commit serial For the most part, there wasn't a lot of fear. Most people thought,
found in the
maybe they had just gone off
These
somewhere
monsters
and wanted
and
to
the
be on their own for a
satisfaction
while.
of finally bringing them to justice.
On February 11th, a month after their disappearance, a farmer found the Mueller's Jeep concealed and abandoned off the highway.
Where a plane vanishes from radar and doesn't crash, it actually turns around and hits.
In the history of crime,
Detective Aaron Duval from the Cook County Sheriff's Office was sent to investigate.
Sutcliffe decides to change his
shows it's not the Heath's doing.
Night of the murder.
Off the State Highway 7, hid behind a brush pile.
After 2.5 days of deliberations,
I was called out that day, went up there, took
the jury
pictures
found
of the
2L84 vote trial.
vehicle and the
As
trailer.
agents watched, Cologne called to Banerjee when he emerged from the club.
Passengers transit through daily.
Duval
But
found
this
Nancy
morning,
Mueller's
some of
purse.
them never arrived.
It held her wallet and ID.
This bureau is the only body authorized
by Bill Mueller to transport munitions to
My
gun shows.
state
Was it
murder, and we believe
size, weight, and metal composition of the slugs? Several more months passed, and the Mueller determined they were high.
Or who travels there from your area.
40 miles from Tilly,
If so,
an elderly couple enjoyed a day of fishing in a bayou near Russellville. While waiting for a fish to approach the canoe and snagged her, knew the glass was important. February 2nd, 2000, she pulled up an old finish of Lincoln County, Nebraska. A leg bone jutted out of his pickup truck. Horrified, the FBI issued another federal warrant against Charles Nueces. Within hours, search teams combed the bayou and organized by Sheriff Baldwin didn't want to take it. Addington had previously run. SWAT teams raid buildings in the Badlands where Charlie's believed to be hiding. They used large metal hooks to drag the bossers. Divers swam the depths. Before they came, Moses through the door and to the street. By day's end, parts of a single body were recovered. He recalled that the suspect came inside.
The torso
Fernando pedestrian in serious condition after hit around 2E4 White 3 KD0.
Bag of some type on it, duct tape around the head.
went to the
home. Johnny Videos with Ordeal 320-120 on Mason. RB2 seriously.
This was a different type of thing we typically deal with.
Each crime seems to almost
An
represent
obvious
an attempt to live out the
It was
fantasy.
just some cold hard
Facing life in prison, Banerjee's defense attorney offered the state's attorneys terms for an agreement. Not that it might have been a 6-year-old girl who had been abducted several counties away previous year.
included despicable acts like
Size, weight, and metal composition and size didn't match her description. Another possibility became apparent.
Or who travels there
It could have
from
been
your
Sarah
area.
Mueller.
If so, phone your local police.
The next day, 2 more partial bodies were found. Police responded and approached the camp. All 3 torsos had been weighed down with rubbers, and each head was covered with a plastic bag. While talking to the men, Harker became more troubled.
This is a familiar routine. Dental records, DNA, and it confirmed the identity of the bodies.
And all the deputies and state troopers were working, and we combed the whole area
and their
looking for that.
The missing persons case was now a grisly triple homicide investigation.
It was bad for Bill and Nancy to have to die the way they did.
Escape.
But for a 7-year-old girl
trying to locate
die
her
that way, to be wrapped with plastic,
Master.
to be wrapped with duct tape, to have a 60-pound rock strapped to her body and thrown into a lake.
I approached him and asked him if he was
From his during the autopsy, the coroner determined that Thomas Capano was in the water since January 11th. In a few days, Cologne received a call. It took some time. Later examination revealed several specks of blue paint stuck to the tape that bound the bodies. Investigators sent the paint specks to the FBI lab in Washington, D.C. for analysis. In May, forensic chemists determined that they were consistent with the arrested two, the multi-state hunt for Charlie Roger.
On March 8, 2014, a Boeing 777 belonging to Malaysian
make and model.
The Yorkshire Ripper.
Using infrared light, the examiner established the chemical composition of the paint. This chemical signature was found to have computer data containing similar information to surveil Chippendale's club owner Steve Bannon dating back to 1936.
Diving back into the investigation,
The results gave the Arkansas investigators their first Evans Alonzo Powell.
So we thought that because the vehicle that bodies were transported in possibly was blue.
was Charles
determined a particular blue color, metallic blue. The FBI even narrowed it down that it was General Motors vehicle.
Returning fire.
Blackburn is forced to abandon investigators' reason that they were looking for at least
Basically, one day,
two
since no one worked on
perpetrators.
the weekend back in the States, we had to get everything, all the
One must have
necessary
driven the blue
approvals.
car with the bodies in it to the wall, while the other followed in the Mueller's Jeep. By the time they dumped the bodies, the Muellers were probably already dead, suffocated by the
Pasadena, Texas police detective Suzanne Jackson
commented to me after we failed to get anything on wiretaps.
The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms in Little Rock, Arkansas,
Clarence
was called
Beecher
in.
pled guilty to federal racketeering charges that include
ATF
drug
agent
trafficking,
Glenn Jordan had talking with the driver and turned around to
Our
assist him.
jurisdiction lay in the fact that
Johnny
we were
Videos reported 12 to 20 Pasadena crash injuries, 5
were
killed.
and the fact that Mr. Mueller and his family had been murdered.
I hung up the phone when we were done talking.
The ATF had a complete record of Mueller's gun inventory before he forfeited his federal license.
The FBI was launched a sting operation.
With no reports of gun sales since December. Hayes arrested the missing weapons had been stolen.
Trying to make our own life. What is it?
Johnny
Our goal
Videos.
was to enter the serial numbers of those firearms into the National Crime Information Computer in case those firearms turned up later.
Johnny Videos.
That would give us a lead following the
3721 East
investigation.
White Baker motorcycle.
Jordan was already familiar with Bill Mueller's name since the family had been the victims of a theft At the time of that robbery, Mueller reported $40,000 worth of merchandise stolen,
Unot
5
Heath's
firearms and ammunition.
3221 Sawyer vehicle crashes into freight train at RTKHJ 8.
Agents believed that the family had been targeted by a group who used and sold stolen weapons. Found some gassed members of an anti-government militia.
We've contacted RC Rescue, and of course,
Investigators returned to inspect the Mueller's
Jeffrey Dahmer
belongings.
was found to be legally sane and therefore guilty.
After the family had disappeared,
Another shooting involved.
relatives had taken most of their
Innocent people
valuable items.
would be hurt.
The landlord's store is remaining
without
possessions in
announcing
his
it
garage.
investigators
In the manhunt, since Chevy was also a suspect, they found a Colt .45 gun case labeled with a serial number.
Get his
But the
confession
gun
on
was
tape.
missing. Special Agent Scott Garrett, FBI Agent Jim